In the realm of the journey to the west, Chu Feng traverses into a world where he awakens a divine culinary system. Each time someone indulges in his culinary creations, he acquires a unique supernatural ability from them. He establishes his eatery adjacent to the venerable Bodhi Patriarch's abode. Before long, a monkey, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of beef noodles, arrives seeking enlightenment. After consuming a bowl, he awakens the mystical golden eyes of insight and immediately resolves to apprentice under Chu Feng to master the culinary arts. The Buddhist realm is thrown into turmoil. The Buddha himself comes to engage with Chu Feng in philosophical discourse. Half an hour later, within the humble establishment, a radiant light fills the space, accompanied by ethereal chants, as a resounding voice echoes from within. Truly exquisite. Chapter 1. Transmigration into the journey to the west, opening a restaurant beside the Bodhi Patriarch. By the heavens, what manner of establishment is this, situated in such a remote wilderness? Am I to serve specters? Chu Feng, seated behind a rudimentary counter, gazes at the towering trees outside, utterly perplexed. Having crossed into this world as a wandering immortal, he activated the divine culinary system and, following its directives, opened a restaurant in the depths of the mountains. Unsurprisingly, a week has elapsed without a single patron gracing his presence. Not even a living soul has appeared. The system, devoid of human characteristics, remains unresponsive. Frustration mounts within Chu Feng. I cannot believe I place my faith in this wretched system. He resolves that should no customers arrive in 2 days, he shall relocate. With a newfound sense of clarity, he declares, "System, I wish to draw a lottery." Were it not for the daily lottery chance provided by this confounded system, he would have long since abandoned his venture. Yet, the lottery is a gamble, reliant entirely on fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained divine culinary tools. The gods' awe. Note: an inferior spiritual treasure, consisting of a spatula, knife, and ladle, capable of transforming its appearance at will. It is said that dishes prepared with it will astonish even deities. Is today the day for fortune to smile upon me? Chu Feng's eyes gleam as the exquisite tools materialize from the void, lavish and intricately crafted, evoking an air of mystique. Inferior spiritual treasure? Could it be that I have traversed into a world of immortals? However, the classification feels strangely familiar. As he admires these so-called divine culinary tools, a thought strikes him: could he now explore the system's enigmatic functionalities? With fervor, he rushes into the kitchen, eager to prepare the miraculous beef noodles promised in his novice gift pack, which could not be made with mundane utensils. The kitchen, equipped with all necessary ingredients, allows Chu Feng to immerse himself in the culinary arts. Meanwhile, in the Crescent Moonstar Cave, a tattered-clad monkey kneels outside, fervently pleading, "Disciple yearns for enlightenment, I beseech you. Immortal, accept me as your disciple. Be on your way. My master shall not take you in." A voice from within the cave replies, "Immortal, I implore you, take me as your disciple." The monkey, desperate and earnest, persists, bowing fervently. Having witnessed the cycle of life and death on Flower Fruit Mountain, he is resolute in avoiding such a fate. Thus, he departs Flower Fruit Mountain, determined to pursue the path of immortality. Having finally discovered a trace of the divine, he cannot bear to let it slip away. "Alas, depart from here." The boy's voice remains unchanged, devoid of emotion. He has seen countless seekers of immortality, but those whom his master has denied will never be accepted. "If you refuse to take me as your disciple, then I shall not leave." The monkey bows again, determination etched upon his face that he intends to learn the secret to eternal life and roam freely across the heavens and earth. Behind the door, there is no further response. The monkey sits resolutely at the stone steps, unwavering in his resolve. If 1 day is insufficient, then a month. If a month fails, then a year. If a year proves unfruitful, then a decade. He will kneel until the immortal accepts him. Having heard that sincerity can move the hardest of hearts, he is determined to enchant the immortal with his earnestness. That troublesome monkey is still here. The Bodhi Patriarch, seated on his mat, holds a whisk, his eyes slightly closed, exuding an air of celestial grace. "Master," the monkey remains kneeling outside. "He shall likely not depart soon." The attendant replies respectfully, The Bodhi Patriarch nods slightly. Recognizing the monkey's obstinate nature, he doubts the creature's ability to undertake the journey for the scriptures. Such persistence will serve to temper his spirit. Continue your teachings, the Bodhi Patriarch instructs, his attention drifting away from the monkey to the multitude of disciples below. The monkey, restless by nature, soon finds himself fidgeting after a brief period of kneeling. Suddenly, his nose twitches that a delicious aroma wafts through the air, intoxicating and irresistible. His stomach growls, and he swallows hard, having gone a day without sustenance in pursuit of his goal. Unintentionally, the monkey shifts forward, then immediately catches himself. A morsel of food cannot sway his dedication to the path. Yet, another wave of rich fragrance envelopes him. With a start, the monkey snaps his eyes wide open, springing to his feet. Forget about cultivating immortality, he is astoundingly hungry. He quickly follows the alluring scent to a small mountain eatery, drunken immortal's abode. The monkey is bewildered, sensing something extraordinary about this place. Such a desolate wilderness hold an establishment, how curious, he murmurs, yet steps inside. The delightful aroma indeed emanates from within. The interior is simply adorned and unremarkable. Hey, is anyone here? The monkey calls out loudly to tea that moment. The kitchen curtain is drawn back, revealing Chu Feng in a blue robe, carrying a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Their eyes lock. Chu Feng stunned by the talking monkey in human attire, and the monkey fixated on the enticing bowl. The irresistible aroma washes over him, and the monkey feels his fatigue vanish, his appetite surging. His throat involuntarily moves as he swallows. Where do you hail from? A monkey? Chu Feng breaks the silence. The monkey scratches his head from the Ally Kingdom in the east, within the Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain. Water Curtain Cave of Flower Fruit Mountain? Chu Feng is taken aback, his expression turning quizzical. Did you leap forth from a stone? How do you know? The monkey stares in astonishment. Are you Sun Wukong? Chu Feng blurts out, unable to conceal his astonishment. This revelation implies that he is indeed in the journey to the west. Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong? The monkey repeats the name, finding it melodious and delightful. Elated, he exclaims, "What a lovely name! I shall henceforth be called Sun Wukong. Thank you, shopkeeper, for bestowing this name upon me." Chu Feng's emotions are complex as he forces a smile and inquires, "Is this indeed the Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain?" "Indeed it is," the monkey nods, puzzled that the shopkeeper seems unaware of his own establishment's location. Chu Feng confirms his suspicions. He is not only in the journey to the west, but also before Sun Wukong's apprenticeship in the Crescent Moon Star Cave. Goodness, have I opened my eatery right next to the Bodhi Patriarch? Yet compared to the primordial chaos, this world seems significantly safer. Chu Feng muses inwardly, then questions, "Why have you come here instead of seeking a master?" "I intended to wait at the cave entrance, but upon catching a whiff of your delectable cooking, I could no longer resist my hunger and sought you out." The monkey, embarrassed, scratches his head. "Oh, it was my beef noodles that lured him. Do you wish to eat?" Chu Feng asks. The monkey nods fervently, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Then you must pay." Chu Feng places the bowl on the table, extending his hand. After all, he is a businessman. Not even the future great sage equal to heaven can dine for free. "I have no money," Sun Wukong responds, panic rising as he scratches his head. After contemplating, he tugs at his clothing. "Perhaps I could offer you this attire?" Being a monkey, he finds wearing clothes rather uncomfortable. "What would I do with your tattered garments?" Chu Feng's expression radiates disdain. "Perhaps if they were the attire from the heavenly palace, it might be different." Sun Wukong's face falls at the rejection that I am covered in monkey hair. He muttered softly, feeling a sense of reluctance yet helplessness. He understood that dining at a human establishment required payment. What a pity it was that he could not savor such delectable beef noodles. However, a thought struck Chu Feng. The monkey hair of Sun Wukong could indeed be a valuable asset after he had mastered the art of immortality, though he was uncertain of its worth at present. "Could you show me a few strands of your monkey hair?" Chu Feng ventured to ask. Sun Wukong immediately brightened, swiftly plucking 3 strands of hair and handing them over. "System, please assist me in testing these." Chu Feng communicated inwardly to the system. Ding! 3 strands of Sun Wukong's monkey hair detected, containing the bloodline of the Lingming stone monkey, redeemable for spiritual power. To his surprise, it was indeed useful. Chu Feng felt a surge of excitement. Lacking any innate talent for cultivation, he could only enhance his strength through spiritual power. Very well, this bowl of beef noodles is yours. Chu Feng chuckled softly. The monkey promptly plopped down, his eyes fixed on the steaming bowl of beef noodles, the aroma tantalizing his senses. Unable to contain himself, he eagerly grabbed his chopsticks and scooped a mouthful of noodles into his mouth. In the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. It was simply exquisite. Chapter 2. The Golden Eyes of Illusion Shattering. Does the monkey wish to learn cooking from me? This is the pinnacle of culinary delight. Before savoring this bowl of beef noodles, he believed that peaches were the most delectable treat on earth. Yet, at this moment, son Wukong suddenly comprehended that the so-called peaches paled in comparison to this bowl of beef noodles. The aroma wafted delightfully, each bite melted in his mouth. Such exquisite flavors could scarcely be matched by any delicacy. Is there anything more delectable in existence? For a fleeting moment, son Wukong felt that if he could indulge in this bowl of beef noodles, his life would be devoid of regrets. Even if he were to forsake immortality and eternal life, what did it matter? After just one mouthful, he could no longer restrain himself. With one hand cradling the bowl and the other hastily shoveling noodles into his mouth, he seemed fearful that someone might snatch it away from him. Chu Feng, standing by, was left dumbfounded, silently lamenting that the monkey was indeed a monkey. Expecting a dignified demeanor from them was a true folly. To describe this scene would be to say it resembled a famished ghost reborn. Yet, this was merely the simplest beef noodle dish. Was this the power of divine culinary tools? They could elevate every dish to its utmost perfection. As son Wukong consumed the beef noodles, warmth spread throughout his body. Soon, he felt an ethereal energy coursing through his limbs, akin to parched earth welcoming a refreshing rain. This unique sensation elicited a contented groan from the monkey. Chu Feng, hearing the sound, was momentarily startled, his expression frozen. What was this? Could this bowl of beef noodles incite such fervor in the monkey? Surely, this noodle dish possessed no such abilities. At that moment, a brilliant golden light reflected in Chu Feng's eyes as he witnessed two beams of golden light erupt from son Wukong's eyes. With a fierce growl, son Wukong abruptly lifted his head. The radiance pierced through the roof, ascending toward the heavens without causing any destruction. Chu Feng was secretly alarmed. Could it be that the beef noodles he prepared possessed such dazzling effects? This was unexpected. In the heavenly court, Lingxiao Palace, Li Jing stepped forward, holding a pagoda. To report, Your Majesty, the disturbances caused by the demons of Heifeng Ridge have been quelled. I, along with my compatriots, have eradicated over 10,000 demons. And the Demon King has been executed. After the investiture of the gods, he had risen to the status of a celestial king, and life became increasingly comfortable. I am aware, the Jade Emperor replied with a slight nod, his expression devoid of joy. Matters of such triviality hardly warranted further inquiry. Calculating the time, the monkey had already arrived at Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, and in a few years, he would begin to disrupt the heavenly palace according to the Buddhist plan. At that time, he would become the greatest laughingstock of the three realms. The Western saints were too overbearing. A flicker of resentment flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes. One day, he would ensure that these sages understood that he, Hao Yin, was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from beneath Li Jing's feet, enveloping him in a sacred and imposing aura. Is General Li about to break through his realm before the palace? The celestial beings whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with envy. Li Jing, though not exceptionally gifted, had achieved divinity through his physical form, and even post-investiture, he could continue to cultivate. Yet, this brilliance dissipated in mere 3 seconds. How fleeting! The assembled deities exchanged peculiar glances, puzzled by the brevity of General Li's breakthrough. Li Jing himself appeared bewildered. What is happening? Only the Jade Emperor discerned the underlying issue and calmly instructed, Qianlian, investigate the matter. As you command. Qianlian obeyed, his eyes glimmering as he gazed toward the earth-immortal realm. Moments later, he retracted his divine sight and bowed, reporting to Your Majesty, I have discerned no unusual occurrences. Please punish me. Dismissed. The Jade Emperor waved his hand, choosing not to speak further. In the Western Buddhist sect, at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha's light shone radiantly, and the sound of Dharma resonated gently. The calamities of the investiture of the gods had led to discord between the two teachings. causing devastation and suffering among sentient beings, and the heavenly Tao was forsaken. Yet, out of compassion, the Buddha sought to liberate all beings, propagating the Dharma, as decreed by the heavenly Tao. Thus, the journey to the West was established to amend the wounds of the investiture of the gods. Allowing the Buddha's light to illuminate the world, Buddhism would surely flourish. The Buddha's radiance was vast, akin to a starry sea. The magnificent form of the Tathagata bathed in this light was indistinct, save for the resonant voice like a grand bell. Surrounding him were countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats, each radiating a halo of Buddha light, all possessing great powers. This was evident of the unprecedented rapid development of Buddhism following the calamity of the investiture, ensuring its flourishing during the journey to the West. Suddenly, the Tathagata paused in his teachings. 2 beams of light swept past, and the Tathagata calculated silently. Yet the result eluded him. He gently closed his eyes and inquired, Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, where is that rascally monkey? Revered Buddha, the monkey has arrived at Lingai Fangtsuan Mountains. Avalokiteshvara replied respectfully, holding a jade flask. As the primary overseer of the journey to the West, she remained vigilant regarding this pivotal figure, for the success of the journey would grant her immense merit. The Tathagata nodded slightly. With the presence of Patriarch Bodhi, the monkey's safety at Fangtsuan Mountain was assured. He continued, the journey to the West is of utmost importance. The 81 trials must be prepared in advance. Yes, revered Buddha, Avalokiteshvara responded dutifully. With the affirmation, the Tathagata spoke once more, his voice resonating with authority. For the journey to the West, Buddhism shall thrive. Good, good. Amitabha. The assembly of Buddhas clasped their hands in prayer, chanting the Buddha's name. In the 3 Stars Cave, Patriarch Bodhi opened his eyes, halting his sermons. The disciples below awakened from their reverie. He had noticed the golden light but paid it little mind, as his sole duty was to cultivate the monkey. Time was drawing near. Bring that monkey to me, he commanded with a wave of his whisk. The young disciple bowed and departed. Before long, the young disciple hurried back, exclaiming, Master, it's terrible. The monkey has vanished. Vanished? Patriarch Bodhi was taken aback. How could the monkey, so enamored with celestial arts, so easily abandon his pursuit? He immediately began calculating with a single hand gesture. A sudden shock coursed through him. He could not ascertain the monkey's whereabouts, indicating that the monkey might no longer be at Lingai Fangtsuan Mountain. How could this be? The monkey was the key to the journey to the West. There could be no mistakes. In an instant, Patriarch Bodhi disappeared from his location, leaving the disciples in stunned silence. Sun Wukong had regained his composure and blinked rapidly, as if recalling something shocking. He had just glimpsed something rather scandalous. Shaking his head vigorously, memories began to resurface, and he gazed at the bowl of beef noodles with astonishment. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Innate divine ability, illusion-shattering golden eyes, with vision that could pierce through miles and discern all illusions. This ability had been his at birth, yet had faded away. After consuming this bowl of beef noodles, his innate power had astonishingly awakened. Ding! Sun Wukong has consumed beef noodles, awakening illusion-shattering golden eyes. Would you like to synchronize the acquisition? The system prompt echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Acquire. Without hesitation, Chu Feng chose to accept. Simultaneously, he pondered deeply in his previous understanding. The monkey's divine ability had become dormant due to consuming mundane fruits, ultimately requiring the Ta Ching sage to grant him the fiery eyes. He never imagined that this bowl of beef noodles would directly awaken the monkey's innate powers. At the same time, a flash of golden light flickered in Chu Feng's eyes. Compared to the monkey, he achieved mastery of his newfound abilities through the system. Suddenly, Sun Wukong dropped to his knees, sincerely bowing his head. Immortal, I beseech you to accept me as your disciple. Chapter 3. The monkey seeks a master. Will you accept a few hairs as tuition? Merely through a bowl of beef noodles. He had undergone a transformation. Was this not the work of an immortal? As Sun Wukong bowed, he cast his gaze towards Chu Feng, who was seated behind the counter. At this moment, the figure of Chu Feng appeared profoundly enigmatic in his eyes, even revealing a touch of ethereal grace upon his handsome visage. This must be the legendary hermit. After departing from Waguashan and enduring countless tribulations, had he not sought to uncover the path to immortality? What significance did the Xīyóu Sanchen cave hold compared to this celestial being? Merely the act of dining could bestow strength upon an individual. What need was there to visit the Xīyóu Sanchen cave? Today, Sun Wukong intended to learn the art of cooking. As Sun Wukong knocked his head against the ground with resounding thuds, Chu Feng's eyelids twitched. That monkey, with his innate resilience, must not damage the floor. Get up quickly, Chu Feng urged. Upon hearing the celestial's voice, Sun Wukong immediately rose. Chu Feng sighed and candidly stated, I am no celestial being, merely an ordinary mortal. It was imperative to clarify this with the monkey. Yet, Sun Wukong, undeterred, thought, what mortal could concoct such miraculous beef noodles? I beseech you, revered immortal, to accept me as your disciple. The monkey bowed respectfully, yet this time refrained from kneeling, for the immortal had not commanded it. Chu Feng felt a twinge of annoyance. The future great sage, equal to heaven, wished to learn culinary skills from him, which was indeed a source of delight. However, this monkey was a pivotal character on the journey to the West. If he were to take on the role of a chef, would not the Buddhist faction come seeking retribution? Such trouble was best avoided. Just as Chu Feng prepared to decline, he heard the system's voice. Ding. Detected Sun Wukong's request for apprenticeship. Do you accept? Acceptance rewards. Innate spiritual root, celestial realm cultivation, basic knife skills manual, a set of apprentice attire, a set of basic kitchen utensils. Refusal incurs no rewards. Chu Feng paused, then pursed his lips. The rewards sounded impressive, but they paled in comparison to the accompanying risks. Were he to receive quasi-saint cultivation, he might consider it, especially since saints could not manifest at present. Quasi-saint was already the pinnacle, but human celestial cultivation? Was that not trivial before the Buddhist order? System, are you jesting with me? With merely human celestial cultivation, I would be obliterated before the Buddhists. Chu Feng inwardly grumbled. Host need not worry. Within the confines of the drunken immortal abode, you are invincible. And it conceals the heavenly secrets. Even the Tao ancestor cannot pry. Chu Feng's heart stirred. It turned out there was an invincibility buff. In that case, he had nothing to fear. Sun Wukong, waiting for a response, displayed a look of disappointment. Was it truly impossible? Rejected by two celestial beings. He seemed destined to be estranged from the arts of immortality. Clenching his fists, Sun Wukong trembled slightly. You shall follow me from now on. Chu Feng spoke softly. Really? Sun Wukong's head snapped up, his eyes wide with astonishment and joy. However, you must adhere to my rules. Observing the monkey's excitement, Chu Feng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Of course, I will obey my master. Sun Wukong nodded vigorously. First, you must not stray even a step beyond the confines of this small shop. I do not wish to be discovered by the Buddhists too soon. Even if I am invincible within the drunken immortal abode, that would still pose a considerable nuisance. Second, you shall learn whatever I teach without question. Despite the monkey's current reverence, his innate nature is difficult to tame, and he may become picky. Third, as my disciple, you must offer 10 strands of your fur daily as tuition. I shall not engage in unprofitable endeavors. Upon hearing this, the monkey was momentarily stunned. Was it truly that simple? He had anticipated more onerous conditions. I understand, master. Sun Wukong promptly agreed, fearing Chu Feng might change his mind. The first 2 conditions posed no issue. As for the third, he was unconcerned. He possessed an abundance of monkey fur. 10 strands were nothing. As long as he could learn the celestial arts and seek longevity, he would gladly shed every last hair. Excellent. From this moment forth, you are my disciple, Chu Feng. I hope you will devote yourself to learning diligently. As the culinary arts are boundless, stagnation equates to regression. Chu Feng nodded slightly, adopting the demeanor of a master. I am aware. Sun Wukong, though bewildered, fervently agreed, trusting that his master would not lead him astray. Seeing Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, Chu Feng felt immensely satisfied. He was indeed now the master of Sun Wukong. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. The system's voice echoed once more. Chu Feng immediately felt as if he had been enlightened, his aura surging dramatically. Ascending from the mortal realm, he soared straight to the human, celestial realm. The overjoyed monkey was momentarily startled by this newfound power, feeling his master had suddenly become awe-inspiring. Indeed, his master was a celestial being. How fortunate he was not to have been deceived. Chu Feng clenched his fists, relishing the vast power welling up within him. The sensation of stepping into the realm of immortality was simply euphoric. With a glance, he noticed the monkey trembling in the corner. After a moment of astonishment, Chu Feng waved his hand, and several garments materialized before Sun Wukong. These were the apprentice attire awarded by the system. Once again astounded, the monkey marveled at his master's profound culinary skills and supernatural abilities. Truly, he was an elusive immortal. These are your attire and basic kitchen utensils. Chu Feng stated nonchalantly, disregarding the monkey's astonishment. Sun Wukong, taken aback, immediately seized the items with delight. Go take a bath and change into these clothes, Chu Feng instructed. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Patriarch Bodhi was in a state of distress. He had scoured the entire Ling Tai Fong Xīyóu mountain. Yet not a single strand of monkey fur could be found. It was as if the monkey had evaporated into thin air. How could this be? Patriarch Bodhi, once calm, was now frantic, his eyes nearly reddened with worry. That monkey, so eager to seek immortality, could not possibly have simply vanished. Moreover, even if he had left, how could his quasi-saint cultivation fail to deduce the monkey's whereabouts? Furrowing his brows, Patriarch Bodhi pondered. Could a saint have intervened to obscure the heavenly secrets? Yet, that seems implausible. He attempted further divination, yet to no avail, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. He then settled into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes. Within the Xīyóu palace, the meditating Zhuanti suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. Junior brother? The nearby Jane inquired, bewildered. The envoy of the journey to the west, my destined disciple, has disappeared. Vanished? Jane was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could a chosen one of the heavenly path simply disappear? I can no longer sense his presence. Zhuanti shook his head, having personally checked. Indeed, the monkey's trace was non-existent, as if his existence had been erased. Jane closed his eyes, performing his own calculations, then revealed a bitter expression, sighing. How could our Western sex opportunity face such an unforeseen circumstance? Could it be the doing of Nuwa? Zhuanti furrowed his brow slightly. The stone monkey was formed from the 5 colored stones used by Nuwa to mend the heavens, creating a substantial karmic connection. Only Nuwa, a saint herself, could potentially obscure the heavenly secrets. Junior brother, tread carefully. Jane quickly interjected, Sister Nuwa, like us, is bound by limitations and cannot intervene. Furthermore, that stone monkey is a chosen figure of the heavenly path. Even if she harbored grievances, she would not dare act so boldly. It is likely that as the great calamity approaches, the heavenly secrets have become chaotic. Perhaps in a few days, that monkey will reappear. Nodding in agreement, Zhuanti responded. You speak wisely, senior brother. I shall inform Tathagata and dispatch our disciples to search for the stone monkey's whereabouts. Chapter 4. The innate spiritual root. This is the flavor. On Ling Mountain, at the great Thunder Sound Temple, the Buddha's light radiated, and the sound of the Dharma echoed, as Lei was discussing the sutras with the Buddhas. Just as he reached a profound point, his voice abruptly ceased. The gathered Buddhas turned their gazes toward Tathagata, who wore a frozen expression. What is happening? All the Buddhas were momentarily taken aback, bewildered by this unusual display from Tathagata. At that moment, they heard Tathagata's deep voice. That mischievous monkey has vanished. The sermon concludes here. The monkey has disappeared? All Buddhas stood still. And the only matter of such significance to the Tathagata was the stone monkey related to the calamity of the journey to the west. But how could such a large monkey simply vanish? This was impossible. I witnessed him arriving at Mount Fangtsuan with my own eyes, exclaimed Avalokiteshvara. The mountain was not only equipped with guides, but also guarded by the Bodhi Patriarch. How could an accident occur? The transmission from the Holy Mother of the Golden Spirit was infallible. The Tathagata shook his head, his gaze sweeping across the grand hall, and spoke. Where are Avalokiteshvara, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra? I am here, came the replies of 3 figures stepping forward. That monkey has concealed the heavenly secrets, making it impossible to deduce his whereabouts. You must lead the Arhats in a meticulous search. We cannot afford any mishap with the calamity of the journey to the west. Amitba, we will faithfully follow your decree. The 3 bodhisattvas joined their hands in reverence, chanting the Buddha's name. Extract the innate spiritual roots. Chu Feng sent son Wukong off to take a bath, then spoke to the system. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an innate spiritual root, 1 peach tree of the Panta. Is that all? Chu Feng's lips twitched, feeling somewhat disappointed. Wasn't this merely preparation for the monkey? Innate spiritual roots were classified into various grades, and this peach tree belonged to the lowest tier, being the most common type. The Queen Mother had over 3,000 of these in her garden. What is its age? Chu Feng inquired. The Panta also had 3 grades, 3,000, 6,000, and 9,000 years for ripening, with higher ages yielding stronger effects. 9,000 years. Chu Feng nodded, finding it fairly decent, but then a thought struck him. 9,000 years? By the time I cultivate this peach tree, several calamities of the journey to the west have passed. Upon hearing his doubts, the system replied, if planted within the confines of the drunken immortal residence, the tree can yield fruit once a year, with effects unchanged. What? Chu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. A yield once a year, yet the effects remain unchanged? He proceeded to the backyard and planted the peach tree. As a radiant light flashed, the tree grew rapidly, soon overshadowing the courtyard with its vibrant, radiant crown, a sight to behold. Quite impressive, Chu Feng thought to himself. It wouldn't be long before he could sell the peaches. Returning indoors, he began to experiment with another task, soon revealing a delighted expression. While cooking, he could indeed infuse the utensils with random primordial chaos energy. In the primordial chaos, the root of the great Tao was born, the source of all laws, directly leading to the ultimate path. His spatula now contained a trace of primordial chaos energy, far more enigmatic than before. Previously, without divine-grade utensils, ordinary tools could not withstand the chaos energy, causing him to miss numerous opportunities. Yet now, although his divine spatula was merely a low-grade spiritual treasure, with the infusion of chaos energy, it could continuously evolve. During the journey to the west, primordial chaos energy had long been severed. The utensils in his hands were the only artifacts of chaos. As long as he persisted in cooking, one day, they could even rival the saints. Filled with vigor, Chu Feng was suddenly interrupted by the excited voice of the monkey. Master! He turned to see son Wukong already donned in his apprentice garb, white top, black apron, and a simple white headscarf. It looked rather peculiar. Very well. It suits you perfectly, Chu Feng casually complimented, prompting the monkey to beam with joy and twirl in delight. Starting tomorrow, you will begin to practice basic knife skills. Good knife skills are fundamental to excellent cooking. Understood, master. A month swiftly passed. Son Wukong practiced his knife skills by day and reflected on them at night, progressing rapidly. Upon learning of the peach tree in the backyard, he eagerly watered it daily, anticipating the day he could taste its fruit. His daily meals were naturally the beef noodles prepared by Chu Feng, during which his golden eye of dispelling illusions became thoroughly stabilized. Chu Feng's life remained unchanged. In that month, he didn't draw any new recipes, nor did a second customer visit the shop. Observing the monkey diligently honing his knife skills, he felt it was time to impart some genuine knowledge. Thus, he inquired, Wukong, would you like to learn how to cook? The knife that son Wukong had raised halted mid-air, and moments later, it slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He was too excited to mind. Immediately kneeling in gratitude. I shall heed your arrangements, master. He could finally learn to cook. Follow me. Chu Feng nodded and led the way into the kitchen. The monkey hopped along excitedly, following closely. Today, I'll teach you how to make exquisite beef noodles. Although this dish is simple, it is the easiest to showcase a chef's skill. Chu Feng maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of insecurity glimmered in his eyes. He was merely speaking theatrically, as he only knew how to make this one dish and had nothing else to teach. The monkey, however, was ecstatic, repeatedly nodding. I want to learn. I want to learn. Master, please teach me. To him, these beef noodles were a signature treasure of his master, and to be taught right away was an incredible honor. Then watch closely. Chu Feng retrieved the divine spatula. Son Wukong's eyes widened, unable to tear his gaze away. Looking back at his own knife, he felt utterly inadequate. Could this be the legendary treasure? The monkey was profoundly astonished. This was the first time he had seen his master's cooking tools, as Chu Feng had not allowed him in the kitchen over the past month. I too shall seek such treasures, he resolved silently. He then immersed himself in observing Chu Feng's cooking techniques. Heating oil in the pan until it released a fragrant aroma, Chu Feng clapped his hands on the counter, and the ingredients leaped into the air on their own. The most crucial part of preparing beef noodles was handling the shank meat. The top-quality beef transformed under Chu Feng's knife into dazzling pieces, a mesmerizing spectacle. His movements flowed seamlessly. What an incredible master! Son Wukong dared not blink. He had believed his knife skills had improved significantly over the past month, feeling a sense of pride. Yet now he realized the chasm between him and his master was vast. However, he discerned certain nuances. Throughout the process, no magical powers were employed. It was all based on exquisite technique, with an unparalleled control of force. Truly, he is my master. I still have much to learn. Admiration filled son Wukong's eyes. Sizzling. The beef hit the pan, creating a sound, and soon the fragrant aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating and delightful. At this moment, Chu Feng poured in water, starting the boiling process. Son Wukong then witnessed Chu Feng begin to stretch the noodles, the kneaded dough dancing in his hands, and shortly, it transformed into long, slender noodles. Uniform in thickness and distinct in layers. It can be done like this? The monkey was left in awe. As the broth neared completion, Chu Feng added scallions, ginger, and other spices, then proceeded to add the noodles. In that instant, Sun Wukong caught the familiar scent. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Yes, yes, this is the flavor." Chapter 5. The Buddha's Fury. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit faces 3 alone. This was the exquisite beef noodles of his memories. The monkey leaped in excitement. This was his first time witnessing his master cook. Yet, Chu Feng did not pause, adding various seasonings while ensuring all the flavors melded together at the final moment. Thus, the beef noodles were completely finished. The utensils gained a trace of primordial chaos energy. While meager, it was a gradual accumulation. The elevation of their artifact rank was merely a matter of time. Did you see clearly? Chu Feng withdrew his thoughts and looked at the monkey. Sun Wukong scratched his head, somewhat hesitant. I saw it, but it seems rather difficult. He chuckled awkwardly. He has only just begun to grasp the basics of knife skills. The culinary process remains rather intricate for him, especially the precise control of force. There is no rush. With diligent practice, proficiency will follow. Chu Feng nodded, pleased with the outcome. If Sun Wukong were to master it all at once, he would have nothing left to teach. He must adhere to his master's teachings. Sun Wukong immediately nodded. With the aid of the breaking illusion's golden eyes, he had memorized all the steps. What remained was familiarizing himself with the operations. In the future, you may enter the kitchen to practice cooking, Chu Feng remarked, skillfully dividing the beef noodles into 2 bowls. Yes, master. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect was in an uproar. Ever since the stone monkey had vanished, they had mobilized nearly all their resources to search for him, scouring the entire wilderness. Many cultivators' abodes were forcefully searched, turned upside down. The higher-ups in the Buddhist sect merely conducted superficial searches for the sake of appearances, while some disciples at the lower levels even pilfered a few items, causing great distress among the cultivators. Only the ancient powerful beings' abodes managed to escape unscathed. In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor watched the proceedings and suddenly burst into laughter. The journey to the west had yet to commence, and the Buddhist sect had already lost the stone monkey. It was utterly absurd. The deities in the hall shared in a schadenfreude. The journey to the west was a scheme of the Buddhist sect and brought no benefit to them. The disciples of the mystical gate. The Jade Emperor stroked his beard and suddenly had an idea. He slammed the table, exclaiming in anguish, "This earthly realm is under my domain. If the Buddhist sect continues to act recklessly, what of my authority? What of the heavenly court's dignity?" The gathered deities were taken aback, and soon the Jade Emperor declared, "I have decided to establish a guard for the earthly realm to maintain order and peace down below. What say you? Your Majesty is indeed wise." The deities chimed in unison. Their supposed guardianship was a ruse, while the true intent was to sow discord. All the deities understood the Jade Emperor's meaning and shared a tacit understanding. Which celestial would be willing to take on this great responsibility? The Jade Emperor inquired nonchalantly. "I am willing. I am willing. I am willing." In an instant, numerous celestial beings voiced their willingness. The Buddhist and mystical gates had always been at odds, and the Jade Emperor's maneuver received unanimous support from them. They could not overtly obstruct the journey to the west, but they could certainly undermine it in secret. The Jade Emperor scanned the celestial assembly, contemplating for a moment before speaking. "Where is the Golden Spirit, Holy Mother?" "I am here." A woman in yellow robes stepped forward. Surrounded by an aura of celestial essence, enigmatic and profound, with long dark hair cascading like a waterfall and a beauty that could captivate the world. Her expression was indifferent, devoid of much reverence, yet none of the deities dared to meet her gaze. She was the foremost female immortal of the End, after the investiture of the gods, was enshrined as a true deity, the leader of the celestial bodies, overseeing one of the 8 divisions of the heavenly court. She was indeed a formidable figure. The Jade Emperor had grown accustomed to her demeanor and said, "I command you to be the guardian of the earthly realm, to maintain stability below. Do you consent?" "I obey the command," the Golden Spirit Holy Mother responded with a slight nod. "Guanyin Bodhisattva, the search in this domain is nearly complete. Yet no trace of the stone monkey has been found," a panting disciple reported. "This vast expanse, even I am exhausted after a thorough search." Guanyin frowned slightly. "Is it not yet complete? Continue searching." As the primary overseer of the journey to the west, she could not escape responsibility for the monkey's disappearance. Amitabha. We shall continue our search, declared the bodhisattvas Manjushri and Samantabhadra. Your efforts are appreciated. Guanyin nodded without further comment. As they were about to depart, their expressions suddenly shifted, and they swiftly dodged an incoming attack. Boom. Amidst the thunderous noise, the small mountain they had once occupied was obliterated. Upon recognizing the assailant, the three bodhisattvas' pupils constricted. Yuanjun. What is the meaning of this? Guanyin exclaimed, her face troubled, as she gazed at the golden spirit Holy Mother in the sky, demanding an explanation. That strike was laden with murderous intent. We act in accordance with the Buddha's command, tirelessly working for the journey to the West. Is it your intention to obstruct us? The Buddhist sect's resurgence? What concern is it of the mystical gate? The golden spirit Holy Mother smirked. I am under the Jade Emperor's order, serving as the guardian of the earthly realm to uphold peace below. Your Buddhist sect's wanton actions in the earthly realm disrupt order. Do you not take the heavenly court or the Jade Emperor into consideration? Anyone can throw accusations, especially when the Jade Emperor stands as a shield in times of trouble. Returning to Yuanjun, I too am acting for the journey to the West, compelled by circumstance, Guanyin retorted, tempering her accusatory tone. Manjushri and Samantabhadra quickly chimed in agreement. Silence. The journey to the West does not serve as an excuse for you to disturb the peace of the earthly realm. The golden spirit Holy Mother's demeanor turned frosty as she raised her hand, summoning a dragon tiger jade talisman, which she hurled directly at the three bodhisattvas. The three bodhisattvas dared not underestimate the attack and immediately summoned their golden bodies for protection. Three towering golden forms materialized, their divine presence resplendent as the light of the Buddha illuminated the surroundings. Although the jade talisman was of low grade, the golden spirit Holy Mother's personal strength was formidable. They could not afford to be careless. As they blocked the jade talisman's strike, Guanyin's expression darkened. Yuanjun, do you truly wish to defy the heavens? Defy the heavens? When has our not acted against the heavens? The golden spirit Holy Mother retorted, her eyes filled with scorn, intensifying her control over the jade talisman. During the investiture of the god's calamity, she had been besieged by Manjushri and others and ambushed by the ancient Buddha of light, leading to her being placed on the divine list. Now, she sought retribution for both new and old grievances. She summoned two more artifacts, the four symbols pagoda and the flying golden sword, directing all three treasures toward the three bodhisattvas. The clash between the golden bodies and the artifacts produced a thunderous resonance, divine light surging forth. The golden bodies trembled violently, nearly shattering under the onslaught. The golden spirit Holy Mother, being at the quasi-saint level, was not to be trifled with. Even though she had been placed on the divine list and could not advance further, she was far beyond Guanyin and the others, who had been stripped of their saintly power. The strength they once had to contend with the golden spirit Holy Mother was now diminished. After a brief skirmish, the golden bodies of Manjushri and Samantabhadra were entirely demolished, leaving them in a pitiful state, while Guanyin fared slightly better, yet was still in a dire predicament. The golden spirit Holy Mother had once held a superior position in the second only to the primordial Buddha, and she could still take on three opponents alone. Moreover, without their saintly powers, Manjushri and others were even weaker than before. The scene of the golden spirit Holy Mother overpowering the three deities was transmitted to the heavenly court through the Haotian mirror. The Jade Emperor's lips curled into a smile, exclaiming, Yuanjun Dimitruli is a pillar of our heavenly court. Chapter 6, Yang Chan enters Mount Fongsong. 10 consecutive draws, golden egg fried rice. The Jade Emperor's decision to send down the golden spirit Holy Mother was indeed intentional. Only in such an opportunity for personal vendetta would she exert herself fully. The Jade Emperor was unconcerned, as long as the outcome was satisfactory. Your Majesty is wise. Yuanjun Dumu is formidable, the Jade Emperor's chief sycophant. The Star of the White Tiger immediately offered his praise. Other deities were equally pleased by the spectacle. They had long harbored disdain for those bald monks, and seeing the golden spirit Holy Mother overpowering three of them delighted them immensely. It would be best if they were thoroughly defeated, avenging the Buddhist sect's arrogance. Such thoughts crossed their minds. At that moment, a massive alms bowl suddenly descended from the sky, startling the golden spirit Holy Mother, who managed to evade it but was still knocked down from the clouds. Steadying herself, she looked up at the sky, where the radiance of the Buddha shone, and a towering figure sat upon a lotus platform. Hee, Brother Duobao, did you learn this ambush tactic from that old bald head, Randang? The golden spirit Holy Mother smirked, her eyes filled with mockery as she intentionally emphasized the name Duobao. Amitabha, I am here on behalf of the Tathagata. There is no need to revisit past matters. Without a change in demeanor, the Buddha raised his hand, and the bowl returned to his grasp. This exchange signified the complete dissolution of their once shared camaraderie. The Golden Spirit Mother scoffed, "What a Buddha you are! I am here on the edict of the Jade Emperor to safeguard the lower realms and maintain peace. Do you intend to obstruct me? You are becoming attached." The Buddha gently shook his head and replied, "The journey to the west has the endorsement of the heavenly mandate. The stone monkey is an indispensable figure. With his absence, our actions are regrettably necessary. I implore you not to hinder us." "Regrettably necessary?" The Golden Spirit Mother retorted mockingly, raising her delicate hand as 3 artifacts soared back to her, swirling around her. A tremendous surge of spiritual power erupted from her, causing the already injured 3 bodhisattvas to stagger, their faces paling in dismay. Observing this, the Buddha waved his hand, and the pressure on Guanyin and the others abruptly lifted. They exchanged glances and swiftly retreated to the Buddha's side. The Golden Spirit Mother, her expression frigid, was poised to strike again when a resonant voice boomed, "Buddha, while the heavenly mandate permits your journey to the west, it does not grant your sect the liberty to act recklessly in the realm of immortals. It is the duty of my heavenly court to protect this domain. How can I allow such folly?" The Jade Emperor's voice carried a weighty authority, clearly stating his stance. The Buddha remained silent, and after a moment, sighed, "I shall strictly adhere to the edict of the Jade Emperor, yet the matter of the journey is of great significance. Might I request a grace period of 3 days?" "Granted," was the Emperor's succinct reply. He understood that haste was unwise. Pressuring the Buddha further was unnecessary. Today, having compelled the Buddha to yield was sufficient. There would be ample opportunities in the future to cause the Buddha's sect further distress. With the Jade Emperor's acquiescence, the Buddha breathed a sigh of relief, and with the 3 bodhisattvas, vanished like a fleeting ray of light. Only the Golden Spirit Mother remained, her fury unabated yet helpless. After finally venturing out, where could she possibly enjoy herself? A young girl in a blue dress, her beauty striking, floated on a cloud above, puffing her cheeks and muttering to herself, "Brother is truly something else, shutting himself away every day and sealing off the entrance to the river, preventing me from going out. I feel like I'm going to mildew." She rested her chin on one hand, her feet dangling in the air. Suddenly, she spotted a majestic mountain ahead, shrouded in ethereal mist, lush and vibrant, exuding an air of mystery. I think I'll go there. Tomorrow, I'll visit the human world." With a decisive flip, she guided her cloud downward. Ling Taifong Xīyóu Mountain? The girl was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the boundary stone at the mountain gate. She recalled her brother sternly warning her not to approach Ling Taifong Xīyóu Mountain recently. His expression was quite serious. Her eyes darted mischievously, and she boldly strode inside. "Since I'm here, how could I not take a look? Just a glance should be harmless." While chaos reigned in the Buddhist realm, Chu Feng enjoyed a leisurely day. He lay atop a rooftop, gazing at the sky, while sounds of a monkey practicing cooking wafted up from the kitchen below. "System, I wanted 10 consecutive draws." Chu Feng suddenly remembered something and called out in his mind. After failing to obtain anything from single draws, he decided to save up for a 10 draw. And today marked the 10th day. He hoped to acquire new dishes. Knowing only how to make fried rice was rather limiting. Sitting up, he pondered whether to bathe, change clothes, and light incense to pray for good fortune. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head and chuckled, lying back down. This was not the modern world. The Buddhist sect likely harbored thoughts of eliminating him, so what was the use of praying for the Buddha's blessing? Thus, he commenced the lottery. Ding! Congratulations. The host has received a box of golden eggs, 50 pounds of exquisite crayfish, 50 bags of golden flour, 10 pounds of premium beef, and 4 types of seasoning. As the first 9 draws concluded, Chu Feng felt a splash of cold water douse his excitement. Damn it! If I don't receive anything good soon, I'm done for. Other systems are extraordinary, but mine seems utterly useless. Just then, the final prize appeared. Golden egg fried rice. Wow! Chu Feng shot upright, genuinely elated. He acknowledged that he had raised his voice a bit too much. Perhaps the system had some merit after all. Although it was not a high-end dish, it was certainly better than nothing. Meanwhile, the girl in the blue dress wandered deeper into the mountains until she stumbled upon a dilapidated small building. Drunken Immortal's abode? She blinked, half convinced she had misread. A restaurant in the depths of the mountains? What a joke. Inviting guests from the chaotic wilderness, flavors intoxicate the immortal. The girl widened her eyes at the couplets flanking the entrance. This is quite audacious. She, Yang Chan, sister of the renowned Erling Shun, had savored countless delicacies, and she was eager to see what this modest establishment had to offer. She stepped inside, casually surveying the surroundings. It was shabby and unremarkable. A low figure emerged from the kitchen, and upon closer inspection, she realized it bore a monkey's face. "Esteemed guest, please take a seat." Sun Wukong smiled broadly, revealing his teeth. This was a lesson from Chu Feng: treat guests with courtesy. A talking monkey? Yang Chan was slightly surprised, but dismissed it. She had encountered plenty of demons and spirits at the river, and this monkey was likely just another minor creature. "What dishes do you serve here?" Yang Chan inquired, taking a seat and tapping her fingers on the table. "Beef noodles," Sun Wukong replied proudly. After that, he fell silent. Yang Chan waited for a while without hearing anything more from the monkey, and then burst into laughter. With such flamboyant couplets outside, he could only manage beef noodles? "Then I'll have a bowl of beef noodles," she declared after a moment of contemplation. She was curious to see what made a bowl of beef noodles special. If it was subpar, she would demand the couplets be taken down. However, Sun Wukong shook his head. "I can't. I have to wait for my master to come and cook." "Master, we have a guest in the shop," Sun Wukong called out, stretching his neck. His own beef noodles were still in the practice phase. He was familiar with the process but struggled with execution. The taste was far from satisfactory. The gap between him and his master was vast, and he dared not serve it to a customer. "I know," came Chu Feng's voice from upstairs. As footsteps approached, Yang Chan witnessed a tall, handsome man descend. He was clad in a simple blue robe that fit him as if tailored, exuding an indescribable charm. With striking eyebrows and starry eyes, he carried an air of elegance. His features were picturesque, embodying an ethereal grace. What a dashing young man. Yang Chan had seen many handsome men, and her brother, Yang Jian, was renowned across realms for his looks, yet she found herself momentarily entranced by Chu Feng. What would the young lady like to order? Chu Feng offered a charming smile. This was the first time he had encountered someone else since arriving in this world. And she was a uniquely beautiful young woman. Truly, the celestial realm was remarkable. The first beauty he met was of such exceptional beauty. Yang Chan regained her composure, slightly embarrassed, and instinctively asked, "What do you have here?" Only then did she remember she had already asked the monkey. Sun Wukong chimed in. "I already said we have beef noodles." Yang Chan shot him a fierce glare. "You meddlesome monkey, who told you to butt in?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, bewildered by her ire. Chu Feng stifled a chuckle and replied calmly, "We serve beef noodles and egg fried rice." Just having drawn a new dish and receiving a customer was indeed a delightful occurrence. Egg fried rice. Sun Wukong's heart raced. Was his master about to introduce a new dish? I must hasten to prepare the beef noodles. Only then can I learn my master's new dish. He immediately bolstered his resolve. Then I shall have egg fried rice. Upon hearing that there was an alternative, Yang Chan unhesitatingly abandoned the beef noodles. "Please settle the bill first," Chu Feng smiled. Yang Chan, undeterred, produced a few copper coins from her purse and offered them. However, Chu Feng did not accept. Shaking his head with a smile, "This establishment does not accept mundane currency. How you choose to pay is entirely up to you." "Is this shop not charging for its fare?" Yang Chan was somewhat perplexed. Observing her confusion, Chu Feng waved his hand, causing a crystal ball from the counter to soar over and land on the table. By placing her hand upon it, she would discern how she could settle her bill. This was something Chu Feng had won in a lottery. Is it truly possible to do it this way? Yang Chan mused, somewhat skeptical, as she placed her hand on the orb. Soon, feedback emerged in her mind. 10% of my magical energy? For just a bowl of rice. I must forfeit 10% of my essence? This is undoubtedly a scam. Instantly, Yang Chan became wary. She had initially thought this was a humble eatery run by mortals. Yet it clearly was more than it seemed. She secretly circulated her magical energy to sense her surroundings, only to be astonished to find that she could not detect the presence of the person before her. Is their cultivation level beyond that of a celestial being? Yang Chan was secretly alarmed, for she was at the celestial realm, and the only being she could not perceive must be of a significantly higher caliber. She contemplated leaving, but decided to infuse her magical energy into the orb. After all, her brother Yang Jian was the elder disciple of the chant teaching. Bearing the title of sage, she was not afraid of anyone daring to trouble her. Furthermore, her magical energy would replenish, and 10% was not an excessive amount. She was keen to discover what this shopkeeper was up to. If she found it unsatisfactory, she would certainly have the 6 brothers of Maishan come to dismantle this establishment upon her return. Would you like to convert 10% of your celestial energy into spiritual power? The system's voice echoed, Convert, Chu Feng responded inwardly, somewhat surprised by the girl's cultivation level, realizing she was indeed a celestial being. It made sense. Ordinary individuals would not venture into such a place. He shook his head inwardly, dismissing further thoughts. A guest is a guest, regardless of their identity. As long as there was no trouble, all would be well. Please hold on. The egg fried rice will be ready shortly, Chu Feng said before turning to enter the kitchen. Thus, only one person and one monkey remained in the hall, their gazes locked. After a moment of silence, Yang Chan could not help but inquire, "Hey, little monkey. Why did you choose to establish your shop in such a remote forest?" Sun Wukong paused in his task of wiping the table and, hands on his hips, replied, "My master possesses vast powers. How could I possibly fathom his intentions? Unaware yet so self-righteous." Yang Chan rolled her eyes internally, realizing that this monkey was indeed a sycophant. Yet it also indicated that the shopkeeper possessed considerable strength. "And by the way, I am not little monkey, I am Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong added earnestly after some thought. Sun Wukong? Quite a fine name. Yang Chan nodded in approval. Immediately, Sun Wukong beamed with pride and declared, "Indeed, it is a name given by my master." "I thought so." Yang Chan nodded discreetly, considering that the monkey likely could not have conceived such a name himself. If it were the shopkeeper, it would make sense. Still, she was curious about the purpose of such a profound being establishing a shop here. The thoughts of these high-level individuals certainly diverged from those of ordinary folk. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was busy preparing the egg fried rice in the kitchen. In his previous life, egg fried rice was a well-known staple, found in restaurants on every street corner. However, the so-called egg fried rice served in those establishments was often far from satisfactory. Chu Feng retrieved a golden egg from the lottery and heated the oil in the pan until it was fragrant. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the basket, causing the eggs to soar into the air. Each egg collided with the knife's back, the shells cracking open, and the egg liquid cascading into the pan while the shells flew into the waste bin. The entire sequence was fluid and seamless. Sizzling. The egg liquid entered the pan with a sound, the aroma of the eggs quickly wafting out, intoxicating and delightful. At that moment, Chu Feng added the rice. The rice and scrambled eggs separated and blended in the air, each element intertwining beautifully, their golden hues vibrant and their fragrance overwhelming. Lifting the plate, Chu Feng emerged from the kitchen and placed it before Yang Chan. "Miss, here is your egg fried rice." Yang Chan's gaze was instantly drawn to it. The steam rose like ethereal mist, and a sprinkle of green onions atop the golden rice created a striking visual contrast, instantly igniting her appetite. The tantalizing aroma was rich yet not greasy, refreshing and invigorating. Gulp. Yang Chan, unaware, swallowed hard. Unable to resist any longer, she seized a spoon and dug in. She first took a small taste. The eggs and rice melded perfectly. The intense flavor enveloped her palate like a warm current flowing through her limbs. It felt as though every pore in her body was rejoicing. She could hardly contain herself, scooping a generous spoonful and placing it in her mouth. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The rich fragrance was pervasive yet not oily. The eggs had imparted a delightful freshness, blending seamlessly with the rice. Everything was simply exquisite. Eating such fried rice was truly a delight. In the end, Yang Chan lifted the plate directly to her lips. "This is so delicious. How could someone make egg fried rice this good?" Yang Chan had tasted the finest delicacies of the mountains and seas and savored countless earthly delights. Yet never had she experienced anything quite like this. All the exquisite dishes paled in comparison to this bowl of fried rice. Yang Chan could not stop herself, disregarding her demeanor as she devoured the rice, unable to pause. Chapter 8. The Takeaway Service of the Little Shop. Reward. Great Celestial Technique. This scene left Sun Wukong in a frenzy, scratching his head impatiently. He craned his neck, eager to sample his master's egg fried rice, saliva almost dripping from his mouth. Meanwhile, as Yang Chan continued to eat, a look of nostalgia washed over her. This bowl of fried rice was intensely aromatic yet not greasy. With each bite, it felt as though her soul was being healed. In a daze, she recalled her mother, who used to frequently prepare fried rice for her and her brother. That fried rice was neither as delectable nor as plentiful as this bowl, yet it represented a dream she could never return to, a memory deeply cherished. Yang Chan closed her eyes, savoring the final bite of fried rice. A single tear slipped down her cheek, and before she knew it, she was in tears. After some time, she collected herself and opened her eyes. "Shopkeeper, could you teach me how to make this fried rice?" Yang Chan could not help but ask. The price of that 10% of her magical energy was truly worth it. To have tasted such a dish made her long existence as a celestial being feel complete. Remembering her earlier intention to take down the shop's couplets, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. The couplets were indeed not exaggerated in the slightest. I apologize, but this is a secret recipe of our establishment and cannot be disclosed, Chu Feng replied with a gentle smile, though he felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the girl had not grasped any deeper understanding from her meal. Not everyone possessed luck as grand as Sun Wukong's. Indeed, my master has only one disciple, me. Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Humph, you little monkey can't even do it. What are you so proud of? Yang Chan shot him an irritated glance. Surprisingly, Sun Wukong did not retort but rather stated earnestly, I may not be able to now, but I shall certainly become a great chef like my master in the future. Yang Chan paused, taken aback. She refrained from saying anything further, as she suddenly felt that perhaps this monkey could indeed achieve that. She shook her head inwardly, choosing to ignore the monkey and turn back to Chu Feng, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Then, shopkeeper, may I have another bowl? Since she could not learn the recipe, she might as well indulge in another serving. I shall come every day for this. Chu Feng, however, shook his head. I'm afraid not. Each person may only have one of each dish per day. After all, rarity enhances value. If there were an endless supply, even the rarest delicacies would eventually become tiresome. It is only by mastering the art of scarcity marketing that one can sustain long-term success. Although the establishment currently sees few patrons, Chu Feng is confident that this won't persist, and thus he must set rules in advance. Yang Chan's hopeful eyes dimmed momentarily. She then recalled that she had sneaked out and quickly inquired, may I take a portion back home for my brother? She was certain that once her second brother tasted the fried rice, he would be swayed. If he enjoyed the dish, her escapade today would surely be forgiven, allowing her to freely indulge in fried rice in the future. Chu Feng initially thought the young lady was attempting to manipulate him. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard the system's voice. Ding! Please attempt to initiate the takeout service for the first time. Reward, grand immortal technique. Refusal yields no reward. Thus, the words of rejection transformed into, please hold on, I shall prepare a portion for you. Chu Feng, a man of principles, found it difficult to resist the allure of the system's generous offer. This immortal technique could lead directly to the great Tao. With this, Sun Wukong's desire for immortality could be fulfilled, and he could also enhance his own magical prowess. Shortly, Chu Feng packaged the second bowl of fried rice. Yang Chan accepted it and infused 1/10 of her magical energy into the crystal sphere. As she felt 2/10 of her energy being drawn away, her complexion paled slightly. Yet, she was immensely pleased, her eyes sparkling as she waved goodbye to Chu Feng. I'm off. Farewell, shopkeeper. She could hardly wait to let her brother experience the fried rice. Observing Yang Chan's spirited departure, Chu Feng shook his head with a chuckle. At the residence of Erlang Shun, Yang Jian donned a silver brocade robe, adorned with a crown of soaring phoenixes. A distinct vertical line graced his forehead as he coldly regarded the 6 individuals before him. The 6 brothers of Maishan bowed their heads, their expressions awkward and somewhat guilty. How many times had this occurred? Yang Jian inquired coolly, his handsome visage betraying a hint of severity. Big brother, our younger sister, Kong Anyu, one of the Maishan brothers, stepped forward, his expression conflicted, yet he ultimately remained silent. Yang Jian sighed, fully aware of his sister's mischievous and unruly nature. However, the outside world was currently unstable. The journey to the west had yet to commence, yet they had already lost the monkey, plunging the earthly immortal realm into chaos. He understood well the deviousness of those seemingly pious monks, and thus he was deeply concerned for his sister's safety. Second brother, look what I brought you. Yang Chan's voice echoed from outside. Yang Jian's anxious heart finally eased, his expression softening as he dismissed the Maishan brothers. Second brother, why did you summon them all? Yang Chan entered, her brow furrowed in suspicion. The Maishan brothers typically held significant positions and would not gather without a substantial reason. It's nothing. I simply asked them to report on recent matters. Yang Jian replied nonchalantly, glancing at Yang Chan. Where have you been? Did I not tell you not to wander about recently? Humph. I even brought you something good. Yang Chan stamped her foot in indignation, glaring at her brother with a look of frustration. How infuriating. Good things? Yang Jian chuckled lightly, unperturbed. However, he was somewhat pleased that she had thought to bring something back from her escapade, so it wasn't he entirely in vain to have doted on this silly sister. Humph. Seeing her second brother's indifference, Yang Chan huffed and opened the fried rice container, exclaiming, let me show you what true delicacy is. As the container opened, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Upon seeing the contents of the bowl, Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback, finding it both contemptible and amusing. Did this foolish sister think she could dazzle him with a bowl of fried rice? He had expected something more substantial. Even the peaches from the Queen Mother were a regular gift for him each year. For his sister to think a mere bowl of fried rice could satisfy him was rather underestimating his status as the illustrious Erlangchen, though it did smell quite appealing. Yet, having grown accustomed to exquisite feasts, he found it difficult to indulge in a simple bowl of fried rice. Come on, eat it, Yang Chan urged impatiently. She knew that fried rice would lose its flavor when cold, and if her brother was not satisfied, her dreams of indulging in food daily would be shattered. Otherwise, Xīyóu and Tiev rushed back. Yang Jian cast a skeptical glance at his sister, remaining silent, his gaze contemplative. Today, she was behaving unusually. Nevertheless, he decided to humor her. Thus, he picked up a spoon, intending to take a token bite, as it was a gesture of appreciation for her heartfelt gift. He truly did not understand what was so remarkable about a bowl of fried rice. Shaking his head, he took a bite and was instantly stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 9. After consuming a bowl of fried rice, Yang Jian ascended to the great immortal. Delicious. Exceedingly delicious. Upon finishing a mouthful, the vertical eye on his forehead opened in astonishment, a flash of golden light illuminating his features. This was undeniably the finest dish he had ever tasted. He had previously believed that the best banquet in the three realms was hosted by the Queen Mother, but now he realized that her feast could not compare to even a single grain of this fried rice. Shocked, he found himself unconsciously taking the bowl from Yang Chan's hands, devouring the rice voraciously, as if he had not eaten in ages. Humph. Now you know how wonderful this fried rice is. Yang Chan beamed with pride, reveling in her brother's uncharacteristic display of enthusiasm. It was as if she had prepared the dish herself. Watching him, she couldn't help but swallow, quickly averting her gaze. Although she had just eaten, she suddenly craved more. She must not let her brother discover her desire. That would be utterly embarrassing. Had she known, she would have opened it earlier. At that moment, Yang Jian had polished off the fried rice, leaving not a single grain behind. Should anyone witness him in such a state, they would undoubtedly question their existence. So, I told you this is the finest delicacy in the world, didn't I? Yang Chan said, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Yang Jian nodded, about to speak when suddenly, his expression froze, the bowl slipping from his grasp and crashing to the floor. His face transformed from shock to elation. The bottleneck had loosened. He felt as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but how could this be? He was at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal stage, seemingly just a step away from the Great Immortal, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. By his estimations, it would take at least another 500 years to break through to the Great Immortal. Yet after consuming this bowl of fried rice, his bottleneck had actually loosened. He was about to break through. It seemed that this bowl of fried rice possessed a miraculous power, assaulting his barriers. He promptly resolved to seize the moment and surge forward. In this world of journey to the west, only formidable strength holds true significance. You must leave. I am entering seclusion. Yang Jian urged Yang Chan impatiently. Yang Chan, merely a celestial, would be unable to withstand the immense pressure of his impending breakthrough to the Great Immortal. What? Yang Chan pouted, wishing to hear her brother's thoughts on the fried rice. However, noticing his unusual demeanor, she refrained from questioning further, leaving with a sense of disappointment. Boom. Just as she stepped outside, a tremendous surge of magical energy erupted from Yang Jian. Yang Chan's heart raced with alarm, her face reflecting incredulity. Was her second brother about to break through? Was he ascending to the Great Immortal? Inside the room, Yang Jian seated himself, channeling all his magical energy into his cultivation. A white flower began to coalesce above his head, blooming into a cascade of petals, each embodying profound mystical resonance. 3 flowers gather at the crown. This was the hallmark of ascending to the Great Immortal. The petals soon blossomed into 9, yet Yang Jian's magical energy was nearly depleted. Nevertheless, he was unsatisfied. Once more, Yang Jian roared, pushing his technique to its utmost limit, pouring every ounce of energy into that flower. At last, the 10th petal unfurled. The 10th grade celestial flower. This was the pinnacle of perfection. Subsequently, the second black flower began to coalesce and bloom, its petals unfurling until 6 were fully formed. But Yang Jian's expression stiffened. The effort required to forcibly condense the heavenly flower was immense. Now, consolidating the earth flower was proving to be quite taxing. A glint of determination flashed in Yang Jian's eyes as he waved his hand, summoning a spiritual treasure before him. With a firm grasp, the treasure erupted instantaneously. The energy contained within was swiftly absorbed into Yang Jian's body, causing the petals to condense anew. 7 petals, 8 petals. This was his utmost limit. However, a sense of despair washed over him. He was devoid of the magical power necessary even to concentrate the human flower. Was he truly destined to fail? Gritting his teeth, he thought that if he were to falter now, he would inevitably suffer a backlash from his realm, potentially injuring his very essence and causing his level to plummet. Even if it were merely to condense the flower's core, he could still ascend to the great Luo, albeit at a diminished capacity, with the ultimate heavenly flower compensating for the deficiency. Yet, it was evident that he could no longer achieve this. The 6 saints of Meishan, who had not ventured far since the commotion and returned. Only the celestial hound was nowhere to be found. After Yang Chan relayed the situation, the 6 bore mixed expressions of joy and concern, as this was indeed a hasty undertaking. Without further ado, they commenced forming a protective array. Yet, they were not the only ones aware that Yang Jian had fallen into a dire predicament. Just as despair enveloped Yang Jian, an unexpected twist occurred. Ding! Yang Jian consumed fried rice and advanced to the Great Luo realm. Would you like to simultaneously acquire insights into this realm? The voice of the system echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Langshan Yang Jian. Chu Feng was taken aback. How had Yang Jian managed to eat his fried rice? Then he recalled the words of that young girl, who mentioned packing a portion for her brother. Could it be that she was the sister of Langshan Yang Jian, the future 3 Holy Mother? Chu Feng was astonished, then shook his head in amusement. The disparity in talent between the siblings was indeed remarkable. While Yang Chan experienced no effects, Yang Jian had directly ascended to the Great Luo. Although it was merely an understanding without tangible cultivation, it was still commendable. Synchronize, murmured Chu Feng. In that instant, the memories of Yang Jian's breakthrough surged into his mind, causing Chu Feng's lips to twitch. Yang Jian truly was a reckless individual. With his caliber, he had forcibly condensed the 10th grade heavenly flower. Had it not been for consuming his fried rice, he might have been rendered incapable. Yet, against all odds, he had succeeded. Luck was indeed on his side. Ding! Yang Jian consumed fried rice and comprehended the divine ability one thought decapitation. Would you like to synchronize this knowledge? The system's voice resonated once more in Chu Feng's mind. Meanwhile, at Guanjingku, a group of Buddhist practitioners traversed the skies. Leading them was Lingji Bodhisattva, adorned with a precious crown, reciting scriptures with closed eyes, draped in a cassock, radiating Buddhist light, flanked by arhats for protection, with Jade paving the way ahead. Lingji held a precious dragon staff, exuding solemnity. What realm is this? Lingji inquired, opening his eyes and halting his recitation. Bodhisattva, we have arrived at Guanjingku. A respectful Jade responded, hesitating. Should we continue the search? Why not search? Lingji Bodhisattva replied with an air of calm. The Jade continued. But Yang Jian is the nephew of the Jade Emperor and a disciple of the Chan sect, himself at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. Huh? Lingji scoffed, interrupting. And so what? The resurgence of our Buddhist order is the will of the heavenly path. Even the Jade Emperor must bow his head. A mere Tai Golden Immortal cannot stir any significant waves before a great Luo Golden Immortal. Although the Jade was hesitant to confront Yang Jian, who was renowned as a warrior of the 3 realms, he dared not defy Lingji Bodhisattva's orders. He soared above Guanjingku and shouted, Where's the true Lord Erlang? We are here on the Buddha's orders to search for the stone monkey. Please cooperate with our investigation. His voice, imbued with a melodic resonance, echoed throughout Guanjingku. The 6 saints of Meishan furrowed their brows in unison. Indeed, the audacity of the Buddhist was appalling. Kong On Yu rose, stating, You continue to guard my elder brother. I will go negotiate. With that, he transformed into a streak of light and dashed out. Yang Chan blinked, pondering. Were they searching for a monkey? Today, she had encountered a talking monkey at that peculiar restaurant. Surely, it couldn't be the same one? Chapter 10. Yang Jian's flower blooms to 28 petals, shocking the 3 realms. Facing the Buddhist practitioners, Kong On Yu clasped his hands and said, My elder brother is preoccupied with important matters and cannot receive guests. I kindly ask you all to return another day. He is currently striving for the Great Luo and is at a critical juncture. He must not be disturbed. I, a humble monk, have come under the Buddha's command. We ask for your cooperation. Lingji smiled, hands pressed together. Lingji Bodhisattva. Kong On Yu's heart sank. He recognized Lingji as a great Luo Golden Immortal. Lingji smiled, but Kong Anyu felt as though he were being scrutinized by a predatory beast. Cold sweat trickling down his back. He had anticipated merely facing some arhats and Jedi, whom he could handle. However, he had not expected to confront Lingji Bodhisattva. Relax. We bear no ill intentions. We are merely mandated to search, Lingji said, noticing Kong Anyu's trepidation. Lingji's insistence on a thorough search made Kong Anyu hesitate. Should he allow them to search? But he quickly regained his composure, his expression darkening as he stated firmly, "No. Without my elder brother's orders, I cannot make such decisions." What nonsense! His elder brother was the third-generation master of the Chant sect. Such status represented the dignity of the Xuanguan. If the Buddhists were permitted to search the immortal abode, it would be a slap in the face of the Xuanguan. Humph. Lingji snorted coldly, his smile vanishing. It seems you are forcing me to take action. His aura surged, the pressure of a great Luo golden immortal overwhelming Kong Anyu, who staggered back several steps to regain his breath. To obstruct my Buddhist order's westward journey is to defy the heavens. Today, I shall act in accordance with divine will. Lingji declared, striking forth with a powerful palm. He had come with no intention of mercy. The Jade Emperor had sent the Golden Spirit Holy Mother to impede the westward journey, slapping the Buddhist face. Thus, he intended to retaliate against Yang Jian. A palm strike from a great Luo golden immortal was beyond Kong Anyu's capacity to withstand, and he was directly sent crashing into the earth. Second brother. The remaining 5 brothers' eyes widened in fury, charging into the sky to confront Lingji. Yang Chan's face paled as she hurried to rescue the unconscious Kong Anyu and attempted to heal his wounds, but her efforts proved futile. The damage inflicted by a great Luo golden immortal was far beyond what a mere celestial could mend. In the face of the 5 brothers' assault, Lingji's expression remained dismissive. Amipa. Lingji chanted, unleashing 5 successive strikes. The 5 brothers of Meishan were no match for him, sustaining severe injuries and being sent flying. Yet Lingji showed no intention of relenting. Advancing once more to attack the 5, the 6 brothers of Meishan were mere rogue cultivators, devoid of backing. Killing the chicken to frighten the monkey was an excellent strategy. But at that moment, a figure stood before him. Lingji, this is not a place where your Buddhist order can run rampant. Yang Jian's countenance was stern. The vertical eye on his forehead fully opened, radiating fierce brilliance. Yang Jian. Lingji's demeanor darkened as he swung his precious dragon staff forward. With the mask of civility torn away, there was nothing left to say. However, Yang Jian seized the staff with a firm grip, rendering it immobile like a vice, preventing Lingji from wielding it further. Seeking death, Lingji roared, transforming the staff into an 8-clawed golden dragon. The dragon roared fiercely, breaking free from its constraints and lunging directly at Yang Jian, intent on swallowing him whole. This commotion drew the attention of many. The Jade Emperor observed the scene through the Hautian mirror. The Buddhist order is too overbearing. The deities were incensed. The Jade Emperor had only granted the Buddhists a 3-day grace period. How dare they act so brazenly? Only the Jade Emperor looked on in astonishment, considering Yang Jian thoughtfully. At Ling Mountain, the events at Guanjinku were also revealed through the Tathagata's reflection. Goodness! Lingji Bodhisattva is a paragon of our Buddhist order. The Buddhist practitioners wore smiles, brimming with pride. Especially Guanyin, Manjushri, and Samantabhadra felt an immense sense of satisfaction upon witnessing this scene. Although they could not provoke the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, subduing a mere Yang Jian was well within their grasp. Those who obstruct my Buddhist path to the west deserve death. With the conclusion of the journey to the west, the Buddhist sect would flourish, rendering the Taoist sect utterly powerless. The expressions of the Buddhist followers were laced with mockery. Only the Tathagata and the Lamp of Wisdom bore grave expressions, lost in their contemplations. As the golden dragon prepared to engulf Yang Jian, Lingji displayed a triumphant demeanor. For his flying dragon staff was forged from the body of an 8-clawed golden dragon, empowered by his Deluo golden immortal abilities. It rivaled the might of a living being at its peak. A mere Tai golden immortal like Yang Jian was but an ant. Brother. The 5 brothers from Meishan looked on with anxious expressions, yet felt powerless. Lingji, you shall pay with your life. Yang Jian's face darkened. How could his own brother suffer such grievous harm? With a single, forceful punch, he unleashed a colossal shadow that collided with the golden dragon, producing a shockwave potent enough to level the surroundings, causing the very earth to tremble. Second brother. Yang Chan was knocked to her knees by the residual force, her gaze fixated on the explosion of golden light, tears streaming down her face. Amitabha. Lingji chanted in disdain, the god of war in the 3 realms? Do you truly believe yourself invincible? How laughable. In the midst of his swirling thoughts, Lingji was suddenly taken aback. With a swish, a figure reappeared, and he saw the flying dragon staff hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it, only to be propelled away by an overwhelming force. Lingji's expression turned ashen as he was sent crashing into a mountain. As the golden light dissipated, Yang Jian stood majestically in midair, clad in silver robes. Wielding a double-bladed halberd, his vertical pupils glaring with authority, exuding an aura of dominance. Not a single thread of his attire bore damage. Lingji, now returned, appeared disheveled, his clothing tattered and face smeared with dirt. How is this possible? How could you defeat my flying dragon staff? Lingji shouted in a frenzy. He, a dignified Deluo golden immortal, had suffered at the hands of a Tai golden immortal, a humiliation more unbearable than death. Yang Jian's gaze was frigid, and he remained silent. However, torrents of immense power emanated from him, and above his head blossomed 3 ethereal flowers. Lingji's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. The heavenly flower of the 10th rank, the earth flower of the 8th rank, and the human flower, equally at the 10th rank. This was a Deluo golden immortal of 28 ranks. The Jade Emperor gasped, his earlier composure shattered as he stood upright, his imperial crown askew. The Tathagata trembled, the radiance of his Buddha body dissipating. The convergence of 3 flowers atop one's head symbolized one's innate potential. A rank of 21 could qualify one for quasi-sainthood. 27 indicated the potential for true sainthood. Among the 3 realms, only the supreme purity in the Tao ancestor had achieved ranks above 30. Were it not for the fixed number of 6 saints, Yang Jian would undoubtedly ascend to sainthood in the future. Yet, how could this be? Yang Jian's father was merely a mortal, and his mother, Yao Ji, was leagues beneath the Jade Emperor in status. His potential could not possibly defy the heavens. It was known that the Jade Emperor had achieved only 24 ranks. Yet here stood Yang Jian, undeniably at 28. Surely, this must be a dream. The Taoist immortals were left questioning their very existence, unable to believe their eyes. The Buddhist sect was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the Taoists had produced such a prodigy, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Chapter 11. Yang Jian battles Lingji, one strike to sever the flesh, one thought to cut the true spirit. Lingji was shaken to his core by this revelation, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "This is impossible. How could you be a Deluo golden immortal?" He was genuinely terrified. Yang Jian replied with a cold smile, "Lingji, I warned you that this is not a place for recklessness." Though he appeared calm on the surface, a tempest raged within. He had previously despaired, believing that the gathering of the human flower was beyond hope, yet the remnants of that bowl of fried rice had surged forth again, allowing him to manifest the human flower, reaching the 10th rank. Not only that, but it had also granted him comprehension of divine abilities. Such a miraculous event left him astounded. What sort of existence could bestow such defiance against fate? Even the founder of the Chant teaching could not achieve this. Lingji's expression darkened as he retorted angrily, "You are merely a novice in Deluo. What does it matter if you are at 28 ranks? If you wish to battle, then let us engage." He was at the pinnacle of the early stages of Deluo, far surpassing Yang Jian, who had only just embarked on his journey. "Just as I desire." Yang Jian's killing intent surged. Merely injuring his brother rendered this feud irreconcilable. Moreover, this was not only about his own face, but also the reputation of the entire Taoist sect. Lingji, unwilling to back down, brandished the flying dragon staff and initiated the attack. However, as they clashed once more, Lingji quickly regretted his decision. Yang Jian, hailed as the god of war, was born for battle. In equal realms, Lingji was no match for him. Soon, he found himself in a state of utter disarray. The celestial beings of the heavenly court erupted in laughter, while the Buddhist followers fell into a profound silence. It was a farce for an established Deluo golden immortal to be so easily outmatched by a newly ascended one. Within just a few exchanges, Lingji could no longer withstand the onslaught. He staggered back several steps, palms pressed together as his power surged anew, summoning a colossal golden body from behind. "Amitabha, benefactor. Shall we retreat a step each?" Lingji invoked his 6-foot golden body, an unmatched defensive technique of the Buddhist sect, yet ultimately, it was merely a defensive skill. Lingji hoped to de-escalate the confrontation. Is the Buddhist sect so cowardly as to fear the strong? Yang Jian scoffed, "The choice to retreat is no longer yours." With that, he swung his weapon once more, aiming directly at the 6-foot golden body. "Overestimating yourself," Lingji snorted, his bravado faltering. He could not believe that Yang Jian could breach his golden body today. This was the foundation of his confidence. Even if he could not win, he believed no one could shatter his golden form. Yang Jian fell silent, closing all three eyes simultaneously, stepping back to assume a peculiar stance, his formidable aura rising. One thought to sever? Chu Feng, receiving Yang Jian's feedback, stood in the courtyard, eager to test his abilities. With a sweep of his arm, an invisible force sliced toward a sturdy tree. The air cut through, yet nothing happened. Not even a single leaf fell. Chu Feng nodded in approval, remarking, impressive power. Truly worthy of the second son of heaven, with such innate talent. Yang Jian's aura intensified. Lingji felt an inexplicable unease rising within him, a deep sense of foreboding. Suddenly, Yang Jian opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within, and simultaneously, he swung his double-bladed halberd forward. Sever. That strike descended like a landslide, unstoppable and relentless. Lingji's expression shifted dramatically as he focused all his energy to condense his golden body. Boom. The clash resonated like the tolling of a great bell. Ultimately, Yang Jian did not break through the golden body. Lingji exhaled in relief. Is that all? You think you can breach my golden body? However, Lingji's smile quickly faltered. While Yang Jian had indeed been halted outside the golden body, a shadow of Yang Jian had penetrated through. No, how is this possible? Lingji had no time to ponder further as Yang Jian's shadow descended with a strike. Chu Feng examined the tree, which seemed unscathed, yet in truth, it had lost all vitality. The one thought to sever did not merely strike the flesh, but also the spirit. The essence of that tree had been severed, and it would likely wither within days. This was indeed a formidable divine ability, one that left the enemy defenseless. After contemplation, Chu Feng called out, Wukong, come forth and chop this tree for firewood. Yang Jian's strike shattered Lingji's golden body entirely. The Tathagata vanished from Ling Mountain in an instant. The assembled Buddhas and Bodhisattvas exchanged glances, and the next moment, the entire Ling Mountain resonated with a mournful wail. A sound only those of Bodhisattva rank and above could produce. The spirit of Ling Shan sensed the departure of their life force, hence let out a mournful cry. Now, only the Bodhisattva Lingji remained outside. The faces of the Buddhist assembly were filled with astonishment. Did this imply that the Bodhisattva Lingji had fallen? After the Tathagata's departure, the light of the lamp illuminated the scene once more. As they had surmised, the golden body of Lingji lay shattered, the physical form unscathed, yet the soul had departed. Yang Jian, too, was utterly bewildered. He had unwittingly grasped such formidable powers. He had merely wished to experiment, never anticipating that he would cleave Lingji asunder. That bowl of noodles had indeed transformed him profoundly. The surrounding Buddhist practitioners were already dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the Bodhisattva Lingji would be so effortlessly slain by Yang Jian? He was nothing short of a god of slaughter. The visage of the Tathagata materialized from the void, his expression grave. He had arrived too late. Yang Jian's strike had taken everyone by surprise. With a stern countenance, the Tathagata waved his hand, gathering the remnants of Lingji's spirit, which he subsequently cast into the netherworld. Lingji was an integral part of the journey to the west and could not simply perish. He could only be sent into reincarnation to reconstruct his corporeal form. Amitabha. Yang Jian, your propensity for killing is too pronounced. Today, allow this humble monk to assist you in eradicating your bloodshed. The Tathagata's countenance darkened, his hands clasped, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ha ha ha, what a pronounced propensity for killing. Is the Buddhist order truly so hypocritical? Yang Jian laughed heartily. His double-edged spear pointed defiantly at the Tathagata. Insolence. The Tathagata's eyes widened in fury. How dare a mere Deluo golden immortal speak to him in such a manner? The Tathagata raised his hand, and a purple gold alms bowl flew forth, instantly enlarging in midair, enveloping Yang Jian. An invisible restraint rendered Yang Jian immobile. The chasm between a quasi-saint and a Deluo golden immortal was akin to an insurmountable abyss. Yang Jian had no power to retaliate before the Tathagata. Come with this humble monk back to the great Thunder Sound Temple for repentance. The Tathagata spoke calmly. He dared not directly annihilate Yang Jian. For Yang Jian was the current eldest disciple of the chant teaching, having just attained the Deluo fruit position through his cultivation. Such a prodigy, if slain, would surely incite the wrath of the primordial master, who would disregard the teachings of the Tao ancestor to obliterate him in a fit of rage. Thus, taking Yang Jian away would be the best course of action, preserving the dignity of the Buddhist order without provoking the chant teaching. The Tathagata felt troubled. Why did Lingji have to provoke someone from the chant teaching, knowing full well how protective the primordial master was? At that moment, the Jade Emperor also regained his senses, naturally unwilling to allow Yang Jian to be taken by the Tathagata. Just then, a breathtaking sword energy descended from the heavens, seemingly poised to cleave the very fabric of reality. Yang Jian's restraints were severed. The Jade Emperor withdrew his hand, feigning ignorance of the occurrence, since another had intervened. His involvement was no longer necessary, which suited him just fine. Chapter 12. The Tathagata takes action. The saint emerges. A figure stepped forth from the void, clad in white, adorned with a jade crown, wielding a 3-foot-long sword, exuding an aura of formidable might. I have encountered the Lord of Yuding, the Tathagata remarked, casting a deep sigh towards him. He understood that today he could not take Yang Jian away, though the Lord of Yuding was only at the early stage of quasi-sainthood. His swordsmanship was astonishing. Particularly, the Lord of Yuding wielded the extermination sword. While the Tathagata could likely overcome him, it would not be an easy feat moreover. The appearance of the Lord of Yuding signified the stance of the chant teaching. Master, Yang Jian exclaimed with joy, regarding the extraordinary figure in the sky. The Lord of Yuding, Yang Jian has slain a disciple of the Buddhist order, a grave sin. I require an explanation today, the Tathagata continued. Even if he could not take Yang Jian away, he could not simply swallow his pride, lest the Buddhist order lose face. An act of provocation led to death. Such is the fate. The Lord of Yuding sheathed his sword, seemingly disinclined to engage, dismissing the Tathagata's claims with disdain. The Tathagata slowly replied. Lingji was merely fulfilling the decrees of the heavenly Tao, not an act of provocation, and he had received the Jade Emperor's permission for 3 days. If it was indeed decreed by the heavenly Tao, how could the disciples of the Chan teaching be unaware? The Lord of Yuding retorted coldly. The Tathagata understood this too. But should he leave empty-handed, the Buddhist order would be left with no dignity, a result he could not accept. Thus, a stalemate ensued. At this moment, a green bull approached from the east, ridden by an elderly Taoist. This Taoist appeared unremarkable, yet none dared to overlook his presence. I have encountered the Old Lord. Both the Tathagata and the Lord of Yuding spoke in unison. The Supreme Old Lord nodded slightly, gazing at the Tathagata. He had once viewed this disciple as a pawn, yet now found himself outmaneuvered. Your Buddhist order bears the initial fault. Yang Jian cannot be handed over to you. The Supreme Old Lord spoke leisurely. The Tathagata's expression darkened further, but the Supreme Old Lord continued. This humble Taoist shall bestow upon the Buddhist order a 7-transformation, soul-nurturing golden pill as compensation. How does that sound? ISNT it the 9-transformation soul-returning pill? Lingji must still undergo reincarnation. The Tathagata lamented inwardly. Yet he understood this was likely the attitude of the saints. Good, good. The Tathagata sighed and accepted the soul-nurturing golden pill, promising to save it for Lingji's return. This humble monk takes his leave. The Tathagata hurriedly departed, wanting nothing more than to be away from this place. I pay my respects to the Old Lord. Yang Jian approached respectfully. The teachings of humanity had always maintained a good relationship with the Chan teaching. Indeed, the Supreme Old Lord appraised Yang Jian, exclaiming, such roots have blossomed into the 28 grades of Xīyóu. Your aptitude is remarkable. Yang Jian felt a bit embarrassed. With his talents, he might have met his demise. He owed his current accomplishments to that bowl of fried rice. He would need to inquire with his younger sister about the origins of that dish. Such a great favor could not go unacknowledged. The Lord of Yuding beamed with pride. His disciple, Yang Jian, had always stood out among the 3rd generation. And now he had achieved Xīyóu, possessing the potential of a saint. His future prospects were limitless. He felt increasingly proud of this disciple. Yet, he still cautioned. That you have achieved Xīyóu, remain humble and cautious, for only then can you journey further. I understand, Master. Yang Jian wholeheartedly agreed. The Lord of Yuding, seeing Yang Jian's composure, felt even greater admiration, and with a wave of his hand, a sharp long sword materialized before him. Today, I bestow upon you this extermination sword. This sword was his treasured possession, yet since he was granted the saint's extermination sword, this one had become redundant. Bestowing it upon Yang Jian was a form of inheritance. Thank you, Master. Yang Jian exclaimed joyfully, accepting it with solemnity. The Supreme Old Lord shook his head in amusement, realizing that the Lord of Yuding had cunningly maneuvered him. To not offer something would seem stingy. So he produced a white jade vial. This is the sheep fat jade purification bottle. Recite a name, and it can contain the individual within. After a brief period, it will transform into pus. This vial contains a 4-transformation golden pill for your subordinates to use to recover from injuries. He clearly did not lack such items. Thank you for the treasure, old lord. Yang Jian was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. This humble Taoist takes his leave. The supreme old lord nodded slightly. Preparing to depart, the lord of Yuding also affirmed, I must return as well. Once both the old lord and the master had left, Yang Jian swiftly descended to administer the golden pill to the 6 brothers of Meishan. The 6 soon returned to their former selves. Congratulations, elder brother, on achieving the Luo. As soon as the 6 brothers recovered, they expressed their congratulations. They had originally been solitary cultivators, but had naturally become minor deities after aligning with Yang Jian. They were overjoyed by his newfound strength. All right, while the effects of the golden pill are still potent, retreat for seclusion and strive to achieve the Tai Golden Immortal soon. Yang Jian nodded and instructed. Understood. The 6 brothers immediately departed, aware that such opportunities were rare and not to be squandered. Brother, you've broken through to the Luo so quickly? Yang Chan inquired eagerly. Did you not know? Yang Jian replied in astonishment. Yang Chan was even more puzzled. What? Yang Jian did not conceal the truth. It was that bowl of fried rice you gave me. After consuming it, I directly broke through to the Luo Golden Immortal. Yang Chan was taken aback, exclaiming, Isn't that just a bowl of ordinary fried rice? I had it too, but felt nothing at all. Yang Jian, with a contemplative expression, knew that the fried rice could not be ordinary. It not only helped him condense the 10-grade human flour, but also enabled him to comprehend the one thought slash. With a complex look, he glanced at his sister and decided to speak frankly. Perhaps it is due to talent. Talent? Yang Chan was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing with indignation. Brother, how could you say such a thing and imply that I am foolish? Where did you get that fried rice, little sister? Yang Jian quickly changed the subject, for this was the question that intrigued him the most. Yang Chan sulked. At the Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain, there is a small restaurant. How could you go there? Did I not tell you not to wander around? Yang Jian instinctively scolded. He was aware that it was a place established by the Buddhist sect specifically for training monkeys, not a safe territory. Would you achieve great enlightenment without my efforts? Yang Chan retorted defiantly. How ungrateful. Yang Jian felt a bit embarrassed. She had a point. Seeing that her brother had nothing more to say, Yang Chan huffed lightly, her mood improving slightly. She then began to recount her experiences at Fangsuan Mountain. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? A meal cost 1/10 of one's magical power? As Yang Chan narrated, Yang Jian was already in awe. This little establishment was indeed extraordinary. However, he quickly seized upon another crucial detail. You mentioned there was a talking monkey there? Yes. Yang Chan replied nonchalantly. Just a little monkey demon. We have many of those at the Jiangkou. Yang Jian frowned. The combination of the Ling'ai Fangsuan mountain monkeys likely indicated that the Buddhist sect was indeed seeking that particular monkey. If that were the case, the one who provided him with the fried rice was undoubtedly a remarkable figure, capable of deceiving even the saints. The monkey itself was of little concern to him, as the journey to the west had no bearing on their mystical sect. However, having just slain Ling Ji, he could not afford to visit Fangsuan Mountain to express his gratitude at this moment. He would have to wait for the turmoil to pass. In due time, he would pay a visit to that esteemed elder. As for Yang Chan, she was once again grounded, for Yang Jian could not risk allowing his sister to venture into the territory of the Buddhist sect. Those monks were notoriously cunning. Chapter 13. The Six-Eared Macaque enters the world, becoming a disciple at Fangsuan Mountain in the Purple Cloud Palace. Laozi remarked, Junior brother, you have a fine disciple. Holding a white piece, he placed it upon the chessboard, which seemed to contain a vast galaxy, producing a clear sound. He mused. Yang Jian has blossomed into a 28-grade Deluo, having slain Ling Ji. His future is boundless. Is this true? Yuan Shi Tianzun was momentarily taken aback, his black piece trembling in his hand. He was indeed familiar with Yang Jian, the foremost disciple of the truncated teaching's 3rd generation, renowned far and wide, and he had followed his progress to some extent. Yet, he was also aware that Yang Jian lacked the foundational roots required. From what he knew, given Yang Jian's base, even reaching 20-grade Deluo might pose a significant challenge. This matter attracted the attention of the 3 realms. Laozi smiled faintly, inwardly lamenting the plight of his disciple, who seemed to be in for a world of troubles. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi ceased to ponder further. Perhaps Yang Jian had some grand opportunity awaiting him. The saints were indeed restricted and knew little of the external affairs. Truly remarkable. A 28-grade Deluo. Yuan Shi Tianzun's mood brightened. His disciple's accomplishments brought him joy. He relished such talents. They would ensure that the truncated teaching nurtured him well. As for the Buddhist sect's opinions, he cared little. For Ling Ji was but a trifling matter. What did it matter if he was slain? Junior brother, it is your turn to make a move. Lousy. Noticing Yuanshi's foolish grin, had to remind him. Meanwhile, the two saints of the West wore grim expressions. The Buddhist sect already suffered from a lack of talent. And with the journey to the West yet to begin, they had lost another bodhisattva. This matter could not be overlooked. Zhuan Ti's face was filled with anger. The Jain Taoist shook his head with a wry smile. But our Buddhist sect has already agreed not to pursue this matter further. Zhuan Ti snickered coldly. Brother, if we do not trouble Yang Jian, I can always target his sister. This scheme, originally intended to ensnare the Jade Emperor, would now have to be enacted prematurely. When faced with a choice between the heavenly decree and his sister, what would Yang Jian choose? Zhuan Ti's eyes gleamed with malice. Realizing his junior brother had devised a new plot, Jane ceased speaking. At Ling Mountain, the Buddhist light continued to shine brightly, yet the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Guanyin wore a worried expression. Buddha, shall we continue to search for the whereabouts of that monkey? Who could have anticipated such an unexpected turn of events just before the journey to the West? The monkey's disappearance, combined with her grievous injury at the hands of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Ling Ji's reincarnation, made the situation exceedingly dire. There is no need to search any longer, the Tathagata sighed heavily. If we persist, it may incite chaos throughout the three realms. Are we truly not searching anymore? Everyone was taken aback. The Tathagata spoke slowly. The journey to the West shall proceed as planned. I have my arrangements. Days later, the Buddhist sect announced that they had found the monkey and sent it to Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. You resemble a monkey that eats pine cones. I shall bestow upon you a surname. The Bodhi Patriarch spoke with a calm demeanor. The character who is derived from the beast radical, representing the ancient moon. In ancient times, old signifies age, while moon symbolizes the yin. An old yin cannot procreate, thus you shall take the surname Sun, removing the radical, you shall be called Sun Wukong. My disciples have 12 characters: broad, great, wise, enlightened, true, suchness, nature, see, brilliance, understanding, round, awakening. As for you, it is perfectly fitting that your character is Wu. Indeed, in the primordial chaos, there were originally no surnames. To break through the stubborn void, one must attain enlightenment. Henceforth, you shall be called Sun Wukong. The Bodhi Patriarch's expression remained unperturbed. Yes, disciple understands. Before the Bodhi Patriarch knelt a monkey, possessing 6 ears. Everything was set back on course. At Fangsuan Mountain, in the drunken, immortal pavilion, Chu Feng reclined comfortably in an armchair behind the counter, pleasantly rocking back and forth, a reward he had drawn. Observing the busy little monkey in the shop, he casually inquired, Wukong, do you wish to pursue immortality? Sun Wukong momentarily froze, his eyes darting before breaking into a grin. Master, son, do not wish to cultivate immortality. I only want to learn how to cook. To speak frankly, Chu Feng sipped his tea leisurely. It was evident to him that the monkey genuinely desired to learn to cook, though he had not entirely relinquished his yearning for immortality. I realized my mistake. Sun Wukong's expression shifted, hastily responding. Chu Feng waved his hand, interrupting the monkey. Your singular desire to master cooking is commendable. But have you considered how much you could learn even if you devoted your entire life to it? His culinary skills were enhanced by a system, impossible for others to replicate. While learning the basics was feasible, achieving his level was utterly unattainable. Is that so? Sun Wukong's spirits plummeted. Ultimately, the pursuit of longevity remained paramount. Only by living longer could one learn more. Yet, as a mortal, how could one attain immortality? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng observed the monkey's entire demeanor deflate like a deflated balloon, devoid of energy. He shook his head in resignation and summoned the tome of celestial methods before Sun Wukong. Great immortal technique? Sun Wukong instinctively grasped it, yet wore a puzzled expression. This is the celestial method you seek, capable of directly leading to Luo, Chu Feng stated nonchalantly. The celestial method. Sun Wukong gasped, his breathing becoming noticeably heavier, his hands trembling as he clutched the tome. Could this truly be the method for which he had longed? Disciple thanks master. Sun Wukong quickly came to his senses and bowed in gratitude. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Only by mastering the method of longevity can you learn more culinary skills from me. Do you understand? You must strive harder. Both cultivation and culinary arts cannot be neglected. Yes, master. Sun Wukong replied with fervent excitement, nodding vigorously. Chu Feng nodded in approval. Having taken the monkey as his disciple, he would not treat him poorly. Reflecting on Sun Wukong's previous 10 years under the Bodhi Patriarch, he had only truly learned for 3 years, a considerable waste of time. Thus, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, as winter gave way to spring, the many disciples of the Three Stars Cave gathered together. Wukong, I heard Master has taught you many transformation techniques. Do share them with me. A senior brother smiled and proposed, to which Lu Er's expression darkened. He realized his cultivation was coming to an end. Then how about I transform into a pine tree? Lu Er took a deep breath, recited the incantation, and initiated the transformation. In an instant, his form changed, and a pine tree appeared on the ground, leaving no trace of Lu Er. The onlookers marveled and began to cheer, praising Lu Er, yet they spoke of Sun Wukong's name. What are you all doing? With such a mindset, how can one attain immortality? Suddenly, the voice of Patriarch Bodhi resounded from behind, causing the crowd to scatter like birds and beasts. Only Lu Er, having reverted to his human form, remained in place. Patriarch Bodhi waved his hand dismissively, saying, You may leave. Where would my master have me go? Lu Er clasped his hands, neither joyful nor sorrowful. Return whence you came, but your departure will surely lead to calamity. In the future, do not claim to be my disciple. If you dare utter a single word, I shall ensure you never rise again. The expression of Patriarch Bodhi was icy. The disciple shall remember. Lu Er bowed again, mounted his cloud, and soared towards Flower Fruit Mountain. After the monkey's departure, Patriarch Bodhi waved his sleeve, causing the hidden disciples to vanish into nothingness. He stepped forward, and the crescent moon in Three Stars Cave began to collapse and disappear as if it had never existed. And his figure also vanished. Chapter 14. Wukong requests leave to return to Flower Fruit Mountain, the true and false Monkey King. In the drunken immortal abode, Sun Wukong sat on a tree branch, holding a peach the size of a bowl in each hand, munching on them alternately. These peaches, tender and fragrant, were the legendary 9,000-year-old flat peaches. Such peaches were exceedingly rare, even in the Queen Mother's garden, yet here in Chu Feng's hands, they seemed worthless. After all, his flat peach tree bore fruit annually without worry. Over the past decade, the backyard had transformed into a small peach orchard tended by monkeys. After finishing the 2 peaches, the monkey leaned against the tree, letting out a contented burp. After 10 years, he had reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and had comprehended several extraordinary abilities from his master's culinary creations. His cooking skills had finally reached a novice level. However, this novice status was relative to his master. Compared to others, he was already a culinary deity. Yet, the small establishment remained quiet over the past decade. The last guest had been that woman who attempted to steal his master away. His master, however, remained unfazed, living each day in tranquility, which only deepened Wukong's admiration for him. He could not fathom the deeper meaning behind his master's decade-long seclusion in the mountains. As he gazed at the clear sky, a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. It had been over 20 years since he left Flower Fruit Mountain. He wondered how the monkeys were faring now. The thought of returning to check on them burgeoned uncontrollably within him. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong leapt from the tree and entered the drunken immortal abode. Chu Feng was engrossed in a book, reading with great interest. Over the years, he had relied on novels obtained through the system's lottery to stave off boredom. Upon entering, Wukong's grand demeanor quickly diminished at the sight. If you have something to say, just say it. Chu Feng's voice came from behind the book, not even glancing in his direction. Already aware that the monkey had something to discuss. Master, the monkey instinctively scratched his head and smiled obsequiously. Shall I pour you a cup of water? No need. Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. When did you learn such flattery? Master, this is merely following my true heart. Wukong chuckled. This was indeed true. For him, Chu Feng had been a life-saving benefactor. Chu Feng felt a sense of satisfaction at this remark. Initially, he had taken in the monkey merely due to the system, but after 10 years, he had come to regard Sun Wukong as family. All right, what is it? Chu Feng smiled and inquired. Master, I wish to return to Flower Fruit Mountain for a visit, Sun Wukong tentatively stated. Chu Feng paused for a moment. The monkey's departure from the drunken immortal abode would expose him again to the 3 realms, which was not ideal. However, after contemplation, he recognized it was unavoidable. He could not expect the monkey to hide away for eternity. It was evident that staying here for 10 years had been quite a feat for the naturally restless monkey. Noticing Chu Feng's prolonged silence, Wukong felt a wave of anxiety. Master, I only wish to take a look. I will return in a few days. If you disapprove, I shall not go. I did not say you couldn't return. Chu Feng sat up and replied calmly. I merely wish to remind you of a few matters. Please, master. Wukong's eyes brightened as he clasped his hands. Chu Feng then said, once you leave here, do not become arrogant. There are countless formidable individuals in the three realms. So remain vigilant and avoid unnecessary trouble. This was his concern about the possibility of the monkey being captured by the Buddhist sect or others. Since he had already freed the monkey from his original fate, he naturally did not want him to repeat the same mistakes. After all, the monkey did call him master. The disciple shall remember. Wukong bowed again. Also, if you encounter a powerful adversary, invoke the name of our drunken immortal abode. What if he does not listen? Wukong blinked and scratched his head. Then he should come running back to me. Chu Feng replied indifferently. In truth, he merely said this. There had not been a single guest in 10 years, and who outside would know what the drunken immortal abode was? His aim was to ensure the monkey did not act recklessly, while simultaneously using the monkey's reputation to promote the establishment. After all, the monkey bore great fortune, and life outside would undoubtedly be tumultuous. Within my abode, I can guarantee your safety, regardless of who it is. Chu Feng's voice was not loud, yet it carried an overwhelming authority. Of course, this guarantee only applied within the drunken immortal abode. Outside, he would only be able to flee. Wukong, however, was unaware of this, feeling his master exude an aura of dominance, towering above all. When would he be able to possess such confidence as his master? Looking down upon the three realms? That is all, you may go. Chu Feng waved his hand. Yet, Wukong did not leave immediately. Instead, he cautiously probed, Master, may I borrow a magical artifact for self-defense? He was referring to the set of culinary tools known as the divine utensils of awe. Shortly thereafter, the monkey departed from Fengsuan Mountain, flying towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon returning, he was determined to showcase his skills to those monkeys, letting them know that the best delicacies in the world were not merely peaches. With this thought, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement, increasing his speed. Before long, he arrived above Flower Fruit Mountain. Children, your old son has returned. Your king is back. Sun Wukong shouted as he landed on Flower Fruit Mountain. However, the little monkeys, upon seeing him, cautiously retreated, eyes filled with suspicion. Who are you, monkey? How dare you impersonate our king? Sun Wukong was bewildered. I am truly your king. I've returned from seeking immortality. Don't you remember me? Nonsense. Our king returned just a few days ago. You shall not deceive us. The little monkey scrutinized Sun Wukong. Still wary. Who dares impersonate me? Wukong, enraged by the accusation, soared towards the water curtain cave, the little monkey unable to stop him. Upon entering the cave, he beheld a figure reclining on the throne, a monkey identical to him, indulging in the fruits offered by the other monkeys. Who are you, vile creature? Daring to impersonate me? Sun Wukong's teeth gritted in fury, his heart unsettled. Lu Er raised his gaze, his pupils narrowing. How could he be here at this time? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, looking down at Sun Wukong and stating, I am the beautiful monkey king of this water curtain cave. And who might you be? The wild monkey daring to mimic my appearance? Come, my little ones, seize him. With a wave of his hand, Lu Er showed no sign of trepidation. Hearing this, the monkeys below immediately surrounded Sun Wukong. Halt! Sun Wukong shouted, releasing his imposing aura, causing the monkeys to falter and retreat. Naturally, he did not wish to harm them. With a frigid gaze directed at Lu Er, he inquired, Dare you engage in a debate over authenticity? Lu Er sprang up, brimming with confidence. He had recognized this figure as the stone monkey, yet it mattered not. He was now the acknowledged monkey king of the three realms. Sun Wukong seized a familiar large monkey from the crowd and stated, You tell us, which of us is the true one? The aged monkey scrutinized both kings before shaking his head with a sigh. Forgive my limited sight. I cannot discern which of you is genuine. Perhaps I should pose a few questions. Whoever answers them correctly shall be deemed the true king. Agreed. Sun Wukong and Lu Er echoed in unison. First, where are your parents? Born of the earth and sky, I have no parents. I sprang forth from a rock. What enabled you to become our king? I leaped into the water curtain cave. Why did you leave Flower Fruit Mountain? To seek immortality. The old monkey, bewildered by their identical answers, exclaimed, Your responses are the same. I cannot tell you apart. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and smirked. I never anticipated you possessed some skill. Likewise. Lu Er grinned in return. The old monkey, scratching his head in frustration, continued, Since you both have returned from your quest for immortality, from whom did you learn? and what powers have you acquired? Hearing this, Lu Er proudly declared, I have mastered the immortal arts of longevity, and I possess 72 transformations, capable of traversing 10,000 miles in a single somersault. Oh, from whom did you learn? Sun Wukong queried, unperturbed. Lu Er scoffed and fell silent. I, Sun Wukong, am a disciple of the drunken immortal abode. As for my skills, they are many. Allow me to demonstrate a knife technique. With that, Sun Wukong brandished a kitchen knife, displaying it with pride. Lu Er, witnessing this, mocked. The drunken immortal abode? Is that a name of your own invention? I have never heard of such a celestial dwelling. He was unaware that the stone monkey had spent years honing his craft. This was his golden opportunity, and he would not allow the stone monkey's presence to thwart his ascent. A glint of malice flickered in Lu Er's eyes. Why would I deceive you? Sun Wukong retorted disdainfully. Lu Er's eyes narrowed. Then tell me, where is this drunken immortal abode? On Mount Lingtai. Sun Wukong replied proudly. Lu Er's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Mount Lingtai? He had spent a decade there and had only recently returned, yet knew nothing of such an abode. Moreover, this monkey had remained on Lingtai Mountain? I have spent the past decade learning culinary skills from my master, and I have made some progress, Sun Wukong chuckled. Lu Er scrutinized Sun Wukong's chef-like appearance, and a flicker of belief ignited within him. Unbelievably, this monkey had indeed been on Lingtai Mountain all this time. How absurd. Rather than traversing the grand path, he chose to become a mere cook. Realizing this, Lu Er felt compelled to seize this chance. With a sly smile, he remarked, if you are indeed seeking immortality, how could you end up as a cook? The truth of your authenticity should be evident. Upon hearing this, the other monkeys began to regard Sun Wukong with suspicion and caution. Sun Wukong immediately countered, I, too, have found the path to immortality. Dare you engage in a contest with me? Lu Er challenged, looking down at Sun Wukong with deliberate provocation. Having sensed some power within the stone monkey, Lu Er believed it irrelevant. What could the magic of a cook possibly compare to that of a disciple of the Bodhi ancestor? His confidence in this regard was unwavering. Let us compete. Sun Wukong readily agreed. Thus, the two monkey kings, surrounded by their kin, departed the water curtain cave and ventured to an open space. Since you wield no weapons, I shall forego mine as well, Sun Wukong declared, preparing to return the knife he had used for a decade to his waist. Lu Er snickered. If your weapon is that pathetic kitchen knife, you might as well keep it. Sun Wukong's expression turned icy. His culinary tool was not to be belittled. He halted, gripping the knife firmly. You may strike first. Lu Er, unfazed, taunted Sun Wukong with a beckoning gesture, his gaze filled with condescension. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside Lu Er. Lu Er's face paled, swiftly transforming into a flying insect to evade the blow. Such speed, Lu Er thought, retreating nearly 10 meters, his heart racing. Had he not reacted swiftly, he would have met his demise. My master's soup is exquisite, Sun Wukong remarked nonchalantly, seeking to promote his master's culinary skills. Soup? Are you jesting? Lu Er scoffed, disbelieving. Yet Sun Wukong spoke the truth. This technique was indeed derived from a dish he had mastered over the past decade. Named a moment of freedom, it allowed him to traverse vast distances in a heartbeat. You claim to be a cook? Lu Er fumed, and sensed that a mere chef could possess such prowess. Spare me the chatter. Will you fight or not? Sun Wukong replied, visibly impatient. Indeed, Lu Er gritted his teeth and opted for an offensive approach. He launched a punch directly at Sun Wukong's face. Unfazed, Sun Wukong raised his hand to meet the blow. The impact reverberated, and Lu Er was sent hurtling back as if struck by a mountain, crashing through several sturdy trees before stabilizing his stance. What strength is this? Lu Er pondered, astonished. Although he was unaccustomed to physical confrontations, he had cultivated advanced techniques. Imbuing his strike with power, there was no reason for him to lose. After all, he was already at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Little did he know, Sun Wukong had already reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal and had gleaned numerous supernatural abilities from his culinary experiences. Furthermore, he had consumed the peaches of immortality for 9,000 years. His cultivation was equal to that of Lu Er's grand celestial techniques. It was no wonder he was so formidable. This was all while Chu Feng had deliberately suppressed Sun Wukong's realm. Otherwise, with his innate talent, he would have long since attained the Tao of the great Luo. In this confrontation, Lu Er stood no chance against Sun Wukong. In the heavenly palace, The Jade Emperor was startled by the news. "Your Majesty, trouble is at hand. The monkeys are fighting." The 1,000-mile I rushed into the hall, his expression frantic. "Let them fight. It is of no concern," the Jade Emperor replied without lifting his gaze. After all, it was not yet time for the monkeys to clash with the heavenly palace. "But, Your Majesty, they are fighting each other." The 1,000-mile I clarified, his expression peculiar. Only then did the Jade Emperor raise his head, puzzled. The other deities exchanged glances, uncertain of the situation. Seeing the Jade Emperor's astonishment, the 1,000-mile I hastily explained. "It appears that 2 stone monkeys have emerged from Flower Fruit Mountain, and they are now clashing." 2 stone monkeys? That is impossible. The Jade Emperor and the other deities were bewildered. The Saint Enwad had only left behind a single stone to mend the heavens. How could 2 stone monkeys exist? The Jade Emperor promptly summoned the Haoyan mirror, projecting the scene from Flower Fruit Mountain. Indeed, there were 2 stone monkeys before him. They were simply garbed differently, and their power disparity was immense. The monkey wielding the kitchen knife relentlessly pursued the other, hacking away furiously. Seeking death, Lu Er shouted in frustration, retreating under the onslaught. Law manifest. As the words fell, the figure of Lu Er surged dramatically, towering like a mountain in an instant. His aura swelled, and with a triumphant laugh, he declared, "Let me show you my true prowess. This is my ultimate technique." As his body expanded, his combat strength multiplied exponentially. "You grow larger, which only makes it easier for me to strike." Sun Wukong chuckled and soared into the air. Lu Er scoffed and promptly unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The impact reverberated through Huagua Mountain, shaking the ground violently. Monkeys perched on the trees were jolted from their spots, grimacing in pain. Enormous fissures spread across the earth. "Humph." Unaware of your impending doom, Lu Er sneered, astonished that the monkey did not evade his attack. With that punch, the stone monkey was destined to perish, leaving the Buddhist realm no choice but to accept him. Once, due to a decree from the Tao ancestor, Lu Er's path was severed. This journey to the west was his sole chance for redemption. "Once you finish, it will be my turn." Sun Wukong's voice rang out again. Lu Er was alarmed. The monkey had survived. When did he evade? Looking up, he saw the monkey hovering above him, wielding a gleaming kitchen knife with formidable intent. The knife technique of butchering cattle. Sun Wukong transformed into a blur, weaving through Lu Er's massive form. 10 years of hard practice had finally manifested in his blade's might. Splurt. Time seemed to freeze as torrents of blood erupted from various wounds on Lu Er's colossal body. He was left battered and bleeding. Lu Er held in agony, collapsing and reverting to his original form. His divine guise was effortlessly unraveled. "What manner of creature are you?" Lu Er struggled to rise, gripped by terror. The monkey's strength exceeded all expectations. Was this truly the stone monkey? How could one so newly emerged possess such power? How could he, a Tai golden immortal, be so easily vanquished? "Creature?" Sun Wukong bellowed, golden light flashing in his eyes. You demon monkey, do not think I do not recognize you." Meeting his gaze, Lu Er instinctively felt fear and retreated, shouting, "Children, come join me in the fight." As he rallied the other monkeys, he frantically pondered a strategy to turn the tide. "Today, I will show everyone who the true demon is." Sun Wukong roared, his golden light bursting forth to envelop Lu Er. Lu Er instinctively raised his hands to defend, but his true form was already exposed. The eye of breaking illusions. All disguises were rendered meaningless. "Look, that king has 6 ears." "What king?" Clearly a false guise. Indeed, no king would have so many ears. The monkeys erupted into chaos. 6 ears? Sun Wukong had never seen a monkey like this. He gazed at Lu Er with curiosity. Lu Er, horrified, touched his own ears. Indeed, the truth was laid bare. How could this be? This form was bestowed by Patriarch Bodhi, a quasi-saint. How could this monkey force him to unveil his true identity? Sun Wukong's gaze sharpened. Curiosity aside, he raised his knife, poised to slay this pretender. "My king, do not." At that moment, an elderly monkey's trembling voice broke through. "Why?" Sun Wukong paused but did not divert his gaze from Lu Er's every movement. The old monkey approached, leaning on a cane, and spoke with a quivering voice. "My king, though he impersonates you, he has saved the lives of all our monkeys." What do you mean?" Sun Wukong inquired, confused. The old monkey sighed, recounting, not long ago, a demon claiming to be the world-destroying demon king came and captured many of our monkeys as slaves, threatening to kill them if they did not perform well, and daily consuming a monkey's brain. It was this Lu Er who drove off the demon and saved all our lives." Tears streamed down the old monkey's face as the others recalled those sorrowful days. Such a thing occurred. Son Wukong's fury ignited. How could such events transpire in his absence? "Please, my king, spare his life," the old monkey implored, kneeling. The younger monkeys followed suit, pleading for Lu Er. "Humph." Son Wukong sheathed his knife and turned away. "You may go, since you saved the monkeys of Huagua Mountain. I will not kill you." Lu Er said nothing, casting a fierce glance at the monkeys before leaping away, vanishing into Huagua Mountain. The celestial beings in the heavenly court buzzed with speculation. They had never encountered a monkey with 6 ears. The Jade Emperor, however, remained unfazed, a cold smile gracing his lips. He was well aware of the 6-eared macaque, but had not anticipated that the Buddhist realm would attempt to deceive by using Lu Er in place of the stone monkey. To think they regarded others as fools. "Your Majesty, what shall we do?" Tai Bai Jinxing inquired. "Do not concern yourself with him. Let us observe the developments," the Jade Emperor replied, stroking his beard with an indifferent smile. This stone monkey, having vanished for 10 years, now possesses such strength. There must be a master guiding him. Whoever it is, they surely harbor a grudge against the Buddhist realm. Furthermore, to have concealed the stone monkey beneath the very noses of the saints for a decade speaks to their formidable power. Such a figure is certainly not to be provoked. If the opportunity arises, we should seek to forge a good relationship. In the South Sea, within the purple bamboo forest, Guanyin, meditating, suddenly opened her eyes to see the battered Lu Er barging in. Her brows furrowed, her expression icy. "How did you come to be in such a state? Were you not instructed to remain in Huagua Mountain, awaiting the journey to the west? Why have you come here?" Guanyin's words dripped with reproach. Lu Er gritted his teeth and replied, "I was beaten by that stone monkey." "Stone monkey?" Guanyin stood abruptly, her face reflecting shock. "Indeed, that stone monkey has acquired skills from somewhere, and I was no match for him." Lu Er seethed with resentment. Guanyin disregarded him, closing her eyes to calculate. After a moment, her expression brightened. "After 10 years, the Lingming stone monkey has re-emerged." Lu Er clasped his hands in a plea. "Bodhisattva, I implore you to annihilate that monkey, so I may continue with the journey to the west." Guanyin cast a cold glance at Lu Er, her demeanor dismissive. "What nonsense is this? Had the stone monkey not vanished, you, Lu Er, a monkey cast aside by the 3 realms, would have no chance to partake in the journey to the west. Though both journeys are of the same nature, the merits gained are incomparable. Now that the stone monkey has reappeared, what concern is it of yours?" Guanyin stated coolly, "You need not involve yourself in this matter. Remain here in the purple bamboo forest to cultivate, and do not leave without my permission." "Understood." Lu Er bowed his head, his fists clenched tightly. He did not reveal to Guanyin the true origins of the stone monkey. After Guanyin finished speaking, she no longer paid him heed, stepping onto her lotus platform to fly towards the Ling Mountain. Only then did Lu Er raise his head, his eyes burning with madness. "Lingming stone monkey," he roared to the heavens. Having experienced the fickleness of human emotions, he was keenly aware of Guanyin's intentions. He seethed with hatred. Hatred for the Buddhist realm's coldness. Hatred for the injustice of the heavenly path. Chapter 17. Dark-faced, Tianping yearns for a free meal? A challenge awaits. At Ling Mountain, after hearing Guanyin's report, the Tathagata began to contemplate. He then spoke, "Since the stone monkey has appeared, let events unfold naturally. All shall remain as is." "As you command." Guanyin bowed and took her leave. However, the Tathagata wore a solemn expression. The stone monkey had been absent for 10 years, and upon returning was capable of wounding Lu Er. There must be a sage guiding him. Who could possibly conceal their actions from a saint? As this thought crossed his mind, the Tathagata abruptly halted. The might of the saints is unfathomable. What is spoken will inevitably be known. Very well. Lu Er could not fully abandon hope. He would take things one step at a time. At the southern heavenly gate, the imposing and armored Tianping marshal was immediately noticed by the guards upon his arrival. "Tianping marshal, what do you intend to do?" "What? I, the marshal, am descending to the mortal realm on the Jade Emperor's orders. Do you intend to stop me?" The Tianping's countenance was filled with arrogance. "This is a confidential matter. If it is delayed, you shall be held accountable." As the words escaped his lips, the general's expression changed dramatically. "I dare not impose. Marshal Tianping, please." The several generals hurriedly parted to make way. "Now that's more like it." Marshal Tianping scoffed inwardly, striding confidently from the south heavenly gate to the mortal realm. He had no pressing matters to attend to. He merely wished to visit the Ling'ai Fangcuan Mountain. He was aware that it was a place where the Buddhist sect trained monkeys, and once these monkeys completed their training, the sect would withdraw. That location was a vestige of a quasi-saint. To find even a small token there would be of immense benefit for a lifetime. He intended to try his luck and take a tour of the human world. Today was particularly opportune, as the 4 heavenly kings were absent, and the celestial soldiers would be easily intimidated. At the Drunken Immortal Inn, Chu Feng, the sage in the eyes of the Buddha, was indulging in a plate of freshly prepared braised pork. Accustomed to the presence of monkeys, the silence was somewhat unsettling. He pondered the repercussions that the monkey's resurgence might stir across the 3 realms. However, he held no concerns for their safety. The monkeys of this era were far stronger than those of his previous life, and it was unlikely they would face any trouble before causing a ruckus in the heavenly palace. Meanwhile, Marshal Tianpeng trudged through the mountains, visibly disgruntled. The Buddhist sect is quite stingy. Not a single hair left behind. Forget about the vestige of a quasi-saint. I haven't even found traces of the cave dwelling. It was evident that the sect had concealed it well. How unfortunate. He spat, then lifted his gaze to spot a dilapidated little building not far off. The Drunken Immortal Inn? This shabby place has an inn. Tianpeng glanced at the couplets and couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, there are talents even in this desolate land. Opening a restaurant in such a remote area. Has their mind been caught in the door? And Drunken Immortal? As if immortals are so easily intoxicated. Even the finest nectar at the Queen Mother's banquet wouldn't dare claim to inebriate a celestial being. The proprietor certainly has grand aspirations. Let me see what is so special. If the food is unsatisfactory, I, Tianpeng, shall not be pleased. With a dismissive smirk, Marshal Tianpeng swaggered into the establishment. Chu Feng looked up to see a rotund figure with a gleaming complexion and immediately greeted him with a smile. Esteemed guest, would you like to order? The figure's stature and appearance clearly indicated he was a wealthy patron. Tianpeng remained silent, his nose instinctively twitching as a wave of enticing aroma enveloped him. He looked around, finally fixating on the plate of braised pork. He rushed forward, scrutinizing it closely. It was crystal clear and glistening with a rich hue. Each piece of meat resembled amber jewels, radiating a captivating luster. Instantly captivated, Tianpeng instinctively reached for chopsticks, eager to taste the dish. Smack! Just as he made a move, Chu Feng swiftly swatted the chopsticks away. Esteemed guest, payment first, then the meal. That is our rule, he said with a cheerful smile. Tianpeng, startled by the slap, snapped back to reality, forcing a smile as he straightened up and feigned composure. What do you offer here? However, his gaze never left the plate of braised pork. Chu Feng handed him a menu. The menu featured a mere dozen dishes, only those that Chu Feng had curated over the past decade. This few dishes is all you have for a restaurant, Tianpeng remarked with a frown. Chu Feng, noticing the patron's indecisiveness, frowned slightly. Our establishment focuses on quality, not quantity. Humph. Tianpeng scoffed. With such a limited selection, how dare you call this place the Drunken Immortal Inn? And I presume you don't even serve alcohol? Intoxicating doesn't necessarily mean liquor. Patrons will discover that for themselves, Chu Feng replied with a light chuckle, exuding confidence in his culinary skills. As long as it is crafted by my hands, it will undoubtedly be a masterpiece. Tianpeng smirked mischievously. Then I shall have this plate of braised pork. If it is unsatisfactory, I shall ruin your reputation. Please, Chu Feng said nonchalantly. Setting aside the matter of his dishes being delectable, he was unfazed by the threat. After all, this was not a place to be trifled with. Then I shall eat. Tianpeng grinned, regardless of the taste. He only needed to declare it unsatisfactory to not only ruin the reputation, but also demand a refund. He then produced 2 coins from the mortal realm. I do not accept mundane currency, Chu Feng replied, gesturing toward a crystal ball on the counter. Place your hand upon it, and you shall discern the appropriate price. What nonsense is this? Tianpeng thought, having never encountered such a situation before, yet he complied and placed his hand on it. I should also take this crystal ball with me. Such a sizable item could fetch a handsome price. However, his expression swiftly changed. What kind of black shop is this? You expect me to pay with a celestial artifact for a meal? Tianpeng's anger flared, feeling as though the proprietor was mocking him, although he could afford it. Such a transaction was absurd. Chu Feng's lips twitched. Who could he blame for his own misfortune? Even the 3 holy mothers had only paid a fraction of their power. Yet this patron demanded a celestial artifact outright. Nevertheless, it was evident this individual was indeed quite affluent. Who are you to dare mock me so? Tianpeng bellowed, his aura surging. Such tactics indicated that this proprietor was no ordinary person. If you cannot afford it, then leave. There is no need for further discussion. Chu Feng shot a cold glance at Tianpeng. Can't pay, yet you still wish to cause a scene? Don't forget. Even a Tai golden immortal must kneel to speak here. To stir trouble in this place is to court death. Bang. Tianpeng's fury erupted as he slammed his palm on the table. Do you know who you are speaking to? He was the formidable martial Tianpeng, one of the 4 saints of the North Pole, revered even in the heavenly court. How dare a mere innkeeper treat him with such disrespect? He vowed to teach this proprietor a lesson today. Otherwise, he would be lesser than a pig. Chu Feng's gaze turned icy as he produced a kitchen knife from his system space and slammed it onto the table. An overwhelming aura erupted, colliding with Chu Feng's frigid eyes, causing Tianpeng to shiver. In that moment, he felt like a lone boat amidst a tumultuous ocean. Chu Feng's murderous intent was palpable, and his voice was chilling. No one dines here without paying, understood? I understand, I understand. Under the weight of such overwhelming pressure, Marshal Tianpeng broke into a cold sweat, his legs trembling. This aura was terrifying. Who was this person? Even his master would be slightly inferior. This was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse, close to a saint if not one. Upon seeing the knife on the table, his pupils constricted. A congenital spiritual treasure. Moreover, he sensed a hint of chaotic aura. Such an item could only be wielded by ancient powers. With that realization, Tianpeng's bravado crumbled. If you want to eat, then leave. Chu Feng retracted his aura, casting a cold glance at Tianpeng. Feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, Tianpeng instinctively considered fleeing. Yet he hesitated. If he left just like that, would the elder retaliate with a slap? Well, consider it a loss to avert disaster. He thought, fine, I shall eat. Thus, Tianpeng quickly forced a smile and placed a celestial artifact on the crystal ball. The artifact promptly vanished. Ding! Acquired celestial artifact water spirit pearl. Do you wish to convert it to spiritual energy? Do not convert for now. Chu Feng mused, planning to study the water spirit pearl later. After Tianpeng completed the transaction, Chu Feng's demeanor shifted dramatically. He smiled warmly, a stark contrast to his previous icy demeanor. This smile sent shivers down Tianpeng's spine. Can I eat now? He asked cautiously. Please enjoy, Chu Feng replied with a smile. Tianpeng, filled with trepidation, sat down and picked up a piece of vividly colored braised pork. The enticing aroma calmed his anxious heart. As the braised pork entered his mouth, Tianpeng closed his eyes, savoring the exquisite taste. It was rich yet not greasy, fragrant with a hint of sweetness. The tender meat melted away instantly, leaving an indelible aftertaste. It transported him to a realm of bliss, making him feel as if he were floating on a cloud, teetering on the brink of a boundless dreamscape, enticing him to lose himself entirely in this euphoria. This was indeed the sensation of divinity. Suddenly, Tianpeng opened his eyes wide, sparkling with delight, and eagerly picked up another piece of meat to relish. He finally grasped the truth behind the phrase that intoxicating experiences are not solely derived from wine. This braised pork had ensnared him in its delectable grasp. He realized this was the true essence of the immortal's abode, truly deserving of its reputation. Having been born in the heavenly palace, Tianpeng had tasted celestial delicacies and earthly fare alike. Yet, this braised pork was the most delicious dish he had ever encountered. The cooks of the heavenly court should be fed to the pigs. After experiencing this dish, he couldn't help but reminisce about what he had previously consumed. Was that even fit for human consumption? It was akin to swill. No, it was even worse than swill. He was utterly unable to restrain himself, devouring piece after piece of the meat. Despite this indulgence, the exquisite flavor remained untainted by greasiness. He simply felt it was insufficient. Unconsciously, Tianpeng finished the entire dish. If it weren't for Chu Feng watching, he might have licked the plate clean. He was still far from satiated. Could the proprietor possibly serve another plate? I am willing to pay. Tianpeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he remained cautious in front of Chu Feng, fearful of incurring the elder's displeasure. No, each person is permitted only 1 dish per day. Chu Feng replied lightly, shaking his head. Tianpeng's expression immediately dimmed, as if his entire existence had lost its luster. However, he dared not voice his discontent. He would have to return tomorrow. With a quiet sigh, Tianpeng prepared to rise, only to suddenly freeze in place. He plopped back down into his seat, closing his eyes as if entering a meditative state. Ding! Zhu Ganglai consumes braised pork, awakening divine abilities. Synchronization possible? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. So this fellow was Tianpeng, the Marshal of Heaven, and would later become the second disciple, Zhu Beiji. On the journey to the west, Chu Feng nodded inwardly. As for the divine ability, it was a formidable defensive skill that could temporarily elevate one's defenses to their peak. The outward manifestation would render the individual gleaming like a roasted pig, accompanied by the ethereal image of a pig appearing behind them. I refuse. Chu Feng immediately shook his head. He had no desire to manifest such an ability. After all, he was a person of dignity. At that moment, Tianpe's eyes opened wide, filled with shock. He had actually awakened a divine ability, and it was all due to a plate of braised pork. This was truly miraculous. It must be a divine occurrence. When he looked at Chu Feng again, the fear in Tianpeng's gaze was replaced by profound admiration. The proprietor was undoubtedly an extraordinary being. Such a method was unheard of. Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder. Tianpeng inhaled deeply, bowing deeply in gratitude. Chu Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. There is no need for thanks. The ability you've awakened from my dish is your own fortune, Beiji. Beiji. Tianpeng paused for a moment. I find that name rolls off the tongue more easily. Chu Feng remarked casually. Higi, then you may call me Beiji, esteemed elder. Tianpeng chuckled warmly. To be favored by such a remarkable being, he would accept any title. Chu Feng merely nodded slightly. Tianpeng was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier attitude. Had he known this would occur, he might have endeavored to forge a closer connection with the elder. Nevertheless, exchanging a golden celestial grade artifact for a divine ability could be deemed a tremendous bargain. Esteemed elder, will I be able to return for another meal in the future? Tianpeng pondered for a moment before asking, not out of concern for the divine ability, but simply because the braised pork was unforgettable. Yes, but you may only have one dish per day. Chu Feng nodded, indifferent to the request. Tianpe's face lit up with joy, ecstatic at the prospect. If he could enjoy more dishes and awaken more divine abilities, it would be an extraordinary windfall. Even without divine abilities, experiencing such exquisite cuisine was worth every bit. The only issue was that his golden celestial grade artifact couldn't withstand such extravagance. He would need to devise a plan to acquire more. Tianpeng left the immortal's abode, having seized this opportunity, abandoning his thoughts of venturing to the mortal realm. On his way back to the heavenly palace, he tested his newfound divine ability, discovering that even his treasured nine-toothed rake could not harm him. This ability was truly powerful. However, it required stabilization, so he resolved to return to his residence and seek a golden celestial grade artifact later. After Tianpeng departed, Chu Feng retrieved the water spirit pearl. Contemplating for a moment, he tossed it into the dishwashing basin. Upon activating its spiritual energy, it transformed into a fantastical dishwashing machine. Quite marvelous. He would no longer need to expend magical power on washing dishes. Hopefully, Tianpeng would help promote the immortal's abode upon his return. The last person who had inquired about returning to dine had not appeared in 10 years. As for Chu Feng, he was bound by the system. Unable to leave the immortal's abode until he reached the status of a great Luo golden immortal. He simply hoped for his fame to rise swiftly, allowing him to gather enough spiritual energy to enhance his strength. In the heavenly palace, a new figure with a dragon horn atop his head appeared in the Lingxiao Palace. The Dragon King of the West Sea. Report to the Jade Emperor. A formidable demon from the South Sea has emerged, requesting the Jade Emperor to dispatch celestial beings to eradicate it. The West Sea Dragon King lowered his head, a look of sorrow on his face. The demon, relying on its profound cultivation, was rampaging through the South Sea territory. And even with the assistance of the other 3 Sea Dragon Kings, they were no match and had been injured, forcing him to seek help from the Heavenly Palace. Send some water forces. The Jade Emperor replied with indifference. A mere demon from the Taiyu realm would not stir much trouble. There were countless capable individuals among the water forces, as long as the West Sea Dragon King did not select the indolent Tianpeng. Thank you, Jade Emperor. After expressing his gratitude, the West Sea Dragon King hurriedly flew towards the Heavenly River. Chapter 19. A Demon in the South Sea? This is precisely the domain of Tianpeng. Before the West Sea Dragon King could reach the Heavenly River, he collided with someone. Marshal Tianpeng, what brings you here? Tianpeng was about to reprimand the careless person who dared to bump into him, but realized it was the West Sea Dragon King, and his eyes instantly brightened. The Dragon Palace was filled with treasures. His golden celestial grade artifact seemed to be within reach. Old Dragon King, where are you rushing off to in such haste? Tianpeng laughed heartily, clasping his hands in greeting. The West Sea Dragon King felt a sense of unease at the overly warm demeanor, subtly stepping back. I am fulfilling the Jade Emperor's command to seek a few celestial beings from your water forces to assist me in subduing demons in the lower realms. The West Sea Dragon King replied truthfully. He had already considered potential candidates, such as the Heavenly Gang Great Sage or the Nine Heavens Killing Child, both of whom were capable beings. However, upon hearing this, Tianpeng chuckled and casually embraced the old dragon, acting as if they were close comrades. Old Dragon King, for such matters, you ought to consult me. Is there anyone more formidable than me, Marshal Tianpeng, in your water forces? Such trivial matters would never trouble the Marshal. The West Sea Dragon King shook his head repeatedly. Who doesn't he know that Marshal Tianpeng is fond of indulgence and idleness? Why would he willingly take on extra work? He suspected this was merely a jest, yet he could not afford to lose his temper. Old Dragon King, do you underestimate me? Tianpeng immediately adopted a serious expression, unwilling to let this opportunity for treasures slip away. Marshal, please do not jest with the old dragon. The West Sea Dragon King was on the verge of tears. The South Sea awaited his rescue. The old dragon misunderstood. I am genuinely driven by a desire to eradicate evil and protect the populace. So I shall certainly lend you my support, Tianpeng declared with righteous fervor. The West Sea Dragon King was left speechless. Tianpeng's shamelessness knew no bounds. Concerned for the populace? Who was unaware of his true nature? Had it not been for his identity as a disciple of the human teachings, how could he have attained the position of Marshal Tianpeng? Nevertheless, it appeared that Tianpeng was determined to descend to the lower realms. Although he was also a Tai Golden Immortal, the West Sea Dragon King felt a sense of unease. Just as he was about to recruit another water military general as a backup, he heard Tianpeng say, "We must take it upon ourselves to eradicate demons and eliminate evil. If we dawdle any longer, the South Sea will suffer tremendous losses." With that, he had already pulled the West Sea Dragon King down to the lower realms. The guardian of the southern heavenly gate hurriedly reported to the Jade Emperor, "Your Majesty, the Dragon King of the West Sea has been captured by Marshal Tianpeng and brought down to the mortal realm." The Grand Hall fell silent. The Jade Emperor paused, his hand suspended in midair. Tianpeng has seized the West Sea Dragon King? Is this an act of rebellion? With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Haotian mirror, revealing the scene below. It became clear that Tianpeng had descended to confront demons alongside the West Sea Dragon King. The celestial beings exchanged perplexed glances. Although Tianpeng was a commander of the water forces and a Tai Golden Immortal, he was rather ineffectual, his strength hardly comparable to even a formidable Golden Immortal. How could he possibly subdue demons? The Jade Emperor pondered for a moment, yet did not retract the Haotian mirror. "Is this the Southern Sea?" Tianpeng inquired, gazing at the waters beneath him. The West Sea Dragon King nodded, a look of apprehension in his eyes. With a chuckle, Tianpeng brandished his nine-toothed rake and plunged it into the sea. Instantly, the waters parted, revealing a whirlpool from which emerged a demon with a red face and sharp fangs. "Ha ha ha, Aoming, is this the savior you sought?" The demon laughed heartily upon seeing Tianpeng. Even the four Sea Dragon Kings together could not contend with him. Bringing such a person was akin to inviting death. "Impudent fiend, I am Marshal Tianpeng, known as the God of War. Surrender at once," Tianpeng bellowed, brandishing his rake with an air of authority. The watching immortals were left agape in astonishment. Behold the God of War. It seemed Tianpeng, aside from his laziness, possessed an extraordinary audacity. The demon, taken aback, initially mistook Tianpeng for the illustrious Erling Shan, but quickly realized that this figure was insignificant. "You boast grandly, fat man. That old mudfish must have sent you to your doom. Very well, I shall grant you that." The demon wielded a trident, his expression one of disdain. Meanwhile, the West Sea Dragon King secretly shook his head. "I did not send him. He came seeking death on his own accord. This has nothing to do with me." Suddenly, a thought struck the old Dragon King. Could this fellow be attempting to extort him? The Jade Emperor chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The celestial beings erupted in laughter. To them, Tianpeng's strength might allow him to bully weaker foes, but before this demon, he could only be bullied himself. "You demon, you're asking for a beating." Tianpeng, incensed by the mockery, charged forward with his rake. The demon scoffed, deftly evading the attack. In just one exchange, he discerned that this rotund figure was ineffectual, promptly pursuing him and forcing Tianpeng to flee in disarray. The demon then prepared to strike decisively. Although his official position restrained him from killing indiscriminately, this fat man appeared utterly useless. Killing him would only enhance his own reputation. He thrust towards Tianpeng's heart. Yet Tianpeng did not evade. He charged straight into the attack. Had he lost his mind? The watching immortals and the old Dragon King all shared the same thought. Was this not courting death? With such a blow, Even if Tianping did not perish, he would certainly be gravely injured. Clang. In the next moment, the sound of metal clashing resonated. The trident failed to breach Tianping's defenses. What is this? Someone could not help but exclaim. A golden aura enveloped Tianping's body, showcasing his extraordinary resilience. Tianping felt a surge of confidence. Thank you, braised pork. Thank you, esteemed shopkeeper. Is this your power? He displayed a look of disdain, completely forgetting that mere moments ago he had been fleeing in panic. What kind of trick is this? The demon's complexion shifted dramatically. He had not held back, yet could not penetrate his opponent's defenses. Huh, you, a mere little demon, are unworthy to know the capabilities of this commander. Witness my might. Tianping sneered and charged once more. This time, the demon's confidence wavered significantly, quickly succumbing to Tianping's assault. Tianping did not even flinch at the demon's counterattacks, growing increasingly exhilarated. This technique was exceptionally effective. The demon found himself overwhelmed, unable to retaliate against such an unyielding opponent. Could this be the body-refining technique of the shaman clan? The Jade Emperor observed the battle, deep in thought. The celestial beings trembled at the mention of the shaman clan. Once the rulers of the primordial world, they were born without a primordial spirit but possessed formidable physical prowess, their bodies rivaling treasures. Had Tianping's abilities truly reached such heights? At that moment, the demon suddenly produced an object from his waist. A treasure. He cried out fiercely, his expression fierce. In his hand was a pair of bells, which he jingled, releasing an endless torrent of flames. What a marvelous treasure! The flames, impervious to water, surged forth, instantly creating a sea of fire that caused the surrounding waters to boil. Yet Tianping's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at the bells, unperturbed. This treasure could sustain him for days. He had to acquire it. The West Sea Dragon King turned pale with fright, retreating hastily, fearing he would soon become a roasted dragon. The demon triumphantly declared, "These bells summon the flames of heaven and earth, burning all that they touch. If you do not withdraw, I shall roast you for dinner." Chapter 20. Tianping reaps benefits from the West Sea Dragon Palace. Wow, so many peaches. The flames, only a step below the Samadhi true fire, were indeed formidable. Tianping's eyes gleamed, and he charged into the sea of flames. Surrounded by a faint golden glow, he advanced unimpeded, water and fire having no effect on him. The elder from the drunken immortal abode was indeed a master. This fire felt no more than a gentle warmth to him. The demon was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how this was possible. How could he just walk through? Did his treasure have no dignity? In an instant, Tianping approached, raising his rake to strike down. Clang! The demon hurriedly blocked, only to be sent flying. How can you be unharmed by the flames? The demon yelled in frustration. Just a trifling flame. Tianping replied with an air of arrogance. His technique was most resilient to heat. Even the Samadhi true fire posed no threat to him. As he spoke, Tianping lifted his rake, aiming for the demon. Don't kill me. I am. The demon's words were abruptly cut off. Tianping paid no heed to his pleas and swiftly ended his life. So it was merely a carp spirit. Tianping glanced dismissively at the fallen foe, ostentatiously storing the bells and declaring, "This demon shall be sealed by me to prevent further calamity upon the world." The West Sea Dragon King was left speechless. If you were to take it. Just take it. Why the grandstanding? The celestial beings were equally astonished. Could Tianping truly possess such strength? Had he been hiding his abilities all along? They had indeed underestimated him. The Jade Emperor retracted the Haotian mirror, smiling and shaking his head. It seems Tianping possesses some merit. In the southern sea, at Mount Luojia, Guanyin abruptly opened her eyes, calculating with her fingers, only to discover that the carp's spirit she had placed in the South Sea had perished. How could this be? Although the carp spirit was at the early stage of Tai, it had been bestowed with the purple gold bell of fire. In the current age, with saints absent and quasi-saints in seclusion, the great Luo Golden Immortal was already among the strongest, while Tai Golden Immortals could dominate a realm. She had placed the carp spirit in the South Sea to prepare for the journey to the West 500 years later. At that time, she intended to personally subdue the carp spirit. Not only would this enhance the trials of the journey, but it would also foster goodwill from the West Sea Dragon clan towards Buddhism. Yet now, the carp spirit had perished. Guanyin closed her eyes once more, beginning to deduce the true culprit. Tianping. She had never expected that it was Tianping who had slain the carp spirit, though Tianping was also one of the travelers. The issue lay in the fact that it was not yet time, and he had preemptively killed the carp spirit. What was the meaning of that? Furthermore, Where did Tianpeng acquire such strength? The carp spirit, equipped with the purple gold bell, was not inferior to a mid-stage Tai golden immortal. Alas, she would retrieve the purple gold bell in a few days. The journey to the west has lasted for 5 centuries. There is still time. So it is best to avoid dealings with the Daoist sect to prevent any unforeseen occurrences. In the West Sea Dragon Palace, the Dragon King chuckled, acknowledging the marshal's formidable powers, offering an apology. It is often said that dragons are proud, but that was in the past. After the calamity of the Dragon Han, the dragon race weakened and has long since lost its former glory, so one must navigate human relationships carefully. The old Dragon King stated that subduing demons and dispelling evil is the responsibility of the marshal, who grinned with pride. Although he had come for treasures, it felt good to display his prowess as well. Indeed, having strength is exhilarating. He resolved to acquire more treasures and indulge in a few exquisite dishes at the Drunken Immortal Inn. However, the moment he glanced at the banquet spread, his appetite vanished. "Marshal, are the dishes not to your taste?" The West Sea Dragon King inquired, surprised. "I simply lack appetite today. Let us drink," the marshal replied, shaking his head and raising his cup. After having dined at the Drunken Immortal Inn, his palate had become accustomed to finer cuisine, and he could no longer stomach the seafood of the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King, undeterred, clinked his cup with the marshal's. Soon, both found themselves somewhat inebriated. "Marshal, you have been of great assistance this time. Feel free to make any requests, and I shall grant them as long as they are within the means of the West Sea Dragon Palace," the Dragon King proclaimed, waving his hand with conviction, exuding an air of affluence. Despite his intoxication, he retained his composure. The marshal's displayed prowess was indeed worthy of forging a bond. After all, among the 4 sea dragon clans, only their 4 kings were considered strong, and even they were merely golden immortals. Upon hearing this, the marshal's eyes darted. "I have some pressing matters on my mind. Speak freely, Marshal," the Dragon King encouraged, thumping his chest. The marshal then declared, "I require 100 or so golden immortal treasures." The Dragon King was immediately jolted awake from his stupor. "What just is this? 100 golden immortal treasures are not as common as cabbages. If 100 is unattainable, then perhaps a few dozen will suffice," the marshal continued. "You must understand, even our Dragon Palace does not possess so many golden immortal treasures," lamented the Dragon King, nearly in tears, wishing he could chastise himself for his loose tongue. 10. Surely you can manage that?" The marshal scoffed. "If 10 are beyond your means, then I have misjudged you. We do have 10. The Dragon King sighed, leading his advisor, the Turtle Prime Minister, to the treasure vault. It was a necessary expense to avert disaster. After a while, the Dragon King returned, presenting several items. "Marshal, these are the finest treasures from our Dragon Palace," he said with a nervous smile. The marshal was skeptical of his words but cared little. As long as they were golden immortal treasures, after all, he intended to use them as collateral, not for personal use. "Come, let us drink," he jovially urged the Dragon King, who, feeling the pinch of parting with treasures, soon excused himself from the festivities. The following morning, the marshal departed from the West Sea, heading toward Mount Fengsuan. At the Drunken Immortal Inn, he pushed open the door and respectfully announced, "Senior, I have returned." However, there was no immediate response. "Senior?" he called again, wondering if the senior was asleep. After contemplating, he ventured inside, inspecting the quaint establishment, increasingly convinced of its extraordinary nature. Could this be the so-called return to simplicity? Seemingly ordinary, yet harboring profound mysteries. After a while of observation, he could not resist entering the backyard. The sight before him left him astounded. It was a peach orchard. Some trees were blooming with peach blossoms, while others bore fruit. "Peaches of immortality?" he gasped, eyes wide, unable to regain his composure. Not only were they peaches of immortality, but they were 9,000-year-old peaches. During his time in the heavenly court, he had only tasted 3,000-year-old peaches once. Yet here, an entire yard of 9,000-year-old peach trees flourished. Truly, a celestial abode. As he lifted his foot to enter the backyard, a cold voice interrupted. "What are you doing?" Startled, he froze and trembled slightly, turning around with a fawning smile. "Senior, you have arrived. What brings you here so early?" Chu Feng waved his hand, causing the backyard door to close again. The marshal withdrew his gaze, refraining from inquiring about the origins of the peaches, acknowledging that it was quite normal for a figure of such stature to possess a yard full of them. Perhaps the Queen Mother procured them from this senior. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the marshal immediately brightened. "I simply wish to savor the dishes you prepare, senior," he added. "Today, I have brought money." It appeared that Zhu Beiji was well prepared today. Chu Feng nodded approvingly. A paying customer was always welcome. What would you like to eat? Chu Feng asked. Braised pork. The marshal exclaimed without hesitation. Are you certain? Chu Feng chuckled lightly, cautioning, each person may awaken their powers only once per dish. If you merely seek culinary delight, then disregard my words. You know I have awakened my powers? The marshal asked, astonished. How could I not know about the dishes I prepare? Chu Feng retorted. The marshal felt a surge of admiration for the senior's abilities. Obediently, he perused the menu. Golden egg fried rice, premium beef noodles, braised pork and soy sauce. Peach blossom congee, sweet and sour carp. Merely reading the names made his mouth water. Remembering the peach orchard he had just seen, he excitedly declared, Senior, I would like a bowl of peach blossom congee. He then placed a treasure on the crystal ball. Please wait. After receiving a prompt from the system, Chu Feng headed directly to the kitchen. Cooking congee was a slow process, and while it simmered, Chu Feng stepped out again. The marshal now understood Chu Feng's temperament. As long as money was offered, all was negotiable, so he no longer felt as restrained as before. Senior, yesterday I sampled your braised pork, and it truly showcased great might. I directly vanquished a Tai Golden Immortal level carp spirit. He omitted the part where he had been struck, narrating with grandiose gestures. Chu Feng internally shook his head. He believed that Beiji had indeed slain the carp spirit, but he doubted the details of the encounter. This fellow was prone to embellishing his exploits, portraying himself as a heroic figure. After a moment's thought, Chu Feng shifted the topic. Have there been any significant events occurring in the three realms recently? Indeed, there has. The marshal responded eagerly. The fated stone monkey of the Buddhist sect reappeared yesterday and engaged in combat with another identical monkey. Guess what happened? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Suspecting the fated stone monkey was likely son Wukong. In the end, the other monkey sprouted 6 ears. However, for some reason, that 6-eared monkey was later released. The marshal spoke with a hint of mystery. He was too far away to catch their conversation. 6-eared macaque? Chu Feng mused, understanding the implications. He had not expected the emergence of the 6-eared macaque to occur so soon. Likely because the Buddhist sect could not find the stone monkey and thus resorted to using the 6-eared one as a stand-in. Amused, Chu Feng shook his head. Do you have any water to drink here? After finishing his tale, the marshal felt parched. Of course, just provide payment. Chu Feng replied with a slight smile. Water requires payment as well. The marshal was taken aback. Observing his expression, Chu Feng added nonchalantly, for water, it requires a true immortal treasure. A true immortal treasure is not as common as cabbages. The marshal nearly spat blood in disbelief. However, upon reflection, he realized that nothing in this establishment was ordinary. Perhaps that water had extraordinary qualities as well. A true immortal treasure was not a big deal for him. After some contemplation, he paid the price. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Feng promptly entered the kitchen and prepared 2 cups of peach blossom iced tea. Over the past decade, he had procured a variety of items, and the beverage dispenser was among them. Tian Peng gazed at the red drink before him, his expression filled with suspicion. This seems a bit peculiar, doesn't it? However, my senior wouldn't deceive me. Here goes. Tian Peng raised the cup and took a generous gulp. Wow, refreshing. His eyes brightened as the icy sensation invigorated his tongue and mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste. The sweet flavor enveloped him like a gentle spring breeze, refreshing to the core. In that moment, it felt as though every pore in his body was inhaling deeply. With a swift gulp, Tian Peng finished the drink. Burp. Senior. What is this divine concoction? His eyes sparkled with excitement. This is far superior to the celestial nectar from the heavenly court. Peach blossom iced tea. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly after taking a sip. Peach blossom. Tian Peng keenly seized upon the significant keyword. Before he could even utter a word, his internal power surged, and spiritual energy began to coalesce. Tian Peng felt as if his eyes might pop out. To think that a single cup of iced tea could elevate his cultivation. It was important to note that his progress had nearly stagnated since entering the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Truly, it is the peach blossom. Tian Peng was nearly propelled into the air with astonishment. Why not? Chu Feng cast a sidelong glance at the overly dramatic Beiji. I have an orchard full of peach blossoms. Would I deceive you about the name? However, this particular brew was made by him personally, lacking the effect of awakening divine abilities, and he typically consumed it himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered the price. Even so, Beiji certainly wasn't at a loss. For these were 9,000-year-old peach blossoms, and someone of his status would usually have no chance to taste such a delicacy. "Senior, I would like another cup," Tian Peng declared boldly, reasoning that this wasn't a dish, but rather a drink. So surely a second cup would be permissible? "Only one serving," Chu Feng replied coolly. After speaking, he disregarded the disappointed Tian Peng and re-entered the kitchen. Moments later, Chu Feng emerged carrying a bowl of peach blossom congee, adorned with a few petals. The sight made one instinctively swallow. "Senior, this couldn't possibly be." Chu Feng merely nodded slightly. Upon receiving confirmation, Tian Peng's excitement escalated, and he seized a spoon to bring the congee to his mouth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, his expression twisted in agony. He gasped for breath, unable to spit it out, feeling as though his mouth was on fire. "So hot. Drink slowly," Chu Feng chided, shaking his head in exasperation. After all, this porridge had just been simmered. Reluctantly, Tian Peng took his time to savor it. The congee was neither too thick nor too thin, perfectly balanced, soft, and sweet. The fragrance of the peach blossoms filled his mouth, transporting him into a sea of flowers. He felt as if he had transformed into a peach blossom, blooming toward the sun, dancing in the wind, unsure of where he would drift. In that moment, a flicker of enlightenment flashed through Tian Peng's mind. Ding! Zhu Ganglai consumes peach blossom congee, awakening the divine ability of floral descent. Do you wish to synchronize? Chu Feng was taken aback. Another awakening? Beiji's fortune rivals even that of the Monkey King. To awaken divine abilities after just 2 servings. This ability pertains to agility, allowing one to maximize speed during combat. Mastery of it would yield a powerful technique, enabling instinctive defensive and counterattacking reactions, rendering one nearly invincible. Chu Feng immediately synchronized the divine ability. Both of Beiji's abilities were exceptional, though Chu Feng felt the first one didn't quite suit his persona. Naturally, he would not reject this new power. Senior, your immense kindness is something Zhu Ganglai will remember for eternity. Tian Peng exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude, and bowed deeply. Chu Feng turned slightly, unaffected by the gesture, and replied, I have said, you have paid. Thus, it is your own fortune. No need for thanks. Chapter 22, Membership Function, Reward. 3 realms untraceable talismans. Tian Peng in awe, bowed 3 times in respect. He then picked up the bowl and savored it with fervor, leaving Chu Feng astounded. Tian Peng's face radiated satisfaction. He felt that the money spent today was well worth it. In that moment, he brimmed with ambition, sensing the possibility of attaining the great Tao. With a bright path ahead, as he contemplated this, a sudden thought struck him, and he grinned mischievously. Senior, if I were to make a large purchase here, would there be any discounts? Carrying a heap of magical treasures every time isn't practical. If only they could be stored here. To him, this place seemed the safest in the 3 realms, and this senior appeared to possess the caliber of a sage. Ding. First time user opens membership function. Would you like to proceed? Accept the reward of 2-3 realms untraceable talismans. Decline for no reward. Chu Feng momentarily paused. Meiji always managed to bring forth something new. The untraceable talismans essentially facilitated teleportation within the 3 realms. Without hesitation, Chu Feng accepted and added, of course. If you recharge 10 times at once, you will become a member of this establishment. Accumulate 10 transactions, and you will receive a complimentary dish. I wish to become a member. Tian Peng's eyes sparkled as he rushed to the crystal ball. 10 transactions for a free dish? What is stopping me from recharging? As the system notifications chimed continuously, Chu Feng chuckled, realizing why Beiji would propose such a thing. The inventory was indeed substantial. I will recharge for 16 items. Yet Tian Peng was not satisfied, thinking it would only last him half a month. After a moment's thought, he tossed in the bell he had obtained yesterday into the crystal ball. Ding! Acquired the incomplete superior spiritual treasure. The purple gold bell can offset 8 transactions. Would you like to erase the residual soul imprint of the treasure? Erase. Chu Feng decided without hesitation. He knew the purple gold bell was a treasure of Guanyin. But since it came to him, it was only natural he would take it. It was a fire bell, and he had no intention of transforming it. Well, I'll keep it for barbecuing. In the South Sea, at Mount Luojia, Guanyin was meditating when suddenly her body trembled, and her complexion turned pale. It felt as though her soul was being torn apart. Once she regained her composure, anger filled her face. Someone had forcibly erased the soul imprint from her fire bell. What an audacious Tian Peng. Unbeknownst to her, a Tai Golden Immortal should not have been capable of erasing her Deluo Golden Immortal imprint. She resolved to investigate further. To her astonishment, she discovered that Tianpeng had vanished. What was happening? Could it be that in an attempt to seize her treasure, he had his master conceal the heavenly secrets? Guanin's eyes glimmered coldly. There was no way she would allow him to consume her treasure. She refused to believe Tianpeng could remain hidden forever. This Tianpeng was merely a pawn in the future journey to the west. Yet now he had dared to ascend to her heights. A lesson must be imparted to Tianpeng. Incredibly, 8 times. Upon hearing this notification, Tianpeng excitedly tossed the 9-toothed rake into the crystal ball. Fortunately, he held back. Yet this opened a new avenue of thought for him. He had previously confined himself to golden immortal treasures. In light of this, there was no need. He could certainly utilize more advanced treasures. If an incomplete Tai golden immortal treasure yielded such results, how potent would a Xīyóu level 1 be? Or one of the quasi-saint level? He dared not even contemplate a saintly treasure. Tianpeng's eyes gleamed with fervor, feeling an overwhelming sense of potential. Senior, I am off. With a buoyant spirit, Tianpeng resolved to venture out and gather more treasures. No need to see you off, Chu Feng replied with a faint smile. He appreciated the second senior brother's gluttony, willing to go to great lengths for a meal. System, upgrade me, Chu Feng silently commanded. Soon, his aura began to soar, ascending from the initial stage of celestial immortal to the pinnacle of celestial immortal. He was but a step away from true immortal status. He was now closer to leaving this deep mountain, hoping for an increasing number of guests in the future. In the heavenly court, after finishing his review of the memorials, the Jade Emperor recalled that he had yet to reward Tianpeng as he had decreed. Although it was not his original intention, the outcome was somewhat satisfactory. Where is Tianpeng? The Jade Emperor's booming voice resonated through the palace. No one responded. Taibai Jinxing hastily said, I report to your majesty. Marshal Tianpeng may not have returned yet. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. How could he linger in the mortal realm and delay his return? What does he take the heavenly court for? Qianlian, go and see where Tianpeng is. The Jade Emperor commanded with a thump on the table. He must be taught a lesson. Such arrogance stemming from merit cannot be tolerated. Qianlian complied and departed to utilize his divine powers. Moments later, his face changed drastically as he urgently reported, I report back to the Jade Emperor. Marshal Tianpeng is fighting with Guanin. What? The assembly of deities thought they must have misheard. Tianpeng fighting with Guanin? Surely, they were not dreaming. The Jade Emperor reacted first, summoning the Haotian mirror to cast its reflection. A quarter of an hour earlier, Tianpeng soared amidst the clouds, contemplating an opportunity to visit the Dragon Kings and borrow some treasures. Tianpeng. At that moment, a chilling female voice resonated from the clouds. Tianpeng was startled, nearly falling from the sky. Wasn't that Guanin? How fortuitous. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With a forced smile, Tianpeng bowed and attempted to depart. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with the Buddhist sect. Return it. Guanin instantly blocked Tianpeng's path, extending her delicate hand to demand. What? Tianpeng feigned confusion. That bell. Guanin's tone was icy as she reminded him. The bell? Tianpeng was taken aback, quickly realizing that the bell he had just acquired was indeed Guanin's. What bell? He pretended to be oblivious. The red bell, capable of releasing fiery flames. Guanin did not believe him and described the bell's appearance directly. Feigning ignorance was no longer an option. After all, the matter of subduing demons in the mortal realm was no secret. However, he could not just go back to the Inn of Drunken Immortals to retrieve the bell. What if he offended the elder? If he had to choose between offending the elder and Guanin, he naturally would opt to offend Guanin. Oh, that bell. Tianpeng feigned sudden realization, asserting, this marshal acquired such a bell as a spoils of war from the hands of the carp spirit. How can it be yours, Guanin? Amitba. It is my fault for not guarding it properly. Guanin chanted a Buddhist incantation, neither confirming nor denying his claim. That is a matter for you, Guanin. This spoils of war is the result of my demon subjugation and shall naturally be dealt with by me. Tianpeng stood his ground without fear. As a disciple of the human sect and an official of the heavenly court, could Guanin truly harm him? That demon was raised by me. The carp spirit took advantage of my unawareness. Guanin gritted her teeth. Oh, so you, Guanin, are condoning the demon's disruption of the order in the West Sea? Tianpeng boldly interrupted her, astonished. Silence. Return that bell to me. Guanin coldly reprimanded. If Tianpeng continued to speak, who knew what else he might say? Moreover, she was astonished that Tianpeng, who had always shown reverence towards her, dared to be so disrespectful today. Chapter 23, Guanin dares to strike me, Tianpeng, today, tomorrow. She will dare to challenge the heavenly court. Guanyin, I sincerely apologize, but that bell was broken by me yesterday, and I do not know where I threw it. Tianping, realizing he could no longer deceive her, chose to give up. After all, he could not possibly retrieve the bell. Nor did he wish for Guanyin to know about the elder's existence, lest he provoke the elder and risk his livelihood in the future. Broken? Guanyin's expression darkened. She recalled the forcibly erased mark. Could it truly have been damaged? After all, even a quasi-saint could not instantaneously erase his mark. However, the nine-tooth rake refined by the supreme Laozi was a true divine weapon. It was indeed possible to shatter the purple gold bell. This fool. Does he think that if he cannot utilize it, he should destroy it? Guanyin felt her heart bleed. The purple gold bell was one of her few treasures. Now that she was missing a fire bell, it was akin to being rendered useless. Seeking death, Guanyin, in a fit of rage, swiftly struck down towards Tianping. Regardless of his status as the destined person to retrieve the scriptures, she thought nothing of letting him experience another cycle of reincarnation. What the— are you serious? Tianping was horrified. This was the strike of a great Luo golden immortal. But in the next instant, he inexplicably found himself calm. That strike appeared to him to be exceedingly slow. And he slightly shifted his body, managing to evade it in an uncanny manner. How was this possible? Guanyin was stunned, although she had no intention of truly killing Tianping. That strike should have ensured he would be incapacitated for several years. Yet, he had evaded it so effortlessly. Tianping was overjoyed. This floating blossom killing technique was indeed wondrous. He had managed to dodge that attack. Consequently, Tianping began to float, loudly exclaiming, "Help! Guanyin is trying to kill me. It's just a bell after all. Has the Buddhist sect fallen to such a state? Over a mere bell, you wish to kill me?" Guanyin's expression turned even colder upon hearing this. This foolish individual was driving her to the brink. She immediately summoned her magical powers, forming seals with her hands and unleashing two colossal Buddha palms, launching them at Tianping from both sides. There was no way to evade. The celestial beings of the heavenly court witnessed this scene, puzzled over what Tianping had done. Many deities frowned. Guanyin was at the peak of Great Luo, while Tianping was merely at the early stage of Tai. A strike from her could likely obliterate him. Yet, at that moment, they saw Tianping unexpectedly close his eyes. Is he giving up? The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Guanyin had audaciously struck at one of his heavenly court's people, showing utter disrespect. But in the next moment, they were all left dumbfounded. For the Tianping who had closed his eyes, his plump form suddenly became light as a feather, drifting like a petal and effortlessly dodging those two palms. How was this achieved? The assembly of deities gaped, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. What kind of movement technique was that? They had never witnessed such a thing before. How much strength was Tianping truly concealing? Guanyin, please calm down. What will happen if you harm yourself in your rage? It's merely a bell. Why be so concerned? I can buy you a new one in the mortal realm. Tianping grinned, inwardly ecstatic. This divine power was incredibly effective. When had he ever been so carefree in front of Guanyin? Evading two attacks from a peak Great Luo was something he could boast about for a year. Guanyin, having failed twice, felt her dignity slipping away. Tianping's elusive movement technique rendered her ordinary attacks ineffective, yet she could not easily unleash a broad-scale attack. Furthermore, if she revealed all her hidden cards to defeat a mere early Tai, she would lose all face in the three realms afterward. Of course, what she did not know was that the Jade Emperor had already seen through her with the Haotian mirror. As a quasi-saint, his capabilities were beyond her comprehension. Seal. Guanyin let out a cold laugh, forming a Buddha seal with her hands. Huh. Tianping's expression suddenly stiffened. He could not move. Guanyin, at the peak of Great Luo, had already grasped certain spatial laws. Although her understanding was shallow, it was more than sufficient to deal with an early Tai. How careless. I should have fled earlier. If I had returned to the heavenly court, even if Tathagata himself came, he could do nothing to me. Bodhisattva, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down for tea and have a calm discussion? Tianping blinked, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Humph. Guanyin scoffed coldly. It was too late to beg for mercy now. What had begun as a minor reprimand now seemed to require a more serious response. Today, she must teach this fool a harsh lesson. With that thought, Guanyin raised her hand once more. That palm descended again. Tianping was drenched in cold sweat. Yet his body remained immobile. As the earth-shattering palm drew near, Tianping shouted in his heart, "Behold my tough skin and flesh." In an instant, A faint brownish-yellow glow emanated from his body. That palm struck Tianpeng simultaneously, igniting a sky full of Buddha light. After the brilliance dissipated, Guanyin beheld the ethereal silhouette of a golden pig. Pain pierced through the air as Tianpeng emitted a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Yet, he himself suffered little harm, merely bellowing in distress. Regret swelled within Tianpeng. His tough hide had indeed absorbed Guanyin's strike, but he still felt considerable pain, primarily due to his aversion to suffering. Had he known that the bell belonged to Guanyin, he would never have dared to use it for his own gain. Thus avoiding this ordeal. How could you withstand my strike unscathed? Guanyin exclaimed in astonishment. Although she had restrained her power, she expected to leave him at least somewhat injured. Yet, this foolish creature, aside from his cries, bore not a single wound. Guanyin, are you challenging the Celestial Court? Do you wish to confront the Jade Emperor? Tianpeng bared his teeth and raised a grand banner. Though he did not truly believe he could contend with Guanyin, the disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. If Guanyin were to unleash her full might, he would be utterly incapable of countering it. Impudent. Guanyin's expression darkened. To be so disrespectful under the protection of a divine shield warranted a thorough reprimanding today. Otherwise, how could she discipline him on their journey to the west? She raised her hand, prepared to strike Tianpeng once more. Guanyin, you have grievously harmed Tianpeng without cause. Do you intend to defy the Celestial Court? The voice of the Jade Emperor thundered in Guanyin's ears. Without cause? Grievously harmed? Guanyin's lips twitched. She dared not strike again. Astonished that the Jade Emperor had been watching this unfold, unsure of how long he had observed. It must be the Haoyan mirror. Umitba, I dare not. Guanyin pressed her palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant. I merely sought to reclaim my treasure. She could not accept the heavy accusation laid upon her by the Jade Emperor. Otherwise, it would lead to a complete rift between the Taoist and Buddhist sects, a consequence she could not bear. Your Majesty, this is a grave misunderstanding. I was dispatched to vanquish demons, only to discover that this creature is one of Guanyin's pets, who directly obstructed me here today, attempting to reclaim my spoils. When I refused, she attacked. Tianpeng lamented dramatically, appealing to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, you must stand for me. If she dares to strike me today, tomorrow she will dare to strike against the Celestial Court. Chapter 24. The Jade Emperor's Bestowal. Sun Wukong enters the Eastern Sea. The corners of the Jade Emperor's mouth twitched. Even through the Haoyan mirror, he could perceive Tianpeng's audacity, who would not wish to teach him a lesson. However, facing the Buddhist sect, such a character was precisely what was needed. Tianpeng, cease your slander. You are the one who secretly appropriated my treasure. Guanyin retorted with exasperation. That was my bounty for subduing demons. Yet you, Guanyin, permit your creatures to wreak havoc in the Western Sea and even bestow upon them treasures. What is your intent? Tianpeng adamantly countered, redirecting the blame. With the bell lost, he could only accuse Guanyin, regardless of the truth. It was indeed advantageous to possess strength. Tianpeng mused. Recalling how he had once dared not confront Guanyin with such defiance, he resolved to gather treasures and frequent that venerable shop to acquire more divine powers. That was the true path. Tianpeng, you must not slander. That carp spirit escaped with my treasure. Guanyin's expression darkened. Although Tianpeng spoke truthfully, she could not publicly acknowledge it. The Jade Emperor, observing, suppressed a laugh, believing Tianpeng's claims to hold some merit. The Buddhist sect was often hypocritical, capable of such deeds. Yet it was unnecessary to reveal this truth before their conflict escalated. He spoke solemnly, though Guanyin did not intend this. The creature's rampage in the Western Sea is a fact. Since Tianpeng has engaged in subduing demons, the spoils rightfully belong to him as a form of your punishment. He naturally sided with Tianpeng, as he was one of their own, and Tianpeng's position was justified. I understand, Guanyin sighed deeply, acquiescing, with the Jade Emperor intervening. She had no choice but to relent. Moreover, she wished to prevent Tianpeng from uttering further words that might cause an uproar. Who knew what other outrageous statements he might make? When the journey to the west begins, you shall see. Guanyin cast a deep glance at Tianpeng, etching this moment into her memory before transforming into a stream of light and departing. Tianpeng, you have accomplished a great feat in subduing demons. What reward do you desire? The Jade Emperor's voice resonated once more. Initially, he intended to lightly reprimand Tianpeng, to set an example and establish authority, but he altered his mind. Today, Tianpeng has brought great honor to the Celestial Court. He must be generously rewarded. Furthermore, the news of his generosity toward Tianpeng would surely irk the Buddhist sect. Thank you, Your Majesty. I desire a protective treasure, Tianpeng replied eagerly, his eyes gleaming. He was in dire need of artifacts. The more he possessed, the greater his strength would become. A treasure for protection? The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had expected Tianpeng to seek a promotion or a similar reward. However, having just clashed with Guanyin, fearing retaliation from the Buddhist sect, seeking a defensive artifact was reasonable. Granted, I bestow upon you this Hunyuan bell, a replica of the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. As a postnatal superior spirit treasure, it can shield you from myriad dangers when suspended above your head. The Jade Emperor generously awarded a powerful defensive artifact, one of far greater value than Guanyin's prized purple gold bell. The celestial beings in attendance were astounded. A replica of the Chaos Bell. The true Chaos Bell had vanished with the fall of the Eastern Emperor. Even if this replica could only muster a fraction of its power, it would still be considered a treasure of immense worth. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Majesty. Tianpeng's heart raced with excitement. This was a treasure on the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The celestial court must learn from Tianpeng, eradicate the demon race, and enhance our prestige. The Jade Emperor declared to the assembly of immortals, "Your decree shall be followed." They all nodded in agreement. They understood the Jade Emperor's intent. The directive to eliminate demons was, in essence, a campaign against the Buddhist sect. Nevertheless, Tianpeng had shown remarkable resilience, managing to endure 3 strikes from Guanyin. They wondered where he had acquired such diverse divine skills. Regardless, they knew that Tianpeng was on the rise. Flower Fruit Mountain. Sun Wukong, having received a long leave from Chu Feng, did not rush back. Today, he was diligently practicing his knife techniques, only to have his kitchen knife snap in 2. Had he indeed struck that monkey too forcefully last time? With a deep sigh, Sun Wukong exited the water curtain cave, feeling a twinge of melancholy at the loss of his companion of 10 years. "My king, what troubles you?" A long-armed monkey leaped down from a tree, puzzled by his demeanor. "My knife is broken," Sun Wukong replied glumly. "That is fortunate." The long-armed monkey's eyes lit up. "I have heard that the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea is filled with treasures. Why not seek out a fitting weapon there? Is that true?" Sun Wukong pondered, feeling a stir of interest but hesitating, recalling his master's teachings about the discourtesy of demanding items from others. "Absolutely. Moreover, I have heard that the old Dragon King is generous. If you were to visit, you would surely return with a weapon." The long-armed monkey's words dispelled Sun Wukong's doubts. "Then I shall go." With a mighty leap, Sun Wukong vanished from sight. Finally, the task is accomplished. The long-armed monkey sighed in relief. The monkey had remained in the water curtain cave for days, causing him great worry. Thankfully, the Buddhist sect could not blame him now. In the Eastern Sea, within the Dragon Palace, Sun Wukong was awestruck by the resplendent surroundings upon his arrival. The old Dragon King was indeed wealthy. Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Welcome, esteemed immortal. What brings you to our humble abode?" The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea emerged to greet him. He had already received news from the Buddhist realm and learned that the Monkey King was coming. Thus he awaited his arrival. For him, it would be best if the monkey took the Rui Jingu Bang and departed swiftly. He had no desire to engage extensively with the monkey. "I have heard, old Dragon King, of your benevolence, and thus I have come to seek a suitable treasure." Sun Wukong grinned, surprised by the warm welcome from the old Dragon King, who had come out to greet him. Truly, he was a good soul. Benevolent? The East Sea Dragon King was at a loss for words. Was this truly referring to him? Nevertheless, since the Buddhist realm had already made an introduction, he would comply. "What kind of treasure does the esteemed immortal desire?" The East Sea Dragon King inquired with a smile. "I seek a magical kitchen knife. Do you have one here, old Dragon King?" Sun Wukong pondered before responding earnestly. "A kitchen knife? Wasn't it agreed that you would take the Rui Jingu Bang?" The East Sea Dragon King's eyes flickered, and he chuckled. "Surely, esteemed immortal, you jest. Where in the world is there a magical treasure that resembles a kitchen knife?" "None." Sun Wukong frowned. Clearly, every piece of his master's kitchenware was a magical item. How could this old Dragon King claim there was no kitchen knife treasure? Just because he lacked one, he presumed none existed. This old Dragon King was indeed of a dubious nature. The rumors were evidently unreliable. "Since there is none, I shall seek elsewhere," Sun Wukong declared, preparing to leave. The East Sea Dragon King was taken aback. What was happening? This was not what the Buddhist realm had conveyed. Hastily, he extended his hand and called out anxiously, "Esteemed immortal, please wait. I have another treasure that might pique your interest." Chapter 25. The Rui Jingu Bang transforms into a golden knife. and the peaches are casually gifted. Sun Wukong halted his steps, ultimately deciding to follow the old Dragon King to see what he had to offer. The East Sea Dragon King scurried ahead like a sycophant, leading the monkey towards the Rui Jingu Bang. He dared not test the waters with any other weapons. The monkey's reaction was entirely different from what the Buddhist realm had described. Esteemed immortal, this is my finest treasure, the Rui Jingu Bang, weighing 13,500 jin. If you can lift it, you may take it with you. The East Sea Dragon King announced proudly before the Rui Jingu Bang. No, Sun Wukong replied dismissively, casting a brief glance before averting his gaze. He desired a kitchen knife, yet this old Dragon King offered him a stick. Truly, he was not a good person. With that, he attempted to leave once more. Esteemed immortal, why is that? The East Sea Dragon King grasped Sun Wukong's arm urgently. I only use kitchen knives. Sun Wukong shook his head. Esteemed immortal, I implore you to at least give it a try. You may find that you like it. The East Sea Dragon King was completely at a loss, practically begging. What are you doing, old Dragon King? Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling embarrassed by the fervent attention. He had misjudged the old Dragon King. At least his benevolence was genuine. Then I shall take it back to my master's shop as a pillar. With this thought, Sun Wukong approached the Rui Jingu Bang. Upon touching it, he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if encountering an old friend after many years. It's too large. Sun Wukong lamented, how can I carry this? Just as he spoke, the Rui Jingu Bang swiftly diminished in size, allowing him to grasp it easily. It can shrink? Sun Wukong pondered, murmuring, this could indeed be used as a rolling pin, but alas, it cannot transform into a kitchen knife. In the next moment, the Rui Jingu Bang transformed into a golden kitchen knife. Excellent, excellent. Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight, astonished that this was indeed a remarkable treasure. Rui Jingu Bang? He glanced at the inscription on the handle, muttering, how could a kitchen knife be called a stick? It should be named Rui Golden Knife instead. And thus, the inscription changed accordingly. Good, good, good. Sun Wukong beamed as he held the kitchen knife, which felt as light as a feather in his hands despite its original weight of over 10,000 jin. The East Sea Dragon King stood by, utterly dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? How could the Rui Jingu Bang recognize its master and transform into a kitchen knife? Cough, cough. In his excitement, the old Dragon King began to cough violently, the hidden injuries from his previous battle with the carp's spirit resurfacing. Old Dragon King, what ails you? Sun Wukong immediately turned his attention to him. Cough, cough, it's nothing, just a minor ailment, the old Dragon King waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong recalled his master's remarks about the healing properties of the peaches. Given the old Dragon King's generosity, he knew he could not be stingy. He thus produced a large, plump peach from his bosom. Instinctively, the old Dragon King accepted it, inhaling its fragrance deeply, his eyes widening in shock. His injuries had miraculously healed. This is a panda peach. The old Dragon King's hands trembled, his heart racing. Esteemed immortal, this peach is a gift for you. My master says that these 9,000-year-old panta peaches possess healing properties, Sun Wukong stated, fastening the kitchen knife to his waist. 9,000 years. The old Dragon King gasped, nearly fainting from surprise. Esteemed immortal, this is far too precious. I cannot accept such an unearned gift. His voice quivered, yet his gaze remained fixated on the peach. You shall eat it. I am not lacking in peaches. We are neighbors. And my master has taught me the principles of reciprocity. Sun Wukong waved his hand nonchalantly. In his mind, these peaches were abundant, grown in his master's backyard. Not a rare commodity. The East Sea Dragon King could only smile bitterly, feeling a surge of sympathy towards the monkey. Thank you, esteemed immortal, he finally relented. Accepting the panta peach, it was indeed invaluable to him. Why aren't you eating it? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. The East Sea Dragon King clasped his hands and chuckled wryly. Esteemed immortal, you may not know, but my 4 brothers and I were all injured by that monster. I wish to summon them to share this panta peach, which may even enhance their cultivation. Your brothers are truly united in purpose. Sun Wukong remarked with admiration. He then rummaged through his belongings and tossed out 7 more panta peaches. Here, I shall gift these to you all. 1 peach is hardly worth dividing. After all, these are plentiful. I can simply pick more later. Of course, if Chu Feng were to know, he would undoubtedly exclaim about the extravagance. To give away 8 9,000-year-old panta peaches was indeed a remarkable waste. The East Sea Dragon King stood there, utterly petrified. Was he dreaming? Old Dragon King? It was not until Sun Wukong waved his hand before his eyes that he snapped back to reality. I must first thank the esteemed immortal on behalf of my brothers. The old Dragon King almost knelt in gratitude. Sun Wukong, quick on his feet, pulled him up, and the old Dragon King, attempting to break free, found it utterly impossible. What are you doing, old Dragon King? Sun Wukong asked in confusion. The great kindness of the esteemed immortal cannot be repaid. Allow me to invite my brothers to express their gratitude. The old Dragon King bowed and struck a large bell to summon the other Dragon Kings. Shortly thereafter, the other 3 Dragon Kings arrived in a flurry. Upon hearing the East Sea Dragon King recount the events, they were overcome with excitement and expressed their gratitude profusely. Little Dragon has hastily brought this set of golden armor as a gift for the esteemed immortal, the West Sea Dragon King declared. The other 2 Dragon Kings also presented a purple gold crown and cloud-walking boots, transforming Sun Wukong's appearance entirely. Although Sun Wukong was not particularly fond of this attire, as it hindered his culinary skills, the Dragon Kings were so enthusiastic that he could hardly refuse. If you wish to express your gratitude, thank my master. He is the one who cultivated these peaches, and I contributed little. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. When had he ever received such lavish praise? May I inquire, esteemed immortal, from whom do you hail? The East Sea Dragon King could not help but ask, curious about the identity of this master. I hail from Ling Tai Fong Xīyóu Mountain, the Xīyóu, and my master is. Sun Wukong momentarily faltered, unable to think of how to introduce Chu Feng, then suddenly declared, Master Chu Feng. The 4 Dragon Kings were left bewildered by the conversation. While they were familiar with the name of Mount Fengzuan, the mention of Xīyóu and Master Chu Feng was entirely new to them. Noticing the lack of reaction from the dragons, Sun Wukong scratched his head and remarked, These peaches of immortality were simply planted by my master in the backyard for fun. What? Just for fun? The 4 Dragon Kings were taken aback. Besides the Queen Mother, who else possessed the spiritual roots of the peaches of immortality? However, it was likely that this person was not affiliated with the Buddhist sect. As the leader of the 4 dragons, the East Sea Dragon King was privy to many secrets, including the monkey's disappearance for a decade. After exchanging a few more words with the dragons, Sun Wukong took his leave. The North Sea Dragon King, regaining his composure, asked, Brother, should we report this to the Heavenly Court? According to the Buddhist plan, we should inform the Heavenly Court now, requesting the Jade Emperor to capture the demon monkey and initiate the journey to the west. Report what? That they were gifted 8 peaches of immortality? The East Sea Dragon King shot him a glare and retorted, How can we, the 4 Sea Dragon clans, engage in such ungrateful actions? I don't wish to either. But what about the Buddhist plan? The North Sea Dragon King's face bore a bitter expression. If they reported the truth, they would have to admit that no one harmed them, nor did they feel coerced. Furthermore, they had been gifted peaches of immortality for healing. The East Sea Dragon King continued, The Buddhists stated that after the monkey caused trouble in the Dragon Palace, we should report to the Heavenly Court. But since he hasn't caused any disturbances there, we can wait until he does. At Guanjingku, following the slaying of Lingji, the area had remained isolated. Suddenly, 2 shadowy figures emerged. Xiao Tianquan, you certainly have a way. Yang Chan praised the large black dog beside her, beaming with delight. Of course. Hurry up and take me for a grand feast. If you deceive me, you'll regret it. The large black dog grinned, its eyes gleaming with pride. Rest assured, I guarantee your satisfaction, Yang Chan confidently assured. 10 years had passed, yet the memory of that bowl of fried rice still haunted her dreams. 10 years. Do you know how I've spent these 10 years? Yang Chan shouted internally, determined that even if the Heavenly King himself appeared, today would be the day she savored her fried rice. Finally, they had emerged. In the distance, Lu Yanchang was overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shedding tears. Once an ordinary disciple of the Bishio sect, he had been granted an opportunity by the Saint of Precise Understanding to marry Yang Chan, and she was none other than the sister of Yang Jian. Yet, he had waited a whole decade. How infuriating. After being kept waiting for so long, he vowed to make her pay for it after their marriage. A flicker of resentment crossed Lu Yanchang's mind, though his face maintained an appearance of mildness. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed Yang Chan had already taken to the clouds with Xiao Tianquan. Are you sure this is the place? Xiao Tianquan stared at the Xīyóu with skepticism, surveying it with a critical eye. It didn't even compare to the taverns in human cities. What can your canine eyes discern? Don't be fooled by its shabby appearance. The dishes served here are unforgettable. Yang Chan reminisced, swallowing hard. Is it really that impressive? Xīyóu was not entirely convinced, shaking its head as it strode in, eager to discover what was so remarkable about this establishment. Upon seeing a person and a dog enter, Chu Feng, stationed behind the counter, looked up. I'm afraid pets are not allowed inside. He smiled slightly. Yang Chan hurriedly interjected, Shopkeeper, he is not a pet. Chu Feng glanced over and shook his head, replying, This establishment does not serve dog meat. I am no ordinary dog. I am a celestial dog. Do you understand? A celestial dog. Xīyóu exclaimed excitedly. Oh, a talking dog? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yang Chan quietly explained, he is here to dine as well. Interesting. Chu Feng mused, intrigued by the prospect of dining alongside both a human and a dog. However, upon examining the girl closely, he felt a sense of familiarity, recalling that she was Yang Chan, the one who had savored fried rice a decade ago. After all, there were only a few patrons in his establishment. So, this dog is Xīyóu? What would you like to order? Chu Feng inquired nonchalantly. Xīyóu plopped down in a chair, its front paws resting on the table, boasting, Bring me all the delicious dishes here. I'm sorry, but this establishment does not serve excrement, Chu Feng retorted. I'm Xīyóu. I would never eat that. Xīyóu leaped up in outrage. After all, it was a celestial dog. How could a celestial dog ever consume excrement? Each customer is permitted to order only one dish per day, Chu Feng stated firmly. One dish per customer? Xīyóu was taken aback, then scoffed. But I am a dog, not a human. Chu Feng decided it was unworthy to argue with a dog. Be quiet. Yang Chan smacked the dog on the head and smiled at Chu Feng. I would like a bowl of fried rice, please. Chu Feng smiled back. We have many new dishes recently. Why not try something different? No, I only want fried rice. Yang Chan shook her head vehemently. Her second brother claimed her lack of change after eating fried rice was due to her lack of talent. Today, she had to achieve something. Bring me that menu. Xīyóu demanded, rapping its paw on the table in a bratty tone. Had it not been for its status as Erlingshin's dog, it would have likely been dealt with already. Chu Feng tossed the menu over nonchalantly. Xīyóu perused it, finding everything appealing but lamenting that it could only order one dish. This one, it declared, its paw landing on the crispy fried chicken. Chu Feng nodded, stating, Payment in advance, please. Yang Chan said nothing, placing her hand on the crystal ball and injecting a tenth of her magical energy into it. Xīyóu glanced at her, then approached, mimicking her gesture with its paw. Are you mocking me? The next moment, Xīyóu jumped in shock. For just one meal, it requires a golden immortal level magical artifact. Eat it or not. Chu Feng shrugged, his expression indifferent, unwilling to engage in lengthy explanations with a dog. This is a scam. I will report you for being a black shop. Xīyóu's face contorted in indignation, its eyes filled with fury, feeling personally targeted. Senior, I have returned. At that moment, another voice, dripping with cheekiness, entered. Tian Peng stepped inside. Yang Chan, Xīyóu. Has Yang Jian come as well? Tian Peng was astonished to see the duo. Xīyóu grunted. My master is currently comprehending the great Luo realm. How could he possibly visit such a humble establishment? Tian Ping paid no mind to the dog's arrogance and turned to Chu Feng with a smile. Thanks to your meals yesterday, I was able to grasp some divine powers. Otherwise, you might not have seen me again. He embellished the events of the previous day with fervor. Yang Chan listened in awe. To think Tian Peng had awakened 2 divine powers here. As a Tai, he had remained unharmed under the gaze of the Avalokiteshvara of the great Luo realm, indicating just how formidable those powers were. Was she the only one who had eaten here without awakening any divine powers? Yang Chan clenched her teeth in determination. Today, she would surely awaken her divine powers. Can one really awaken divine powers? Xīyóu's eyes widened in disbelief, completely taken aback. Of course. Would I lie to you? A mere dog? Tian Peng replied promptly. Yang Chan nodded in agreement. My brother only broke through to the great Luo realm after eating the fried rice here. And he even comprehended divine powers. Understanding dawned on Tian Peng. No wonder Yang Jian had achieved the 28 grades of enlightenment to become a great Luo a decade ago. It was the work of the senior. Impressive. Tian Ping felt his future was boundless. If Yang Jian could slay Lingji after just one meal, how powerful would he become after consuming meals here daily? Hearing their conversation, Xīyóu grew anxious. So, the reason his master had become stronger was due to a mere bowl of fried rice. As long as one can awaken a divine ability, what is a golden immortal level magical artifact worth? Even a supreme artifact would hold value. The issue, however, is that he is merely a dog, unable to even produce a celestial-level artifact. Senior, today I wish to experiment with a new dish. I aim to awaken a new divine ability. Xīyóu Peng, brimming with confidence, glanced at the menu and continued, I will have an order of this crispy fried chicken. How audacious to order the same dish as me. Upon hearing Xīyóu Peng, the howling celestial dog quickly interjected, you must pay before you can dine. Zhu Beiji is a member here and has already settled the bill in advance, so no further payment is necessary. Observing this, Chu Feng took the initiative to speak, also promoting, you can become a member too, if you prepay for 10 meals. You will receive a complimentary dish. Beiji? Yang Chan was taken aback. My childhood name is Beiji, Xīyóu Peng casually replied. Yes, it is the name bestowed by the senior. Yang Chan responded with an understanding, asking, shopkeeper, may I cover his bill? Naturally, she couldn't let the howling celestial dog make a futile trip. Chu Feng shook his head, saying, that won't do, your fee structure differs from his. Yang Chan looked at the howling celestial dog helplessly, indicating her inability to assist. She certainly couldn't part with her own lotus lantern, could she? The howling celestial dog, filled with disappointment, suddenly turned to Xīyóu Peng. Xīyóu Peng, how do you settle your bill for meals? With a golden immortal artifact, Xīyóu Peng replied nonchalantly. In an instant, a massive dog head appeared before him, filled with excitement and eagerness, tears welling in its eyes. No way, I don't have enough. Xīyóu Peng quickly realized, becoming exceedingly cautious. Don't act like this. Who doesn't know the grandeur of General Xīyóu Peng? The howling celestial dog began to lavish praise upon him. Xīyóu Peng, feeling elated, sensed he had found a kindred spirit, and with a flourish of his hand declared, all right, this meal is on me. I knew the general was magnanimous. The howling celestial dog's eyes gleamed with joy. Xīyóu Peng, glowing with satisfaction, relished the flattery. Is this howling celestial dog truly sincere? Chu Feng pondered silently, settling Tianping's bill, feeling quite pleased as he stepped into the kitchen. At last, the number of his patrons, including the dog, had surpassed 3. Soon, a bowl of egg-fried rice and 2 plates of fried chicken emerged. Upon seeing the fried chicken intended for Xīyóu Peng and the howling celestial dog, Yang Chan felt a twinge of regret. After a moment's thought, she turned to the howling celestial dog. Howling celestial, can you? Upon hearing Yang Chan's voice, the howling celestial dog perked up, extending its large tongue to lick the fried chicken. What is up? After licking, the howling celestial dog savored the flavor, its thoughts momentarily drifting. Nothing. Yang Chan's expression darkened. This wretched dog was infuriating. Taking advantage of the moment, Xīyóu Peng had already begun to eat, knowing full well he would never part with even a morsel of the fried chicken. Drawing from prior experience, he knew this delicacy was to be savored slowly. With a gentle bite, the tender and smooth texture exploded like summer fireworks, instantly reviving his dormant taste buds. This was an unparalleled delight, every pore of his body rejoicing in ecstasy. A subtle spiciness enveloped his mouth, as if a searing flame flowed through, leaving only an endless aftertaste. Even though it was his first time, Xīyóu Peng couldn't help but marvel at the divine culinary skills of his senior. This is truly delicious. Meanwhile, the howling celestial dog yearned to articulate its feelings, but was limited by a lack of vocabulary, ultimately resorting to a few silent exclamations. Yang Chan lowered her head and took a bite of the egg-fried rice, her gloomy mood dissipating instantly as her eyes sparkled with delight. I have attained enlightenment. Ha ha. Suddenly, the howling celestial dog burst into wild laughter, only for a chicken leg to lodge in its throat, taking a while before it could swallow. Ding! The howling celestial dog has consumed crispy fried chicken and awakened the divine ability of all things breath. Would you like to synchronize? A system prompt resonated in Chu Feng's mind. The ability of all things breath allows one to discern the essence of all things through smell. It is no surprise it is a dog. Chu Feng naturally opted to synchronize. After all, this ability was simple to execute, requiring only a deep breath. Upon synchronization, he felt a significant enhancement in his sense of smell. Simultaneously, Yang Chan unknowingly closed her eyes, seemingly plunging into a nightmare once more. In her dream, she beheld the scene of her mother, Yaoji, before her demise. This time, she mustered the courage to extend her hand, attempting to pull her mother back from that cycle of reincarnation. Then, she saw her mother smile at her with affection. In that moment, clarity washed over her. Divine ability. Spirit forging of the netherworld. Using the belongings of the deceased as a medium, one could retrieve the souls from the depths of the netherworld, restore their memories, and imbue them into magical artifacts. Even if the soul is scattered, one could still reconstruct it from the past. Yang Chan's heart surged with emotion, her breath growing fervent. To reconstruct a soul, this ignited a thought within her, compelling her to act. Shopkeeper, I have recollected some matters. I must take my leave. She hurriedly informed Chu Feng before departing. Even the howling celestial dog was left behind. Chu Feng synchronized with Yang Chan's divine ability, harboring a vague suspicion. Senior, why did she leave so swiftly? Tianpeng inquired with curiosity. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. She awakened a divine ability and has matters to attend to. Tianpeng felt the allure of the chicken leg diminish. Both the person and the dog had awakened their abilities, yet he had not. Contemplating this, Tianpeng quickened his pace. Chu Feng silently shook his head, refraining from commenting. Not every dish guarantees an awakening. It depends on individual talent and luck. Generally, the likelihood of awakening is highest on the first try. Those like Tianpeng, who experience consecutive awakenings, are indeed fortunate. Even Sun Wukong didn't have consecutive awakenings. He would awaken once every few days. Ultimately, Tianpeng, as expected, did not awaken a divine ability. This left him feeling somewhat awkward as he turned to the howling celestial dog, asking with curiosity, Howling Celestial, what is your divine ability? How do you know I awakened the all things breath, enabling me to smell everything? The howling celestial dog instantly perked up, its expression proud. So it was merely a keen nose. Tianpeng dismissed it, having expected something grander. The howling celestial dog, displeased, widened its eyes and exclaimed, Don't underestimate my divine ability. I can even smell the aura of magical artifacts. Really? Upon hearing the term magical artifact, Tianpeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Naturally, the howling celestial dog shook its head, boasting. As it spoke, it took a few steps, sniffing the air, and suddenly exclaimed, I smell the fragrance of peaches. And not just any peaches. You can smell that? Chu Feng was slightly surprised. Although his backyard appeared open, it was actually veiled by formations, preventing divine senses from penetrating. Ahem. Tianpeng cleared his throat, quickly covering the howling celestial dog's mouth. Then, he leaned in to whisper a few words in its ear, as he was aware of what lay in the backyard. The howling celestial dog trembled, promptly tucking its tail between its legs. The gaze it cast toward Chu Feng now held a measure of reverence. In this era, one would not dare to provoke a formidable figure who cultivates peaches. After Tianpeng concluded, his eyes darted as a new idea struck him. Howling. We both require golden immortal level artifacts to dine. Why not collaborate? I can find treasures on my own. Why should I join forces with you? The howling celestial dog's demeanor changed instantly after finishing its meal. You can find treasures, but you also know that places with treasures are often fraught with danger. With your strength, can you handle it? Tianpeng, unperturbed, chuckled. With my divine ability in hand, acquiring a treasure is a trivial matter. Together, we would be invincible. We can split the spoils 50-50. How does that sound? That makes sense. The howling celestial dog's eyes glimmered as it shifted its tone. But you must first treat me to a cup of peach iced tea. Deal. The man and the dog clapped their hands in agreement. Chu Feng quietly witnessed the entire exchange. Yang Chan soon returned to Guanjingku. Her first thought after awakening her divine ability being to reconstruct Yaoji's lingering soul. She was determined to revive her mother. As for the belongings of their mother, they have preserved them diligently, never losing a single item. The young lady, just as she descended, she heard someone calling her name. Turning around, she saw a pale-faced scholar approaching. The young man had previously encountered the lady. Lu Yanchang, clad in a green robe, exuded an air of refinement, his face adorned with a smile. He considered this his most charming expression, with a slight bow and a subtle curve of his lips. He was convinced Yang Chan would be captivated. Yet, observing Lu Yanchang's affected demeanor, Yang Chan frowned slightly. Surely, he could not believe himself handsome? This attire looked particularly unflattering on him. After witnessing a similar outfit on the owner of Xīyóu, Lu Yanchang's attire was nothing short of self-deprecation. Is there something you need? Yang Chan asked, her tone indifferent. What was this attitude? It was quite different from her expectations. Lu Yanchang was taken aback. Yang Chan was not supposed to be immune to his charming aura, blushing and speaking in a gentle tone. I am Lu Yanchang. Upon seeing your exquisite beauty, I, unworthy as I am, wish to compose a poem in your honor, he declared, maintaining his composure with a faint smile. Scoundrel! Yang Chan chided lightly before turning to leave. How shameless this scholar was. Were it not for her urgent need to restore her mother's spirit, She would have surely taught him a lesson. Watching Yangchan depart, Lu Yancheng stood there, bewildered, feeling utterly disheveled in the wind. Huagua Mountain. The water curtain cave of Huagua Mountain was indeed a treasure. A monster with the body of an ox and the face of a man cast a cold glance down at the mountain. Let me see what extraordinary abilities that Monkey King possesses. Beside him, a young man with wings on his back chuckled coldly. They were none other than the infamous demons of the demon realm, the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King. Humph. The Bull Demon King's expression darkened as he scoffed. To dare remain here after slaying my subordinate, the Chaos Demon King, is simply to court death. With that, he raised his fist and struck downwards. Boom. His massive fist shattered a peak of the mountain. Moments later, Sun Wukong ascended into the air, brandishing his golden staff. Who dares to destroy my Huagua Mountain? Sun Wukong demanded, his face filled with fury. The Bull Demon King sneered, you killed my subordinate, the Chaos Demon King. What do you think this king has come for? So it's you. Sun Wukong's anger ignited, and in an instant, he vanished. The Bull Demon King barely had time to react before being struck by a powerful force, plummeting into the East Sea. I was not seeking you out. Yet you have come to find me. Sun Wukong bellowed, then turned to the Ping Demon King, and who might you be? The Ping Demon King turned pale. He had not even seen the monkey-esque movements. He was a Kunpeng, renowned for his speed in the three realms. That monkey was even faster than him. If you choose not to speak, it seems you are an accomplice. Sun Wukong declared coldly. You audacious monkey, how dare you launch a sneak attack on me? A deep, furious roar emanated from below. The Bull Demon King emerged from the East Sea, charging towards Sun Wukong. When had he ever faced such humiliation? Prepare to fight. The Bull Demon King shouted, his body swelling as a massive iron staff appeared in his hand, striking directly at Sun Wukong. Come. Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, swinging his kitchen knife to meet the attack. The clash of their weapons resounded. The Bull Demon King was taken aback. He found himself unable to overpower his opponent. He had intended to send this monkey crashing into the sea to avenge that previous kick, yet this monkey possessed incredible strength. Quite the strength you have. Sun Wukong remarked with a cold snort. The Bull Demon King was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He called that strength quite a bit. This was the first time he had encountered a creature capable of matching his might. In a moment of realization, he chose to withdraw. His iron staff bore scratches from the kitchen knife. Where did this monkey come from, possessing such strength? The Bull Demon King asked incredulously. Naturally. It comes from what I eat. Sun Wukong replied proudly. Eating? What nonsense. A mere monkey could not possibly possess such strength from mere consumption. However, Sun Wukong did not grant him a moment's respite. He had long sought to avenge the atrocities committed against his kin by the Chaos Demon King. In an instant, he pursued with his kitchen knife. The frenzied blade work forced the Bull Demon King into a defensive stance, and soon the iron staff was riddled with cuts. What kind of fighting style is this? The Bull Demon King was increasingly astonished. This unusual technique was exceedingly difficult to defend against. When had the demon race produced such a formidable entity? He had never heard of such a being before. Brother, do you need assistance? The Peng Demon King asked, horrified, realizing even the Bull Demon King was being so thoroughly subdued. No need. Just watch how I flay this monkey. The Bull Demon King felt a sense of humiliation, yet refused to lose face. The dignity of the elder brother must be restored. With a furious roar, he unleashed his divine powers, transforming his form to tower like a mountain. He looked down upon the diminutive monkey as one would regard a speck of dust. You seek death. Sun Wukong laughed. In his presence, becoming so large was merely a means to provide him a target. In an instant, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of light, employing his bull-killing technique, weaving around the Bull Demon King. Moments later, the Bull Demon King crashed to the ground. Brother, the Peng Demon King panicked, rushing into the fray. He relied on speed, yet in the face of Sun Wukong's whimsical movements, he was no match. In no time, both great demons were captured, their powers sealed and tied to a tree. You monkey, you may kill or torture me as you wish. I will stand by my brother to the end. Both great demons refused to yield. Sun Wukong responded coldly. Your subordinate, the Chaos Demon King, occupied my lair and harmed my kin. What is wrong with punishing you? Though the Chaos Demon King was indeed my subordinate, I have many demon generals beneath me. How was I to know what he was doing? I know he is dead. What is wrong with avenging him? The Bull Demon King's voice was heavy, his mood increasingly sour. The Chaos Demon King was dead, yet he had left him with such a formidable enemy. Chapter 29. Cows eat beef, birds eat bird flesh. No one leaves unscathed. Moreover, the matter was indeed the Chaos Demon King's fault. In these times of decline for the demon race, how could they resort to infighting? Killing ordinary animals was one thing, but harming weaker demons was utterly unacceptable. You, bull demon, speak with some reason, yet a death sentence may be avoided. But a living punishment cannot. Children, go fetch a wild bull and an old eagle. The monkey king sprang into action. The bull demon king and the two great demons were utterly bewildered, unaware of Sun Wukong's intentions. Soon, a group of monkeys returned with the carcasses of a wild bull and an eagle. Today, I shall prepare a grand feast for you. Sun Wukong grinned, brandishing his kitchen knife before the two great demons. The monkey king clapped excitedly. Having heard that their king had honed his culinary skills, they were eager to witness it. At this point, the bull demon king and the other demons understood Sun Wukong's intention. He intended to cook their kin before their eyes. With swift strokes, Sun Wukong's knife sliced through the flesh of the bull, leaving only a complete skeleton, devoid of any blood or meat. The bull demon king gasped in horror. Had he not possessed strong defenses, he might have been terrified. At that moment, Sun Wukong had already set up his cooking station. And before the bull demon king's wide-eyed gaze, he took a piece of bull meat and began chopping it into pulp. The bull demon king's eyes nearly popped out. It was strictly forbidden for his subordinates to consume beef. This was akin to crafting a meal out of him. Stop, you demon monkey, the bull demon king roared, struggling desperately. However, he was utterly unable to break free. Helplessly, he could only watch as the beef was reduced to a pulp, repeatedly pounded into ground meat by Sun Wukong, and ultimately shaped into small meatballs before being dropped into the frying pan. Ah, this cursed monkey. The bull demon king's eyes glowed with rage. Witnessing such preparation of beef before him was an egregious affront. Yet, he was powerless to intervene, forced to merely observe. Soon, the rich aroma of meat filled the air, and the faces of all the monkeys displayed a look of rapture. How delectable! Ping Demon King could not help but swallow hard. The bull demon king shot him a furious glare, filled with reproach and indignation. As my brother, how could you drool over beef? Peng Demon King, feeling embarrassed, averted his gaze. Though he hadn't eaten beef in front of the bull demon king, he had secretly indulged in it before. It was undeniably delicious. Moreover, the beef prepared by this monkey was simply exquisite. Children, come and taste the meatballs I've made. Sun Wukong called out, lifting the meatballs into a basin. He then selected a few and presented them to the two great demons. Squinting his eyes and grinning as he asked, would you like to try? Get that away, you filthy monkey. The bull demon king turned his face away, gritting his teeth. Peng Demon King took a cautious sniff and, glancing at the bull demon king, stated solemnly, as Peng Demon King, even if I were to perish here today, I shall not partake in your offerings. Good brother. The bull demon king felt a surge of gratitude. Truly, he had a commendable brother. However, Peng Demon King's gaze never strayed from the meatballs, a detail the bull demon king failed to notice. Sun Wukong simply smiled and remained silent. The little monkeys could hardly contain themselves, clamoring to seize the meatballs. Those fortunate enough to grab one hastily popped them into their mouths. The meat was tender and left a lingering flavor. Accustomed to peaches and fruits, when had they ever tasted such delight? It was absolutely scrumptious. The little monkeys were expressions of pure ecstasy. Is it truly that delectable? Peng Demon King swallowed again, his eyes fixated on the meatballs before him. He had yet to eat anything today. The meatballs awakened his appetite, and he struggled to suppress his impulse, his face contorting in struggle. The bull demon king felt utterly deranged. He was developing a craving for meatballs. He was a bull. How could he consume beef? The bull demon king squeezed his eyes shut, but the enticing aroma was inescapable, and images of meatballs flooded his mind. Indeed, my culinary skills are lacking. Sun Wukong, observing this scene, felt a twinge of regret. Had his master prepared the meatballs, these two demons would have surely succumbed long ago. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and deliberately approached the two demons, taking a meatball and placing it in his mouth, feigning ecstasy as he bit into it halfway. The flavor was indeed inferior to his master's. Yet, he outwardly displayed a look of rapture, as though savoring his master's dishes. The bull demon king could not resist taking a glance, his heart teetering on the brink of chaos. Could beef truly be this delicious? He began to contemplate this question seriously. All he could smell was the stench of sweat. After finishing one meatball, Sun Wukong noticed the water in the pot had boiled, and he commenced preparing the two eagles. What a pity! I cannot catch a pung bird here and must settle for eagles. Sun Wukong feigned a look of disappointment. Devil! "You wretched devil!" Peng Demon King roared. Watching Sun Wukong tear at the eagle's feathers, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. At that moment, he completely forgot about the meatballs. However, Sun Wukong remained unbothered. Once cleaned, he produced a grill and placed it before the two demons. This contraption was a gift from his master. He ignited a fire, skewered the two eagles, and began to roast them. One seasoned with cumin, the other with spicy flavor. Alas, if only he knew what kind of beer his master often mentioned, it would have been perfect. Sun Wukong grilled, muttering to himself. Devil! Cursed! Peng Demon King felt as if the fire was scorching him. How fragrant! The Bull Demon King awaited the grilled meat, murmuring to himself, especially when the seasoning was added. The aroma soared to new heights. He was entranced, completely oblivious to the resentful gaze of Peng Demon King. After roasting, Sun Wukong handed one half to the little monkeys. Smiling at the two demons with half an eagle in hand, he taunted, "Would you like to eat this? If not, I'll give it all to the little monkeys." The little monkeys immediately turned their threatening gazes towards the two demons. "Slow down." A voice suddenly emanated from behind, belonging to the Bull Demon King. "Do you want to eat?" Sun Wukong grinned mischievously. "Brother, let this old bull have a taste of your roasted bird." The Bull Demon King's face flushed crimson. He could no longer restrain himself. Beef was too difficult to consume. He would have to settle for the roasted bird. Damn it! Peng Demon King cursed inwardly. "You were the one who acted unjustly first. Don't blame me for being ungrateful. I want to eat the beef meatballs." Peng Demon King shouted in exasperation, emphasizing the words beef meatballs. "What do you mean by that?" The Bull Demon King's expression darkened. Peng Demon King, undeterred, glared defiantly and retorted, "If you can eat bird meat, why can't I eat beef?" The Bull Demon King countered, "I am eating eagle, whereas you are a Kuanping. Then I am consuming wild cattle, while you are a white bull." Peng Demon King shot back without backing down. "Hey, do you have some misunderstanding?" At that moment, Sun Wukong chuckled, "You can only eat birds if you are a bird, and bulls eat beef. If you don't eat, don't think you can leave." With that, he untied the two demons. Chapter 30. The monkeys disappear again. Little bull, little ping. Greetings to the elder. The two demons, regaining their freedom, instinctively wanted to make threats. Yet, the words died in their throats as they realized they were no match for this monkey. Under the eaves of demons, one must bow their heads. The two demons exchanged glances, silently sighing. Alas, eagles are not Kuanping, and wild cattle are not white bulls. They consoled themselves inwardly. Then, closing their eyes and steeling themselves, they took a bite. This. The two demons simultaneously gasped in astonishment. It was simply too delicious. Their pessimistic emotions evaporated in an instant. The beef was tender and flavorful, sweet yet savory, an exquisite indulgence. So this is the taste of beef. It was utterly irresistible. Peng Demon King felt the same. After a mouthful of roasted meat, his previous grim thoughts vanished. His mind was instantly consumed by the delightful flavor. No wonder mortals adore chicken wings. This is truly delectable. At that moment, he had completely forgotten his own lineage. It was heavenly. The two demons could not stop themselves. After finishing, their earlier grievances dissipated, leaving only the lingering taste of the meal. The Bull Demon King chuckled. Setting aside their races, beef was indeed delicious. Having lived this long, it was his first time experiencing such exquisite flavor. "Monkey brother, I admit my previous oversight. Today, this old bull is truly convinced. How about we become friends?" The Bull Demon King expressed his newfound respect. "You old bull have some charm," Sun Wukong remarked, somewhat surprised, nodding thoughtfully. "I agree." Peng Demon King wholeheartedly concurred. It was his first time encountering another demon whose speed surpassed his own. The key was that the cooking was superb. After their conversation, Sun Wukong discovered that these two demons were also people of character, and their enmity was not directly caused. Thus, he forged a friendship with them. More friends mean more paths, as long as it does not interfere with his cooking. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. For celestial beings, this duration is but a fleeting moment. Yet, the Buddhist realm grew impatient. For by now, the heavenly court had not yet sent down to capture Sun Wukong. The relationship between the heavenly court and Ling Mountain had soured. Thus, Sakyamuni had to take matters into his own hands. "Amitabha, Your Majesty, why has the journey to the west yet to commence?" The Jade Emperor replied nonchalantly, "The previous task remains unfinished. How can we begin?" Buddha frowned and said, "That monkey has already taken the sea-calming needle. Did the Dragon King of the East not report this to the heavenly court?" The Jade Emperor shook his head lightly. The sea-calming needle was indeed taken, but that demon monkey did not destroy the dragon palace, nor did he slay any sea creatures. What grounds does he have for a complaint? What about the underworld? Buddha's expression darkened as he inquired. The Jade Emperor chuckled softly. You suggested getting that monkey drunk and then sending the messengers of death to collect his soul, but that monkey abstains from alcohol and his spirit remains stable. The underworld has no way of taking action. You have truly raised a fine disciple. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Buddha's face. That monkey was certainly not one they had cultivated in the Buddhist teachings. It was unclear which saint was intervening behind the scenes. Amitabha, Your Majesty, please do not dwell on this. Let us proceed according to the plan, Buddha said, gently shaking his head. The Jade Emperor's eyes glinted with a trace of coldness. Very well, he nodded slightly. At that moment, Buddha calculated the whereabouts of son Wukong and his expression suddenly stiffened. The monkey had vanished again. Buddha nearly lost his composure. For since that monkey set out to seek immortality, his plans had never gone smoothly. Your Majesty, the plan is delayed. This monk takes his leave. Buddha hurriedly departed. The Jade Emperor, lost in thought, contemplated for a moment before he could not help but chuckle softly. Monkey brother, is this the place? The Prung Demon King looked hesitantly at the small shop before him. Indeed, my master resides here. Sun Wukong nodded, smiling. This shop's name and couplet. The Bull Demon King murmured, but did not continue. Ha, you will soon witness my master's prowess. The name and couplet are truly deserved. Sun Wukong understood their thoughts well. The two demons instinctively shivered at his words. This monkey's abilities were indeed remarkable. What sort of existence could his master be? Come inside. Do you not wish to taste true delicacies? Ordinary people do not have this opportunity, but you may need to spend some money. That is my master's rule. Sun Wukong was brimming with excitement, for it had been a long time since he had tasted his master's cooking. Spend money? That is no problem. I have plenty. The Pung Demon King boasted, for he frequently traversed the mortal realm and naturally possessed considerable wealth. The meal cost might not be a trivial matter. Come in first. Sun Wukong shook his head. The two demons felt somewhat bewildered but still followed him into the shop. Master, I have returned. Sun Wukong cried excitedly. I heard you. Chu Feng replied, speechless. He was not deaf and had heard the commotion at the entrance. Sun Wukong smiled and turned to introduce the two demons. This is my master, the owner of Drunken Immortal Abode. Greetings, senior. The two great demons did not dare to be disrespectful, even though the man appeared ordinary. Anyone who could teach a powerful being like the monkey could not be an ordinary person. No need for such formalities. Chu Feng nodded indifferently, his gaze sweeping over the two demons, the Bull Demon King's large horns quite conspicuous. Master, this is the Bull Demon King, and this is the Pung Demon King, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Chu Feng secretly nodded, realizing that these were two of the 8 great demon kings from his previous life who had befriended Sun Wukong. Senior, just call me Little Bull. The Bull Demon King quickly flattered with a smile, not daring to call himself a demon king in front of such a powerful figure. He was originally a steed of the heavenly saint and was quite adept at flattering. I am Little Pung. The Pung Demon King immediately followed suit. Little Bull and Little Pung? How clever of you. Chu Feng nearly burst into laughter, clearing his throat and saying, since you are friends of Wukong, there is no need to be so formal. Wukong, why are you back so soon? I just missed you. Sun Wukong chuckled, beginning to massage Chu Feng's legs. To be honest. All right. It's because my two friends heard that your culinary skills are unparalleled in the 3 realms, and they wanted to taste your cooking. Sun Wukong had no choice but to speak the truth. Chu Feng nodded gently. That can be arranged, but you know the rules. Of course, Sun Wukong grinned, skillfully retrieving the menu. What would you two like to order? The two great demons gazed at the menu, and just a glance ignited their appetites. The Bull Demon King pondered for a moment. Then I will have a roasted leg of lamb. I'll have the same. The Ping Demon King was still somewhat reserved. After ordering, Sun Wukong led the two demons to the crystal ball and explained its usage. The two demons were left dumbfounded. Is it truly that miraculous? The Bull Demon King, both astonished and doubtful, placed his hand on it, his expression changing suddenly. It actually demands a drop of my essence blood. Essence blood was incredibly precious. Losing a drop would leave him weakened for a while before he could regenerate it. However, after some contemplation, he still forced out a drop. Then the Pung Demon King stepped forward, exclaiming in astonishment, it requires half of my magical power? The price was not significantly lower than the Bull Demon King's. Yet both demons dared not express their anger. After settling the bill, the two great demons visibly appeared weaker, their steps unsteady. Chapter 31. Taking the Bull Demon King as an assistant, Buddha meets the Saint Master. I want one too. Son Wukong placed 10 strands of his fur on the counter. Even in the drunken immortal abode, he had to pay, but this was voluntary. Chu Feng did not force him. The Ping Demon King could not help but murmur to himself upon witnessing this scene. No wonder the monkey's fur appeared sparse, with such eating habits. How could it not be? However, the monkey merely sacrificed fur, while they were risking their lives. If they followed the monkey's example, they would never return. The two demons silently resolved this. Soon, the roasted leg of lamb emerged, and the expressions of the two demons changed. They often feasted on lavish meals, yet had never seen such a beautifully colored and enticing roasted leg of lamb. Just looking at it was appetizing. It tasted even better when dipped in the sauce. Chu Feng pointed to the dipping sauce on the table. The culinary culture in the journey to the West world was lacking, and they did not pay much attention to condiments. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. The Bull Demon King nodded. Then directly seized the lamb leg and began to devour it. They were not accustomed to eating with elegance. Delicious. With the first bite, their mouths watered. The lamb was rich and juicy, the meat extraordinarily tender. The golden, crispy skin carried a hint of spiciness, crispy and delectable, utterly irresistible to the demons. As they savored such delicacies, the two demons lost themselves in the moment, completely disregarding their decorum and feasting heartily. TSK, how uncultured. Sun Wukong shook his head, then donned professional gloves to indulge in the feast. He had forgotten how he had been even more frantic when he first tasted food. The leg of lamb was quickly devoured, leaving the two demons wanting more. They were utterly convinced that the monkey had not lied. The craftsmanship of this senior was unmatched. No wonder it was named Drunken Immortal Abode. Even immortals would be enchanted by the food. As a demon, he was no exception. Senior, this is simply exquisite. The Pong Demon King's eyes sparkled. He was a true foodie, having lingered in the mortal realm to sample various cuisines. But ever since he had tasted the monkey's cooking, he had turned his nose up at mortal food. Today, after tasting the master's dishes, he truly understood what authentic delicacies were. It was worth it. For such exquisite flavors, he would willingly give up half his magical power, or even be drained entirely. Just as he finished speaking, both demons' expressions changed simultaneously. A sudden revelation struck their minds, conjuring certain concepts. Ding! The Bull Demon King consumes the roasted leg of lamb, awakening the divine ability, earth-shaking power. Would you like to synchronize? The Pong Demon King consumes the roasted leg of lamb, awakening the divine ability, feather light flash. Would you like to synchronize? The consecutive system notifications echoed in Chu Feng's mind. Earth-shaking power could shake the world, causing immense devastation. Feather light flash allowed for unrestricted movement wherever the feathers touched. Synchronize. Chu Feng did not refuse these two divine abilities, even though he himself had no feathers. However, he soon understood that it wasn't necessary to have feathers. Anything in his possession could achieve this effect. After a while, the two great demons opened their eyes, filled with astonishment and delight. How is it? My master's cuisine is extraordinary, isn't it? Sun Wukong wore a proud expression, reminiscent of a chef reveling in his culinary creations. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The two demons responded in unison. Swiftly rising to bow before Chu Feng, we shall never forget the grace you bestow upon us today, Senior. There is no need for thanks. This is merely your fortuitous opportunity, Chu Feng replied, raising his hand gently, compelling the two demons to rise. Their astonishment only deepened. Indeed, this senior is truly exceptional. Not only is his strength unfathomable, but his culinary skills are unparalleled, and he possesses such an approachable demeanor. Most astonishingly, the dishes he prepares can awaken divine powers. It surpasses the efficacy of rare treasures by leaps and bounds. The Bull Demon King knew that the only known spirit fruit capable of awakening divine powers was the immortal apricot, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Yet, such a treasure is elusive and difficult to obtain. The strength he awakened is certainly no less than that granted by the immortal apricot. The Pong Demon King was filled with joy. The Kunping clan pursues ultimate speed, but no speed can compare to spatial leaps. Thus, the two demons suddenly realized that after this meal, they owed a considerable debt of gratitude that could not be repaid merely with blood or magical energy. Moreover, this is a grand opportunity. The Bull Demon King pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, Senior, Do you not have any other helpers here? Few in number. So what need have I for more helpers? Chu Feng replied dismissively. Previously, Wukong assisted me, but I granted him a leave of absence. And it has not yet been a full year. Master, can I not return? Son Wukong's eyes widened in surprise. You may return, but not for long. Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. He wished for the monkey to find more customers, yet the system forbade him from stating it outright. He had once held hopes for Beiji. But that fellow now spent his days treasure hunting with a dog, bringing back no new clientele. Ultimately, it was Wukong who was the real asset. Very well, Son Wukong said, feeling somewhat disheartened, yet he needed to ensure the safety of his monkey kin. Do not worry, brother monkey. I will assist the senior while you are away. The Pink Demon King clapped a hand on Son Wukong's shoulder, speaking boldly. At this declaration, many curious gazes turned toward the Pink Demon King. Haha, senior, although our establishment is small, it still requires tidying up, does it not? I am diligent and never lazy. Please accept me as a helper. The Pink Demon King chuckled awkwardly, not daring to suggest being accepted as a disciple. In truth, Chu Feng remained unfazed. The Pink Demon King, unable to lie, spoke candidly. I wish to stay here to dine. By heavens, this lad is truly clever. The Bull Demon King exclaimed in surprise, quickly adding, Senior, I can also remain here to help. I can perform any task. Chu Feng glanced at the two demons, contemplating. His establishment would inevitably grow stronger in the future. Soon, one person plus Wukong would be insufficient to manage the workload. The Bull Demon King, with his immense strength, would be an excellent choice for chopping firewood. As for the Pink Demon King, he could develop a delivery service with the speed of a Kunping. He would be the ideal candidate for such a role. I can accommodate you, but there will be no wages. Meals must still be purchased, albeit at half price. And you may also dine elsewhere, Chu Feng declared, embodying the essence of a shrewd capitalist. Expect to receive free handouts? Not a chance. The two demons calculated in their minds and found the terms entirely acceptable, even a profitable deal. Thank you, Senior, they exclaimed in unison. From now on, you may call me Manager Chu, he reminded them. In the Purple Cloud Palace, the 6 sages of the present day were confined by the Tao ancestor. The Buddha directly approached the hall where the 2 saints of the West resided, joining his hands in prayer. Amitabha, that monkey has vanished again. Vanished again? The saints K2 and Jejin were momentarily taken aback. Had he not just appeared? The Buddha spoke slowly. I have come to seek your guidance on how to locate that stone monkey. If he continues to appear and disappear, the journey to the West may be hindered. I do not know, replied Jejin, his expression grim, resembling a mask of anguish. The Purple Cloud Palace inherently conceals heavenly secrets. And with someone deliberately interfering, I am powerless. Chapter 32, Beverages, Peach Blossom Brew. With the Peach Blossom Banquet approaching, a chef is in dire need. What shall we do? The Buddha sighed silently, feeling weary. Keita pondered, you should return. I will inquire with the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor? The Buddha nodded slightly, considering it a wise course of action. The Tao ancestor is the preeminent figure of the 3 realms, surely aware of the events unfolding here. Amitabha, I take my leave, the Buddha said before departing. The 2 saints of the West promptly made their way to the secluded retreat of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Disciple is troubled and seeks enlightenment from the master, K2 said respectfully. The Tao ancestor's fearsome presence exceeded their imagination. He dared not show the slightest disrespect. Even as fellow saints, the Tao ancestor could extinguish him with a mere thought. After a moment of silence, a resounding voice echoed through the hall. I am already aware of this matter. The grand voice resonated as if in harmony with the Tao, instilling deep reverence. May I inquire, Master, how shall we resolve this? Keita lowered his head even further. Let nature take its course, the Tao ancestor replied succinctly. Keita stood frozen, bewildered by this solution. The stone monkey's unpredictable appearances had already disrupted the Buddha's journey to the West. How could they proceed if this continued? At this moment, Jejin spoke up. May I ask, Master, is this matter the doing of other saints? Only they possess the power to interfere. Keita directly named names. Master, could it be that Niuhua and Tongtian are involved? The 2 saints, Taishang and Yuanshi, stood on their side, making it impossible for them to intervene. Thus, only Tongtian and Niuhua remained. They dared to ask this because the Tao ancestor concealed heavenly secrets, preventing the 2 saints from becoming aware. The Tao ancestor remained silent for a moment before responding. Niuhua has long since disengaged from worldly affairs. Tong Tian has only recently left the Purple Cloud Palace. This statement negated the possibility of the two saints intervening. However, Xīyóu and Jiejin were stunned by another revelation. Tong Tian had actually exited the Purple Cloud Palace? Master, are not we saints confined here? Xīyóu exclaimed anxiously. Were it not for Tong Tian shattering the primordial chaos, they would not have been confined here. He will not take any action, the Tao Ancestor said calmly. The two saints of the West dared not refute the Tao Ancestor further. Ultimately, they could only advise the Buddha to wait. After a long while, the Tao Ancestor sighed. I can only hope this unknown entity does not pose a threat to the primordial chaos. At the drunken immortal abode, Peach Blossom Brew? Chu Feng nearly jumped from his seat in excitement after drawing from the lottery. He had finally obtained the beverage menu. However, noticing son Wukong and the others bustling about in the establishment, he steadied himself, maintaining his lofty demeanor. This way, his backyard's peach garden would not go to waste. You three, stop wiping. You're about to ruin my table. Chu Feng rose slowly, beckoning the three demons. Come, follow me to brew some wine. Brew wine. Son Wukong's eyes lit up. Master is actually going to brew wine? I wonder what effects it will have. It's a pity I do not drink, as peach water is far tastier. But since it is Master's wine, I must certainly give it a try. I've made up my mind. After tasting the wine, I shall return to Flower Fruit Mountain. In heaven, the Jade Emperor pondered the Buddha's schemes, uncertain when that monkey would reappear. What uncertainties might the journey to the west bring to his celestial realm? Just then, he noticed someone entering. Yaoqi, do you have troubling matters? The Jade Emperor regarded the elegantly adorned woman with some surprise. While they were both once youthful acolytes under the Tao Ancestor, now crowned as the Jade Emperor and Empress, they merely shared authority over the heavens, resembling siblings more than a married couple. Naturally, this was regarding the upcoming Peach Blossom Banquet. Yaoqi, possessing breathtaking beauty, wore a troubled expression. The Peach Blossom Banquet is imminent. Each year it is the same monotonous affair. I do not know about the other immortals, but I have grown weary of it. The Jade Emperor shook his head and chuckled lightly, stating that the Pan Tao Grand Assembly was merely a means to win over the deities of the three realms. They would not truly care about such matters. Yaoqi was well aware of this truth, yet her concerns extended beyond the sentiments of these celestial beings. She was primarily focused on her own interests. No, I am resolute, Yaoqi declared. This time at the Pan Tao Grand Assembly, I must present some new dishes. Then let us instruct the kitchen god to replace the dishes from previous years, the Jade Emperor suggested, shaking his head in amusement. Very well, Yaoqi nodded and continued. However, I believe their culinary skills are rather mediocre. It is time to consider bringing in new talent. At the Xīyóu, Chu Feng and the three brewed their first batch of peach blossom wine. Just then, he witnessed a violet streak of light plummeting from the sky, resembling a shooting star. As he hesitated to make a wish, the light struck the earth, causing the ground to tremble. The landing point was precisely outside the Xīyóu. Chu Feng stepped outside and saw a hand emerging from the deep crater left by the impact. Shortly after, a figure crawled out. The individual was clad in purple robes, disheveled, with clouded eyes and a face covered in stubble, appearing somewhat ragged. Where is this place? The young man in purple swayed slightly, glancing at Chu Feng. Ling Tai Fong Xīyóu Mountain, Xīyóu, Chu Feng replied candidly. The person, having fallen from the heavens unscathed, was evidently no ordinary being. One could hardly expect common folk in this realm, as it was either demons or deities. Upon hearing this, the young man furrowed his brow. The Buddhist realm? How unfortunate. Yet, considering the circumstances, the Buddhist presence had long since departed. He was unfamiliar with this Xīyóu. The young man scrutinized Chu Feng, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He found it perplexing that he could not see through this young man. What is Xīyóu? The young man inquired nonchalantly. It is a restaurant I operate, Chu Feng replied. Is there wine? Can it intoxicate the immortals? The young man suddenly smiled, curiously observing Chu Feng. You are already intoxicated. Chu Feng mused internally but smiled and said, Indeed, please follow me. It was fortuitous that he had just brewed some wine to try out. This person was indeed intriguing. As the young man gazed at Chu Feng's retreating figure, a smirk appeared on his lips, but he abruptly lifted his gaze to the couplets on either side. Such a confident and domineering couplet. However, what good was arrogance if it accomplished nothing and offered no protection? The young man recalled something, a shadow of pain flickering in his eyes. Upon entering the establishment, the rich aroma of wine pulled him from his painful reverie. Excellent wine, he exclaimed. his eyes brightening with admiration. Of course, Chu Feng replied with a slight smile, harboring absolute confidence in his offerings. He then called to the kitchen, "Little Xīyóu, come out and greet the guests." Coming right up, the Bull Demon King, donned in the attire of a waiter, emerged with a smile. Upon seeing the young man, his expression instantly soured. He turned his head and whispered, "Shopkeeper, is he really a guest?" He thought he was being discreet, but his voice boomed, clearly audible to all. The young man regarded the Bull Demon King with mild surprise, recognizing him after a moment and shaking his head in amusement. "Little Xīyóu? What an amusing name." Chu Feng cautioned, "Little Xīyóu, remember, one must not judge by appearances. I hope there will not be a next time." Chapter 33, The Evaluation of the Six Saints. And Tong Tian's impatience, what a remarkable adage about appearances. The young man in purple chuckled. The Bull Demon King instantly reflected on his own conduct. "Apologies, here is our menu. Esteemed guest, please feel free to browse. Take it away. I am here solely for the wine. Bring me your finest." The young man waved his hand impatiently. "You." The Bull Demon King was instantly incensed. He had never encountered such an audacious patron. "Little Xīyóu, fetch the wine." Chu Feng intervened to quell the Bull Demon King's rising temper, then smiled at the young man. "I only have one type of wine, and it is the finest in the three realms." "Oh, then bring it forth quickly." The young man maintained his stoic demeanor. Chu Feng's smile remained unwavering. "Esteemed guest, please settle the bill first. Place your hand on that crystal ball, and you will know the amount due." The young man did not speak further, but complied. Placing his hand upon the orb, he was taken aback by the artifact's ingenuity. However, to his astonishment, a single jug of wine demanded an artifact of the Tai-E golden immortal level. Initially shocked, he soon felt at ease. What use did he have for artifacts now? It was better to exchange it for wine. He placed an artifact down. Ding! Acquired a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Swallowing Heaven Shield, which can cover 20 payments. "Would you like to convert it?" Chu Feng was rendered speechless. Who was this person to casually offer an innate spiritual treasure for wine? Certainly, he would not convert it. Just then, the Bull Demon King returned with the wine, eyeing the peculiar artifact the patron had offered, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. He approached and placed a jug of wine before the young man. "This is our establishment's Peach Blossom Brew," the Bull Demon King introduced. "Peach Blossom wine." The young man chuckled, promptly uncorking the jug. The delicate fragrance of peach blossoms wafted forth. He tipped the jug back and took a generous swig. The crisp and delightful taste lingered, undeniably exquisite, truly a contender for the best in the three realms. "Alas," the young man sighed, setting down the jug. "This wine is somewhat too mild." "Esteemed guest, fine wine is not solely defined by its strength," Chu Feng stated with an impassive expression, though internally he thought with irritation. "This fellow might be seeking trouble. Wait until I pour industrial alcohol down your throat." The young man lamented, "How can a light wine intoxicate? Without intoxication, how can one dispel sorrows?" "Dispel your own sorrows." Chu Feng retorted inwardly but replied outwardly, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'Drinking to forget sorrow only deepens it'?" "I have not heard it, yet it bears some truth." The young man nodded in contemplation. "You certainly have not heard it. I borrowed it from a later era." Chu Feng secretly rolled his eyes and stated, "In my view, good wine should be shared with friends, amidst clinking cups and heartfelt conversations, rather than indulging alone." In essence, he was suggesting the joy of drinking and boasting with friends. Friends? A glimmer of nostalgia crossed the young man's eyes as he self-deprecatingly smiled. "Now, where would I find friends?" Realizing the depth of the young man's story, Chu Feng smiled and offered, "Brother, allow me to be your friend for now, to share this cup with you." The young man looked up, surprised. "Very well," he replied after a brief silence, suddenly smiling at the self-assured Chu Feng, inexplicably agreeing with his sentiment. "There is someone daring enough to befriend me? Little Xīyóu, bring me a larger jar." Chu Feng commanded without hesitation. Before long, the Bull Demon King returned, cradling a wine jar nearly half a meter tall. "This is indeed large," the young man remarked, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I may not excel in many things, but I can certainly drink," Chu Feng declared confidently, especially since he could store the wine in his system space, ensuring he would never be intoxicated. "Youthful recklessness can be commendable," the young man replied, taking a sip of wine before shifting the topic. "But excessive recklessness borders on folly. One must understand that there are always greater heights beyond one's own, especially with the saints in this realm." "That is a flawed assertion," Chu Feng countered, shaking his head. What do the saints have to do with me? What utility do they possess? Here in Xīyóu, he was invincible. Even the Tao ancestor could do him no harm. Indeed, what good are the saints? The young man murmured to himself. Even saints have limitations and cannot protect everyone. Chu Feng regarded the young man with curiosity. Why the disdainful tone? After a moment of silence, the young man suddenly asked, in that case, among the 6 saints, which do you admire the most? Reflecting on his understanding of the 6 saints, Chu Feng took a sip of his wine and replied, Tongtian. Why? The young man's pupils suddenly constricted, then returned to normal, filled with confusion. He possessed a heart purer than that of other saints. What does that mean? The youth pressed on, his breath somewhat rapid. Chu Feng, unhurried and composed, offered a thoughtful commentary. Let us not speak of the shamelessness of the 2 saints of the West. Yuan sure believes himself to be the true heir of Pangu. But when it comes to origins, virtues are indistinguishable. All things in the 3 realms are remnants of Pangu's legacy. What difference does it make who came first? Nuwa, the mother of humanity, created mankind and is revered, yet she is also known as the saint of demons, capricious and unpredictable. Laozi claims to be serene and non-action. Yet what is it that he does not engage in? Tongtian, on the other hand, is carefree, disregarding origins and talents, cherishing his disciples, and daring to break the constraints of the primordial chaos. Compared to other saints, that is quite commendable. Upon hearing these words, the bull demon king was utterly stunned. How could Chu Feng dare to comment on the saints in such a manner? This was a great disrespect. The young man, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of hope, but ultimately fell silent again, shaking his head bitterly. Yet he was still unable to protect anyone, rendering him a complete failure. Chu Feng shook his head lightly. That is because he is too naive, too foolish. He takes everything for granted. How can one expect every matter in this world to unfold as desired? The young man's expression shifted multiple times, and ultimately, his clenched fist relaxed quietly. What could he refute? Possessing the cultivation of a saint but lacking any strategy, if Tongtian were to fail, who else would succeed? However, the youth's state was already so disheveled that Chu Feng could not perceive the changes in his emotions. The bull demon king stood nearby, fidgeting restlessly. Had anyone else spoken so about his master, he would have rushed forward fiercely, but in the presence of Chu Feng, he lacked the courage. Moreover, the audacity with which Chu Feng commented on the saints only underscored his formidable nature. Master, I will assist Xiao Peng in the back, the bull demon king declared, unable to remain any longer. Chu Feng merely nodded, gazing at the young man in purple with a serene demeanor, and remarked, Thus, I both admire and disdain Tongtian. With a clap of his hands on the table, the youth stood up, his face growing cold. What do you mean by that? Oh, is he yet another admirer of Tongtian? Chu Feng smiled indifferently, showing no concern, and continued. He once uttered a phrase. What? The young man's eyes narrowed. Chu Feng sighed. He once spoke of establishing the Xīyóu out of compassion for the suffering of the masses, to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings. But in the end, he is merely a coward. Nonsense. The purple-clad youth retorted angrily. You just said Tongtian dared to break the primordial chaos for his disciples. How can you now call him a coward? Chapter 34. Tongtian awakens. Divine power shatters the heavens. This fellow is still a fervent believer. Chu Feng glanced at the youth. But he felt no apprehension. A fanatic posed no threat on his territory. With this thought, he coldly regarded the youth, his aura unwavering. Nonsense? He claims to seize a glimmer of hope for all beings. But in truth, is he not simply afraid? Though he has failed, he has done his utmost. The purple-clad youth's eyes widened in fury. Did he not wish to fight desperately for that glimmer of hope? But he was powerless. Confusion and anguish filled the youth's eyes. Above the saints stood the Tao ancestor, and he was helpless. Chu Feng scoffed. Done his utmost? Is Tongtian not living quite well now? How many of those disciples who ascended the Fengshen list still take pride in Xīyóu? Are they not waiting for the day when Xīyóu regains its former glory? But what of Tongtian? He now remains indifferent to worldly affairs, mired in the shadow of his failures, allowing all Xīyóu practitioners to live in humility, scraping by. Is that what he desires as a glimmer of hope? What significance does such hope hold? Chu Feng's words were sharp and resonant, striking like thunder. The purple-clad youth trembled, and after a long silence, murmured, What use is such a hope? He took up the wine jug and drank deeply. Chu Feng ceased to speak. He did not intend to provoke this fervent believer. He merely expressed his thoughts. Suddenly, the young man raised his head, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light, and eagerly asked, "Master, do you truly believe that the Xīyóu followers still hope for its revival?" Naturally, Chu Feng nonchalantly replied. He had no idea how others felt. It was merely his wild conjecture. After all, this person could never truly inquire of those deities on the function list. Ha ha ha, splendid. Excellent. The young man burst into laughter. His demeanor wild and unrestrained, tinged with melancholy yet filled with greater joy. His previously murky gaze shone with unprecedented brightness, and as he laughed, tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, yet he seemed oblivious to them. If those disciples had not given up, what right did he, their leader, have to wallow in despair? Had he truly done his utmost? It dawned on him that he had always sought excuses for his failures. The aura around Tong Tian shifted dramatically, the fog of confusion dissipating, revealing a newfound sharpness. This was not the hope he desired. He then turned his gaze and found Chu Feng watching him as if he were a fool. Feeling somewhat awkward, he was also filled with gratitude. Today's words from the proprietor. Before Tong Tian could finish, Chu Feng instinctively interjected, "Have the clouds parted, revealing the sun?" Tong Tian paused, then broke into a chuckle. "Come, let us drink. Bring me a larger jug." Tong Tian drained the wine from the jug in one go. Chu Feng was somewhat surprised. How had he become so lively? He chuckled, reminding him, "That will cost tenfold." "No matter," Tong Tian boldly replied, as the precious item he had just mentioned could cover 20 of those costs. And he had plenty of such treasures. "Little bull, bring another large jug." Chu Feng called towards the kitchen. The bull demon king quickly brought out a large jug and placed it on the table. Tong Tian seized it and began to drink voraciously, most of the wine spilling down his chin. Chu Feng smirked. With such a drinking style, money was clearly not a concern. "Haha, delightful. I now find this wine to be truly excellent." Tong Tian finished the jug and smashed it to pieces. Chu Feng's eyes widened. Did he have to declare my wine excellent? Why break my jug for no reason? He said expressionlessly, "For the broken jug, you owe me a meal." Tong Tian's boisterous smile instantly faltered. Truly a black-hearted establishment. As he spoke, he abruptly halted, closing his eyes. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Was he about to awaken his divine powers? Tong Tian felt as though his soul were about to leave his body. Despite his saintly cultivation, he could not prevent it. His soul seemed to ascend, and in a daze, he glimpsed a magnificent figure. That person stood with their back to the world, holding a long sword, as if battling a formidable foe. Before that figure lay chaos. Behind it, nothingness, surrounded by the infinite Tao, unfathomable in its mystery. Merely gazing upon it sent a piercing pain through Tong Tian's mind. Who is this? Tong Tian's heart raced with astonishment. When in the three realms has there been such an unparalleled being? Even the Tao ancestor had never left such an impression on him. At that moment, he saw the figure move. The long sword in their hand swung, causing countless paths to dance around them, each point of light resembling fireflies. Following the movements of that figure, were those swords? Countless swords. Tong Tian finally discerned the forms of the fireflies. They were long swords, mortal swords, immortal swords, swords of the past, swords of the future. Suddenly, Tong Tian heard a voice filled with the essence of the Tao resonate. The multitude of swords began to stir. Based on the sword held by that figure, they coalesced like flowing light, soon forming an enormous divine sword. Radiant and dazzling, its sword aura was overwhelming. What is this? Tong Tian's eyes brimmed with shock. Even with his saintly experience, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Boundless and unending, it transcended time. This was the sole impression he held of that sword. Slash. At that moment, the voice rang out again, imbued with brilliance and intent to kill. The light erupted. An endless radiance enveloped Tong Tian, and he felt a surge of destiny. His gaze was fixed on that unparalleled figure, sensing the will behind the sword's swing. The sword light, seemingly capable of piercing through time itself, slashed into the void. A powerful sword aura coalesced into an almost tangible, boundless sword intent. Tong Tian was profoundly shaken. While he had already mastered sword intent, this particular strike was utterly distinct, transcending anything he had grasped. The disparity between him and that silhouette was akin to the flicker of a firefly against the brilliance of the full moon. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. Coming to his senses, Tong Tian beheld that formidable sword intent directly cleaving through the void, severing both the heavenly path and the emptiness simultaneously. The speed of restoration could not keep pace with the destruction. Yet the sword light showed no signs of halting, continuing its relentless advance, as if intent on cleaving through the boundless chaos ahead. At last, the entire world teetered on the brink of shattering. Such was the might of a single sword. This was the heart of the great Tao of the sword, a strike that could shatter the heavens. Tong Tian understood deeply, savoring every movement of that mysterious figure, fearful of missing a single detail. The heart of the great Tao of the sword grows stronger in the face of power, regardless of your extraordinary abilities. I shall shatter them with but a single strike. Even the heavenly path can be severed. Ding! The supreme sage consumes the peach blossom brew, acquiring the heart of the great Tao of the sword, awakening the divine ability to shatter the heavens with one strike. Would you like to synchronize this acquisition? Chu Feng was momentarily dumbfounded upon hearing this sound. He didn't even seize the reward first, but instead, he stared intently at the disheveled youth before him. The supreme sage? Why, that was Tong Tian. It dawned on him that he had just spoken those words in front of Tong Tian himself. No wonder his emotions had been somewhat unhinged. Goodness, I just berated all the sages in front of Tong Tian. Chapter 35, Tong Tian severing causality, Taishan, Yuan Shi. Come forth and face me. Chu Feng was startled for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Here, he was invincible. If he insulted the sages, so be it. Soon, his attention shifted to the divine ability that Tong Tian had awakened. The heart of the great Tao of the sword was already the highest existence. And this strike to shatter the heavens was indeed formidable. Tong Tian truly lived up to his title as the sage of the sword. His innate understanding was astonishing. Yet, he wondered how much of this technique Tong Tian had comprehended. With his eyes wide open, Tong Tian was filled with shock and joy. He had never anticipated that this peach blossom brew would possess such efficacy. He did not believe that this divine ability was a product of his own exceptional insight. That unparalleled figure was an existence beyond his reach. In that moment, he was brimming with fighting spirit. One day, he too would reach such heights, to shatter the heavens with a single strike. He adored that name. One day, he would indeed break through this sky. When he turned to look at Chu Feng again, he found him to be even more enigmatic, no longer daring to show any negligence. Thank you, shopkeeper, for your guidance and for bestowing upon me such a great opportunity. No need to thank me. You drank my wine and gained insights. That is your own fortune. After all, not everyone who drinks will gain something. Chu Feng replied with a faint shake of his head. Yet, in his heart, he wished for these individuals to gain insights daily. That way, he would accumulate everything and directly ascend to the highest level. In any case, Tong Tian smiled, as if he had regained his former elegance. He rose, waving a hand, and a long sword appeared in his grasp as he gazed skyward. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, transforming him into a divine sword drawn from its sheath, exuding sharpness. With each step he took outward, his posture evolved. Eventually, clad in flowing purple robes, with a handsome visage, sword-like brows, starry eyes, and cascading black hair, he embodied the true essence of a sage. To what end do you venture? Chu Feng asked, taking a sip of wine and inquiring lightly. To seek someone. Tong Tian replied without turning back, and in an instant, his sword-bearing silhouette vanished. Chu Feng gazed towards the door and, after a long while, shook his head with a smile. Since his arrival here, the original trajectory of the journey to the west had already been distorted beyond recognition. But what of it? Chu Feng raised his head and drained the cup of wine. In the heavenly court, at the Xīyóu, the Queen Mother was savoring the dishes. With the god of food and the god of cookery standing on either side, their expressions anxious. They had no idea why the Queen Mother insisted on completely revamping the dishes for the Peach Blossom Festival. Was this not an intentional difficulty? The culinary arts of the world were already dominated by the heavenly court. Those recipes had been painstakingly researched. How could they possibly prepare everything anew on such short notice? Yet, as mere minor deities, they had no standing to refute the Queen Mother. After days of tireless research, they had finally brought a few new dishes for the Queen Mother's inspection. She took a spoon and sampled a bite, then frowned slightly. The god of cookery and the god of food felt a sudden pang of dread. One by one, the Queen Mother tested the dishes, and her brow remained furrowed. The hearts of the two deities sank to the depths of despair. The Queen Mother of Xīyóu was exceedingly displeased. This is simply perfunctory. I grant you an opportunity. And this is how you respond? She huffed coldly, rebuking them. Every year, the Peach Blossom Festival is the same. Do you wish to make a fool of me before the other immortals? Simply renaming the original dishes is not a revamp. Little deities dare not. The two deities were terrified. The Peach Blossom Festival is imminent. If you cannot produce dishes that satisfy me, The positions of the god of food and the cookery god will need to be reassigned. With a wave of her hand, the Queen Mother departed, assisted by her attendants. What to do now? The god of food, feeling dejected, poked the god of cookery. The god of cookery glanced at him and pondered. How about I travel to the mortal realm to explore what new dishes exist? If I encounter something exceptional, I can bring it back to the heavenly court to assist. While you continue to research new dishes here, we can tackle this together. Excellent. Let us proceed with that plan. The god of food's eyes brightened. In the Xīyóu palace, Tong Tian's sword descended, directed at the eastern abode of the two saints within the Xīyóu palace. The sword light struck down, but was met by the resonance of the Tao. Crack. After a brief stalemate, that resonance began to come apart. Tong Tian. This is the Xīyóu palace. A voice resonated from the chaos, belonging to the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Master, today I intend to sever some causality, Tong Tian replied, slightly bowing. However, after a long silence, the Tao ancestor sighed. Go to the realm of chaos, and until the calamity is past. Do not step into the primordial world or take action. Failure to comply will result in the loss of your saintly status. Ultimately, Hongjun permitted Tong Tian's actions. With the Tao ancestor's consent, Tong Tian bellowed, Taishang, Yuan Shi, come forth and face me. Impudent! How dare you address me and my elder brother by name? Showing such disregard for hierarchy, Yuan Shi appeared instantly, most concerned with such rules and decorum, and could hardly tolerate Tong Tian's audacity. The conflict between thee and the stemmed largely from their incompatible philosophies. Taishang materialized behind Yuan Shi. Hearing his words, Tong Tian scoffed. I have always regarded you as elder brothers. Have you ever regarded me as a brother? How tragic it is that I only now awaken to this reality. This is in accordance with the heavenly path, Taishang replied. His expression neutral, unperturbed. He was the highest in rank among the saints, regarded as the strongest sage beneath the Tao ancestor. Tong Tian, filled with disdain, retorted. In accordance with the heavenly path? You orchestrated the sealing of the gods for your own selfish desires while spouting grandiloquent rhetoric. Do you not find this hypocritical? What the shopkeeper said holds true. This brother claims to be tranquil and inactive, yet does more than anyone else. As he observed the gradually darkening expressions of the two saints, Tong Tian coldly declared, Release my disciple, Yinxiao. Taishang shook his head gently. Yinxiao has caused chaos in the primordial world. Her sins are unforgivable. I have already shown mercy by sparing her life. Huh. Merely incapacitating Yuan Shi's favored disciple is considered chaos in the primordial world? Tong Tian scoffed. Is this how you, as saints, seek personal revenge? As soon as he spoke, Yuan Shi's expression shifted dramatically. Your audacity knows no bounds. Yuan Shi erupted in fury, his words tearing away the last veil of modesty. Yet Tong Tian did not even glance at him. Fixing his gaze on Taishang, coldly stating, My disciple, even if she is erred, should be disciplined by me, her master. I am her grandmaster. The tranquil visage of the Ta Ching ancient well was suddenly stirred with ripples. Tong Tian let out a cold laugh. That was in the past. Now, it is different. What do you mean, Tong Tian? Ta Ching's complexion darkened. Tong Tian, with a chilling smile, raised his sword, pointing it directly at the two saints. Today, I shall sever the ties between us. From henceforth, the path stretches wide before us. His eyes were filled with unwavering resolve, devoid of any hesitation. Tong Tian, do you know what you are saying? Ta Ching could no longer maintain his peaceful demeanor and shouted in anger. The three pure ones' decisions would leave an indelible impact on the entire three realms. To everyone's eyes, even though they had experienced internal strife during the Fengshen calamity, the three pure ones remained a unified entity, the strongest among the saints. With the journey to the west approaching and Buddhism crossing the east, the rift among the three pure ones could very well lead to ulterior motives from the two saints of Buddhism. Should Buddhism flourish beyond Taoism, the consequences would be unfathomable. Tong Tian's aura became even sharper. I am well aware, yet I refuse to associate with you any longer. It disgusts me. Chapter 36, The Sword Heart of the Great Tao. One sword to shatter the innate supreme treasure. Do you truly believe you can overcome us? Yuan Shi retorted in furious mockery. Previously, possessing the four swords to slay the immortals had ended in abject failure. How could it be any different now? Since the great calamity, he had received merits and blessings, significantly enhancing his cultivation, while Tong Tian wallowed in complacency, showing no ambition. Though he was unaware of Tong Tian's current state, the gap in their strengths was not easily bridged. Enough, if you are defeated today. Do not bring this matter up again. Ta Ching sighed, regaining his previous calm. Very well. Tong Tian responded without hesitation. He understood that both Ta Qing and Yuan Shi had far surpassed him in the realm of saints. But what of it? He had regained his confidence. And he was no longer the same. He had comprehended the sword that could pierce through the heavens and the earth. With a swing of his sword, he cleaved through the chaos, stepping in with composure. As he entered the chaos, the two saints summoned their defensive treasures. Yuan Shi had the celestial cloud of celebration hovering above him, radiating five-colored divine light that illuminated the chaos, a treasure of innate origin. Transformed from the majestic essence of Pangu, Ta Qing was enveloped in the Xian Huang Linglong Tower, a treasure of postnatal merit, its power rivaling that of innate treasures. Rest assured, my actions are upright. Tong Tian scoffed, refusing to engage in underhanded tactics. His words struck a chord with the two saints, causing their expressions to shift with indignation. Come. Yuan Shi directly summoned the Panga banner, unleashing an ethereal rhythm of the Tao. Tong Tian responded with a single stroke of his sword. The Qingping sword energy reverberated, striking against the celestial cloud, yet it was perfectly repelled. Tong Tian, is this what you intend to use against us? Yuan Shi sneered. Though the Qingping sword was Tong Tian's sword of enlightenment, it was not on par with his Panga banner, which could never breach his defenses. Had Tong Tian possessed the four swords to slay the immortals, he might have been taken seriously. Now, it was laughable. That is sufficient to defeat you. Tong Tian replied nonchalantly. Most of his treasures had been passed to his disciples, and he was indeed unable to produce a treasure superior to the Panga banner. Self-deluded, Yuan Shi snorted coldly. If you were so intent on courting death, do not blame me for being merciless. Those saints would be instantly revived under the protection of the heavenly Tao upon death. Being slain was ultimately a disgrace. Today, he intended to humiliate Tong Tian. As the words left his mouth, the Pangu banner descended, unleashing several blades of energy. These were the Pangu banner's blades of creation, capable of tearing apart chaos and shattering time and space. Such might could obliterate heaven and earth. Thus, the Tao ancestor forbade saints from acting in the primordial chaos. Yet, Tong Tian exhibited no fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with combativeness as he swung his sword. With a single stroke, he blocked the blades of creation. Ta Qing could not help but feel astonished. Tong Tian, with both treasures and cultivation inferior to Yuan Shi, had effortlessly withstood an attack from the Panga banner. Yuan Shi was equally taken aback. This was not a mere test. Though it had not succeeded, it was executed with full force. And it should not have been so easily deflected. This is abnormal. Has the sword heart of the heavenly Tao been restored? Yuan Shi gazed at the sharp sword intent emanating from Tong Tian, his expression darkening. The sword heart was the ultimate pursuit of any sword cultivator, the very essence of the sword path. Yet he knew that Tong Tian's sword heart had shattered the moment the Xīyóu was obliterated. How had it returned? Tong Tian merely smiled, remaining silent. He had become the sword heart of the great Tao. The great Tao encompasses 3,000 paths, and the heavenly Tao is merely one of them. It was time to test that move. Tong Tian recalled the awe-inspiring sword that pierced through the heavens and the earth, raising his Qingping sword, whereupon tiny specks of starlight emerged from the chaos. Soon after, those stars transformed into countless beams of sword light. Both Yuan Shi and Ta Qing were momentarily stunned, then perplexed. What use was conjuring such a multitude of swords? Concentrate. Tong Tian uttered a single word, and the countless beams began to coalesce, centered around the Qingping sword, forming a colossal sword. Vain and empty. Yuan Shi snapped back to his senses, dismissively commenting. A heap of scrap metal still amounts to scrap metal. Do you think it can break through my celestial cloud's defenses? Strike. At that moment, Tong Tian's cold voice resonated. The massive sword, resembling a tangible entity, sliced toward the two saints, its unparalleled sword light akin to a descending river of stars. One strike shattered the heavens. The radiant sword light swept across the celestial cloud and the Xian Huang Linglong Tower. Boom. The overwhelming energy cleaved through the chaos, causing both Yuan Shi and Ta Qing's expressions to shift drastically. This sword light, how is this possible? It utterly disregarded the celestial cloud and the Xian Huang Linglong Tower, rendering two defensive treasures virtually useless. Crack, crack. The sound of fractures echoed as both treasures developed cracks. The faces of the two saints turned pale. Tong Tian, we concede. Quickly, cease your attack. These treasures were of utmost importance to them. Tong Tian snorted coldly, retracting the sword light. This strike, compared to that mysterious figure, still fell short. He could not easily sever two treasures, while that person could cleave through the heavenly Tao with a single one. What kind of heretical path is this? Yuan Shi gazed incredulously at Tong Tian. When had Tong Tian become so formidable? Tong Tian could not be bothered to respond. If the sword heart of the great Tao could be dismissed as a heretical path, what was there to say? He turned his indifferent gaze toward Ta Ching. Release Yunxiao. Ta Ching's expression darkened. The cracks on the Xian Huang Ling Long Tower pained him greatly. Very well. He sighed, nodding in acquiescence. Given the circumstances, even if they were to defeat Tong Tian, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. If the treasures were damaged, the loss would be catastrophic. Brother, Yuan Shi felt reluctant. Yet, recalling that previous sword strike, he recognized that overcoming the current Tong Tian was no simple task. He could not comprehend why. Without the blessing of merits, Tong Tian's strength had increased so dramatically. He found himself questioning everything. Go seek the Taishang. Ta Ching, with a frosty demeanor, led Yuan Shi back to the Purple Cloud Palace. At Kunlun Mountain, atop Qilin Cliff, lay the imprisonment of Yunxiao, one of the three heavens of the Jiejiao. Time had passed, and a soft sigh echoed from the depths of Qilin Cliff. Yunxiao's complexion was as pale as paper, her once stunning beauty now marred by weariness. Her cultivation had been sealed by her master, leaving her merely at the human immortal realm, while Qilin Cliff continuously drained her powers. It would not be long before she faced death and dissolution. To her, this could be seen as a form of release. Yet, she wondered how her master fared. The obliteration of the Jiejiao must have been a grievous blow to someone as proud as her master. She dared not dwell on it further. At that moment, Tong Tian stood above Qilin Cliff, accompanied by the Taishang Laojun. He cast a glance downward, his gaze sharpening, and swung his sword with determination. Swish! In an instant, layers of restrictions manifested, enveloping Qilin Cliff. These were the very restrictions laid by Ta Ching himself. Unless Ta Ching intervened personally, no one could unravel them. Yet beneath the stroke of Tong Tian's sword, they were instantly rendered non-existent. The entire Qilin Cliff was abruptly severed, causing the mountain to collapse. Has the Qilin Cliff been destroyed? Yunxiao's pupils contracted, filled with astonishment. Looking up, she beheld the majestic figure draped in purple amidst the clouds, exuding an aura of celestial grandeur. Chapter 37. Sheltering Yunxiao, your disciple, I shall nurture her master. Yunxiao exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. With a mere gesture, the grand figure drew Yunxiao to his side in an instant. Observing her weakened state, a cold glimmer flickered in his eyes. He should have imparted more lessons to Tai Ching. With a gentle sweep over her head, Yunxiao's cultivation and condition were restored to their former glory. Thank you, master. Yunxiao expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply. Alas, it is my tardiness that bears blame, he replied, shaking his head slightly. I believe master will surely return. Yunxiao lowered her gaze, her demeanor respectful. The grand figure regarded her with a profound gaze, remaining silent. Had it not been for the words of shopkeeper Chu, he would still be in a daze. Yunxiao sensed a subtle shift in the aura surrounding her master, an inexplicable difference that eluded her comprehension. Come, I shall take you to a place, he said, disregarding the presence of Taishang Laojun, and grasped Yunxiao's shoulder. In the next moment, the half-destroyed Qilin Cliff was left with only Taishang Laojun and his ox. In an instant, the two had arrived at drunken immortal abode. Shopkeeper, I have returned, the grand figure announced as he strode in with Yunxiao. So soon? Chu Feng was taken aback, wondering how much time had passed since their departure. With a smile, the grand figure pointed to the young woman beside him and said, This is my little disciple, Yunxiao. Yunxiao, this is shopkeeper Chu. Greetings, shopkeeper Chu. Yunxiao approached and offered a soft greeting. Despite her internal confusion, she withheld further inquiry since her master had instructed her to pay her respects. I see, Chu Feng thought. Realizing that the individual in need of rescue was Yunxiao, one of the renowned three Xiaos. As the foremost among them, Yunxiao possessed profound cultivation and a gentle disposition. Yet her fate had turned grim after the fall of her senior brother, Zhao Gongming. Chu Feng merely nodded, intrigued by the purpose of the grand figure's visit, which did not seem to be for a meal. I kindly request that shopkeeper Chu temporarily shelter my disciple, Yunxiao, he implored, bowing his hands in supplication. What is this? Do you think I run a shelter? Chu Feng was momentarily stunned by the request. Master? Sister Yunxiao? The bull demon king, overhearing Yunxiao's name, rushed out from the kitchen, his eyes brimming with tears upon seeing the familiar figures. Little Kuei, you are here too? Yunxiao was equally astonished. Chu Feng nearly laughed at the name. Having thought it strange that he referred to the bull demon as Little Cow, only to discover he also had a nickname, Little Kuei. Sister. I'm working here for shopkeeper Chu, the bull demon king said, feeling a bit embarrassed. He then approached the grand figure, smiling ingratiatingly. Master, what brings you here today? I am not your master. The grand figure shot a glance at the bull demon king, adopting a stern expression. I am merely a beggar who cannot afford a meal. Huh. The bull demon king was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly panicked, shuddering. Master, you must have misheard. Chu Feng shook his head, chuckling. If the bull demon had been born in the Chant school, he would have been obliterated by Yuan Shi long ago. What is happening? Peng Demon King emerged upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the bull demon king in a state of fear, he was instantly enraged and charged forward, declaring, Who are you to cause a disturbance in our drunken immortal abode? Do you not value your life? He had been lamenting the lack of opportunity to showcase his awakening powers, only for someone to deliver themselves to him. Chu Feng silently covered his face. Yet he couldn't help but admire the restaurant's fearless spirit. The bull demon king was left bewildered. The grand figure remained silent as Yunxiao cast a cold glance at the Peng demon king. Hiss! The Peng demon king trembled, breaking into a cold sweat. This woman radiates an overwhelming pressure. Cough, shopkeeper, I just remembered I need to tidy up the kitchen, so I'll be on my way, he said with a nervous laugh, attempting to make his escape. However, the bull demon king quickly seized the nearly tearful Peng demon king, cheerfully introducing, Master, this is my brother, Peng demon king. A brother must face challenges together in times like this. The Peng demon king felt a jolt of fear, his eyes nearly bulging out. The master of the bull demon king could only be that one. Brother, you have led me astray. The Peng demon king thought of his earlier words. His legs growing weak, nearly fainting from fright. Meat, meat, meat. The Peng demon king faltered, ready to kneel in reverence. The grand figure chuckled. When have I seen you so many times? He raised a hand, preventing the Peng demon king from kneeling. Seeing the Peng demon king on the verge of tears, Chu Feng coughed lightly. Why are you bringing people here? The grand figure explained. I must return to the purple cloud palace for confinement, and I do not know when I will emerge. Allowing my disciple to stay here brings me peace of mind. He could not fathom the strength of this shopkeeper, but sensed that his power undoubtedly surpassed his own. In the 3 realms, there were only 7 saints, including Daozu. Yet this shopkeeper was unfathomable, likely transcending even the saints. There was no safer place in the 3 realms than here. Perhaps this was a glimmer of hope granted to his Xīyóu. This establishment does not accommodate idlers, Chu Feng remarked, glancing at Yunxiao. Even a beautiful fairy would not be exempt. Yunxiao's eyes flashed with indignation. When had she, a dignified quasi-saint, been so scorned? Moreover, this shopkeeper spoke to her master with such familiarity. She discreetly channeled her power, attempting to probe into Chu Feng's essence, only to be left stunned in place. Upon hearing Chu Feng's refusal, the grand figure grew anxious. But my bull, Chu Feng promptly interrupted. Little Cow is volunteering. Accommodation is provided, but not meals. There is no salary, though meals will be half off. The bull demon king was instantly taken aback. Knowing he was so lowly would surely lead others to take advantage of him. Surprisingly, the grand figure's eyes brightened at this revelation. Excellent idea. Let Yunxiao work here as well, with the same arrangement. Chu Feng glanced at the still-dazed Yunxiao, frowning, but we usually don't have many customers. With Little Cow and Little Peng around, there won't be much for her to do. Then it is settled. The grand figure slammed the table. Shopkeeper, you will provide accommodation, and we will pay the full price for meals. He was not lacking in wealth. That would mean acquiring a long-term customer without cost. Chu Feng nodded. Let her give it a try. Come, Yunxiao, come here. The grand figure led Yunxiao effortlessly toward the crystal ball. Yunxiao finally regained her senses. Her eyes filled with deep apprehension. This figure's cultivation was terrifying. No wonder her master conversed with him so respectfully. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand upon it. How is it? The grand figure, noticing Yunxiao's peculiar expression, inquired. Yunxiao replied in astonishment. Master, this object demands 1,000 taels of silver from me. The grand figure's expression immediately soured. Why did it require silver when it reached Yunxiao? How could he possibly possess mundane wealth? Chu Feng was quite surprised, having never encountered a celestial being that required payment. Compared to magical treasures, this was rather inexpensive. However, 1,000 taels of silver was no trivial sum, even in the mortal realm, and these celestial beings would certainly not carry such wealth with them. Very well, There will be tasks to undertake. Idleness is not an option. Chu Feng said, reclining in his rocking chair, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Agreed. The grand figure accepted without hesitation. Although he lacked silver, acquiring some was not beyond his capabilities. Chapter 38. Rebuilding Xīyóu. Saints shall not fall, Xīyóu shall not perish. Am I truly being sold by my master? To a small restaurant as a laborer, without any wages, and even having to pay? Xīyóu questioned whether she was dreaming. The grand figure, however, breathed a sigh of relief. Producing an ancient jade token and handing it to Xīyóu. Xīyóu, please keep this safe for now. Master, what is this? Xīyóu's pupils dilated. This was the supreme imperial edict. Take good care of it, the grand figure instructed, providing no further explanation. He would not appear in the wilds for a long time. The transmission of the Xīyóu sect must not be severed. After saying this, he earnestly added, Chu, I am entrusting my disciple to you from now on. Feeling that the statement sounded peculiar, Chu Feng muttered to himself, then waved his hand dismissively. You can rest assured, I will take good care of your disciple. As long as Xīyóu works diligently, he will certainly be well protected among his own staff. Tong Tian found the conversation somewhat strange as well, but didn't he dwell on it. Instead, he inquired, Shopkeeper, do you still sell that wine? Of course. Just pay, and I only have 10 jars for now, Chu Feng replied casually. I'll take them all. Tong Tian gestured grandly, thinking it equivalent to 100 Tai-grade magical treasures. Consequently, a series of system notifications echoed in Chu Feng's mind. By the end of it, Tong Tian's consumption count soared to 500. Chu Feng was utterly stunned. Is this what it means to be wealthy? The excess. I shall consume when I return to dine later. Tong Tian waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that this small change was trivial. If the treasure hunting group, led by Tiango, were present, they would undoubtedly be envious. Master, what about the purple lightning hammer? Xīyóu couldn't help but interject. That is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Tong Tian replied indifferently. From now on, I shall only wield a sword. He had come to realize that his path in swordsmanship was far from its zenith. In fact, it was merely the beginning. That enigmatic figure was the lifelong pursuit of his aspirations. The 10 jars of Taohua wine were stored within a magical gourd as Tong Tian grasped it and stepped out of the drunken immortal abode, glancing back one last time. Xīyóu? Little Niu, take care. You are the future of my Xīyóu sect. Shopkeeper, until we meet again, we shall not part without inebriation. Chu Feng responded with a gentle smile. I eagerly await that day. Yet, in his heart, he contemplated how he would pour Tong Tian a hefty drink of distilled liquor when the time came. Intending to profit from him, Tong Tian smiled faintly and leaped into the clouds. As he passed by Golden Tortoise Island, he paused for a few seconds, raising the gourd to sprinkle some wine. Truly fine wine. He was already feeling a bit tipsy, yet he was reluctant to dispel this intoxication. Lying back in the clouds, he moved freely, and in his haze, the mysterious figure flashed before his eyes once more. Come forth, sword. Tong Tian was inspired. The Qingping sword was unsheathed, unleashing a formidable sword aura that swept through the skies. The sword energy swept away layers of clouds, revealing the heavenly palace in its entirety, unobscured. This immense power immediately stirred numerous mighty beings across the 3 realms. It is he. The Jade Emperor gazed at the hall devoid of celestial energy, his eyelids twitching as he contemplated, growing increasingly astonished. The Tathagata, far away in Ling Mountain, was drenched in cold sweat. It was indeed his master who had made a move. Many were utterly astonished. This casual sword strike from Tong Tian, devoid of any concealment, left them puzzled as to the intentions of this saint of the highest purity. As they were astonished, they heard the resounding voice that echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. I intend to re-establish the Xīyóu sect, to renew a glimmer of hope for my Xīyóu sect. As long as the saints do not perish, the Xīyóu sect shall not vanish. These words reverberated like rolling thunder across the 3 realms, and all the demons and immortals heard them clearly. Re-establish the Xīyóu sect? Most of the celestial beings were initially taken aback, shocked by such a proclamation. Yet, those who still identified with the Xīyóu sect were moved to tears. Master, this is the voice of our master. They had waited so long and finally heard their master's voice. As long as the saints do not perish, the Xīyóu sect shall not vanish. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother murmured softly, her indifferent face once again breaking into a smile. It seemed that the master had truly returned, even in failure. He had not abandoned the Xīyóu sect. Zhao Gongming, who was drinking with Wenzhong, was momentarily stunned, his eyes reddening. Ha ha ha, today is indeed a splendid day for drinking. Come, My nephew, let us toast to the immortality of the Jia sect. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily. Wen Zhong also chuckled, cheerfully filling his cup. In the dojo of Manjushri and Samantabhadra, a green lion and a white elephant suddenly raised their heads, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The master has returned. The master has not given up on us. Tong Tian swung his sword, savoring the taste of the Taohua wine, and declared, from this day forth, my disciple Xīyóu shall take charge of the Jia sect. Upon hearing this, Qiang Shao and Bai Zhao's expressions brightened. Has the eldest sister been rescued? They knew their eldest sister was suppressed at the bottom of the Qilin cliff, bound by the restrictions set by the saint of the highest purity. Despite their repeated attempts to rescue her alongside Zhao Gongming, they had all met with failure. They never imagined that the master would manage to save her. That is wonderful. However, at that moment, they heard Tong Tian's voice once more. From this day forth, I have no further ties with the Taiji primordial beginning. After saying this, Tong Tian felt an immense relief, as if a stone that had burdened his heart for many years had finally fallen away. Yet, this declaration sent shockwaves through the three realms. The three cleans had split. All the demons and immortals were left dumbfounded. The impact of this revelation was overwhelmingly profound. For the entire Taoist sect, it would result in a cataclysmic upheaval. Even the statues they worshipped would require alteration. However, many powerful beings were not overly surprised by this outcome. They were well aware of how terribly Tong Tian had been schemed against by the other two saints during the calamity of the canonization. After Tong Tian made this declaration, he turned back to glance at the drunken, immortal abode. This favor shall be remembered for eternity. A thought flitted through his mind, and he shook his head with a smile, pondering why he should think so much. Next time, he would treat the shopkeeper to a drink. In the drunken, immortal abode. You too, the person has left, yet you still remain kneeling? Chu Feng glanced at the Bull Demon King and Xīyóu, who were still on their knees. The Bull Demon King finally stood up at his words. Xīyóu hesitated for a moment before slowly rising. Chu Feng contemplated briefly and instructed, Xīyóu, my wine has been entirely bought out by your master. Why don't you go to the backyard to pick some flowers? Xīyóu was furious. How could a dignified quasi-saint be ordered to pick flowers? Yet, as she began to retort, she was tugged by the Bull Demon King, who whispered a few words. A hint of suspicion flickered in Xīyóu's eyes, and finally, she glanced at Chu Feng and softly replied, all right. She then followed the Bull Demon King to the backyard. Upon opening the back door, Xīyóu stood in shock at the threshold, her face a picture of astonishment. Peaches? How could there be peaches here? As Tong Tian's direct disciple, she was privy to many secrets. The spiritual roots of the peaches of immortality were bestowed by the Tao ancestor to the Queen Mother, along with the methods of cultivation. Ordinary celestial beings would never cultivate them. Presently, within the three realms, only the Queen Mother's family possessed the ability to cultivate peaches of immortality. Xīyóu's heart surged with tumultuous waves. She could not perceive Chu Feng's cultivation, seeing him as an ordinary mortal, yet her master held him in great esteem. Just moments ago, she had been informed by Xiao Kuei of the miraculous effects of the dishes, and now, witnessing a courtyard filled with peaches of immortality, she couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this shopkeeper Chu? Chapter 39. Xīyóu desires wine. The god of food descends to wander. Xīyóu let out a long breath. Striving to calm herself, standing in the middle of the courtyard, she gracefully waved her fair hand, forming a spell. And the blooming peach blossoms seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, fluttering down delicately. The petals swirled around her, accentuating her radiant figure. After a moment, the petals gently settled into a basket. Xīyóu glanced at the plump, lustrous peaches of immortality before retracting her gaze. She was merely astonished that such peaches would appear here. Without any ulterior thoughts, she had eaten them before, and to her, they were nothing remarkable. Lifting the flower basket, Xīyóu returned to the main hall, perplexed. Shopkeeper Chu, how do you brew wine from these peach blossoms? Though she did not drink, she was not entirely ignorant. It was her first time hearing that peach blossoms could be used to brew wine. Simply add the petals to the usual brewing method, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Knowing full well that even if others were aware, they could never replicate the wine he crafted. Xīyóu pondered thoughtfully, suddenly struck by an idea. Her master had taken all the wine from the shop before leaving, which piqued her curiosity about the true flavor of the peach blossom brew. Moreover, given the esteemed regard of the master, it must certainly be something extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Xīyóu inquired, Cheng, may I sample it? I can exchange it for spirit treasures. 1,000 taels of silver per vial. We must adhere to the rules. Chu Feng replied coolly. The primary issue is that unless it is a spirit treasure meant for payment, the crystal ball cannot convert it, and lower-tier spirit treasures hold no value for him. Unless Xīyóu were to offer her primordial golden ladle. Is it not 1,000 taels for a meal? Xīyóu's eyes widened in astonishment and confusion. Chu Feng smiled slightly. The wine and the dishes are of the same nature. You may inquire with Xīyóu to confirm. Upon hearing his name, the Bull Demon King promptly nodded. Indeed, senior sister. You shall not regret drinking the wine from shopkeeper Chu. He nearly drained all his blood for a single drop of wine back then. The Monkey King, too, indulged himself, taking a large jar with him upon departure. The Bull Demon King pondered that if the Monkey King continued like this, he would surely end up bald. As he mused, he extolled the virtues of the peach blossom brew, leaving Xīyóu both amazed and intrigued. Is it truly that remarkable? After a brief moment of thought, Xīyóu resolutely turned to leave. Senior sister, where are you going? The Bull Demon King was taken aback, fearing that she was angry. To fetch money. Xīyóu's voice faded, leaving only her calm words behind. Chu Feng did not impede her. At that moment, Tong Tian had just finished speaking, and only a fool would seek trouble with Xīyóu. In the mortal realm, at the immortal pavilion. In the kitchen, a young man skillfully sought meat in a pan, his expression focused, with a hint of arrogance in his brow. Having achieved the position of head chef at such a young age, his culinary skills were undoubtedly exceptional. To prevent others from stealing his techniques, he worked alone in the kitchen, attending to every detail himself. Young man, what dish is this? A gentle voice suddenly broke the silence. Who? The young man was startled, suspecting an attempt to steal his culinary secrets. Immediately, he turned, seizing a rolling pin, scanning the area, and shouted, Who dares to show themselves? Yet, the kitchen remained empty. A sense of unease crept into his heart. At that moment, a wisp of azure smoke emerged from the stove, transforming into a man in a red robe. It was the god of food, known in the mortal realm as the kitchen god. Young man, do not be hasty in your cooking. The kitchen god stroked his beard, but before he could finish, a rolling pin came flying toward him, striking him squarely on the forehead. By the heavens, how dare you attempt to steal my craft? The young man, having thrown the rolling pin, charged forward with a kitchen knife in hand. Do not strike. I am a deity. The kitchen god quickly transformed back into smoke. For upon materializing, he was no different from a mortal, dazed from the blow to his head. A deity? The young man scrutinized the kitchen god, scoffing. How can a deity be so weak? I am the kitchen god. Naturally, I do not engage in combat. The kitchen god's expression darkened. He had merely been elevated to the ranks of immortals due to his exceptional culinary skills, possessing little actual strength. Yet, no matter how powerful a deity, they still required the dishes from their imperial kitchen. The young man gasped at the revelation. The kitchen god. That was one of the revered deities alongside the god of cooking, worshipped by chefs everywhere. I, Shou Qing, have the honor of meeting the master. I beg your pardon for my earlier offense. The young man knelt, dropping his knife in a flurry of respect. Now that is more like it. The kitchen god, pleased, felt his earlier annoyance dissipate. He nodded and said, I have descended to inspect the culinary arts in the mortal realm. Your dish appears quite novel. What is its name? Shou Qing's heart leaped with joy. The master was captivated by his culinary skills. He promptly replied, This dish is known as mapo tofu. Quite intriguing indeed. The kitchen god nodded slightly. Gazing at the vibrant tofu, his appetite surged. Let me have a taste. Please, master. Shou Qing beamed. Although the dish was meant for serving, pleasing the master was of utmost importance. After all, he was a deity. The kitchen god observed the enticing, succulent tofu. He approached, picked up a piece, and placed it in his mouth, his eyes lighting up instantly. The piping hot tofu ignited a spicy sensation, with layers of flavor unfolding, stimulating his senses, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Delicious. The kitchen god found himself unable to stop, wholly immersed in the experience. Shou Qing watched, exhilarated. Indeed, he was a culinary genius. Even the master was enamored by his mapo tofu. After savoring the dish and reflecting for a moment, the kitchen god slowly spoke. The flavor is excellent, but this dish is missing an essential ingredient. Master, please enlighten me. Shou Qing's eyes widened in surprise, eagerly asking. The kitchen god gently shook his head, explaining, mapo tofu should embody its name, yet it lacks a specific numbing flavor. I surmise my sudden appearance may have hindered you from completing the final step. Am I correct? Master, your insight is remarkable. Zhou Qing acknowledged, humbled by the master's brilliance. It is merely a matter of basic skills. The kitchen god smiled, stroking his long beard, and gently encouraged, young man. I see great potential in you. Remaining in this mundane tavern is a waste of your talents. Would you like to accompany me back to the heavenly court and embark on great endeavors? With the Queen Mother's peach banquet approaching, he needed some assistance. To the heavenly court? Zhou Qing nearly leaped with joy but remained cautious. May I inquire, Master, what great task awaits? The kitchen god promptly described the peach banquet, omitting any mention of the consequences of failure, only highlighting the generous rewards for success. Master, I shall go. Zhou Qing barely heard the latter part of the conversation. Upon hearing about the peach banquet, he was already enraptured. Cooking for deities. This was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And what of your tavern? The kitchen god inquired with a light chuckle. Mundane matters pale in comparison to the significance of the master's affairs, Zhou Qing declared, thumping his chest with conviction. If this venture could grant him immortality, what was the position of a mere tavern chef in comparison? Chapter 40. The Search for Treasure by the Pig and Dog. The mysterious artifact emerges, brother dog. Are you sure about this? My rake is nearly worn out. Tianping struck the solid rock face with his nine-toothed rake, beads of sweat dotting his forehead as he gasped for breath from the exertion. How could this lord's skills possibly be in error? The celestial hound, with a sideways glance, sniffed the air and urged, dig faster. I can already sense the treasures nearby. It must be something extraordinary. Tianpeng glared at the leisurely celestial hound, exasperated. Can't you lend a hand? Huh. This lord does not engage in such menial labor. The celestial hound retorted, glaring back. We agreed upon this. I shall handle the searching, while you extract the treasures. If you wish to renegotiate, we can divide the spoils anew. Very well. You are relentless. Tianpeng, left with no choice, continued his labor. This was indeed their original agreement. The celestial hound was to locate the treasures, while he, Tianpeng, was to retrieve them. Bang! After an unknown duration of digging, the wall of stone before them finally gave way. A refreshing breeze wafted through, revealing a faint, radiant glow on the other side. Undoubtedly, they had broken through the mountain. Curse it! Tianping could not suppress his anger, wishing to tear the celestial hound's head off. Let me see what treasure lies beyond. The celestial hound rushed over. Tianpeng said nothing, merely stepped aside. The celestial hound glanced carelessly, his expression turning blank. I thought you had unearthed something significant. It's merely an opening. Mid-sentence. The celestial hound realized and turned to flee. Yet, Tianpeng was quicker, pinning the celestial hound to the ground. Brother Zhu, let us discuss this calmly. The celestial hound drooped his ears, baring his teeth. Tianpeng was in no mood for leniency. The more he thought about it, the more he felt the need to teach this dog a lesson. He raised his fist, ready to deliver a blow to the celestial hound's head. Do not. Zhu Ge, my master Erlang Jinjuan is indeed a Deluo Golden Immortal. The howling celestial hound barked eagerly. What of the Deluo Golden Immortal? If a sage arrives, I shall fight back. Unexpectedly, Tianpeng was entirely unfazed. He dined daily with Senior Chu, and when he ascended to Deluo, could he possibly be inferior to Yang Jian? The howling celestial hound was immediately alarmed, as a celestial being, receiving a punch from Tai Yi would surely result in severe repercussions. Zhu Ge, spare me this time, and the treasure shall be yours. In the final moment, the enormous fist reflected in the hound's eyes, and he shouted urgently. The fist halted abruptly, and with an apologetic smile, it gently patted the hound's head. Just a jest, old friend. But brother, if you allow me this opportunity, I shall certainly show you the proper respect. How dare you, Tianpeng? The howling celestial hound snapped back to reality, fur bristling with fury. Yet, a spoken word is like spilled water. The hound had no intention of retracting his promise. Soon enough, they discovered the true treasure. Tianping unceremoniously claimed it. A dark object resembling a dagger or a sharp spike. Is this it? Is this it? The howling celestial hound cast a disdainful glance. Yet, his divine senses indicated that this was indeed the treasure he had detected. Do you know what it is? Tianpeng inquired, puzzled. The howling celestial hound immediately retorted that he was merely a dog, incapable of such knowledge. After much deliberation, they reached no conclusion. Let us just keep it for now. Tianpeng tucked it away without hesitation, as it was merely a means to intimidate the howling celestial hound and not part of their agreed share. The hound felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, it was not a valuable item, or else Tianpeng's acquisition would have been a significant loss. Both paid little heed to the object. regardless of its true nature. It would ultimately be presented to Manager Chu. As long as it was treasure, its identity was of no consequence. Food is paramount above all. At the southern heaven gate, Xīyóu, as a quasi-saint, arrived in an instant. She paused outside, refraining from intruding. Firstly, she was unaware of her two younger sisters' whereabouts in the heavenly court. Secondly, the Jade Emperor Haoyan's power surpassed hers. She had come solely to reunite with her sisters, not to cause trouble. With this thought, she approached and inquired, "Excuse me, may I ask where the two fairies, Xīyóu and Bixia, reside?" Upon seeing Xīyóu, the guards were instantly captivated, their thoughts momentarily faltering. Regaining composure, a flicker of wariness crossed their eyes. Though they had never seen this fairy, years of guarding the southern heaven gate had sharpened their discernment. It was clear she was no ordinary being. Such a person could not be withstood by these mere guards. Yet, they dared not divulge the heavenly court-s information to a stranger lightly. "Please wait a moment, my lady. I shall report to the heavenly king at once." One guard, struck with inspiration, spoke respectfully. Xīyóu nodded, allowing him to proceed. The guard hurriedly ran to find the heavenly king, Zhangguo, on duty that day. "Heavenly king, there is a fairy outside the southern heaven gate requesting to see the two ladies, Xīyóu and Bixia." Zhangguo paused, surprised. This was indeed a rare occurrence, for those two ladies seldom ventured out and received few visitors. "You say she is a fairy?" He contemplated a possibility, his expression shifting. "Yes, and she is exceedingly beautiful." The guard did not hide the truth. Recalling the fairy's visage, his face flushed. Zhangguo was nearly certain of his guess and promptly dashed to the southern heaven gate. Upon seeing that extraordinary figure, his eyes widened in astonishment. "I have met the Lady Xīyóu." He paused, adjusting his words. "I have seen the Lady Xīyóu, who now presides over the Jie sect, a position of great esteem. I have come to see my two sisters and inquire about their whereabouts." Xīyóu replied with a gentle smile. Zhangguo considered for a moment before responding. The two ladies currently serve in the Xīyóu Palace. Xīyóu confirmed the location and soared towards the Xīyóu Palace. After many years apart, she could hardly contain her excitement at the thought of seeing her sisters. Meanwhile, in a side hall within the Xīyóu Palace, a youthful maiden clad in a green dress rested her chin in hand, gazing longingly out the window. "Second sister, when shall we see eldest sister again? Our master did not inform us of her whereabouts before departing." She was none other than the youngest of the three sisters, Bixia. Xīyóu shook her head helplessly. "You have asked me this over a dozen times. How would I know? I am not as omnipotent as our master. But I miss her." Bixia puffed her cheeks, speaking in a muffled tone. Xīyóu said nothing further, reaching out to smooth Bixiao's stray hair with tenderness in her eyes. How could she not miss their eldest sister? In the grand hall of the Xīyóu Palace, the Emperor of the North, Wukong, once a son of King Wen of Zhou, stood on opposing sides during the investiture of the gods. Xīyóu entered the hall and offered a respectful greeting to Wukong. "Ah, Xīyóu? Pay my respects to the Emperor of the North." Wukong, lowering his head, immediately lifted it upon hearing her name, his eyes sparkling with interest. Xīyóu and Bixia were stunning, but Xīyóu surpassed them. He had never encountered such a graceful and gentle woman, her unique aura captivating him entirely. Chapter 41. Drinking, Lacking Funds. Angrily chopping the golden Buddha statue of Tathagata. "Xīyóu, come, please sit." Wukong eagerly beckoned, urging Xīyóu to sit beside him. Xīyóu frowned slightly. It was said that Wukong was a gentleman, yet today he seemed rather unseemly. She sensed a hint of desire hidden in Wukong's gaze. Her impression of him plummeted instantly. She coldly inquired, "I have come to see my two sisters. May I ask where they are?" Wukong shook his head, smiling. "Do not be anxious, Lady Xīyóu. As you are new to the Xīyóu Palace, allow me to clarify some palace regulations first." His gaze roamed over Xīyóu without restraint. Xīyóu's demeanor turned frigid as she replied, "The Emperor of the North has misunderstood. I am not here to join the court, but merely to reunite with my two sisters." As she spoke, her quasi-saint pressure was fully unleashed. Wukong, once merely a mortal, now possessing the golden immortal cultivation level due to the investiture of the gods, could not withstand such pressure. He was immediately compelled to the ground. "How dare you? Do you know my identity? How can you treat me thus?" Wukong roared, struggling yet unable to rise. "I stand alongside the Jade Emperor. How dare a loose, immortal humiliate me so? Do you challenge the majesty of the heavenly court?" Xīyóu coldly chuckled. "Do you know my current status?" Wukong suddenly jolted awake. He recalled the previous events. Xīyóu was now the appointed acting leader of the Jie sect by the sage, in a sense representing the saints. Though he was merely a mortal elevated to godhood, he understood the might of the saints. The saints embodied the most formidable power across the three realms. And when they acted, they could annihilate worlds. Previously, because of Yunxiao's name on the investiture of the gods and her status as his subordinate, he had overlooked this matter in a moment of excitement. Realizing this, Xīyóu's expression turned grim. "Where is my sister?" Yunxiao demanded again. "In the side hall." Xīyóu's face shifted between shades of blue and white as he shamefully replied. Having received her answer, Yunxiao dismissed Xīyóu, who lay prostrate like a defeated dog, and swiftly exited the hall. In the side hall, Bixiao suddenly stood up, resolutely declaring, "No, we cannot wait any longer. I must find eldest sister." Ever since the calamity of the investiture of the gods, they had been separated for far too long. Learning that their eldest sister had escaped her predicament, Bixiao could no longer contain her longing. "Third sister, do not act rashly." Xiao's tone became stern. Bixiao hung her head, pouting defiantly, "I do not care. Your opposition is of no use." "Third sister." At that moment, another voice echoed. As Bixiao was about to speak, she suddenly froze. This was not her second sister's voice. She lifted her head sharply and saw Yunxiao standing at the door, a smile gracing her lips. "Elder sister, I missed you so much," Bixiao exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed over and threw herself into Yunxiao's embrace. "I missed you all dearly," Yunxiao replied, affectionately ruffling the hair of her third sister, her demeanor markedly softer than it had been in the grand hall. "Elder sister, it's been so long." Xiao, exhibiting a composed demeanor, shook her head helplessly at Bixiao, though the joy in her eyes was unmistakable. "I never expected our reunion would come about in such a manner." Yunxiao, with a hint of nostalgia, felt a twinge of guilt. "If only I had insisted on preventing you from entering the calamity, perhaps things would not have unfolded this way. You needn't blame yourself. For in truth, this situation is quite favorable," Xiao replied with a gentle smile. Yunxiao chose not to elaborate further. After all, she understood the implications. Beyond the unaffiliated cultivators, no disciples from prominent sects would wish to ascend the divine list. Indeed, this place is quite pleasant, though that Jade Emperor is rather bothersome, often attempting to wander over. Bixiao complained, her expression a mix of indignation and frustration. "Were it not for his higher status, I would have slapped him long ago." With her peak Daiyojin Xian cultivation, a single slap would likely send Bo Yikao straight to the underworld. "I should have taught him a lesson earlier," Yunxiao exclaimed in anger, recounting the incident. Xiao, her face stern, remarked, "That would have been too lenient. If it were me, I would have turned him into a pig's head." Bixiao chimed in, shaking her fist menacingly. Yunxiao chuckled softly, shaking her head. "All right, let us not dwell on that. I'll take you both out for a leisurely stroll." Naturally, Ershao had no objections. As they left the southern heavenly gate, Yunxiao led her two sisters towards the drunken immortal pavilion. "Do you both have any silver on you?" Yunxiao suddenly remembered, her excitement at reuniting with her sisters causing her to forget this crucial detail. Xiao and Bixiao exchanged confused glances. Yunxiao proceeded to narrate her experiences since being rescued by their master. The two sisters were astonished. Such wondrous places exist in the three realms. Not only are the items sold incredibly effective, but the pricing is also quite peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao stated, "Silver is not a problem, sister. Follow me." Soon, the three of them arrived at a temple. With their profound cultivation, they went unnoticed as they concealed their presence. Entering a grand hall, Xiao pointed to the golden statue of the Tathagata above and casually remarked, "Just chip off a bit from this statue to sell." "But this is a relic of the Buddhist sect." Yunxiao hesitated. "Ah, dear sister, you're unaware," Xiao replied with a cold smile, gesturing towards the golden figure. "This is our senior brother, Duobao, who has now entered the Buddhist sect and is referred to as Tathagata." "Duobao?" Yunxiao was momentarily rendered speechless. Having not experienced the calamity of the divine sealing firsthand, hearing such revelations from Xiao felt surreal. Had their senior brother truly betrayed them? And that long-eared Dingguang thief. "If he had a statue, I would slice it off," Xiao declared vehemently, filled with contempt for such traitors. "Very well, let us chop it." Yunxiao regained her composure, her gaze turning steely. With that, she swiftly severed a sleeve from the Tathagata's golden robe. "Sister, this is hardly sufficient." Xiao observed her elder sister's rather cautious approach and smiled gently, brandishing her sword to swiftly chop off an arm from the golden figure. This will suffice. If it's not enough, we can always return. Satisfied, Xīyóu turned. Meanwhile, far away in Lingshan, the Tathagata suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a sense of unease. He quickly deduced the situation, fearing that the monkey might escape again. To his astonishment, he discovered that his 3 junior sisters were desecrating his golden statue in the mortal realm. Momentarily stunned, he pondered their intentions, as he had never provoked these once-admired junior sisters. After some reflection, the Tathagata shook his head, choosing not to pursue the matter. Although he had defected from Xīyóu, he remained the senior brother whom they once revered. Let them vent their frustrations. The matters of the journey to the west were of utmost importance now. With the monkey reappearing, he needed to hasten his plans, as he could not rely on the celestial court, which would never offer assistance without constant reminders. Chapter 42. The Arrival of the 3 Celestials. And the drunken immortal pavilion S stock, depleted by Tong Tian having exchanged for 15,000 taels of silver in the mortal realm. The 3 sisters arrived at the drunken immortal pavilion. What a marvelous place, Xīyóu remarked in wonder. Unless one approaches closely, it is nearly impossible to discern its presence. It seems a concealed formation shrouds the heavenly secrets of this establishment. Despite their considerable skills and formations, the trio could not penetrate the veil surrounding this quaint restaurant. Yunxiao led her sisters inside. It smells divine. Bai Xiao wrinkled her nose, her eyes narrowing in delight, entranced by the rich aroma of wine mingled with the faint scent of peach blossoms. Chu Feng glanced over, instantly recognizing the other 2 as Xiao and Bai Xiao. Have you secured the funds? He inquired with a faint smile. Yes, Yunxiao nodded. Though the demeanor of the shopkeeper was cool, it did not evoke any dislike from her. This sensation had become more pronounced since leaving the Xīyóu palace. Chu Feng inclined his head slightly and said, "Order whatever you wish. Aside from the peach blossom brew, the other dishes are limited to 1 per day." Shopkeeper, what is this intoxicating wine? Bai Xiao asked with curiosity. Peach blossom brew, Chu Feng replied, casting a surprised glance at Bai Xiao. Are you perhaps a little wine enthusiast? Then I shall have 5 jars, Bai Xiao declared exuberantly. Holding up 5 fingers, Chu Feng paused, shaking his head. I don't have that much at the moment. The large jars have all been bought by Tong Tian, leaving only a few small jars. Tong Tian. At this, Xīyóu and Bai Xiao gaped, momentarily unsure how to react. While it was known that their master had a good relationship with the shopkeeper, had it reached such an extent? Xīyóu's eyes held a hint of coldness, while Bai Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing that there was insufficient wine. She quickly inquired, I heard that Xiao Kuei is also here? Xiaonyou. Someone is looking for you. Chu Feng called out to the kitchen without turning around. The Bull Demon King felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily recalling endless nightmares. Sighing, he stepped out of the kitchen with a determined look. Just as he emerged, he was caught by the ear. Xiao Kuei, what is the matter? You knew your aunt was here, and didn't T come out to greet her? Do I need to personally summon you? Bai Xiao tugged at the Bull Demon's ear, attempting to drag him outside. Aunt, please hear my defense. I was busy in the kitchen and did not neglect to greet you. The Bull Demon King lamented. Groaning in apology, Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. Why were his 2 employees so submissive? Humph, I'll let you off this time. Bai Xiao reluctantly accepted his explanation. Bai Xiao, don't cause a ruckus, Yin Xiao gently admonished. Though Chu Feng appeared amiable, she dared not allow Bai Xiao to provoke the shopkeeper. With a sigh of reluctance, Bai Xiao finally released her grip on the Bull Demon's ear. Elder sister Yin Xiao, elder sister Xiao, greetings. The Bull Demon King was on the verge of tears. Chu Feng did not overthink it. He was accustomed to a quiet atmosphere and welcomed the sudden liveliness. Yet, the Bull Demon's status within Xīyóu seemed to diminish with each passing moment. Xiao Kuei, since you've been here for a while, help us select some delectable dishes, Yun Xiao smiled. The sisters had finally reunited, and they were eager to sample the culinary delights that Xiao Kuei had boasted about in grandiose terms. If the food did not meet their expectations, they would dine elsewhere to avoid paying 1,000 taels for a single meal. Hearing this, the Bull Demon King immediately protested, Sister, that is not right. Everything here from shopkeeper Chu is of exceptional flavor. There is no comparison. It all depends on personal preference. With that, he eagerly pulled out the menu, beginning to introduce the dishes one by one. Sister, allow me to recount the tale to you in detail. The Bull Demon King boasted once again, leaving even Chu Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though he had always been confident, the Bull Demon King's audacity was simply overwhelming. He resolved to let the Bull Demon King announce the dishes in the restaurant from now on. After the Bull Demon King enthusiastically introduced the menu, he found himself parched and breathless. Bai Xiao, skeptical, declared fiercely, "Little Kuei, if it's not as delicious as you claim, beware that I shall flay your hide." This made the Bull Demon King feel a twinge of guilt. Surely, his exaggerations weren't that unreasonable? Yet, upon reflection, he believed it was all for the sake of the restaurant's business. If push came to shove, would Master Chu not support him? Yunxiao contemplated briefly and decided. "Master Chu, I shall have a bowl of flying dragon soup. What about you, second sister?" She turned to Xiao, only to find her pale and gazing at Chu Feng with trepidation. "Who exactly are you?" Xiao coldly scrutinized Chu Feng, her heart churning with turmoil. "What is this?" Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Was he the one being scrutinized while ordering? "As you can see, I am merely an ordinary restaurant owner," he shrugged. "Of course, one who can easily take down even a sage." A faint smile graced his lips, and the spiritual awareness enveloping him was instantly repelled. Xiao's expression shifted dramatically, as if her sea of consciousness were being torn apart, and blood tears involuntarily streamed from the corners of her eyes. "Second sister," Yunxiao exclaimed, quickly intervening to stop Xiao. She hurriedly turned to Chu Feng, apologizing. "Master Chu, I sincerely apologize. My younger sister is quite headstrong and has offended you. It shall not happen again." Chu Feng replied indifferently. To merely pry into his spiritual awareness is one thing, but to directly lock onto it is excessive. Had it not been for Tong Tian's reputation, I would not have shown mercy. "Thank you, master." Yunxiao bowed her head, then swiftly attended to Xiao, trying to calm her chaotic spiritual awareness. "Feeling better?" "I'm sorry, elder sister," Xiao replied, her complexion regaining some color, her expression complex. She dared not look at Chu Feng again. This person is truly terrifying. No wonder the master holds him in high regard. Yunxiao said nothing further, picking up the menu and stating, "Second sister, please place your order. There is no need to dwell on what just transpired." Xiao understood and casually ordered, "Then I shall have a portion of braised duck." Let me do it. Let me do it." Bai Xiao exclaimed eagerly, seemingly unfazed by the earlier incident. She glanced at the Bull Demon King and suddenly grinned mischievously. "I want a bowl of beef noodles. And add more beef." The Bull Demon King trembled in fear, utterly speechless. "Add more beef? Do you think this is boiled beef?" Chu Feng silently scoffed, but chose to ignore her comment, continuing, "Once you've placed your orders, please settle the bill first. Little Nyo, assist them." The Bull Demon King complied, leading Xiao and Bai Xiao to the crystal ball nearby. Yunxiao had already inspected it and promptly paid 1,000 taels. "Is it really that marvelous? Allow me to try first." Upon hearing the Bull Demon King's introduction, Yunxiao's eyes sparkled, as if she had discovered something delightful. She eagerly placed her hand on it, only for her expression to stiffen. "How is it?" Yunxiao inquired with concern. "If you desire some rare item, you may very well miss out on today's meal. 3,000 taels. How can you have more than elder sister?" Bai Xiao pouted, feeling quite disgruntled. Next was Xiao, who ultimately measured at 2,000 taels of silver. Yunxiao let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all the sisters paid in silver, and they had just enough. Chu Feng, however, was somewhat speechless. He strongly suspected this was the system's wicked sense of humor. How could it be so coincidental? Chapter 43. Add more spice. Xiao cries from the heat. The Bull Demon King gazed on enviously. Such a pricing standard is simply too cheap. Just one drop of his blood could cover the cost of a meal, something that cannot be measured in silver. Yuan Xiao produced the silver to cover the bill for her sisters. Just a moment, Chu Feng nodded and entered the kitchen. Although he currently had little use for the silver, every transaction would still yield some baseline spiritual power from the system, albeit with fewer additional gains. "I'll help too." The Bull Demon King dared not remain outside alone and followed Chu Feng into the kitchen. "Master, who is outside?" Ping Demon King inquired curiously. Chu Feng casually replied, "One quasi-saint and 2 peak Great Luo." "What?" Peng Demon King exclaimed, astonished by Master's nonchalance. "Impressive. Elder sister, are the dishes here truly that extraordinary?" Bai Xiao leaned over the table and whispered, "Master is so formidable that I dare not speak loudly." "I am uncertain," Yunxiao replied with a smile, shaking her head. She had yet to taste them. Xiao scoffed, "I believe the food is likely delicious, but as for awakening divine powers, that's just boasting. How did little Kuei become like this?" Yunxiao refrained from arguing. She felt similarly, apart from a few innate spiritual roots. What could possibly allow someone to awaken divine powers just by eating? However, although they tried to speak quietly, They could not escape Chu Feng's ears. With a slight smile, Chu Feng resolved to add some spice for this sister. He then began preparing the dishes. The so-called flying dragon soup was not made with true dragons, but rather utilized the Huatai hazelnut chicken, also known as the flying dragon bird. He happened to have it in stock. The Bull Demon King and his companion had no culinary skills and could only assist with menial tasks. But they did significantly enhance Chu Feng's efficiency. Before long, the flying dragon soup was simmering, its aroma wafting through the air. So fragrant. Xīyóu, seated outside, suddenly straightened. What dish is this? Xīyóu nodded, deeply agreeing. The scent was indeed delightful. Xīyóu, due to earlier events, feigned indifference, though her small fidgeting betrayed her. In a short while, 3 dishes were served in succession. Sister, your dishes have arrived. The Bull Demon King grinned as he placed the flying dragon soup and braised duck before Xīyóu and Xīyóu. Pink Demon King, meanwhile, dared not speak. Quietly placing the dish before Xīyóu. Upon seeing the beef noodles, Xīyóu felt a hint of disappointment. Although it looked exquisite, it still seemed rather ordinary. Yet, compared to the second sister's braised duck, it appeared far more appealing. She picked up the noodles and took a bite. Her expression instantly transforming as she devoured it in silence. Eating without decorum. Xīyóu shook her head discreetly, elegantly lifting a spoon to taste. However, just that one taste left her momentarily stunned. So fresh, the soup, seemingly light, possessed an exquisite flavor that lingered delightfully. As the broth slid down her throat, warmth spread throughout her body, akin to basking in the gentle sunlight of early spring, comforting yet not scorching. A profound sense of happiness enveloped her. Xīyóu, on the other hand, gazed at the dark braised duck before her, finding it momentarily difficult to eat. Had it not been for Chu Feng's formidable prowess instilling fear, she would have overturned the table by now. Yet, she couldn't simply refused to eat. Perhaps just a small bite would suffice. Resigned, Xīyóu thought she should have ordered something else. Feeling quite frustrated, she tore off a small piece of the duck. To her surprise, the moment she tore into the dark duck, a unique aroma wafted, instantly heightening her appetite. Could it truly be delicious? Xīyóu's eyes gleamed with uncertainty, and she cautiously took a bite. So tender. The smoked duck was firm yet crispy, its subtle oils spreading across her palate, delivering an indescribable thrill. In an instant, she forgot her previous disdain. Yet, in a heartbeat, the delightful flavor transformed into an overwhelming spiciness. The sensation was akin to needles pricking her tongue, unbearable and electric. As beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead. So spicy, Xīyóu, a peak great Luo golden immortal, found herself unable to withstand such extreme heat. Her once fair complexion was now tinged with red, her eyes glistening with tears, evoking an image of pitiful vulnerability. The chilling aura around her dissipated, leaving only a playful charm that added an alluring contrast to her demeanor. Shopkeeper, quickly bring me a glass of water. At this moment, Xīyóu was too preoccupied to regard the shopkeeper with caution, eagerly sticking out her tongue. Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. So, she dares to question my culinary skills? Now she understands the gravity of the situation. Maintaining a composed demeanor, he leisurely replied, we have 3 types of beverages. One of them is the peach blossom iced tea. I'll have that. Xīyóu quickly interrupted, gasping for cool air. The drink costs half the price of your dish, which is 1,000 taels. Chu Feng said with a smile. Xīyóu was utterly unconcerned with the price, promptly paying for it. Go fetch a glass of water. Only then did Chu Feng glance at the Bull Demon King and give a command, seeing his senior sister in such distress. The Bull Demon King hurried to the kitchen to get a glass of iced tea. As Xīyóu felt the chill, she gulped down a large mouthful without even looking. The moment the cold liquid entered her mouth, it indeed brought a sense of relief. However, as the coolness faded, her eyes widened in shock. It was even spicier. Unable to contain herself, Xīyóu shed 2 streams of tears. She was completely bewildered. This iced drink not only failed to alleviate her fiery discomfort but intensified it. She hastily wiped away her tears, feeling utterly embarrassed at her loss of composure in front of others. Yet, the iced tea was undeniably delicious. With the lingering spiciness still on her palate, Xīyóu couldn't resist taking another sip, which provided her with a bittersweet sense of indulgence. Gradually, she grew accustomed to the fiery sensation and found the combination of icy drink and spicy duck truly delightful. At this moment, only Xīyóu managed to maintain her composure, though each sip caused her to wear a blissful grin reminiscent of a lovesick fool. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao had long since become oblivious to the world outside. Wholly engrossed in her beef noodles, Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. The fearsome San Xiao sisters had completely lost their formidable image in his presence. Furthermore, the extra spice he had intentionally added for Qiang Xiao now seemed to have led her to discover a newfound enjoyment in dining, her face radiating satisfaction. In stark contrast, the Bull Demon King's brothers were left utterly petrified by this scene. It was simply too shocking for them. "Shopkeeper, another bowl," Bai Xiao exclaimed. Having devoured her meal at lightning speed and licking her bowl clean, 1 bowl per day, that is the rule, Chu Feng firmly refused. It appeared he would have to put up a sign in the shop, for if everyone asked him repeatedly, it would surely become bothersome. How can this be? Bai Xiao lamented, feeling utterly unsatisfied. This delicious beef noodle could easily fill 3 or even 10 bowls. She was completely captivated by the dish. Just then, she turned her head to see her second sister happily devouring duck with one hand while holding iced tea in the other, with a glint of mischief in her eyes. Bai Xiao feigned nonchalance while her little hand reached towards the duck. Smack! Her restless hand was ruthlessly swatted away. Qiang Zhao's sharp gaze pinned her down. "Not a chance. Not even for my sister." Bai Xiao chuckled awkwardly, knowing better than to provoke her elder sister, who wouldn't change her mind. "How stingy," Bai Xiao muttered to herself, then turned her attention to Yin Xiao. Surely, the gentle elder sister would share a bit with her. A smile crept across her face as she prepared to speak. But suddenly, a moment of clarity struck her. She quickly closed her eyes and began to circulate her energy. This commotion caused the two diners to pause. For even the love of food must take a back seat to the safety of their sister. What is happening to her? Yin Xiao looked anxiously at Chu Feng. "She is awakening her divine abilities," Chu Feng replied casually. Upon hearing this, the sisters exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. Can one truly awaken divine powers? An excitement surged within them, hastening their pace of eating. No one would complain about having too many divine abilities. They disregarded their manners and devoured their remaining food with fervor. Almost simultaneously, they both froze. Ding! Bai Xiao has consumed beef noodles and awakened the divine ability, devouring heaven and earth. Would you like to synchronize this ability? Chu Feng was initially taken aback by the name, but soon his expression turned peculiar. He had expected something formidable, yet it turned out to be a skill for gluttons. As long as one consumes food, they can enhance themselves, with the extent of enhancement corresponding to the quality of the food. This ability belonged to the growth category, showing little immediate effect, but over time, it would prove to be invincible. So, Bai Xiao was a glutton after all. Except, Chu Feng decided without hesitation. This ability was nothing short of divine for a chef like him. Why do I feel a bit hungry? After acquiring the divine ability, it immediately took effect. Its impact was undeniably immediate. At that moment, Bai Xiao also opened her eyes, her bright gaze sparkling with joy. "I really did awaken," she exclaimed, looking at Chu Feng with admiration. "Perhaps it is my exceptional skills," he shrugged, feigning a troubled demeanor. Bai Xiao nodded in agreement, fully convinced of his reasoning. She then glanced at her two sisters and noticed they seemed to be awakening their divine powers as well. Her gaze then landed on the remaining dragon soup in Yin Xiao's bowl. Elder sister hasn't finished. How she longed to taste it. Having just awakened her divine ability, Bai Xiao transformed into a voracious eater, unable to contain her excitement upon seeing food. In an instant, her petite figure darted to Yin Xiao's side. The Bull Demon King stood dumbfounded. He had thought his speed was impressive, but recent experiences had left him questioning the truth of his father's claim that their clan was the fastest in the 3 realms. How could everyone else be faster than him? Bai Xiao approached Yin Xiao without disturbing her, skimming the dragon soup. "Oh, this isn't dragon meat." Bai Xiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but still picked up a piece of meat to taste. Not too bad. The moment she took a bite, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. She immediately activated her newly awakened devouring heaven and earth ability. As she consumed the food, Bai Xiao felt her physical abilities gradually enhancing. Clearly, this was all thanks to the remaining 10th of the dragon soup. Incredible. The deities on the divine list had already perished once, their true forms fallen, and their current bodies were mere manifestations conjured from the divine list. Thus, once they ascended to the divine list, their cultivation could no longer progress. In fact, due to the mismatch between their physical and spiritual forms, their strength could even diminish. This divine ability not only altered her physical form but also enhanced the compatibility between her body and soul. Bai Xiao was utterly astonished. This meant her power could indeed increase in the future. She swiftly finished the remaining dragon soup, yet still felt a pang of hunger. Ding! Xīyóu has consumed dragon soup and awakened the divine ability, dreamlike illusion. Would you like to synchronize this ability? Ding! Xīyóu has consumed spicy duck and awakened the divine ability, devouring fire and flame. Would you like to synchronize this ability? The two notifications chimed in succession. Except, Chu Feng chose in his heart. Both of these abilities were formidable. Dreamlike illusion could ensnare individuals in profound illusions, awakening their innermost desires. If one could not break free, they would be ensnared until death. Moreover, it could be activated instantaneously. It was virtually an invincible divine ability. How many could claim to be truly free of desires? Even saints harbor selfish yearnings. Xīyóu's devouring fire and flame was equally intriguing, allowing her to summon a unique flame that could consume and evolve other flames. It too was a growth-type divine ability, boasting an extremely high ceiling. As the sisters concluded their meditative state and opened their eyes, their expressions were filled with uncontainable shock and joy. In this world, there truly exist dishes capable of awakening their latent powers. The astonishment of the two was beyond words. Thank you for imparting this knowledge, esteemed proprietor. Xīyóu rose and respectfully bowed. Xiao intended to follow suit, but Xīyóu's swift action left her unable to keep pace, and bowing alone felt beneath her dignity. Ultimately, she remained still, though her eyes had lost their wariness and hostility. Chu Feng chuckled softly. There is no need for gratitude. Your ability to perceive something from my dishes is a result of your own destiny. Xīyóu nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling her unfinished soup. Turning her head, she was taken aback. Where did my soup go? Glancing at the now near her, Xīyóu, she understood, shaking her head with a smile. You truly are a handful. With that, she took out a cloth and carefully wiped the remnants of oil from Xīyóu's lips. The soup had been consumed by her beloved younger sister. What more could she say? Elder sister, what powers do you possess? Xīyóu inquired curiously. The three then shared their respective abilities, each left somewhat astounded. Each individual had awakened a unique power. At this revelation, their gazes toward Chu Feng brimmed with even greater respect. The dishes here are simply exquisite, Xīyóu exclaimed, reclining in her chair and stretching lazily. Regrettably, one can only dine once a day. She then remembered the peach banquet, lamenting, compared to the dishes here, the food at the peach banquet is scarcely palatable. Xīyóu nodded in agreement with her sister's assessment. She even felt that comparing the dishes here with those at the peach banquet was an affront to the culinary delights of this place. They had attended the peach banquet twice, and each time it had been the same old routine, lacking in novelty. Rumor had it that the Queen Mother intended to revamp the menu this year, but it was likely just for show. Xīyóu had harbored some anticipation for the peach banquet, but upon hearing this, her interest waned. In terms of flavor and effect, nothing could compare to the dishes prepared by the esteemed proprietor. Alas, it was a pity that the proprietor did not cook in the heavenly court. Xīyóu had become a devoted fan of Chu Feng, and suddenly struck with inspiration. She turned to him with a radiant smile. Esteemed proprietor, would you consider returning to the heavenly court with us? With your culinary skills, you would undoubtedly surpass any deity of cuisine. If you were to preside over the peach banquet, it would truly be the grandest feast across the realms. Xīyóu's eyes sparkled at this notion. It was indeed a brilliant idea. Even Xīyóu found herself somewhat excited at the prospect of such a peach banquet. Chapter 45. A desire to sever the Buddha's head. The heavenly court seizes the monkey demon. Chu Feng found it amusing. The heavenly court? In his eyes, it was not a desirable place. Even if he were to ascend, it would only be once his cultivation reached an appropriate level. Otherwise, he would not step foot outside the drunken immortal pavilion. In this perilous world of journey to the west, only the drunken immortal pavilion offered him a sense of security. I shall not go, Chu Feng replied, shaking his head. Peng Demon King immediately flattered. Every dish prepared by the esteemed proprietor is a masterpiece. To have the fortune to taste even one is a tremendous opportunity. What status does the heavenly court hold? How could they expect the esteemed proprietor to cook for them? Upon hearing this, Xīyóu cast a cold glance his way. Peng Demon King shuddered at once, daring not to utter another word. However, he could not deny that his statement held some truth. A figure of Chu Feng's caliber could not possibly lower himself to serve as a mere royal chef in the heavenly court. Coming back to their senses, the three sisters felt a wave of apprehension. Their earlier suggestion had bordered on disrespect. Thankfully, Chu Feng had not taken offense. They resolved to be more cautious with their words and actions in the future. Then I'll come every day, Xīyóu declared, her sole desire being to indulge in delicious food. without considering the implications. Upon hearing this, the bull demon king trembled, his expression one of alarm. If this young lady were to come daily, his pleasant days would surely come to an end. Though his cultivation was not high, he was still the mount of a celestial saint and held some standing within the. However, that meant little to Xīyóu, who had a history of tormenting him during her visits to Golden Turtle Island. At this moment, the thought of fleeing back to his homeland crossed his mind, but it quickly dissipated. He could not bear to part with the exquisite dishes of the esteemed proprietor. Very well, for the sake of the food, I shall endure the teasing. Xīyóu frowned slightly at this. Our funds may be insufficient. The cost of a meal for the three sisters totaled 6,000 taels of silver. Who could sustain such expenses? This is simple, Xīyóu replied nonchalantly. If we lack money, we can make another trip to the temple. After all, there are so many temples. Second sister is right. Xīyóu immediately nodded, feeling a pang of regret for not having taken a cut earlier. Had she known dining would be so pricey, she would have surely obtained some silver by severing the head of that traitorous golden body. Such a sizable piece would surely fetch a handsome sum. Chu Feng listened to their conversation with a perplexed expression. What were they discussing? Making money at a temple? Was this a newfangled industry? After contemplating, he decided to abandon the thought. As long as the three sisters had the means to pay, what did it matter to him? In the heavenly court, the Jade Emperor was perusing secret texts sent from the Buddhist sect, a sardonic expression creeping onto his face. The monkey had resurfaced, and the Buddhist sect could no longer contain itself. He had indeed promised the Buddhist sect, so he could not simply go through the motions. Raising his head, he addressed the assembly of immortals. The monkey demon from Flower Fruit Mountain has gathered, causing chaos in the region. Is there any immortal willing to eradicate this monkey demon? A profound silence enveloped the hall. Those capable of undertaking such a task were well aware that this was a scheme devised by the Buddhist sect and were unwilling to assist. Meanwhile, those lacking the ability did not dare to step forward without recompense. Seeing this, the Jade Emperor stroked his beard, feeling quite pleased. Excellent. As long as no one volunteered. He could use this as an excuse to stall the Buddhist sect. After all, the longer he could delay, the better. He had intended to feign anger at the assembly of immortals, but at that moment, Li Jing stepped forward, reporting to the Jade Emperor, I am willing to go. I shall surely eradicate the monkey demon and restore the prestige of our heavenly court. Li Jing declared with conviction. His two sons, Jinjia and Muza, were already disciples of the Buddhist sect, and he had secretly pledged allegiance to them, making this a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. The Jade Emperor maintained a composed expression, though a chill flickered in his heart. Very well. What assistance does King Li require? Reporting to the Jade Emperor. We only need my son Neza to lead the charge with 20,000 heavenly soldiers to eradicate the monkey demon. Upon hearing this, Neza's expression darkened. As a third-generation disciple of the Chant sect, he was well aware of the Buddhist sect schemes. Had he wished to go, he would have already stepped forward. This old fool Li Jing sought to take credit while lacking the capability, dragging him into every endeavor. The Jade Emperor glanced at Neza, understanding his thoughts. He had high hopes for this young lad, but it was unfortunate that he was burdened with a father as inept as Li Jing. King Li, this mission is of great significance. Are you certain that 20,000 heavenly soldiers will suffice? The Jade Emperor inquired coolly. I am certain. Li Jing replied confidently with a smile. Over the years, he had dispatched no fewer than 8,000 demon beasts, earning a fearsome reputation among the demon clan. A mere monkey demon would surely surrender at the sight of me. The Jade Emperor secretly scoffed. Only Li Jing would propose sending 20,000 heavenly soldiers to capture a monkey demon. Through the projection of the Haotian mirror, he had already discerned that the stone monkey was now immensely powerful. Neza alone would not suffice to confront it. King Li, what shall be the consequence if this mission fails? The Jade Emperor raised an eyebrow, questioning. I stake my life on it. Li Jing proclaimed proudly, unwilling to share the glory with anyone else. After all, it was merely a monkey. Neza alone would be more than enough. Very well. The Jade Emperor's expression brightened as he waved his hand. Li Jing and Neza, you are commanded to lead 20,000 heavenly soldiers and descend to the mortal realm to capture and eradicate the monkey demon, restoring the might of our heavenly court. At Flower Fruit Mountain, within the Water Curtain Cave, son Wukong finished his daily culinary practice and took a hearty swig from a jar of wine. Delicious. One can never get enough of Master S. Peach Blossom Brew. Great King, why have you lost so much hair? At that moment, a small monkey was massaging son Wukong's shoulders when he suddenly couldn't help but ask. Son Wukong's body stiffened for an instant, a jolt of surprise coursing through him. Had it truly come to this? He rolled his eyes and replied, "This king trains diligently every day and holds himself to strict standards, which is why I have transformed. I may be bald, but I have grown stronger." Upon hearing this, the monkeys immediately displayed expressions of admiration. Truly, he is the king. To become stronger. He works so hard. Many monkeys pondered if they too would grow stronger by plucking out their fur. However, they recognized that self-discipline and hard work were likely the keys. The monkeys of Huagua Mountain etched this lesson into their minds. "Your Majesty, why have you started drinking since your return?" Another small monkey inquired curiously. "This is no ordinary wine. It is the celestial brew crafted by my master," Sun Wukong declared, a hint of pride evident in his tone. The monkeys suddenly understood. "Report. Your Majesty, it is dire. A girl outside is clamoring on the mountain, demanding that we surrender." At that moment, a little monkey dashed in, flustered. "What of it? Let her shout," Sun Wukong dismissed nonchalantly. "She's probably just an ordinary person. I can't be bothered with mortals." "But, Your Majesty, that girl can fly," the little monkey added. "Oh." Sun Wukong's posture straightened as he stood up. "Since she can fly, she must not be an ordinary person. Come, my little ones, let us go see." With that, he strode out with purpose. Looking up, he spotted a girl suspended in midair. She was exquisitely beautiful, holding a red tassel spear and standing on two fiery wheels. Exuding an air of authority, Sun Wukong raised a hand and bellowed, "Halt! Who is this girl, and why do you not depart at once?" Chapter 46. Neza confronts Sun Wukong, exposing Li Jing's flaws. "Bah, you are the girl." Neza's expression darkened. "I am Neza, the deity of the three altars of the heavenly court. You, demon monkey, are a scourge upon the land, unforgivable. Surrender immediately." Sun Wukong merely chuckled, hands on his hips, and asked playfully, "Pray tell, what crimes have I committed?" "You," Neza blurted out, then faltered. He had no idea what crimes the monkey had committed. He was aware of the schemes of the Buddhist realm, but knew that this monkey had not followed their designs, having not stirred trouble in the Dragon Palace or invaded the underworld. After a long pause, Neza could only seethe, "Because you are a demon. Exorcising demons is our duty in the heavenly court." "Huh, there are countless demons in this world. Why single me out?" Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with a golden light before he grinned. "If that is the case, should you not take your own life, O lotus spirit?" He saw through Neza's true form. "You seek death." Neza, stung by the remark, shouted in anger and thrust his spear at Sun Wukong. With a swift sidestep, Sun Wukong easily dodged and leisurely drew out his Rui Jing Dao. "Why the rush, little girl?" Sun Wukong chuckled, his demeanor relaxed, appearing more inclined to engage in casual conversation than to fight. "I am a male." Neza gritted his teeth, forcefully sweeping Sun Wukong's weapon aside, unleashing a flurry of fierce attacks. Yet, to Sun Wukong, they seemed like child's play. He strolled leisurely, casually deflecting all of Neza's strikes. "But to me, you appear quite feminine." Sun Wukong evaded another blow, flashing behind Neza, scrutinizing him with a critical eye. "How fast?" Neza felt a chill run down his spine at the words spoken from behind him. He quickly turned, sweeping his spear, but still missed. Neza's heart sank. This monkey was indeed formidable, and his unique movement technique left him in the dust. The Jade Emperor and the celestial beings were observing the battle through the Haotian mirror. After a while, the Jade Emperor appeared contemplative. This monkey's movements bore some resemblance to the odd techniques of the heavenly pig, yet there were significant differences. "Stinking monkey, do not be so arrogant. I have yet to unleash my divine powers." Neza, frustrated by his inability to strike the monkey, felt his pride bruised. "Divine powers?" Sun Wukong chuckled inwardly at the thought of competing in divine skills. Such a contest delighted him, as he was never short on abilities. As he spoke, Sun Wukong witnessed Neza transform into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Interesting. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. This form could indeed limit his ability to attack from behind. Alas, his divine powers were not confined to a single form. Divine powers, like dreams and illusions. Sun Wukong waved his hand, instantly creating 2 duplicates of himself. Neza exhaled in relief. It was merely a technique of splitting. "Then I shall obliterate your true self," Neza thought, wielding his red tassel spear in one hand and summoning the universe ring in the other, striking at both of Sun Wukong's duplicates. Clang, clang. Both weapons met the Rui Jing Dao, their immense force rebounding, leaving Neza astounded. How could both duplicates possess such combat prowess? Generally, a duplicate would only retain 1/10 of the original strength. binding the universe. Neza rapidly altered his strategy, launching the binding universe to ensnare both of Sun Wukong's forms. Success. Seeing both captured Sun Wukongs, Neza felt a wave of relief and revealed a smile. Once ensnared, escaping would be quite the challenge. You possess some skill, girl. Sun Wukong remained unperturbed, even finding time to jest. Demon monkey, silence. Neza's face paled, uncertain whether it was from anger or fatigue. Above, Li Jing watched in elation. Immediately commanding his 20,000 celestial soldiers, the demon monkey has been captured. Quickly, seize the remaining monkeys of Huagua Mountain to eliminate any future threats. With that, he descended from the clouds. Neza, my child, do not move. Allow your father to handle this. Li Jing's expression was one of excitement, as if he had personally captured the demon monkey. Behind him, the 20,000 celestial soldiers appeared, their eyes filled with murderous intent as they gazed at the monkeys of Huagua Mountain. Humph. Neza disdainfully turned away, uninterested in Li Jing's theatrics. Eradicate Huagua Mountain? Sun Wukong, having overheard their plans, chuckled coldly. I was just beginning to enjoy a game with you, but now I find I have no time to spare. Neza's heart sank in alarm. The monkey's voice had already drifted away, now perched upon a branch of an ancient tree, the two captured Sun Wukongs dissipating like bubbles. Neza's pupils constricted in shock. The figures he had just battled were not the true body. Li Jing, equally startled, glared at Neza, rebuking him. Neza, did you let that demon monkey escape on purpose? What are your intentions? Neza nearly spat blood in frustration. Did it seem like he had let it escape? That old fool. He leapt once more, charging towards Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong ignored him, and as he stood on the tree branch, he too vanished like a bubble. In the next moment, countless Sun Wukongs appeared. Nearly every celestial soldier found a Sun Wukong materializing behind them, and before they could react, the blade fell, leading to the swift annihilation of the celestial soldiers. In an instant, 20,000 celestial soldiers were obliterated. What was happening? Neza and Li Jing were left speechless, their expressions frozen in shock. Even the Jade Emperor and the celestial beings were dumbfounded. How could this monkey's duplication technique be so bizarre? The sight sent chills down their spines. The fallen celestial soldiers transformed into points of light, vanishing from the scene. Sun Wukong nodded inwardly. This technique had been gleaned from his master's beef noodles. It allowed him to instantly hide his true self and create duplicates anywhere. It was his first time generating nearly 20,000 duplicates. This exerted a tremendous toll on his magical energy. Under normal circumstances, he could only create one duplicate at the same cultivation level as himself. Increasing the number would compromise his power. Furthermore, the duration was brief. As all the duplicates shattered like bubbles, Sun Wukong coldly regarded Li Jing. So, you wish to eradicate my Huagua Mountain? This is all a misunderstanding. Li Jing was drenched in cold sweat, forced to laugh, and uttered, you needn't pretend. I just heard everything. Sun Wukong scrutinized Li Jing, a contemplative expression on his face, and remarked, moreover, I believe I should know you. Yes, you are the Li Jing from 10 years ago. At these words, Li Jing's heart soared with joy. Could it be that this demon monkey had heard of his formidable reputation and was now intimidated? With this thought in mind, he immediately puffed out his chest. However, Sun Wukong continued, you are the one who wore the red underpants. I saw you from a distance. The moment those words left his lips, silence enveloped the scene. Neza cast a strange glance at Li Jing, while the celestial beings in the heavenly court exchanged bewildered looks. Li Jing in red underpants? Did he have such a peculiar penchant? Yes, it is you. Sun Wukong asserted with conviction. Shut your mouth. Li Jing's face turned crimson, and he cursed vehemently. He was acutely aware that the Jade Emperor and the other celestial beings were undoubtedly observing the battle, and he had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would make such an astonishing remark. Upon hearing Li Jing's rebuttal, Sun Wukong hastily insisted, it's you. I could never be mistaken. The last time you wore those red underpants, it was quite the eyesore. In chapter 47, the Star of Venus proposed that the marshal of the heavenly hosts be dispatched to the mortal realm to capture the demon monkey. Years ago, when he had just awakened his piercing golden eyes, a single glance had nearly blinded him. Sun Wukong vividly recalled the moment. Impossible. Li Jing roared in fury, his hands nearly crushing the treasured pagoda, wishing he could smash Sun Wukong's head with it. In the hall of heavenly splendor, someone couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, laughter erupted in waves, filling the grand hall with a jovial atmosphere. The female deities displayed expressions of disgust and disdain. while the male deities laughed until they could hardly stand. Who would have thought that the typically stern and imposing Li Jing harbored such an amusing secret? Everyone, please quiet down. Such raucousness is unbecoming. The Jade Emperor's authoritative voice rang out, but he could not suppress his laughter. The celestial mirror revealed Sun Wukong wielding his knife, effortlessly slicing through Li Jing's armor. The armor slid off smoothly, revealing a striking flash of red exposed to the air. What the? The celestial beings felt their eyes burning. I never imagined that King Li truly had such a penchant. King Li is quite adept at concealing his interests. They mused. Could this be the reason behind King Li's continuous success? By the heavens, I must acquire one as well. The hall of heavenly splendor buzzed with excitement. The Jade Emperor maintained a stern facade, stifling his amusement. The celestial beings could no longer contain their laughter. Neza quietly withdrew the red silk he had wrapped around himself, pondering over a revelation. In the past, Li Jing often borrowed his silk. At the time, he thought little of it, but now it seemed suspicious. He resolved to wash the silk upon returning. Li Jing felt a sudden chill, a gust of wind brushing past him as he looked down, a surge of blood rushing to his face. He hastily grabbed the cut armor, his face turning the color of liver. I knew it. I would never mistake the identity. Sun Wukong beamed with pride, relishing the moment. Damn you. Li Jing, exasperated, was about to retort when he found a monkey-esque figure appearing before him. A knife poised at his throat. Go on, why so silent? Sun Wukong wore a teasing smile and pressed him. Li Jing's body tensed, trembling, as he stammered. You cursed monkey, do you still intend to eradicate Flower Fruit Mountain? Before he could finish, Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the knife. And Li Jing felt a sting, instinctively recoiling. He was terrified, for he was a being sealed on the divine list, capable of elevating his power while other deities remained static. This was his greatest pride. But to lose his life over such triviality would be a tremendous loss. I dare not. I shall never dare again. Li Jing pleaded humbly. Sun Wukong scoffed, pulling Li Jing's head closer, and coldly warned, Ensure I never see you again. Yes, yes. Li Jing nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grains. Begone. Sun Wukong released him with a wave of his hand, akin to shooing away a fly. Disturbed while drinking, he found it quite vexing. I am Li Neza, and you, monkey, are quite formidable, Neza observed, not chasing after Sun Wukong but addressing him. You are impressive as well, capable of trading a few blows with me, Sun Wukong replied, not bothering to look back as he headed towards Water Curtain Cave. I am not a girl, Neza yelled in frustration. Alas, Sun Wukong had already entered the cave, leaving no room for further discourse. Cursed monkey, the next time we meet, I shall make you weep for your mother. Neza fumed, ultimately resigned to following in Li Jing's footsteps. What transpired earlier must remain a secret. With Sun Wukong gone, Li Jing regained his imposing demeanor, sternly admonishing the remaining celestial soldiers, who had refrained from intervening and thus survived. In the heavenly court, Li Jing still appeared disheveled, though he had repaired his trousers. King Li, what were the results of this confrontation? The Jade Emperor inquired nonchalantly, feigning ignorance. Li Jing felt a wave of relief. It seemed the Jade Emperor had not witnessed his encounter with the demon monkey. Yet, he soon sensed something amiss, as if the other occupants of the Grand Hall were fixated on him. What was this? Perhaps it is merely my imagination, Li Jing thought, collecting himself and cautiously responding. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. That demon monkey is immensely powerful. I battled him for 300 rounds, yet could not triumph. He feared that the Jade Emperor might genuinely consider punishing him for his failure. Haha. The Jade Emperor could no longer contain his mirth. And upon hearing 300 rounds in reference to the demon monkey, he erupted into laughter. Li Jing was bewildered. Was the Jade Emperor not supposed to be furious? Your Majesty, what is this? Li Jing inquired, brows furrowing in concern. The Jade Emperor coughed lightly to regain composure, suppressing his laughter. It matters not. I was merely reminded of some joyous tidings. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's spirits lifted. The Jade Emperor's happiness was a good omen. Perhaps he would not face repercussions for his ineptitude. Your Majesty, might I inquire what brings you joy? Li Jing inquired, revealing a relieved smile. The Jade Emperor coughed once more. Today, the Jade Pool informed me that the peaches in the peach garden are ripe. At that moment, another celestial being burst into laughter. Li Jing looked on suspiciously. What is so amusing? Nothing, King. I too was reminded of something delightful. The celestial being replied solemnly, suppressing their mirth. What is so peculiar today? Li Jing pondered, unable to pinpoint the oddity, but sensing that the atmosphere in the Hall of Heavenly Splendor was indeed strange. The Jade Emperor, having calmed down, addressed Li Jing with seriousness. "Kingly, you may withdraw now and take some rest. Is there anyone among you willing to capture the demon monkey?" At these words, the hall fell silent once more. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened. Had they not ventured to confront the monkey only to let the matter slide? What would that say about the Heavenly Court's reputation? Just then, the Emperor's most sycophantic minister, the Star of Venus, stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, I have a suitable candidate. Pray, do tell." The Jade Emperor responded with a slight nod. The Star of Venus continued, "I believe the Marshal of the Heavenly Hosts would be well suited for this task." "Indeed. How could I have overlooked the Marshal?" The Jade Emperor's eyes brightened. The Marshal not only vanquished the carp demon, but could also withstand 3 strikes from Guanyin, possibly making him the monkey's nemesis. With this thought, the Jade Emperor surveyed the hall and inquired, "Where is the Marshal?" The hall remained silent, with no one responding. The Jade Emperor's expression darkened immediately. This fellow was absent again. Such a lack of discipline. Tai Bai Jinxing hastened to summon Tian Ping to the hall. In Chapter 48, the inflated Tian Peng, "Defeat me, and I shall acknowledge you as my father." When Tai Bai Jinxing arrived, Tian Peng had just concluded a treasure hunt. Upon hearing the purpose of the visit, Tian Ping was taken aback. "The Jade Emperor has dispatched me to Flower Fruit Mountain to capture the demon monkey?" As a seasoned sycophant of the Jade Emperor, Tai Bai Jinxing was skilled in flattery. Sensing Tian Peng's hesitation, he earnestly remarked, "Marshal, that demon monkey possesses formidable powers. Even Li Jing and his son returned defeated. After much contemplation, I believe only you, at the Tai level, can undertake this significant task. Your ability to withstand 3 moves from Guanyin is a testament to your strength." Though Tian Ping hesitated, aware that this task was undoubtedly perilous, having witnessed Neza's prowess and knowing that even he had failed against the monkey, Tai Bai Jinxing's words resonated with him. He realized he may not be weaker than Neza after all. The sumptuous meals at Manager Chu's establishment had not been for naught. With newfound confidence, Tian Peng felt invigorated. Tai Bai Jinxing continued to entice him, stating, "If you subdue this demon, the Jade Emperor shall surely reward you handsomely." At this, Tian Peng's interest was piqued. A reward from the Jade Emperor? That could mean acquiring a splendid artifact. Although he had not awakened a 3rd divine ability, his recent feasting had significantly enhanced his cultivation. What of the fated stone monkey of the Buddhist realm? This reward was within his grasp. Not even the Buddha could halt him. Excellent. I shall comply. Tai Bai Jinxing and Tian Peng made their way to the Lingxiao treasure hall. The Jade Emperor intended to reprimand Tian Peng, but suddenly focused intently. "Tian Peng, your cultivation has reached the mid-Tai level? Your Majesty possesses keen insight," Tian Peng replied, bowing with a hint of pride. The assembly of celestial beings gasped in astonishment. Mid-Tai? They recalled Tian Peng had only recently ascended to the Tai level. Could it be that he had been concealing his exceptional talent all along? Neza, however, was indignant. As a late Tai cultivator, he had been unable to match the monkey's strength, and now the Jade Emperor sought out someone with even lesser cultivation. Was this not a slight? Yet others speculated that Tian Ping might indeed possess the capability, considering he had managed to escape unscathed from Guanyin. The Jade Emperor, momentarily astonished, proceeded without further inquiry. "Tian Ping, I command you to descend to the mortal realm and subdue the demon monkey. Do you consent?" "I willingly accept," Tian Ping replied promptly. "Excellent." The Jade Emperor smiled. "Tian Ping, I command you to lead 100,000 heavenly soldiers to capture that demon monkey." Tian Ping, however, shook his head with a self-assured grin. "No need for 100,000. I alone suffice." With that, he strode confidently out of the Lingxiao treasure hall. By the heavens, this fellow truly knows how to put on an act, thought the celestial beings in unison. Above Flower Fruit Mountain, Tian Peng hovered in midair, wielding a rake, and bellowed, "I am Marshal Tian Peng, sent to apprehend the demon. Demon monkey, come forth and surrender." His booming voice sent the little monkeys scattering in all directions. Hastily returning to the water curtain cave, they cried, "Great king, trouble arises. Another fat man has come." A fat man. Tian Peng's face darkened slightly. Son Wukong, disturbed once more, slammed his wine jar down and emerged with an imposing presence, shouting, "You fat man, why do you disturb my rest? I am the battle god of the heavenly court, not just any fat man." Tian Peng retorted coldly, "Monkey, do not delay in surrendering. Sun Wukong's eyes glinted with cold fury. This celestial monkey had gone too far. After sparing that little girl and the red-bottomed pants, another fat man was sent. This matter was far from over. With a snarl, Sun Wukong vanished, reappearing before Tian Peng in an instant with a sharp blade. Tian Peng was momentarily stunned. What was this incredible speed? Yet his body instinctively reacted, dodging the blade with an uncanny maneuver. Interesting, Sun Wukong mused, taken aback by such an unusual technique. Sensing his own powers at work, Tian Peng quickly shed his initial panic. Just a minor skill. He smiled confidently, believing his innate techniques rendered him invincible. Sun Wukong, however, was undeterred. With a relentless barrage of attacks, each one was deftly evaded by Tian Peng's peculiar movements. Demon Monkey, I advise you against futile efforts. If you land even a single hit on me, I shall concede defeat. Tian Peng boasted, his arrogance swelling. Of course, he was merely posturing, while his techniques were formidable. They were not invincible. Even if struck, his resilient defenses would shield him from harm. This spectacle left the celestial beings in awe. Tian Peng was on the verge of a major breakthrough. Such talent, previously concealed, revealed a remarkable character. They had indeed underestimated him. Neza, however, felt tumultuous emotions. He was acutely aware of the monkey's might. He had exhausted all his efforts without success, yet Tian Peng appeared to navigate this challenge with ease. You have some skill, fat man, but are you truly not going to counterattack? Sun Wukong observed, ceasing his assault to size up the golden figure of Tian Peng. Inside, Tian Peng was on the verge of tears. What on earth has this wild monkey been consuming to grow so powerful? He yearned to retaliate, yet he could not match the monkey's speed and could only rely on his techniques to evade. Despite his internal turmoil, he maintained his bravado. It is merely because you exhibit too many flaws. I deem it beneath me to strike, granting you an opportunity to surrender. He hoped to intimidate the monkey with his bravado, yet Sun Wukong was unfazed. With a grin, he replied, if you can evade one of my attacks. What if there are two of me? As he spoke, another identical figure materialized behind Tian Peng. Unfazed, Tian Peng thought, just a mere clone. But in the next moment, he realized his error. The two monkeys launched a simultaneous assault, each equally matched in strength, leaving him unable to discern which was the real one. Soon, he was caught between their relentless strikes, fleeing in panic. Trying to escape, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity as Tian Peng attempted to flee. With precision, the two clones closed in. Tian Peng's heart raced. There was no way to evade. In the final moment, he activated his robust defense, enveloping himself in a golden glow. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed as Sun Wukong furrowed his brow in astonishment. Had he actually withstood his attacks? Bathed in golden light, Tian Peng resembled a divine being, employing the same technique that had absorbed Guanin's strike. Gasps erupted from the heavenly court. The celestial beings scarcely dared to blink, fearing they might miss this thrilling moment. They couldn't help but marvel at how the Haotian mirror provided such entertainment during court sessions. As Tian Peng felt his technique manifesting successfully, his confidence surged. You cannot land a blow, can you? If you can break through my defenses, I shall call you father from now on. He taunted with an air of arrogance, his expression almost inviting retribution. Sun Wukong, undeterred, continued his relentless strikes. Each met with the same unyielding resistance. Tian Peng, recalling the demeanor of Chu Feng, composed himself, adopting a calm countenance as he declared, as I said, you cannot breach my defenses. Surrender and come with me. Chapter 49, a little blade on the rear, and I opened Sun Wukong, unperturbed, dispelled his clones, and regarded the golden Tian Peng with a grin. This is intriguing. Today, I shall shatter your turtle shell. Having a stubborn nature himself, Tian Peng proclaimed. Hands on his hips, I stand here, unyielding. If you strike me even once, I shall accept defeat. In the celestial realm, the deities were abuzz with discussions. Martial Tian Peng is truly formidable. I aspire to gain such strength. One remarked. You are already listed on the divine ranking. What more strength could you possibly desire? Another retorted. By jinxing chimed in, flattering. Indeed, Martial Tian Peng is the emerging talent of our heavenly court, showcasing our might to its fullest. Let me give it a try, exclaimed Sun Wukong, grinning widely. With fervent battle spirit coursing through him, he rotated his neck, unleashing an intense heat that seemed to ignite his very being. His golden fur transformed to a fiery red, resembling heated iron. Martial Tian Peng felt a scorching wave rush towards him, as if he were suddenly engulfed in flames. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, and a sense of unease stirring within him. Has this monkey gone mad? Tianpeng pondered, a sense of foreboding creeping in. You better not dodge, Sun Wukong teased, a playful smirk on his face. This fervent battle spirit allowed him to amplify his power tenfold, growing stronger with each encounter. This ability was inspired by the delectable mapo tofu, crafted by Chu Feng. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. Even his Rui Jingu Bang seemed to quiver with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong swung his blade. The sheer energy sent a jolt through Tianpeng's heart. If I don't evade, I shall surely perish, he thought, a profound sense of danger rising within him. His tough exterior would not withstand such a strike. This was the ominous premonition bestowed upon him by the dance of the wavering flowers. In an instant, Tianpeng instinctively unleashed the dance of the wavering flowers, hastily dodging the impending attack. Yet even with his swift reaction, the power behind Sun Wukong's strike, bolstered by his tenfold might, was unimaginable. Tianpeng still felt the blade graze him. What the hell? He exclaimed, pain etching his features as he realized the mischievous monkey had struck him where it hurt most. This was no mere scratch. It was a profound humiliation. Anger surged within him, and the desire to retreat became palpable. Is this truly a Tai Golden Immortal? The pressure I feel from Guanyi's peak power is nowhere near this. Defeated, he resolved to flee. I'll just return to Senior Chu and enjoy a few more dishes. Learn some new abilities, and then seek my vengeance. Ah, I just remembered I have a dinner appointment with a friend for dog meat today. I shall take my leave for now, Tianpeng declared with a semblance of dignity. He valued his reputation. How could he flee without a fight? It was merely a prior commitment that compelled him to withdraw. Meanwhile, far away at Guanjinku, the howling celestial dog sneezed unexpectedly. Strange, could I be catching a cold? It mused, before picking up a teapot to brew itself a cup of warm tea. Even a dog deserves some comfort. At that moment, Tianpeng had already made his escape, vanishing into the distance in an instant. Am I safe now? He wondered. After flying for some time, he glanced back to see no one in pursuit and breathed a sigh of relief. That damn monkey is truly formidable. It seems that gaining strength through food is the way to go. For now, I shall focus on my own development. Just as he thought he was in the clear, a mocking voice echoed from above. Tianpeng, startled, nearly tumbled from his cloud. He looked up to find the monkey had inexplicably appeared right beside him. When did you catch up to me? He stammered, his teeth chattering in fear. Huh, I won't tell you. Sun Wukong replied with a chilling smile. Did you think you could leave Flower Fruit Mountain so easily? A cacophony of cries filled the air as Sun Wukong seized the now defeated Tianpeng and returned to Flower Fruit Mountain. The sight of Tianpeng, bruised and battered, left the heavenly deities in stunned silence. Safe travels, Tianpeng. They collectively mourned. Neza, filled with trepidation, was relieved he hadn't spoken out of turn. No one blamed Tianpeng. They all acknowledged the monkey's might, understanding they would fare no better against him. What can we do, my dear courtiers? The Jade Emperor sighed, his expression grave. This was a matter of celestial dignity, complicated further by the Buddha's decree forbidding any intervention from those above the Tai Golden Immortal rank. This strategy aimed to inflate the monkey's ego, allowing him to feel invincible before sending a powerful being like the Buddha to subdue him later. Yet, the plan was already faltering at its inception. The monkey was too formidable, and the subsequent narrative was stalling. Seeing the Emperor's furrowed brow, Tai Jingxing quickly proposed. Your Majesty, I believe we could placate that mischievous monkey by offering him a nominal position without real power. He was well aware of the Buddha's scheming. Let it be so. The Jade Emperor acquiesced, preparing to proceed with the plan. Tai Jingxing, I command you to choose a day to descend to the mortal realm and offer that monkey a position. This mission must not fail. Understood, Tai Jingxing affirmed. Returning to the celestial assembly, he did not descend immediately. As a seasoned sycophant, he understood the Emperor's intentions. The command to choose a day implied there was no rush. It was a chance to allow the monkey to teach Tianpeng a lesson for his earlier insolence. The court session concluded, and the god of food and the god of cooking departed together. They were unconcerned with the so-called monkey, as mere cooks at the bottom of the celestial hierarchy. Their primary task was to prepare new dishes. What do you think of that young lad I brought back? The god of food inquired with a chuckle. The god of cooking laughed in response. Indeed, he is quite promising. He could easily inherit our culinary legacy. Absolutely. The god of food nodded. That lad possesses a sharp mind and quickly masters new recipes. As they conversed, they returned to the imperial kitchen, where Zhou Qing was diligently slicing tofu with utmost focus. Well done. The god of food commended, nodding in approval. The god of cooking concurred. Even if we assign you menial tasks, you remain humble, dedicated, and focused. Your character is commendable. In response, Zhou Qing declared, "This is the mindset a budding chef must possess." He felt a surge of gratitude within him. Being a genius chef relegated to menial tasks felt unfair, but his commitment to his celestial status fueled his perseverance. Hearing this, the admiration in the eyes of the two divine chefs deepened. The god of food smiled, "Excellent. After tomorrow's South Morning Court, we intend to recommend you to the Queen Mother. If your cooking impresses her, your ascension to the celestial ranks will be nearly guaranteed." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's heart soared with joy, and he quickly bowed in thanks to his two mentors. Ascending to the celestial ranks was a tremendous honor. The god of cooking cautioned, "Remember, to impress the Queen Mother, you must present your finest and most heartfelt dishes. There can be no mistakes. This opportunity is singular." Chapter 50. You know of the drunken immortal's abode? Tianpeng felt an overwhelming envy. At Flower Fruit Mountain, within the water curtain cave, the bruised Tianpeng was bound tightly and suspended in the center, with curious little monkeys occasionally poking him, causing him to swing back and forth. Tianpeng, on the verge of tears, felt as though he might fall apart. This wretched monkey is too ruthless, though he hadn't been struck down by a blade. The beating he received was relentless, and even his divine abilities could not withstand such force. Was it really so wrong to speak out of turn? Tianpeng lamented, his spirits plummeting as he realized he had been hanging there all day. Once free, he was determined to eat well, grow stronger, and deliver a thorough thrashing to that monkey to reclaim his dignity. Lost in thought, Sun Wukong approached. Tianpeng immediately cried out in despair, his misery palpable. Unfazed, Sun Wukong munched on a peach, skeptically remarking, "Are you truly a warrior? You seem rather weak. Is there no one formidable in the heavenly court?" With that, he delivered a kick to Tianpeng. "Ouch! What are you doing?" Suddenly, Tianpeng winced in pain, gritting his teeth. After a moment, he said, "I was merely joking. In the heavenly realm, I am but an insignificant figure. There are many who surpass me, any of whom could easily subdue you with one hand." He spoke no falsehood. However, the true powers in the celestial hierarchy would hardly concern themselves with trifles such as this. Sun Wukong tilted his head, scrutinizing Tianpeng. "So, you are still a marshal? Is the position of marshal in the heavenly court determined by a lottery?" Upon hearing this, Tianpeng's anger flared. His status as the marshal of the water army was a source of great pride. How could he be so belittled? Just as he was about to retort, he noticed Sun Wukong lift his foot again and quickly changed his tone. "Hey, monkey brother, you absolutely mustn't." Sun Wukong leaned closer, inquiring, "What did you call me? What was it you said before? If I could injure you, father, monkey father, I was wrong." As Tianpeng saw the monkey's foot poised to strike, he shouted in desperation, No, that is not right." Sun Wukong shook his head, a playful smile on his face. "Monkey elder, please don't kick me, please." Tianpeng's face darkened, and after gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he wholly abandoned his pride. He was already half dead. Another kick might very well cost him his life. Hearing this, Sun Wukong finally relented and lowered his foot. Tianpeng felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, sensing he had narrowly escaped calamity. Yet, at that moment, Sun Wukong asked, "So how do you wish to die?" Tianpeng was left dumbfounded. Wasn't the beating enough? Did he have to be killed too? "Monkey elder, you must be jesting." He managed to force out a fawning smile, trembling as he spoke. "Jesting? Are we so familiar?" Sun Wukong shot him a sidelong glance. "It seems we are not." Sun Wukong continued, "I was enjoying my drink when your heavenly court repeatedly interrupted my revelry. Once was forgivable, but after I spared them, you came again. What can appease my wrath?" Tianpeng was stunned. It seemed he had inadvertently walked into a hornet's nest. Neza and Li Jing have wronged me. In that moment, he mentally cursed Li Jing's family lineage. However, the priority was to extricate himself from this predicament. With a glint of determination, Tianpeng boldly suggested, "How about I drink with you, monkey elder? I am quite skilled at drinking, but seeing you makes me angry. Killing you would be a relief." Sun Wukong was merely trying to frighten Tianpeng, secretly amused, yet maintaining an impassive facade. Curse that monkey. Tianpeng was thoroughly alarmed. Did he truly face inevitable death today? "Monkey elder, you cannot kill me. I am, after all, Marshal Tianpeng. If I were to die, the heavenly court would surely investigate, and you would have no peace." Tianpeng shouted in terror, desperately trying to struggle free, but it was all in vain. Sun Wukong was not easily intimidated. After Tianping finished speaking, he pretended to raise his Rui Jindao, poised to strike down. Farewell, drunken immortal abode. Tianping closed his eyes, shouting in despair. As he faced death, his greatest regret was that he would never again dine at the drunken immortal abode. However, after a long wait, he felt no severing of his head. Tentatively opening his eyes, he found the monkey regarding him with suspicion. You know of the drunken immortal abode? Yes. Ling Taifang Xīyóu Mountain, drunken immortal abode. Tianping replied instinctively, only to realize what he had just said. He looked at the monkey, asking, Do you know it as well? My master runs that establishment. How could I not know? Sun Wukong casually stowed the Rui Jindao. At first, Tianping found it hard to believe, but soon it made sense. Who but the esteemed Chu could have taught such a formidable monkey? No wonder this monkey had eluded the Buddhist sect for a decade. It was only logical. Unless one approached the esteemed establishment, no other means could uncover it. Tianping was enveloped in joy, exclaiming, We are of the same kind. Monkey Elder, we are comrades. I am a member of your establishment. Sun Wukong waved his hand, and the ropes fell away. Tianping tumbled to the ground, momentarily disregarding his pain, scrambling to his feet. Monkey Elder, it seems we have become acquainted through this encounter. Since I am a customer of the establishment, you may call me Monkey Brother. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. This fellow truly lacks any dignity. Ah, Monkey Brother, Tianping exclaimed, both astonished and delighted. All resentment towards the monkey evaporated in an instant. This was none other than Chu's disciple. Tianping could never hope to match him, and what vengeance could he possibly seek? Curiosity piqued, Tianping asked, Monkey Brother, may I inquire how many divine abilities you have awakened? Sun Wukong instinctively wished to boast, but recalled Chu's advice to remain humble, so he replied nonchalantly, Not many. Just 10. Tianping's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. 10. What does that even mean? I have only managed to awaken 2. So, your previous 2 abilities were also from my master's cuisine? Sun Wukong shot Tianping a glance. Tianping chuckled, Indeed, Monkey Brother, you possess discerning eyes. Then, filled with envy and curiosity, he asked, How long did it take you to awaken those 10 abilities? About 9 years, give or take, Sun Wukong mused, contemplating the time without a clear sense of it. That long? Tianping was astounded. Sun Wukong nodded. Naturally, the difficulty of awakening divine abilities increases exponentially over time. Tianping reflected on this. So that was the reason. He had only awakened 2 abilities thus far, and had thought there was something wrong with the cuisine. Monkey Brother, do you provide meals for your disciples? Tianping's mind began to race with calculations. Sun Wukong shook his head. Meals are, of course, to be purchased. Tianping was left speechless. The esteemed Chu was indeed strict. Even his own disciple would not be provided for. Then how much do these meals cost? 10 strands of monkey hair. Sun Wukong replied casually. Tianping was left in shock. The fool is me. Chapter 51. Sharing insights on awakening divine abilities. It turns out the timing of my meals was incorrect. Monkey hair from a monkey? How delightful. Yet, recalling that he needed a piece of a golden immortal artifact for a single meal, Tianping felt a wave of dismay wash over him. The thought of becoming Chu Feng's disciple had been thoroughly dashed. Looking at Sun Wukong's noticeably sparser fur compared to other monkeys, he could not help but nod in silent agreement. The hairs must be nearly depleted. How could he not be powerful? What are you staring at? Sun Wukong glared at Tianping, who was observing him. After a moment of contemplation, Tianping said, Monkey Brother, with your power, it should be no issue to grow some hair. Right? Don't even think about it. Hair grown through magical means would not be recognized by the crystal ball. Sun Wukong immediately grasped Tianping's implication. He had indeed considered this method before. Not only had he thought of it, but he had also tried it, which led to several days of testing wherein he plucked his hair before meals. It had been excruciating. It took him over half a month to rid himself of the magically grown hair. Tianping nodded in understanding. It seemed that shortcuts were not viable. Sun Wukong then added, Laughing, however, I do have some insights regarding the awakening of abilities through meals. Tianping's face instantly lit up with a fawning smile, transforming into an eager disciple. Monkey Brother, as my elder, please share your wisdom with me. I wouldn't want to tarnish the reputation of our drunken immortal abode, would I? Sun Wukong found this flattering. He nodded, saying, From my many years of experience, the probability of awakening is highest when you take the first bite right on time. It can be done that way. Tianping felt a sudden clarity wash over him. No wonder he had been unable to awaken his third ability. It was due to the timing of his meals. Sun Wukong continued, Moreover, while eating, one must silently recite the true name of the master and seek his blessing. Yes, yes. How could I have forgotten that? Tianpeng suddenly struck his thigh, realizing he had overlooked such an important matter. From now on, he must pray? No, merely praying at mealtime would not suffice. That would merely reflect his piety during meals, wouldn't it? He must pray both morning and night. Sincerity is of utmost importance. Just as they were discussing their dining experiences, a small monkey burst in. Your Majesty, an old man with a white beard is outside, claiming he wishes to see you. Who is this person? Has he announced his name? Sun Wukong immediately assumed that the heavenly court had sent someone to cause trouble and asked angrily. The little monkey scratched his head, pondering for a long while but could not recall the specific name. Tianpeng thought for a moment and confidently declared, "It must be the great white planetary star." It sounded formidable. Do you know of his strength? Sun Wukong looked at Tianpeng. After a brief silence, Tianpeng spoke, "Brother Monkey, the great white planetary star is merely a civil official. He is likely not here to confront you. Then what has the heavenly court sent him for? Of course, it is because of me." Tianpeng pointed to himself and exaggeratedly proclaimed, "I, General Tianpeng. You captured me. He must surely come to rescue me. Then let him in." "No, Brother Monkey." Tianpeng hurriedly interrupted Sun Wukong. "Anxious, I was captured by you. If that old man comes in and sees us chatting like this, he will certainly report me to the Jade Emperor, and I will be doomed. What shall we do?" "Brother Monkey, let us do this." Tianpeng leaned close to Sun Wukong's ear and whispered. Outside the water curtain cave, the great white planetary star appeared somewhat anxious, looking at the little monkey guarding him and asking, "Little monkey, when will I be able to see your king?" He had already been waiting for quite some time. "Why are you so anxious, old man? Haven't you already reported?" The little monkey rolled his eyes. After a while, the reporting little monkey finally sauntered out. "The king wishes to see you. You may enter." The great white planetary star received permission and hurriedly walked into the water curtain cave. "General Tianpeng, I ask you, will you surrender?" Upon entering, the great white planetary star heard such words and saw Sun Wukong brandishing a kitchen knife, gesturing menacingly at Tianpeng, who was bound and bruised, looking quite miserable. Yet, his gaze was resolute, staring defiantly at Sun Wukong. "Bah, I would rather die today than submit to you, you demon monkey. If I perish, the heavenly court will avenge me. Come, kill me." Tianpeng closed his eyes and held his head high, presenting a demeanor that seemed to disregard life and death. "Humph. You refuse to drink the wine offered and choose the punishment instead. If you seek death, I, Sun Wukong, shall grant it." Sun Wukong shouted angrily, raising the Rui golden blade, ready to strike down. Great immortal, spare him." The great white planetary star was terrified by this scene, breaking into a cold sweat as he ran and shouted. In his haste, he tripped over his robe and fell awkwardly. Sun Wukong and Tianpeng exchanged glances, and Sun Wukong immediately understood. He strode over to the great white planetary star and demanded, "Who are you, old man?" The great white planetary star scrambled to his feet, straightened his clothes, and displayed a friendly smile. "I am the great white planetary star, a minor official from the heavenly court. This Tianpeng is one of our officials. I kindly ask the great immortal to show mercy and be lenient." "So you are here to request someone?" Sun Wukong sneered. "Not at all. Not at all." The great white planetary star shook his head. "I am here on the Jade Emperor's orders to invite the great immortal to ascend to heaven and take office." Tianpeng fell silent. "Damn, he is not here to redeem me? What a farce I have been playing." Sun Wukong could hardly suppress his laughter, smirking. "Old man, tell me, what office does the Jade Emperor wish for me?" The great white planetary star hesitated. "Well, that has not yet been settled." He could only clasp his hands and say, "Rest assured, the arrangements will certainly not shortchange the great immortal. To serve in heaven? That does not sound bad. I can always return if I grow bored." Sun Wukong pondered and made a decision. "Then I, Sun Wukong, shall seek a position. With his abilities, dealing with him in the heavenly court would not be so easy. At worst, he could return to the drunken immortal abode to find his master." After explaining a few matters to the monkeys, Sun Wukong followed the great white planetary star to the heavens. Tianpeng directly returned to his residence, feeling quite embarrassed. Upon reaching the Lingxiao Hall, all the celestial beings' gazes fell upon Sun Wukong. Dressed in a simple red robe, he appeared utterly ordinary, starkly contrasting with the resplendent hall filled with celestial mist. "Are you the Monkey King from Flower and Fruit Mountain?" The Jade Emperor glanced at him, asking indifferently. "Indeed," Sun Wukong replied, his eyes wandering as he took in the heavenly realm, which was indeed unlike the mortal world, filled with rare treasures. Boldly, "Why do you not kneel before the emperor?" At that moment, Li Jing from among the celestial ranks admonished. He could hardly contain his desire to skin the monkey alive. Sun Wukong frowned, glaring fiercely at the speaker. Chapter 52, Ascending to Heaven. Does a wild monkey dare covet the position of chef? His master had taught him never to kneel easily, only to parents and elders. And he had no parents, so in this lifetime, he would only kneel for his master. Jade Emperor, you shall not have it. A defeated foe dares to speak so arrogantly? Sun Wukong chuckled coldly. Impudent. Li Jing trembled with rage. Your Majesty, this demon monkey is inherently unruly, if not disciplined. He will surely become a great calamity. Sun Wukong remained silent, merely watching the unfolding drama with interest, eager to see how the Jade Emperor would decide. The Jade Emperor calmly spoke, waving his hand. Born in the wild, unacquainted with propriety, I shall pardon you this once. He was well aware of Li Jing's personal vendetta. Once Li Jing retreated, the Jade Emperor turned to Sun Wukong and continued, Monkey, I hope you will learn etiquette soon. I understand, Great Emperor, Sun Wukong replied casually. The Jade Emperor nodded slightly, scanning the celestial beings, and inquired, what vacant positions remain in the heavenly court? The martial Star Lord stepped forward and stated, Your Majesty, all positions in the heavenly court are filled, except for the position of the equerry. The Jade Emperor nodded and looked at the monkey. Then I shall appoint you as the equerry. Equerry? Sun Wukong immediately shook his head. The Jade Emperor was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. Could it be that this monkey had some understanding of heavenly positions? That should not be the case. After pondering for a moment, the Jade Emperor decided to bypass this stage and directly stated, if you do not wish to be the equerry, then the peach garden is currently unattended. You may serve there. A monkey surely could not refuse the allure of the peaches, could he? I will not go. Sun Wukong shook his head once more. You will not go? The Jade Emperor narrowed his eyes, his grip on the edict tightening. His expression reflected disbelief. The other celestial beings were similarly astonished. This Sun Wukong had even rejected the task of guarding the peach garden. That was a lucrative position, both leisurely and profitable. Especially with the peach festival approaching and the peaches nearing ripeness, even if he were to eat one or two, it would be hard to detect. This foolish monkey had indeed never seen the world. The celestial beings felt a wave of disdain in their hearts. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong thought, what was so special about the peaches? His master had an entire courtyard full of them. He was already tired of them. It would be far too boring to go and simply look at the peaches. Moreover, he had no desire to be a mere watchman. The Jade Emperor was utterly bewildered. What was this monkey's situation? He had already revealed his trump card, yet could not sway this monkey. Then what position do you wish to hold? The Jade Emperor asked helplessly. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and inquired, is there a position that allows me to cook? To serve in office is one thing, but my culinary skills must not decline. Upon hearing this, all the celestial beings were rendered speechless. You would rather not guard the peach garden, but wish to cook? They thought he was jesting. The Jade Emperor's lips twitched slightly, realizing that the monkey's thought process was utterly disconnected from theirs. No wonder he did not adhere to protocol. However, the Jade Emperor did not wish to create difficulties for him, as this matter was primarily a result of the coercion from the Western saints. Having already followed the necessary procedures, he felt it was of little consequence if the monkey chose to act unconventionally. Moreover, it could safeguard the tranquility of the peach blossom garden. Then I shall appoint you as the chef of the imperial kitchen. What do you say? The Jade Emperor spoke with a smile. Previously, he had received complaints from the Yaoqi regarding the peach banquet. Typically, the imperial kitchen consisted of 3 chief chefs, but currently, there were only the god of food and the god of cooking. Adding Sun Wukong would be just right. Surely, this monkey could not cause any trouble in the kitchen. Could he? Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Wukong exclaimed with a broad smile, though his eyes betrayed a hint of insincerity. Even in the heavens, he could cook and practice his culinary skills. He could also converse with his master. The monkey felt elated, while the 2 deities grew anxious. Your Majesty, we implore you to reconsider. The god of food and the god of cooking quickly stepped forward and knelt. The god of food raised his head and continued, Your Majesty, the chief of the imperial kitchen must possess exceptional culinary skills. With the peach festival approaching, placing an ordinary mountain monkey in charge would undoubtedly lead to chaos. We beseech the Jade Emperor to think again. Indeed, please reconsider, echoed the god of cooking. The Jade Emperor furrowed his brow, recognizing the merit in their words. If this monkey caused a disturbance at the Peach Festival, the Queen Mother would undoubtedly be furious, and he had no desire to provoke her. Perhaps it would be wise to assign this monkey a different position? Just as he was about to speak, Sun Wukong interjected. And who are you two to prevent me from becoming the chief chef? I am the god of food, and this is the god of cooking. We are both the chief chefs of the imperial banquet. The god of food huffed disdainfully. Sun Wukong chuckled. So that's it. You fear that if I take the position, you will lose your offices? The god of food's lips twitched, and he scoffed. We are the finest chefs in the 3 realms, having served in the heavenly court for countless years. How could we fear being ousted by a mere monkey? The finest chefs? Sun Wukong shook his head. For in his heart, there was only one true chef, his master. He doubted these two even possessed 1/10 of his master's skill. Then why do you obstruct me? Sun Wukong asked, perplexed. Yet, the 2 deities ignored him and turned their attention back to the Jade Emperor. Your Majesty, the god of food said. While I was traversing the mortal realm, I discovered a chef of extraordinary talent named Chu Feng. With his assistance, the upcoming Peach Festival will surely please the Queen Mother. We request that you appoint Chu Feng as the chief of the Imperial Kitchen. Is that so? Sun Wukong scoffed. You wish to use backdoor connections to place your own people. The god of food's demeanor darkened. In the Imperial Kitchen, culinary skill is paramount. How dare a wild monkey covet the position of chief chef? Culinary skill? Sun Wukong laughed, his eyes filled with pride. If culinary skill is indeed the most important criterion, then this position rightfully belongs to me. What do you mean by that? The god of food and the god of cooking were instantly enraged. It belongs to you? They exclaimed. What does a mountain monkey know about culinary skills? When culinary skills were mentioned, Sun Wukong's confidence and arrogance surged. The culinary techniques he learned from his master were his greatest pride, and apart from his master, he was certain his skills were unrivaled. Since you claim that culinary skills are paramount, let your so-called genius compete with me. The victor shall become the chief chef, Sun Wukong declared proudly. The hall fell silent. The celestial beings were taken aback, having never anticipated such a turn of events. Simultaneously, they harbored deep skepticism. They had witnessed the monkey's combat prowess, but culinary skills? Did he think wielding a kitchen knife during a fight qualified him as a chef? The god of food and the god of cooking appeared to find his challenge utterly ludicrous. You are certain of your words? Will you not regret them? Sun Wukong declared confidently, I stand by my words. Will you dare to let your so-called genius face me? With a challenging glare, he added. Or perhaps one of you would like to challenge me instead. Utterly arrogant, the god of cooking glared at him, exclaiming, against a wild monkey like you. There is no need for both of us to intervene. Chu Feng alone could easily crush you. The culinary talent of Chu Feng was indeed a rarity, and he had been receiving their guidance, far surpassing the monkey's skills by leaps and bounds. The god of food continued, we agree to your challenge, but should you lose, you must bow and apologize, swearing never to speak of culinary arts again. I refuse to let the culinary path be tarnished by such a crude individual. Very well. Sun Wukong nodded, then turned to the agitated duo with a light-hearted smile. And what if you lose? Us lose? How could that be? The god of food and the god of cooking were filled with disdain, yet they could not avoid answering. Should we lose, we will abide by the same terms. Afterward, the god of food turned to the Jade Emperor, respectfully stating, we request your majesty to witness this. The Jade Emperor, intrigued, was eager to observe the unfolding drama, as it was his first time witnessing a culinary duel proposed in such a manner. Upon hearing the god of food's words, he regained his composure and nodded. I hereby approve. Tomorrow, let the two compete in the imperial kitchen, and the victor shall assume the position of chief chef. Both the Queen Mother and I shall be present. Your Majesty is wise. With that, Sun Wukong felt a sense of relief. He had not held back his strength. Meanwhile, Tianpeng was healing in his residence, and after much effort, he had finally recovered significantly, at least on the surface. Now that the monkey had ascended to the heavens, he felt it was essential to inform Senior Chu about it. Just as Tianpeng was about to lie down and rest, he suddenly sat up, remembering he had a mysterious treasure to show Senior Chu and assess its value. With this thought, he hurriedly made his way to Mount Fengsuan, oblivious to the fact that someone was following him. Neza had been wandering aimlessly in the heavenly court, reflecting on the battle between Sun Wukong and Tianpeng, feeling a pang of bitterness. Although Tianpeng had ultimately lost, it was evident that his strength now surpassed Neza's. Yet, such an improved Tianpeng had still been thoroughly defeated by the monkey. How could he possibly hope to conquer Sun Wukong? It was truly laughable. At that moment, a figure suddenly flashed before him, hastily descending to the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Tianpeng. Wasn't he supposed to be recuperating from his injuries at home? Why was he in such a hurry? Neza was filled with confusion. Could it be? Neza suddenly recalled the peculiar surge in Tianpeng's power lately. Driven by curiosity, he decided to follow closely behind. This pursuit led him to Lingai Fangsuan Mountain, which left Neza momentarily stunned, as he was well aware of this place. He followed Tianpeng into the mountain, navigating several turns until he spotted a two-story building. From a distance, he could see the signboard in couplets. A restaurant? Neza thought in bewilderment. A restaurant in the heart of such deep mountains. In his perplexity, he noticed Tianpeng had already entered. "Senior, I'm here." Tianpeng stepped inside with a smile, only to freeze in his tracks. He beheld a bull and a young man seated with Chu Feng at the same table, each holding several playing cards. 3 of a kind with 1 pair. The bull demon king tossed his cards, a look of anxiety etched on his face. 3 of a kind with 6. Chu Feng smiled subtly as he revealed his hand. The bull demon king's expression stiffened. This time, he was finished. But he couldn't afford to lose too badly. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, 3 2s with 1 pair of 2s. Chu Feng was utterly bewildered. How is that even a valid play? It could only be described as outrageous. During the past 6 months, the restaurant had seen few patrons, and they often found joy in playing cards to pass the time. Just then, he heard Tianpeng's voice. "Aren't you coming in?" Chu Feng glanced at the astonished Tianpeng lingering at the entrance. Tianpeng, astonished, looked back at the bull demon king, hesitating. "Senior, is that the bull demon king?" How could the famed and formidable bull demon king be reduced to a mere servant in this scenario? Indeed, he is currently performing menial tasks here. Chu Feng nodded lightly. "Senior, you are impressive." Tianpeng took the opportunity to flatter him. "What brings you here at this time?" Chu Feng asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Typically, Tianpeng would arrive in the morning, claiming that a wonderful day begins with a meal at the Drunken Immortal Inn. Upon hearing this, Tianpeng recalled the reason for his visit and hurriedly replied, "Senior, Brother Monkey has ascended to heaven." "What? The Monkey King has ascended?" Before Chu Feng could respond, the Bull Demon King and his companion could no longer sit still. The heavenly realm and the demon tribe are in a state of perpetual conflict. Could this mean trouble for the Monkey King? What position? Chu Feng, however, was not surprised. So he has indeed made it up there. Based on previous events, the monkey had been summoned to the heavenly court twice, the first being as the marshal of the heavenly stables. "I am not certain." Tianpeng scratched his head awkwardly. To save face, he had not attended the court session, hence he was unaware. Chu Feng nodded, refraining from probing further, and instead asked, "Would you like to eat?" Tianpeng chuckled. "I haven't been here for a while. Are there any new dishes?" "None, though there is new wine, but unfortunately, it is not yet ready." Chu Feng replied with a faint shake of his head. That item is not as common as cabbage. He too yearned for new dishes. As for the peach blossom wine, some had been taken by the monkey, and later, Tontian purchased the rest, leaving only what Sanshao drank before their departure. "I see." Tianpeng felt a bit disappointed, having hoped to taste something new after such a long absence. "Then I will have a portion of crispy fried chicken." He pondered for a moment. Even if there were no new dishes, the food here never ceases to delight. This was a dish he frequently enjoyed, and logically, it was the easiest to awaken his divine powers. After placing his order, Tianpeng approached the crystal ball, depositing all the spiritual treasures he had recently gathered. After tossing in nearly dozens of treasures, Tianpeng paused to consider and then added the item he had pilfered from the celestial dog. Although it was a treasure, he had no idea of its worth. As he submitted his treasures, a system notification echoed in Chu Feng's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the innate supreme treasure, the God-slaying spear's tail, which can offset 100 times in consumption. Would you like to convert it into spiritual energy?" Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The God-slaying spear? This was the foremost weapon of attack in the innate realm, surpassing even the Panga banner. However, had it not been shattered during the battle between Dao ancestor Hongjun and demon ancestor Luohu? How did Tianpeng come by it? Yet, considering Tianpeng had been treasure hunting with that dog, it was not entirely surprising. A smirk crept onto Chu Feng's lips. Could it really have been detected by the celestial dog? Meanwhile, Tianpeng stood frozen in place. Observing this, Chu Feng silently nodded. It was no wonder this fellow was so bold as to place a fragment of an innate treasure into the crystal ball. It seemed he was oblivious to its value. Chu Feng chuckled inwardly, deciding against converting the treasure into spiritual energy. Such a remarkable item should be kept. Tianpeng, however, was utterly stunned. 100 times? 100 times. Am I dreaming? His eyes nearly bulged out. That peculiar magical item was truly extraordinary. Tianpeng, being somewhat knowledgeable, could hardly fathom a treasure that could offset consumption 100-fold. Once he regained his composure, he was filled with joy. This time, he had truly struck a great bargain. Chapter 54. The stubborn pig is not afraid of boiling water. Do I, the bull demon king, have any objections to working? In high spirits, Tianpeng felt fortunate that the celestial dog was ignorant of the treasure's true worth. Had it known, it would have surely been furious. He felt a strong urge to taunt that foul dog at the river mouth. Were it not for the fear of Yang Jian, he would have reveled in mocking it all day. Tianpeng's joy was matched by Chu Feng's delight as he briskly moved to the kitchen to prepare the crispy fried chicken. In the meantime, only the two demon kings and Tianpeng remained in the establishment, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. After all, the demon tribe and the heavenly court were at odds. Nonetheless, Tianpeng, being thick-skinned, broke the silence after a moment and cheerfully approached. Brothers, what game were you just playing? It seemed quite entertaining. Neza waited a short distance outside the Drunken Immortal Inn. He did not rush inside, as he had followed Tianpeng, and bumping into them would be somewhat embarrassing. As the third prince, he could not engage in such stalker-like behavior. Neza surveyed the couplets at the entrance, intrigued by the shopkeeper's ability to craft such audacious lines. He increasingly believed that Tianpeng's newfound strength was connected to this place. Inside, as Chu Feng prepared the fried chicken, he noticed that Tianpeng was engrossed in a game of landlord with the bull demon king and his companion, thoroughly enjoying himself. This is the charm of games. Two opposing factions were having a delightful time together. Chu Feng did not rush to call them, instead watching the amusing spectacle for a while. Tianpeng soon caught sight of Chu Feng and quickly rose, intending to fetch the fried chicken himself. However, he suddenly recalled the words of son Wukong and turned to ask, "Senior, what time is it now? Check for yourself." Chu Feng pointed to the clock on the wall. Tianpeng glanced over and saw that it was not yet the hour. So he did not rush to eat, but instead closed his eyes and began to mumble softly. "Senior Chu, may you bless me to awaken my divine powers. Senior Chu, may you bless me to awaken my divine powers." Seeing Tianpeng mumbling in such a peculiar manner, the bull demon king and his companion exchanged glances, puzzled. "Why are you not eating and instead muttering?" Only Chu Feng felt a sense of exasperation. He clearly understood that Tianpeng was performing the same ritual that son Wukong claimed could increase the probability of awakening divine powers. Whether it was effective, he did not know, but that monkey treated this method as a treasure. It seemed that Tianpeng and the monkey had indeed grown quite familiar with each other. As Tianpeng continued his prayers, the hour finally arrived. He opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Time to shine." No matter how many times he had eaten it, the taste of the crispy fried chicken remained irresistible. Finally, Tianpeng shuddered, a flash of enlightenment seeming to dawn upon him, and a look of surprise crept onto his face. It really worked. Brother Monkey is truly divine. He silently cheered. Ding! Zhu Ganglai consumes crispy fried chicken, awakening the divine ability. Stubborn Pig is not afraid of boiling water. Would you like to synchronize this acquisition? Chu Feng was taken aback. Did Tianpeng really succeed? Shopkeeper, how many times has Tianpeng awakened? The bull demon king inquired curiously. They all understood that Tianpeng was demonstrating signs of awakening divine powers. "Third time, I believe." Chu Feng replied casually. 3 times. The bull demon king was instantly astonished, his eyes filled with awe. They had also been eating for quite some time and had yet to awaken a second time. This only strengthened their resolve to remain here. If others could awaken 3 times, why couldn't they? After a while, Tianpeng excitedly opened his eyes. Brother Monkey is indeed a true brother. He actually passed down such a powerful technique to me. Of course, Senior Chu is even more remarkable. 1 bow and a divine power is granted. This divine ability is straightforward, enhancing defense while having the damage taken, and it does not even need to be actively triggered. However, it was yet another defensive skill. While Tianpeng was elated, he also felt a bit exasperated. He was not so afraid of death. Why did his divine powers lean so heavily towards survival? He desired the kind of offensive divine power that the monkey possessed. Chu Feng couldn't help but laugh quietly. He then opted to synchronize the ability. Although the name was rather unappealing, it was a passive skill that did not require him to call it out. Moreover, having the damage was indeed miraculous. This meant that what would have been a fatal blow could now only inflict severe injury. Oh well, it is not without its use. Tianpeng consoled himself inwardly, then clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior, for bestowing this opportunity." Chu Feng remained noncommittal. He could not be bothered to remind them further. If they wished to express their gratitude, let them do so. After all, these individuals were the foundation of his strength. Having now reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he could certainly be regarded as a formidable expert. Moreover, with a plethora of divine abilities at his disposal, even a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it challenging to contend with him. It was primarily the contributions from Tong Dian that had propelled him forward, allowing him to amass a significant amount of spiritual energy. Truly, the resources of a sage are unparalleled. At that moment, Tianpeng noticed the envious expressions of the two demons and felt a surge of pride. After a brief internal struggle, he glanced at the remaining pieces of fried chicken and cheerfully exclaimed, "Brothers, do have a taste." He had already discerned their identities and recognized that the young man beside the Bull Demon King was none other than the renowned Pink Demon King. Though the relationship between the Celestial Court and the Demon Clan was strained, cultivating a friendship with these two, who were patrons of the esteemed Chu, could only bode well. Moreover, he had struck an unexpected bargain. What harm was there in offering a couple of pieces of fried chicken to friends? "Thank you, brother." The Bull Demon King and his companion were overjoyed. How could they disdain leftovers from Chu's esteemed establishment? In that moment, both brothers wholeheartedly acknowledged Tianpeng. The Bull Demon King was especially ecstatic. During the 2 days when the three heavens were present, he had seen much of his own portion devoured by the beloved Xīyóu. To think someone would treat him to food. Seeing the two delighted, Tianpeng wiped his mouth and clasped his hands, saying, "I shall take my leave now." He needed to return to recuperate, eager to mock that foolish dog once he felt better the next day. His anticipation was palpable. Meanwhile, outside, Neza had been waiting for quite some time, pacing anxiously. Why was Tianpeng taking so long? Was a meal truly worth such an extended wait? Just then, he spotted Tianpeng emerging, swaggering blissfully into the clouds. Neza hurried towards the shop. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 3 individuals engrossed in a card game, and his steps halted abruptly. "Bull Demon King, Neza," both exclaimed simultaneously. They had always been bitter rivals, with Neza's demon-slaying missions frequently intersecting with the Bull Demon King's endeavors. Chu Feng nodded subtly. He had initially imagined a young girl adorned in a lotus skirt, only to discover that this was indeed the famed third prince Neza. Exactly as depicted in the tales. "What brings you here?" Neza squinted, his eyes shimmering with a cold light, poised for confrontation. The Bull Demon King was momentarily taken aback, then found it absurd that Neza would question his presence in such a manner. However, recalling his current status, he stood tall and proudly declared, "I am working here. Do you have a problem with that?" Chapter 55. Neza, am I to exchange half a level of cultivation for a meal? Working here? Neza momentarily thought he had misheard. The illustrious Demon King toiling away in such a modest establishment? Though he found it hard to believe, the Bull Demon King was indeed clad in servant attire. As for the Peng Demon King, though well known among demons, he had not accomplished any earth-shattering feats. Thus Neza did not recognize him. Seeing the Bull Demon King's serious demeanor only fueled Neza's skepticism. He couldn't help but direct his gaze towards Chu Feng, whose attire was distinctly not that of a servant. "So, this is the proprietor? I must see what manner of extraordinary being could persuade the Bull Demon King to work willingly and draw Tianpeng here in haste." With that thought, he extended his spiritual awareness. Upon glancing over, Neza stood frozen in place. This individual was undoubtedly a peerless powerhouse, with merely a thought. He could extinguish his existence. Terrifying indeed. Chu Feng, observing Neza's stunned expression, couldn't help but chuckle internally. Had he truly been frightened into silence? Everyone seemed eager to gauge his depths. Was he truly that captivating? With the system's concealment in place, it was remarkable that anyone could discern him. "Esteemed guest, what would you like to order?" Chu Feng's voice broke the silence. Neza snapped back to reality, his eyes darting momentarily before he managed a smile that was more painful than sorrowful. "What do you have on the menu?" Chu Feng glanced at the Bull Demon King. Understanding, the Bull Demon King retrieved a menu from the counter. "Take a look." He handed the menu to Neza while speaking in a deep voice. He had no intention of listing the dishes for Neza. In his astonishment, Neza failed to notice the Bull Demon King's brusque demeanor. Instinctively, he took the menu and scanned the list of dishes. It seemed quite appealing. He hadn't eaten all day. "I'll have a portion of braised pork." a serving of golden egg fried rice, a plate of mapo tofu, and a bowl of flying dragon soup. Neza proclaimed, rattling off several items in one breath. Surely, that would suffice. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was momentarily speechless. Though small in stature, his appetite was considerable. Alas, no matter how much he consumed, he would not grow taller. The Bull Demon King snorted dismissively. So much. Can you even finish that? Chu's dishes are a privilege to have once a day. Chu Feng's lips twitched. Though somewhat exaggerated, there was indeed a rule to this. Neza felt a bit disheartened. Only one meal a day? What a peculiar regulation. Yet, confronted with the unfathomable proprietor, he dared not voice any complaints. After contemplating, he decided, then I'll have a portion of sweet and sour pork. He then produced a few copper coins from his waist. Having frequently ventured to the mortal realm, he possessed such trinkets in abundance. The Bull Demon King couldn't help but scoff again. You think we accept such mundane currency here? He regarded Neza as if he were an unsophisticated bumpkin, exuding an air of superiority as he elucidated the rules of the establishment. Neza was both astonished and yet found it somewhat logical. Perhaps the elite were indeed so capricious? Approaching the crystal ball, Neza placed his hand atop it, and his expression immediately shifted dramatically. Half a level of cultivation. This item demands half a level of my cultivation. Even for a spiritual treasure, he could accept such a price. But losing half a level of cultivation was a different matter entirely. With his lotus body, it would take him 100 years to recover from such a loss. Neza's resolve began to waver. Yet, casting a furtive glance at the inscrutable shopkeeper, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Torn between the reluctance to part with his cultivation and the fear of incurring the shopkeeper's wrath, he regretted his decision to come here. This meal was costing him half a level of his cultivation. After much deliberation, Neza finally succumbed and hesitantly relinquished half a level of his cultivation. In that instant, as his cultivation diminished, Neza felt a profound sorrow. Why was he so unfortunate? Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired half a level of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Would you like to convert it into spiritual energy? Hearing this notification, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. This item could indeed be exchanged for cultivation? How astonishingly remarkable. Cultivation and magical power were not synonymous. While magical power could be quickly replenished, the loss of cultivation represented a decline in one's realm. Neza's luck was truly dismal. The crucial point was that he was willing to trade half a level of cultivation for a mere meal, though the dishes could awaken divine abilities. The success rate was not guaranteed. Very well, please wait a moment, Chu Feng replied with a slight smile as he made his way to the kitchen. Neza took a seat at a distance, creating space between himself and the Bull Demon King. The Bull Demon King, unable to contain himself, inquired, How did you find this place? Why does it concern you how I arrived? Neza retorted defensively. The Bull Demon King chuckled, I noticed Tianping left first. And then you followed right after. Surely, you came here in his wake. It was not easy to locate Chu's establishment, unless one had previously visited or was exceptionally fortunate. Such a feat was rare. With Tianping and Neza arriving in succession, the connection was evident. Neza, upon being exposed, stubbornly turned his head away. However, the Bull Demon King nonchalantly remarked, How you arrived here is inconsequential. The mere fact that you are here signifies your destiny. He and Old Peng had also endured a fair amount of trials before they were brought to this place. Destiny. Neza's ears perked up at this notion. Could it be that the source of Tianping's newfound strength truly lies here? Had Tianping perhaps taken that shopkeeper as his master? If that were the case, it would explain his remarkable transformation. Yet, Tianping is a disciple of the human teachings. Such actions would be tantamount to betraying his master and ancestors. If what the Bull Demon King referred to was indeed that destiny, then he could not accept it. He would never stoop to being a traitor to his own teachings. As Neza wrestled with these tumultuous thoughts, Chu Feng had already prepared a dish and brought it forth. In an instant, Neza's gaze was captivated. The plate emanated steam, with golden chunks of meat drizzled in honey sauce cascading down. The aroma of the tenderloin wafted sweetly through the air. Just one glance ignited Neza's appetite. He eagerly grasped chopsticks, picking up a piece and placing it in his mouth. With a single bite, the tangy sweetness of the sauce enveloped his tongue, a silken sensation that spread throughout his mouth. Neza shivered with delight, gently biting into the tender meat, complemented by a crispy coating that held a hint of freshness, evoking an indescribable feeling from deep within. As he savored the dish, his eyes narrowed in sheer bliss. Shopkeeper, I am feeling a bit hungry, he exclaimed. I too. The Bull Demon King chimed in, observing Neza's rapture and unable to resist the temptation of food. Endure it, Chu Feng retorted mercilessly, for both had already consumed their share for the day, along with 2 chicken pieces gifted by Tianpeng. How could they still want more? They resembled not a demon king, but rather a famished specter. Yet, Chu Feng understood this feeling. Sometimes, witnessing others dine could indeed stir one's appetite, particularly when the diners were strikingly attractive, like Yunxiao and Xiongxiao. As for Bixiao, that individual lacked any grace while eating. As Neza continued to feast, his thoughts began to drift. Chapter 56. Neza awakens divine powers. Does cross-dressing enhance strength? In a moment of reverie, Neza recalled his mother. Memories flickered before him, culminating in the image of his mother's loving smile upon seeing him don new clothes. She had often remarked how he resembled a little girl and wished to make him a dress. Yet, he had never awaited that day. Unbeknownst to him, tears began to well in his eyes, blurring his vision. Suddenly, he felt a jolt, causing him to freeze in place. Ding! Neza has consumed sweet and sour tenderloin, awakening the divine power of the Jade Maiden attire. Would you like to synchronize this? What is this? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback by the notification. After a moment of scrutiny, his expression turned peculiar. The Jade Maiden attire sounded grand, yet in reality, it was merely a wardrobe for women's clothing. Chu Feng began to grasp certain patterns. The awakening of divine powers here bore connections among the awakened. Glancing at Neza, the notion of cross-dressing did not seem so strange. Given his appearance, once adorned in women's attire, no one would suspect he was a man. Chu Feng even felt a tinge of anticipation. As for himself, with his celestial good looks, he would undoubtedly shine in women's clothing. I refuse. Chu Feng resolutely dismissed this divine power in his heart. Why abandon his handsome visage for women's attire? After a moment, Neza finally opened his eyes, astonished and elated. He was overjoyed to discover that he had awakened divine powers. Could this be the great destiny that the bold demon king spoke of? To think one could awaken divine powers simply by enjoying a meal. This revelation clarified the reason behind Tianpeng's strength. His respect for Chu Feng, the shopkeeper, deepened. To awaken divine powers through culinary prowess was a feat unmatched in the 3 realms. As for the nature of his newfound power, it was astonishing. It was a space for women's clothing. This space housed various garments, each offering different effects, including some that could enhance training speed and even featured instant outfit change capabilities. Could this truly be considered a divine power? Would he be compelled to don women's attire frequently? Neza found himself in turmoil. He was reluctant to wear women's clothing. Yet he was loath to part with the attire that could potentially accelerate his cultivation. If this were true, could he not ascend to the status of a great Luo golden immortal? This thought stirred ambivalence within him. Ah, it seems you've garnered quite a treasure. Chu Feng observed Neza's conflicted demeanor, unable to refrain from teasing. Neza, upon hearing this, was taken aback, wishing for a crevice to hide in. The shopkeeper was aware of his awakening. Moreover, did he perhaps know the specifics of what he had awakened? Impossible. Neza resolutely shook his head, convincing himself not to succumb to fear. This revelation merely appeared in his mind. How could anyone else possibly pry into it? Chu Feng chose not to press the matter. However, the bold demon king, lacking such reservations, inquired with curiosity, Neza, what divine power have you awakened? This was undoubtedly the question Neza feared most. He froze momentarily, stammering. Oh, it's nothing. The bold demon king, noticing his hesitance, smacked the table in frustration, declaring, why do you conceal it like a woman? Are you trying to keep a trump card against us? Let me tell you, you are not the only one who has awakened divine powers. He then gleefully boasted about his own powers. The Penguin King also took the opportunity to brag about his abilities. In Chu Feng's establishment, the awakening of divine powers was neither rare nor a secret. Neza listened with envy. Why was it that others' divine powers seemed so normal? The bold demon king, his sworn enemy, had shared his powers so readily. Logically, he too should reveal his. Yet, how could he articulate that his divine power involved cross-dressing to gain strength? He would rather meet his end than disclose such a detail. If word spread, his name would echo throughout the 3 realms, but it would hardly be a commendable reputation. He could never reveal the truth. Neza's thoughts spiraled, yet he maintained an air of bravado, crafting a tale. Oh, since you wish to know, I shall reveal it. My awakened divine power is a curse. By obtaining a drop of the opponent's blood, I can disregard space and distance to take a life. The bold demon king and the penguin king shuddered at his words. Is it truly that powerful? We must tread carefully from now on. We cannot afford to be injured in battle with Neza. Chu Feng stifled a laugh at the absurdity of it all. What a bold claim, and what gullible listeners. Nevertheless, he would not expose Neza. After all, he was his guest, and there would be ample opportunities for future exploits. Should he reveal the truth, Neza would likely never show his face here again. Thank you for imparting your wisdom, esteemed one. Neza bowed deeply to Chu Feng. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed stumbled upon a great opportunity. Chu Feng did not attempt to explain further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After Neza concluded his business, he resolved to leave promptly. Lingering here was unwise, for if the Bull Demon King and his companion grew curious and requested a demonstration, that would spell disaster. The best course of action was to retreat. As he turned to depart, Chu Feng called out, Neza, do you know what position that monkey who was pacified has taken in the heavenly court? The monkey? Neza paused, realizing that the only monkey pacified by the heavenly court was son Wukong. Yet, how did the shopkeeper know? In the next moment, he recalled Tianpeng. It must have been he who informed the shopkeeper. After a moment's contemplation, Neza replied candidly, that monkey has yet to assume a position. Tomorrow, he is to compete with the culinary god and the deity of food for the final head chef position in the imperial kitchen. Speaking of this, Neza found it rather perplexing. He understood the rejection of the position of horsemaster, as that was merely a caretaker role. However, he could not fathom why son Wukong would refuse the guardianship of the peach garden. Why would he choose to become a chef? It was utterly absurd. However, Chu Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Wukong had actually gone to vie for the position of chief chef? The plot had indeed taken quite a detour. Yet, upon reflection, ever since he took Wukong as his disciple, the original narrative of Journey to the West had long since derailed. I understand now. You may leave. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively, then fell into deep contemplation. The original storyline had been thoroughly disrupted, and he wondered if the events surrounding Wuzhishan would still unfold. He would never allow such a thing to transpire. Wukong was already his disciple. How could he be subject to the whims of the Buddha? At worst, he could use his talisman from the three realms to rescue Wukong and bring him back to the drunken immortal lodge. As long as they remained there, he would fear nothing, not even the descent of the Tao ancestor. Should the Buddhist faction dare to come, they should not blame him for being impolite. Neza left the drunken immortal lodge but did not return directly to the heavenly court. Instead, he infiltrated a mortal city. The issue of wearing women's clothing had to be resolved. That divine power could only be unleashed in female attire. Neza glanced at his lotus skirt, pondering whether it could truly be considered women's clothing. After a brief examination, he was astonished to discover he could discern the details of the skirt. At first glance, Neza's face darkened. Chapter 57, Culinary Contest. Are you also making mapo tofu? Lotus leaf skirt. Type, women's clothing. Grade, extremely low, lacking feminine charm. Special, increases total magical power by 10%. So it was indeed women's clothing. Neza felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. This was the very attire he had worn since his rebirth. In other words, he had been donning women's clothing all these years. A deep sense of shame gripped him. However, his master had clearly stated that this was male attire. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled his master's peculiar expression at that time. He had undoubtedly been tricked. This was intolerable. He could not let this grievance of being forced into women's clothing go unpunished. He must find an opportunity to trim that old man's beard. At this moment, in the east extreme Miaoyan Palace, Tai Jinren opened his eyes, feeling inexplicably uneasy. He calculated with his fingers but found no clues. How curious. Neza pondered the lotus skirt. It increased his magical power? Closing his eyes, he began to circulate his energy, and upon opening them again, he was filled with joy. His magical power had indeed increased. How astonishing. If he were to wear something else, wouldn't he become even stronger? Gaining strength was Neza's greatest obsession. Without much internal struggle, he made his decision. He turned and walked into a women's clothing store. In the heavenly court, the imperial kitchen was a place where deities had long since begun to abstain from food, serving merely to satisfy some palates. Hence, the status of the head chef was not particularly high, yet it could not be absent. On ordinary days, the imperial kitchen saw little traffic. However, today it was bustling with activity, crowded to the brim. Indeed, it was a wild monkey, utterly uncouth, about to meet the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Yet dressed in such tattered garments? Zhou Qing cast a haughty glance at son Wukong, who was clad in a simple red robe. His own attire was the official garb of the imperial kitchen. Just from appearance alone, he had already surpassed the monkey by leaps and bounds. Sun Wukong scoffed. What use is your fine clothing? Today, we are competing in culinary skills. In his view, the outfit his master had given him was the finest in the world. Do you truly believe your cooking can surpass mine? Zhou Qing sneered. He had learned to cook at the age of 5, gained renown by 17. And for the past 27 years, his skills had advanced rapidly, especially with guidance from the god of cuisine. How could a monkey, who had only picked up a few tricks, possibly be his rival? The audacity to contest the position of chief chef was sheer folly. In the realm of culinary arts, aside from the two ancestors, he feared no one. Today, Zhou Qing would prove himself before the assembly of deities, ascending to the celestial ranks. As the position of chief chef was rightfully his, Sun Wukong remained silent. His master had taught him that strength was paramount. Before absolute power, all words appeared feeble. He would demonstrate his prowess through skill, not mere rhetoric. The assembly of deities sensed the tension and became increasingly intrigued. Today, a considerable number of deities had gathered to witness this spectacle, for it had been ages since such entertainment had graced the heavenly court. Who among these idling immortals would miss such an opportunity? As the time arrived, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother simultaneously made their entrance. We welcome your majesty. We welcome your highness. The assembly of deities bowed in unison. Zhou Qing gazed at the approaching figures, feeling the overwhelming celestial majesty, his heart racing with excitement. Commoner Zhou Qing pays his respects to your majesty and your highness. Zhou Qing stammered in his eagerness. This was the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. He was unaware of the dynamics of the three realms. To him, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother represented the pinnacle of existence. Good morning, your majesty. Good morning, your highness. Sun Wukong waved cheerfully. The Queen Mother of the Yaoqi frowned slightly, having heard of this monkey's mischievous nature upon witnessing it firsthand. She confirmed his lack of manners. The Jade Emperor's brow twitched as he maintained his dignity, stating, "The competition begins now. Each of you shall prepare your best dish. The victor will be declared the chief chef of the imperial kitchen." With those words, the competition officially commenced. Zhou Qing, just perform as you normally would. That monkey stands no chance against you. The god of cuisine and the culinary deity cheered him on. They were not concerned about Zhou Qing's culinary skills, but worried that he might falter in the presence of so many deities, which could affect his performance. Zhou Qing steadied his emotions and smiled confidently. As long as he performed normally, he could not fathom how he might lose. As for his specialty, it was none other than the mapo tofu, praised by his master. With that thought, he selected a block of tofu from the array of ingredients. After making his selection, he casually glanced at the monkey's side, only to see Wukong also presenting a block of tofu. Was he intending to prepare the same dish? Or was he attempting to steal techniques on the spot? Zhou Qing scoffed. Let them see. As his thoughts whirled, he grasped the chef's knife, and a brilliant light flashed. The tofu was cut into uniform small cubes, each piece perfectly sized. The assembly of deities nodded in approval. A mortal could wield such skill, revealing the depth of his foundational techniques. The god of cuisine and his companion felt reassured. It seemed Zhou Qing was undeterred, so there was no reason for defeat. On Wukong's side, however, he did not showcase any flair. He proceeded at a steady pace, cutting the tofu into even smaller and more delicate pieces, each nearly identical. He too was preparing mapo tofu, but not to replicate Zhou Qing's dish. It merely happened to be one of his specialties as well. His fervent fighting spirit was drawn from his mastery of this dish, which he knew as intimately as the fur on his body. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing had begun cooking. Beyond the tofu, the most vital ingredient for mapo tofu was the minced meat. Zhou Qing selected the finest minced meat and noticed Wukong still cutting tofu. He felt even more disdain. With such a slow pace, how could he even compete? He turned his attention away, no longer regarding Wukong as a rival, and focused intently on his own dish. After all, he was not just aiming to defeat the monkey. He sought the recognition of the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor. Zhou Qing heated the wok, adding the minced meat followed by an array of seasonings. Finally, he opened a small jar. This was his secret chili bean paste, the soul of his mapo tofu, and with it, the quality of the dish would be elevated. As Zhou Qing stirred vigorously, a tantalizing aroma began to waft through the air. How delightful! Many deities displayed expressions of anticipation. At that moment, Zhou Qing added a ladle of broth and then placed the tofu cubes into the mix. After properly seasoning, he commenced the final cooking stage. Meanwhile, on Wukong's side, he had not procured any minced meat and seemed to be boiling something in a large pot, while the tofu remained untouched. His steps differed entirely from Zhou Qing's. Zhou Qing felt a surge of confidence. Indeed, the monkey was utterly clueless, oblivious to the significance of the order of ingredients in cooking. Victory in this competition was assured. As the heat reached the right level, Zhou Qing lifted the lid of the pot, added soy sauce, and sprinkled chopped garlic chives. The entire process was executed flawlessly. The dish was ready. He plated it beautifully, added some Sichuan peppercorns, and his mapo tofu was complete. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was just beginning the first step. Zhou Qing knew that mapo tofu must be served hot, as its texture would suffer otherwise. Your Majesty, Your Highness, the commoner's mapo tofu is ready for your tasting. Chapter 58. A harmonious union of flavors. The celestial attendant presented the mapo tofu before the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Captivated by the vibrant colors and enticing aromas of the dish, their gazes were immediately drawn to it. The Queen Mother picked up a spoon, delicately scooping a small bite into her mouth. Delicious. Her eyes brightened as the spicy warmth enveloped her palate, devoid of the usual waterlogged taste of tofu. The rich fragrance stirring her appetite. The interplay of spicy and numbing flavors blossomed on her taste buds. What was once ordinary tofu had been elevated through a masterful blend of sauces. In both appearance and taste, this dish was of the highest quality. The Queen Mother nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with this creation. Such a dish was indeed worthy of the peaches of immortality banquet. The Jade Emperor also took a spoonful and inwardly agreed. It was quite good. However, neither of them voiced their opinions, as the monkey's dish was not yet complete. Although they felt the outcome was already decided, the formalities could not be overlooked. Seeing the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor nod in approval, Zhou Qing's heart soared with joy. With both divine figures satisfied, what suspense could possibly remain in this contest? At that moment, all eyes turned to Sun Wukong. Observing the monkey meticulously and methodically handling the ingredients, unaffected by Zhou Qing's progress, the celestial beings were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that this monkey truly possessed culinary skills? They had initially thought he was only there for comic relief. He certainly mimicked well. Zhou Qing scoffed internally, believing the monkey would never grasp his techniques, yet to his surprise, the imitation was flawless. But it was merely a clumsy imitation. Could 27 years of his culinary mastery be so easily surpassed? After a while, Sun Wukong's mapo tofu was also ready. He approached with the dish in hand, grinning. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please enjoy it while it's hot. Such audacity. The Queen Mother shot him a cold glare. How could this monkey be so disrespectful? Just as she was about to express her ire, the Jade Emperor raised a hand to stop her. President, he said calmly. The attendant took the plate from Sun Wukong and set it before them. The Queen Mother glanced at the dish, noting that it looked identical to Zhou Qing's, and lost all desire to taste it, especially given her dismal impression of Sun Wukong. She would not even consider touching it. Thus, the atmosphere grew tense. Serves him right. Zhou Qing chuckled inwardly. Faced with the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother's blatant disrespect, they were truly clueless. The Jade Emperor's expression was conflicted. With the Queen Mother refusing to taste, if he also abstained, wouldn't it make them appear petty? Moreover, they could not declare a winner without tasting. Reaching a verdict without sampling would not be credible. But could the monkey's dish truly be edible? Although it appeared identical to Zhou Qing's, he noticed some differences in the preparation. Never mind. The Jade Emperor resolutely thought, could it possibly be poisonous? With that thought in mind, he feigned calmness and took a tentative taste. Initially intending to take just a small bite and draw a conclusion, he found himself unable to stop once he tasted it. One bite led to another, and he was soon indulging voraciously. It was as if he had become addicted. The Queen Mother noticed something amiss and was taken aback. The Jade Emperor was not one to indulge in culinary pleasures. He had only sampled Zhou Qing's dish briefly. Yet now, he was unable to resist. Was it truly that delectable? Despite her aversion to the monkey, her intense curiosity compelled her to take a spoonful. Upon tasting, her eyes widened in astonishment. She snatched the plate from the attendant and began devouring it. The Jade Emperor reached for his spoon, but found no tofu left. Realizing that the tofu had been claimed by the Queen Mother, he exclaimed, "Leave some for me, Queen Mother." The room fell silent. The celestial beings watched in disbelief as the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother vied for a single plate of mapo tofu, their mouths agape in astonishment. Was this truly the dignified Jade Emperor and Queen Mother they had known for centuries, reduced to such folly over a plate of tofu? It was astonishing that the monkey's dish, so similar to Zhou Qing's, could wield such captivating power. In their frantic contest, the plate of tofu was quickly consumed. After finishing, Both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother returned to their senses, feeling somewhat embarrassed at their loss of composure in front of the gathered celestial beings. Yet, the tofu was undeniably delicious. The Jade Emperor, seasoned by many experiences, soon regained his composure, wiping his mouth as if nothing had occurred. He exchanged a knowing glance with the Queen Mother. "I declare the victor of this contest to be son Wukong," the Jade Emperor stated calmly. The celestial beings were not surprised. The earlier display from the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother had already indicated the outcome, which was clearly not in the same league. The god of cookery and the culinary deity were utterly astonished. Zhou Qing had actually lost, and he had been defeated in his own specialty. They were professionals who understood the excellence of Zhou Qing's mapo tofu. In their eyes, it was the epitome of deliciousness. What had that monkey done? They had been too distracted to observe son Wukong's process. There had to be some underlying issue. Otherwise, how could such a disparity exist in a seemingly identical dish? Zhou Qing's eyes turned red, his clenched fists turning pale with rage. How could this be? His mapo tofu was perfect. There was no way it could be bested by a wild monkey. A conspiracy. There had to be something amiss. How could a mere monkey possess such extraordinary culinary skills? Anger and resentment surged within him, and in a fit of passion, he rushed to son Wukong's stove. He scooped up remnants from the bottom of the pot and, after tasting, was left utterly speechless. Delicious. Before he realized it, he had taken another bite. So that was it. Zhou Qing suddenly burst into wild laughter. The monkey's mapo tofu was far superior to his own. The secret lay in the minced meat. Typically, mapo tofu embodies the 5 flavors of spicy, fragrant, colorful, hot, and numbing. Yet the monkey's version introduced an additional flavor, the tenderness of the minced meat. But how was this achieved? Regardless of the type of meat used or the method of preparation, it should retain its toughness. How could he render the minced meat so delectably tender? Zhou Qing exclaimed in excitement. "Have you figured it out?" Son Wukong shrugged nonchalantly, recognizing the sincerity of Zhou Qing's culinary aspirations. Thus, the mockery that had been on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. He smiled and said, "Want to know? I'll teach you." Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback. His previous outburst had been a moment of desperation, as such secrets were typically closely guarded. How could he possibly divulge it so easily? As he pondered, the monkey continued. "Open that pot beside you, and you will understand." Instinctively, Zhou Qing lifted the lid. Soybeans. It was soybeans. Zhou Qing's heart raced. When cooked, mashed, and combined with sauce, they could mimic the texture of meat. He was aware of this, but wouldn't adding them to mapo tofu cause them to break apart? How could this possibly become minced meat? Chapter 59. Accepting the bet. Sanshao slays the golden body in the Great Hall. Zhou Qing was initially puzzled, but upon noticing the oil on the stove, he quickly realized the truth. "I have lost." A bitter smile crept upon Zhou Qing's lips. Such a simple principle to lock in flavor with a quick fry, yet he had overlooked it. The god of food and the god of cooking were understandably astounded. This monkey not only possessed remarkable culinary skills, but also had ingenious ideas. Replacing minced meat with soybeans was certainly not something an ordinary person could conceive. Zhou Qing struggled internally for a moment, determination flashing in his eyes, as he bowed his proud head before son Wukong and tremulously declared, "I accept my defeat. From this day forth, I shall never set foot in the kitchen again. Now am I the head chef of the imperial kitchen?" Son Wukong interrupted Zhou Qing's words with a loud exclamation directed at the Jade Emperor. Naturally, the Jade Emperor nodded. "Then I have a request," Son Wukong said with a smile. As the saying goes, one does not bite the hand that feeds. Neither the Jade Emperor nor the Queen Mother was angered by the monkey's rudeness this time. The Jade Emperor chuckled. "Speak your mind." Son Wukong glanced at Zhou Qing, whose face had turned ashen, and said with a grin, "As the head chef, it is only fair that I have an assistant, and I believe he would suffice." He pointed at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing's head shot up in disbelief. An assistant? Would that not nullify their wager? The Jade Emperor was equally surprised. The Queen Mother then spoke directly. "Are you certain this is your request?" "Of course," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head with a smile. "My wager with him was merely to prove my worthiness for the position of head chef. Had it not been for those 2 old fools provoking me, I would never have agreed to this bet." The god of food and the god of cooking broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Ultimately, it was their own arrogance that had underestimated the monkey, leading to Zhou Qing's predicament. "Very well, I grant your request." The Jade Emperor chuckled, bemused by the monkey's audacity yet generous spirit. He felt fortunate that this monkey had not been nurtured by the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, he would not be in this position today. Those bald-headed monks spoke of righteousness and morality while secretly engaging in the most sordid deeds. Spending too much time with them would surely corrupt one's character. Hey, Sun Wukong glanced at Zhou Qing, who was still in shock, and urged, "Aren't you going to thank the Jade Emperor?" Zhou Qing snapped back to reality and knelt, his voice filled with excitement. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Highness." Rising, he cast a complex look at Sun Wukong and finally lowered his head sincerely, saying, "Thank you." After speaking, he awkwardly averted his gaze. He could hardly believe that his adversary had saved him at the last moment. Had he truly left the kitchen, he would have had no idea what to do with his life thereafter. For him, culinary arts were everything. "Great sage, we have disrespected you. Please forgive us for our previous offenses." The god of food and the god of cooking stepped forward and clasped their hands in apology. They were no longer willing to maintain any semblance of pride. On one hand, the monkey's culinary skills had left them in awe, and on the other, as fellow chefs in the imperial kitchen, they would inevitably cross paths, making it ill-advised to harbor any enmity. Most importantly, they had witnessed firsthand that this formidable figure was not only a culinary genius but also a fierce warrior, having seen him easily defeat the third Prince Neza. Such a fierce individual was not someone they dared to antagonize. Sun Wukong waved dismissively. "I am Sun Wukong. From now on, we are colleagues. Just don't go looking for trouble with me." He abhorred duplicity, where one pretended to be friendly while scheming behind the scenes. "We wouldn't dare." The god of food and his companion repeatedly shook their heads. Even with 100 lives, they would not dare to provoke such a fierce being. Seeing that matters had settled, the Jade Emperor declared, "From this day forth, the imperial kitchen will be under your control. The peach banquet is approaching, and before then, please ensure the dishes meet the satisfaction of the three realms." Yes, the god of food and the god of cooking bowed in response. Only the monkey, oblivious to the nuances, mimicked their gestures. Subsequently, the Jade Emperor, Queen Mother, and various celestial beings departed, all harboring a slight anticipation for the upcoming peach banquet. In the West Xīyóu, ostensibly under the jurisdiction of the heavenly court, it was, in truth, the domain of the Buddhist sect. The faith of Buddhism flourished here. "Sister, are we going too far? What if the Buddhist sect pursues this matter?" Yunxiao hesitated, casting a glance at her second sister. They stood within the grand hall of an imposing temple. "Sister, do you not wish to savor the dishes prepared by the steward?" Xiao replied disdainfully. Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head vigorously. How could she not desire to taste the dishes crafted by Steward Chu? "Then let us proceed," Bixiao chimed in, pouting. "Sister, let us take a little more this time. A single meal is far too expensive. I cannot afford it. If I barely eat and run out of money, who can endure that?" "All right." Xiao nodded, casting a spell to create an illusion within the hall to muffle their actions. She then drew her long sword and struck at the central golden statue of the Bodhisattva, severing a substantial part of its form. This was the golden body of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Without waiting for Xiao to act again, Bixiao swiftly cut through the golden body of Samantabhadra. Just as Xiao prepared to continue, Bixiao had already beheaded the golden body of Manjushri. With the destruction of the golden bodies, their faith was severed. The three bodhisattvas sensed the disturbance almost simultaneously. Who is it? Flames of rage ignited in their eyes. Who dares to be so audacious? To destroy their golden bodies and deprive them of a substantial portion of their faith. Their cultivation relied on the power of faith. Losing such a large amount was truly agonizing. The three bodhisattvas calculated and determined that the problem originated from Qingyan Temple, a large monastery with countless devotees contributing vast amounts of faith daily. Almost simultaneously, the three bodhisattvas set off from their respective locations, heading towards Qingyan Temple. However, the Sanxiao sisters did not cease their actions. Xiao and Bixiao seemed to be in a competitive frenzy, each striking with their swords, one trying to outdo the other in destruction. Consequently, numerous Buddhist statues were left dismembered. Soon, the entire Mount Ling was in an uproar. Streams of light shot up from Mount Ling, heading directly toward the location of Qingyan Temple. Just as Xiao aimed to behead the central golden body of the Tathagata with another swing of her sword, Yunxiao intercepted her. "Sister, that Tathagata is already at the late stage of quasi-saint. If we damage his statue, he will certainly be aware. If we further destroy it, he will come after us. Though we have gained divine powers, there remains a gap in our realms." Xiao recognized the truth in her sister's words and relinquished her attempt to damage the Tathagata's statue, redirecting her efforts to other figures. At that moment, Xīyóu, who had been silently observing from a corner, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Sister, come quickly, look what I have discovered." Chapter 60, The Joyful Buddha of Light. Has Guanyin gone mad? The two sisters curiously approached, only to find a statue with long ears and a shifty gaze. Long-eared Buddha of Light. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao immediately erupted in fury. It was because of this individual that the Jie sect had fractured and ultimately failed during the great calamity of the canonization. Although none of them had personally experienced the calamity, the descriptions from the deities involved left them eager to see this long-eared Buddha suffer a terrible fate. Now, this long-eared figure had become the so-called joyful Buddha of Light in the Buddhist sect, preaching about the duality of male and female. It was utterly infuriating. They had previously sensed that the wretched rabbit had been watching them with strange eyes, but now, exposed in its true nature, it was enough to make one feel disgusted. This detestable being should have had its eyes gouged out long ago. In a fit of rage, Qiong Zhao's anger surged, intensifying with each passing moment. "Now we can truly excavate," she exclaimed, with Baishao directly extracting the eyes from the Buddha statue with a single stroke of her sword. Observing this, Qiong Zhao let out a cold snort. "Then I shall eradicate this filth-ridden root." As she spoke, a significant portion of the Buddha statue's lower region had already been removed. Yunxiao softly remarked, "Let me completely obliterate this golden form." With a graceful sweep of her long sleeve, the joyful Buddha's golden body disintegrated in an instant. Within an obscure temple, a disheveled nun rushed out from the inner chamber, her face awash with dissatisfaction after lingering there for 3 minutes. A man with elongated ears sat contentedly on the bed within. "This yin-yang path is indeed convenient. Even without cultivation, my power can keep pace," he mused happily, but suddenly, his entire being trembled, his expression one of astonishment. The power of his faith had diminished by more than half. Given his unique cultivation method, the statue could not be housed in the main hall, resulting in his faith power being the least amongst the Buddhists. It had already been scant, and now, it had been further depleted. What had transpired? The glorious joyful Buddha quickly began to calculate. "Qingyin Temple," he exclaimed, his countenance shifting. He had 3 Buddha statues, and Qingyin Temple was one of them. Who dared to trouble him? Anger surged within the joyful Buddha as he donned his garments and flew towards Qingyin Temple. Inside the main hall, aside from the profoundly powerful Buddha statues, the others lay in ruins. "Now we can feast." Bai Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight at the thought of dining at drunken immortal abode. Once they exhausted their funds, they would switch to another temple. Xiongxiao nodded, still somewhat vexed. In her view, these hypocritical beings were utterly unworthy of receiving offerings here. Yunxiao meticulously erased the energy fluctuations of the 3, stating, "We must not delay. We should depart as the Buddhists are likely to arrive soon." Xiongxiao nodded but suddenly halted, casting a glance at the hall's entrance. Her eyes filled with murderous intent as she coldly laughed. "Sister, those bald donkeys have already arrived. We need not leave." Puxian arrived first, being the closest. "Do they think a mere broken formation can hinder me? Woe betide those petty rascals if I catch them." Puxian scoffed, confidently commencing to dismantle the formation. Soon, Puxian's brows furrowed deeper. What sort of formation was this? With his powers, he found it utterly impossible to break. This sparked a desire to retreat. Whoever could lay such a formation was undoubtedly far more powerful than he. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, he saw Wenshu arrive. "Wenshu, hasten to assist me," Puxian exclaimed with delight. Understanding the situation, Wenshu and Puxian began to work together to dismantle the formation. Yet, they could not budge an inch. What sort of formation is this? Why is it so difficult to resolve? Wenshu's brow furrowed in concern, his expression darkening. Having their golden forms destroyed, they had yet to even meet the one responsible for such devastation, which filled them with immense humiliation. Without avenging this grievance, how could they stand in the 3 realms? After a brief moment, Guanyin arrived late. "Guanyin Bodhisattva, please lend us your strength." Wenshu and Puxian's eyes brightened upon seeing her. Guanyin, upon noticing the two, was momentarily taken aback, her anger rising. She had thought it was merely her golden form that had been destroyed. But to discover that the rogue had brazenly obliterated all 3 of their statues was beyond comprehension. This matter would not end here. She immediately joined the effort to break the formation. With Guanyin at the pinnacle of the Daiyuo realm, alongside Wenshu and Puxian in the mid-Daiyuo stage, the formation finally began to shift. This formation had merely been hastily arranged by Xiongxiao. Once the formation was broken, The three beheld the hall's disarray, their pupils constricting in shock. The once solemn and dignified hall was now a chaotic wreck, with Buddha statues scattered about. Their gaze quickly locked onto the three maidens. The three Xīyóus. These three held significant status within the Xīyóu sect, their achievements unparalleled. Having once led the 12 golden immortals to a crushing defeat with the 9 curves Yellow River formation. Their essence had yet to be restored even now. What are you planning to do? The three bodhisattvas' expressions darkened. No wonder the formation was so difficult to break. If it had been set by the three Xīyóus. It made sense. Upon seeing them, Guanyin and the others felt a retreating urge. They might have had the courage to spar with the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. But against the three Xīyóus, they felt no inclination to fight. The shadows left by these three loomed too large. Bai Xiao blinked and taunted. We merely passed through and came to take a look, chopping a few Buddha statues to relieve our boredom. Do you have any objections? She certainly would not reveal that their true motive was to dine. Seeing Wenshu and Puxian retreating a step behind her, Guanyin cursed inwardly and steeled herself. You are insulting my Buddhist sect. Do you not fear the wrath of the Buddha? Huh. Then let the Tathagata come. Xiong Zhao's gaze turned frigid, a cold smile gracing her lips. She yearned to storm Mount Ling and deliver a couple of slaps to the Tathagata. Hearing this, Guanyin found herself at a loss. Invoking the Tathagata was of no use. What could be done then? In a confrontation, they stood little chance of victory. But failing to act would surely render them the laughingstock of the three realms. However, upon seeing the battered Buddha statues, Guanyin felt a measure of reassurance. The three busy figures had rushed here due to their golden forms being destroyed. So how could the idle Buddhas not come? If they could just delay a little longer. The Buddhist masters would gather, and the three Xīyóus would undoubtedly find themselves trapped. Guanyin's confidence surged as she declared, You humiliate my Buddhist sect so. Today, we shall capture you and present you before the Tathagata. You may certainly try. Xiong Xiao remained unfazed, dismissively smiling. The three Xīyóus strode directly out of the main hall. Disregarding the three bodhisattvas, Wenshu and Puxian were left in bewilderment. What is happening? Why are they looking to fight the three Xīyóus? Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao were both at the peak of the Daoyuo realm, while Yun Xiao was a quasi-saint, and a living one at that. How could they possibly contend? They recalled how a single quasi-saint, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, had nearly decimated them before. What was Guanyin thinking? Chapter 61. The bodhisattvas are overwhelmed? The devotees were bewildered. In their confusion, Wenshu and Puxian received a secret transmission from Guanyin. So that's how it is. They felt a surge of reassurance, bolstered by newfound resolve. They could not defeat the three Xīyóus, but surely it would be easy enough to buy some time. Thus, the three of them launched into action. Instantly, they regretted their decision. In the split second of engagement, they realized just how foolish their plans had been. They had been thoroughly outmatched even when 3 against 1, let alone in one-on-one confrontations. Guanyin faced Yun Xiao, while the other two confronted Xiong Xiao and Bai Xiao, the battle growing intensely fierce. The entire Qingyun temple was stirred, with monks hastily making their way to the main hall. Upon arrival, they were left aghast. The three bodhisattvas they worshipped had manifested, but the scene was far from normal. The three bodhisattvas were being thoroughly overwhelmed by the trio of maidens, facing utter humiliation. They could hardly believe that these were the bodhisattvas they revered. Amipa. Such misdeeds. The abbot's face turned pale, his voice trembling. He not only observed the clash between the bodhisattvas and the maidens, but also the devastation within the hall. Qingyun Temple had painstakingly cultivated its foundation over centuries, only to see it obliterated in an instant. The abbot's heart bled. Meanwhile, Wenshu and Puxian, caught in the fray, felt tears welling up. Guanyin has led us astray. The two sisters fought mercilessly, their every strike deadly. Any misstep could lead to fatal consequences. They were no match for the three Xīyóus, relying solely on the strength of the Buddhist golden forms to hold their ground. They certainly did not wish to suffer the same misfortune as Lingji, being cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Even if they could be reborn and begin anew, their cultivation would undoubtedly suffer a significant setback. Guanyin was not in a much better position either. The chasm between a quasi-saint and a pinnacle of the great Luo was as vast as the moon compared to a firefly, incomparable in essence. Were it not for Yun Xiao's gentle disposition, she might have already become a second Lingji. Just as the three bodhisattvas were on the brink of despair, the Buddhas of Ling Mountain finally arrived. A mere glance from them prompted all the Buddhas to glare with wrath. Outrageous! Do you even regard us? In this sacred ground of the Buddha, How dare you act with such impudence? The destruction of our golden bodies is an unforgivable sin. You shall remain here. The resonant voice of the Buddha echoed, with various tones denouncing the transgressions of the Sanshao. In their words, the Sanshao had committed an unforgivable crime, and even eternal damnation would not absolve them of their sins. Upon seeing their reinforcements arrive, the three bodhisattvas felt invigorated and seized the opportunity to escape the battlefield. Amitabha. The monks were left in awe, fervently kneeling on the ground. Today, they had unexpectedly encountered so many Buddhas at once. This was beyond their wildest dreams. It seemed they had stumbled upon a Buddhist extermination of demons. Those three beautiful women were indeed transformed from demons. Moreover, they were formidable beings of great power. No wonder so many Buddhas had been roused. Only the presiding elder remained silent, aware of certain secrets regarding the significance of golden bodies to these Buddhas. How dare you presume to be of importance? Xīyóu scoffed, coldly retorting, you merely enjoy the offerings of the temple. Have you ever cared for the lives of the faithful? Today, having merely damaged a few of your statues, you come rushing over, demanding we regard you? As these words echoed, the Buddhas were instantly enraged. Speak not such nonsense. Matters of the Buddha are not to be trifled with. Your demonic words confuse the masses. You seek death. The Buddhas spoke in a chorus, their collective fury palpable. Abbot, is what they say true? A young monk tugged at the abbot's sleeve, bewildered. An orphan raised within the temple, he held the Buddha in high esteem. However, he once sneaked out only to be captured by a demon intent on devouring him. He cried out for the Bodhisattva and Buddha to save him, but it was a passing Taoist who ultimately rescued him. This left him with a lingering doubt. Is the Buddha's compassion genuine? He consoled himself, believing that the Buddhas must have been too preoccupied to respond to the prayers of the living. Yet now, they gathered here, agitated by the destruction of a statue. Where, then, is the so-called compassion? The old abbot's expression changed drastically. He swiftly covered the young monk's mouth, admonishing, whooshing, do not speak recklessly. He then turned and commanded, everyone, descend the mountain immediately, do not linger. Should a conflict arise, we mere mortals are but ants. Hearing this, the crowd awoke from their stupor and hurried down the mountain. Yet, some fervent believers refused to leave. Take care of yourselves. The old abbot ceased to persuade further and departed with the other monks. At this moment, the Sanshao had already ascended to a high altitude, meeting the Buddha's gaze equally. It is you. Just then, a sharp cry rang out. It was the Buddha of joyful light. The Sanshao simultaneously turned to him, their eyes filled with murderous intent. The Buddha of joyful light swallowed hard, instinctively wishing to flee, knowing that the gods of the intercept teaching sought vengeance against him. Thus, he rarely dared to show his face. However, seeing so many Buddhas gathered, he felt a surge of confidence and brazenly descended from the clouds, hiding behind the Buddhas. Though Yunxiao's nature was gentle, her eyes now gleamed with ferocity as she bellowed, Chang'er, the Buddha of joyful light, you have betrayed the intercept teaching. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. It was your treachery that led to the complete downfall of the intercept teaching. With limited positions on the list of deities, countless disciples perished, leaving no opportunity for revival even through the divine ranking. The Buddha of joyful light's gaze flickered. He had no choice. When the saint approached him, did he have the right to refuse? To reject a saint is akin to seeking one's own demise. I merely abandoned the darkness for the light. You support tyranny, while I harbor the well-being of the people, acting in accordance with heaven. What fault is there in that? The Buddha of joyful light asserted with righteous fervor, I am now the Buddha of joyful light. Chang'e is a thing of the past, mere fleeting memories. Why must you cling to this? He even pretended to bow respectfully to the Sanshao. Goodness, acting in accordance with heaven, our Buddha is compassionate. Our Buddhist teachings are divinely ordained. Your obstruction is an affront to the heavens. The Buddhas all echoed in agreement. While they disdained Chang'er's sordid past, they wholeheartedly supported his actions. Had they been in his position, they would have made the same choice. After all, the downfall of the intercept teaching was predestined. Becoming a Buddha at Ling Mountain is the better path. Truly a nest of rats and snakes, utterly revolting. Xiao coldly laughed, laced with derision. With that, she ceased her idle chatter and unleashed a sword strike. A torrent of sword energy surged skyward, aimed directly at the assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The faces of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas blanched. Xiao ranked among the top echelons of the Great Luo. None wished to confront her blade head-on. They hastily sidestepped. As the elongated sword energy cleaved downward, creating a massive rift in the earth that shook the entire mountain, Those fervent believers were instantly shredded by the sword light. In their final moments, a flicker of doubt appeared in their fervent eyes. Why did the Buddhas evade, disregarding their lives? The immense tremor destabilized the descending monks, causing the old abbot to stumble and fall to the ground. He turned his gaze toward the temple at the mountaintop, filled with concern. Abbot. The young monk helped the old abbot to his feet. The old abbot sighed and shook his head. Hurry, the farther away you are, the better. The Sanqiao's expressions darkened. Xiongxiao's eyes were icy. Her focus was solely on the Buddhas, dismissing the mortals entirely. Yet, to her surprise, none of these Buddhas dared to face her blade. A pack of cowardly wretches. How can you accept offerings while ignoring the lives of your faithful? The Buddhas remained undeterred, viewing the mortals as mere ants. If they died, they could simply find others. Moreover, they had not initiated the violence. Manjushri Bodhisattva exclaimed in anger, Xiongxiao, you indiscriminately slay the innocent and harm life. What punishment do you deserve? Upon hearing this, all the Buddhas fixed their furious gazes upon Xiongxiao, brutal and unfeeling, a disgrace to practitioners. Amitabha, our Buddha is compassionate. You, practitioner, are too steeped in bloodlust. Upon returning to Ling Mountain, you must repent at the feet of our Buddha. The Buddha spoke with righteous indignation, condemning Xiongxiao from a moral standpoint. Compassion? Justice? Xiongxiao coldly smiled. Have you finished your words? An overwhelming intent to kill surged in her eyes. An indescribable pressure emanating from her, shaking the entire assembly. This is bad. She intends to invoke the 9 curves Xīyóu river formation. A Buddha's expression turned to one of terror, exclaiming in alarm. The other Buddhas were equally horrified. How could they not know of the 9 curves Xīyóu river formation? This formation can obliterate celestial souls, confine celestial bodies, deplete celestial energy, and sever the very source of the celestial. It was this formation that had subdued the 12 golden immortals of the intercept teaching, stripping them of their 3 flowers and 5 essences. Guanyin and the others instinctively sought to flee. They had personally experienced the 9 curves Xīyóu river formation and understood the agony of having their 3 flowers and 5 essences stripped away. Seeing the Buddhas falter, Chang'er cried out anxiously, do not panic, everyone. The 9 curves Xīyóu river formation is not so easily set. She seeks to deceive us. I, a humble monk, am fully aware of this. The Buddha's teachings are boundless. I have long seen through all. These 3 women are mere trifles. Let us guide them to enlightenment before the Buddha. Upon hearing the reminder from the long-eared, the Buddhas gradually regained their composure, their expressions now inscrutable, as though they had not been frightened moments before. Aside from the 9 curves Xīyóu river formation, only Xīyóu possessed profound cultivation and a few treasured artifacts. With so many of them, could they truly be outmatched by 3 women? The 9 curves Xīyóu river formation? Were they overestimating themselves? Upon hearing this, Xiongxiao let out a cold laugh, her demeanor one of disdain. Is it necessary to form a formation to slay you? As she spoke, a wave of intense heat began to emanate. The fiery lotus beneath her feet blossomed, rapidly spreading like a sea of flowers, enveloping the Buddhas. The Buddhas felt as if they had been thrown into a furnace. It was about to ignite. Their pupils contracted. What kind of flame was this, so searing in intensity? Ordinary flames were of no consequence to them. Yet this flame was exceedingly peculiar, rendering their protective qi utterly ineffective. Many Buddhas felt their brows singe. Demonic woman, do not be so audacious. At that moment, a furious shout erupted, and a Buddha formed a mudra, golden flames igniting from his being, illuminating the surroundings. The wisdom fire that illuminates the Buddhas. One exclaimed in astonishment. Others felt a surge of reassurance, for this was the fire born of Bodhi, capable of restraining all worldly flames. Even though Xiongxiao's flames were indeed bizarre, they could not rival the wisdom fire. The Buddhas wore expressions of triumph, as if they could already envision Xiongxiao's demise. Yet, Xiongxiao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wisdom fire? Just what she needed for experimentation. Today, she would test the might of this divine power. With a flicker of thought, the sky filled with devouring flames, hurtling toward the Buddhas. Overestimating oneself. The Buddha of the illuminating wisdom seethed with rage. To toy with flames before him was simply outrageous. He too chanted, condensing the wisdom fire and striking at the devouring flames. Boom! The 2 flames collided midair, releasing a tremendous burst of energy. The golden and crimson flames intertwining in a dazzling display. The 2 fires clashed. The Buddha of illuminating wisdom snorted coldly, unleashing a mudra, causing the intensity of the wisdom fire to surge, completely enveloping the devouring flames. Truly, the wisdom fire was the nemesis of all flames. The mastery displayed by the Buddha of illuminating wisdom earned them admiration. Upon witnessing this, the Buddhas showered him with compliments. Hearing their praises, the Buddha wore a smug expression, casting a haughty glance at Xīyóu. The sect of Xīyóu had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if the saint of heaven proclaimed its revival, it remained an empty shell. Now, only their Buddhist order held esteemed status. Yet, Xīyóu remained unfazed. "Devour," she uttered softly. As her words fell, a streak of crimson rapidly emerged amidst the golden wisdom fire, like a cracked porcelain, crimson flames surging through the fissures. The Buddha of illuminating wisdom's countenance abruptly changed, his arrogance frozen in place. Soon, the golden flames dimmed, entirely replaced by the crimson ones, their temperature rising significantly. What on earth was this? The Buddha of illuminating wisdom found himself at a loss, terror etched in his eyes. How could there exist a flame that devoured others' flames? The other Buddhas were equally astonished. How had the situation reversed so suddenly? "Brothers, we must unite to suppress this demon," cried one Buddha. It was evident that in a one-on-one confrontation, they were no match. At this juncture, they could no longer afford to save face. They would attack together. The Buddhas exchanged glances. Without further ado, they unleashed their respective powers against Xīyóu. Only the long-eared and Guanyin remained still. Guanyin had yet to recover. While the long-eared hesitated to act, knowing that once he joined the fray, the three female celestials would undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate him. Are we to be disregarded in this numerical advantage? Xīyóu, witnessing this, shouted angrily, joining the battle alongside Bixiao. The impending clash ignited, as Xīyóu summoned the primordial Golden Dipper. This was a top-tier innate spiritual treasure capable of harnessing spatial forces to capture enemy artifacts. As this item appeared, many of the Buddha's artifacts flew uncontrollably toward the primordial Golden Dipper. Audacious, unbridled. The Buddha's eyes widened in fury, yet they were powerless, forced to watch their treasures being taken, their hearts bleeding. At that moment, several Buddhas arrived before Xīyóu, raising their palms to strike at her. Xīyóu did not flinch. An invisible ripple erupted from her eyes. Divine power. Floral dream. One Buddha's movement halted, his gaze momentarily vacant, only to soon reveal satisfaction. Xīyóu swiftly moved among the Buddhas. Before long, they stood frozen in place. Their eyes glazed over, rendered foolish. One Buddha quickly discerned the anomaly, shouting, "Do not look into the eyes of that demoness." Upon hearing this, the Buddhas felt a chill run down their spines, hastily shutting their eyes to battle with their spiritual awareness. Naive, Xīyóu silently chuckled. Her divine power was guided by the mind, not merely an issue of sight. However, she refrained from further action, as there was no need to reveal this trump card now that her foes were unaware. Heavenly fire. Xiongzhao's voice, laced with coldness, resonated. Waves of crimson flames erupted around her, crashing down like setting suns upon the multitude of Buddhas. Those Buddhas able to act could still cast spells in defense, but those trapped in the illusion became living targets, plummeting from celestial heights into infernos. Searing pain jolted them back to reality. Just moments before, they had believed they were on the cusp of attaining the sage level, but in an instant, they found themselves engulfed in flames. Ah! Cries of anguish echoed. The Buddhas fell from the skies, their bodies aflame. They attempted to use their powers to dispel the flames, yet found that the flames devoured their magic, growing ever hotter. The most tragic of all was the Buddha of illuminating wisdom, who had also fallen under the spell of the floral dream. Awakening. He sought to use his fire-controlling powers to dispel the flames, but they consumed his wisdom fire, becoming even more terrifying. In mere moments, he transformed into a blazing inferno. The Buddhas who had not succumbed to the floral dream fared little better. They struggled against the encroaching flames, yet the overwhelming heat rendered them restless and agitated, as if all their dark thoughts were being stirred from within. With Xīyóu alone, she suppressed the Buddhas of the same Xīyóu realm. This divine power was indeed formidable. Xīyóu's floral dream was equally insurmountable. When do I ever get the chance to act? Bixiao pouted, her mood far from pleasant. Her elder sister's divine powers were so dazzling, yet she felt reduced to a mere glutton. It was hardly amusing. However, one sentiment united the three sisters, a deeper appreciation for the might of the drunken immortal residents. Although they had stirred numerous Buddhas, this journey was far from a loss. They would indeed frequent the Buddhist realm more often, dining and awakening further divine powers. Seeing no opportunity to act, Bixiao vented her frustrations upon the Buddhas. One after another, As they exerted their utmost to resist the devouring flames, she swiftly darted in, delivering a kick to one of their waists. They were far too exhausted to resist her. Thus, they fell like dumplings, tumbling to the ground. Defeated, the Buddhas had suffered a crushing defeat. Guanyin and her companions were struck with terror. Such a multitude of the Luo Golden Immortal Buddhas had been vanquished so effortlessly, without any means of retaliation. Guanyin's companions felt their legs turn to jelly. The long-eared, in a moment of panic, turned to flee. Regrettably, the gaze of the three heavens was unwaveringly fixed upon Chang'er. There was no way they would allow this traitor of the Jia sect to escape. In an instant, Yunxiao materialized before Chang'er. Yunxiao. Chang'er's countenance shifted dramatically as he swiftly turned to flee in another direction. Alas, Qiongxiao and Bixiao had already blocked his retreat. What do you intend to do? We are fellow disciples. Must you pursue this to the bitter end? Chang'er shouted in desperation, channeling his entire magical power, poised to break through. Qiongxiao's expression was as frigid as ice, her voice cutting. Fellow disciples? Did you ever consider that when you betrayed the Jia sect, leading to the tragic demise of many of our brethren? Yunxiao produced a token, fixing her emotionless gaze on Chang'er, coldly declaring, Today, in the name of the acting leader of the Jia sect, I shall execute the traitor Chang'er Dingguang, the decree of the Upper Qing. Chang'er was struck with horror. This token represented the sect's master. He never anticipated that his master would truly delegate the sect's authority to Yunxiao. Cold sweat cascaded down his back as he realized Yunxiao was genuinely intent on his execution. In terror, he implored, You cannot kill me. I am now of the Buddhist sect. If you slay me, they will not let this go. Do you think we fear the Buddhist sect? Qiongxiao gestured towards the struggling Buddhas on the ground. Chang'er was momentarily dumbfounded. Had the three heavens feared the Buddhist sect, they would not act in such a manner. His thoughts raced as his magical power surged to its peak, and he attempted to escape. Attack! Yunxiao commanded icily. You rogue, leaving you with these eyes is a calamity. Bixiao's speed surpassed that of Chang'er, swiftly catching up to him. With a thrust of her long sword, Chang'er's eyes were gouged out. He screamed in agony, yet he could not afford to linger, desperately fleeing. Regret filled his heart as a joyful Buddha. He had no need for faith and power. Why had he ventured down this path? With only a mid-level attainment in the great Luo realm, how could he possibly outrun the three heavens? This sword shall sever the root of calamity. Qiongxiao sneered as she closed in on Chang'er, her sword poised for the strike. Chang'er emitted a piercing shriek, his face contorted in pain, his empty eye sockets wide and bloodied, a horrific sight. He lacked the strength to flee any longer, plummeting from the clouds. Chang'er curled on the ground, hands clutching his wounds, moaning in torment. The agony and humiliation rendered him wishing for death. At that moment, Yunxiao cleaved through space, appearing before Chang'er. Sensing her presence, despair engulfed him. He lay on the ground like a defeated dog, pleading pitifully, Yunxiao, please, spare my life. I recognize my errors. I am willing to renounce Buddhism and assist in revitalizing our Jia sect. Anything you desire. You dare to claim the title of a disciple of the Jia sect? You should go meet your Tathagata. Yunxiao replied, her face devoid of emotion, raising her hand for a strike. The power of a pre-saint was immensely formidable. With just one blow, Chang'er's head was obliterated, blood splattering without a single drop touching Yunxiao. His body transformed into that of a headless rabbit. Simultaneously, a wisp of spirit emerged from the rabbit's form, struggling to flee. Yunxiao raised her hand once more, delivering another strike. Chang'er's spirit was utterly shattered. Ling Mountain resounded with a mournful cry. The Tathagata, deep in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. Another bodhisattva had fallen? The Tathagata contemplated briefly, his figure vanishing instantly, reappearing at Xingyan Mountain. Buddha, Guanyin, and the others exclaimed with joy. With the Buddha present, their lives were no longer in jeopardy. The Tathagata nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the scene below, where many Buddhas were struggling in a sea of crimson flames. His countenance darkened. Who dares to be so audacious? Do they truly disregard the Buddhist faith? With a wave of his hand, he attempted to dispel the bizarre flames with his formidable powers, but to no avail. The fire only intensified. The Tathagata was taken aback. He then waved his hand again, unleashing a shower of Buddhist light to envelop the inferno. Guanyin too unleashed the divine water from her pure vase, and with the combined force of the Buddhist light and sacred water, the flames were finally extinguished. The Buddhas were saved, each beginning to recover from their injuries. The Tathagata inquired solemnly, who set the fire? Chapter 64. She was but a year old when she fell victim to the black dog's malice. This was the first time the Tathagata encountered such an unusual flame. It was Xīyóu. Guanin's face twisted with resentment. Her hatred for the three heavens ran deep. Before the great calamity, they had stripped her of her essence. And now they had humiliated her further. How could she not harbor such animosity? Xīyóu? The Tathagata paused slightly, as he was well acquainted with this former GS sect junior sister. She certainly did not possess such powers. Could it be that she had encountered some fortuitous event? The Tathagata glanced at the remnants of the temple and the shattered Buddha statues below, grasping why Guanin and the others were present. He recalled how his three junior sisters had treated his statues in a similar manner. At that moment, the Tathagata suddenly remembered Chang Er. He had almost forgotten. Immediately, he followed the trace of Chang Er's magical energy. In an instant, he stood before Chang Er's corpse, the three heavens having long since vanished. Observing Chang Er's remains, the Tathagata felt little anger. Had he still been with the GS sect, he would have deemed such a person worthy of death. Yet Chang Er's soul had already dissipated. The Tathagata sighed silently, retrieving Chang Er's body. This occurs thrice. Should it happen again, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The Tathagata's gaze turned frigid as he vanished from sight. At the Xīyóu palace, Tong Tian, immersed in the comprehension of the sword and tint, sensed a shift and opened his eyes, soon bursting into laughter. Ha! Excellent. Truly splendid. A look of delight graced Tong Tian's face. He had not misjudged them. It had not been long. And Xīyóu and her companions had already provided him with such a surprise. A joyous occasion indeed, worthy of celebration. Tong Tian laughed heartily, producing a jar of peach blossom wine. Meanwhile, at the Guanjiang mouth, Tianpeng, having recovered from his injuries after a day of rest, sought to mock the ignorant dog, Xiao Tianquan. Upon arriving, as Tianpeng was about to knock, he noticed a disheveled man with bloodshot eyes, gazing intently at the direction of Guanjiang mouth. Brother, what brings you here? Tianpeng inquired with curiosity. Lu Yinchang's eyes brightened at the sight of someone approaching. Just taking a look. He twisted his neck. What is there to see in this wretched place? Tianpeng muttered, then noticed Lu Yinchang's blood-red eyes and felt a jolt of alarm. Was he here seeking revenge? He had seen many blinded by hatred before, and they all bore similar traits. It seemed this brother had been waiting here for quite some time. He truly was a persistent individual. Tianpeng thought for a moment and advised, Brother, if you're here to seek vengeance against that three-eyed fellow, I suggest you reconsider. After the battle with Guanin, he understood that the gap in realms was insurmountable. That three-eyed rascal, Yang Jian, was renowned as the god of war in the Tai realm. And now having broken through to the great Luo realm, he was even more formidable. I have no enmity with him. Lu Yincheng was taken aback by this remark. Tianpeng stroked his chin and shook his head. Then it must be a grudge against the 6 saints of Meishan? That won't work either. That three-eyed fellow is fiercely protective of his own, and you will have no chance. Lu Yincheng felt numb. What was wrong with this person, meddling so much? Yet he did not counter the statement. He bore the restrictions of a saint, and no one could discern his cultivation. But he instinctively felt that this individual was quite dangerous. He must not reveal any weakness in front of him. Thus, Lu Yincheng shook his head again. Tianpeng furrowed his brows deeper, pondering for a moment before his eyes lit up with certainty. Then you must have a grudge against Xiao Tianquan. Indeed, this is precisely the kind of mischief that wretched dog could perpetrate. Perhaps it was the howling celestial dog that riled up the dogs of others, provoking their ire. This cannot stand. A lesson must be imparted to that vile creature. Tianpeng, filled with righteous indignation, declared, Fear not, brother, I shall avenge you. Without allowing Lu Yincheng a moment to respond, he bellowed towards Guanjinku, howling celestial dog. If you have the audacity, come forth. You can chase after bitches, but are too cowardly to face me. I know you are hiding. His voice soon attracted the attention of the 6 saints of Meishan. Tianpeng, what are you doing? Kong On Yu inquired, frowning. Tianpeng, hands on his hips, pointed at Lu Yincheng with an air of justice, proclaiming, I am here to seek justice for this brother. The howling celestial dog has bullied his pet, and now he has come seeking retribution. How can I stand idly by? Upon hearing this, Lu Yincheng felt a wave of darkness wash over him. What nonsense was this? You have a grudge against the howling celestial dog, not me. The 6 saints of Meishan were momentarily taken aback, then recalled the unruly black dog, and thought it plausible that it could indeed commit such misdeeds. However, it was still the pet of their elder brother. What right did they have to intervene? Thus, Kong On Yu clasped his hands and said, Our elder brother is currently in seclusion. Please return another day. Yet Tianpeng was undeterred. He knew Yang Jian was in seclusion, otherwise, he would never dare to speak so brazenly. This matter I shall settle today. Even if Yang Jian were to appear, I would still ensure the howling celestial dog is punished. Tianpeng stood tall and proud, exuding righteousness. Impudence! The 6 saints of Meishan were incensed. Tianpeng dared to call the name of the true monarch directly. Such a blatant disrespect. Time for a beating. The 6 saints launched their attack, determined to teach Tianpeng a lesson. Moments later, the 6 saints found themselves sprawled on the ground. You lot are no match for me, Tianpeng proclaimed, shaking his head in mockery. Do not revel in your victory. When my elder brother emerges from seclusion, you will be finished. The 6 saints glared in fury. However, Tianpeng paid them no heed. Once Yang Jian was out, he would not be around. The thrill of domination was exhilarating. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Who dares to call upon this great master? The howling celestial dog swaggered out, brimming with arrogance. Tianpeng. Upon seeing Tianpeng, the howling celestial dog appeared somewhat taken aback. Well, dog, you have finally shown yourself. Without further ado, Tianpeng seized the howling celestial dog by the ear and dragged it before Lu Yinchang. Monster! Lu Yinchang feigned terror. Brother, do not panic. This is merely a talking dog, Tianpeng assured him with a grin before turning a stern gaze upon the howling celestial dog. Will you not confess to your misdeeds? What? Are you out of your mind? Why should I confess anything? The howling celestial dog glared at Tianpeng, then turned its attention to Lu Yinchang, its expression foul. Who are you? Tianpeng retorted. You have harmed his dog, and now you claim not to know him? The howling celestial dog instinctively replied, Why should I remember him? I did not harm him. Tianpeng was momentarily stunned, blinking in realization. Perhaps that was a valid point. At a loss for words, he turned to Lu Yinchang. Brother, quickly tell me, what does your dog look like? Lu Yinchang was on the verge of madness. He had no dog. He had been waiting here for 10 years. Even if he had one, it would surely have starved. Yet, it was indeed a useful excuse. With a mournful expression, Lu Yinchang lamented, My little Bai is white and not yet a year old. I never imagined she would fall victim to that black dog's cruelty. Under a year? Tianpeng immediately scolded. Howling celestial dog, you are truly a beast. You appear to be nothing less than a brute. Tianpeng's voice trailed off. Nonsense. I am a celestial dog. Do you understand? The howling celestial dog retorted loudly. After a moment of silence, it pondered. It had always stood by its actions, and now that it was confronted, it could not simply ignore it. However, regarding a white dog, the howling celestial dog fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long while. Tianpeng, puzzled, asked, What? No recollection? The howling celestial dog shook its head, looking conflicted. There are too many white dogs. I cannot remember which one. Tianpeng's fists clenched in frustration. He found himself envious of a dog's life. It appeared far more vibrant than his own. Fine. I shall take responsibility for this. I will apologize on your behalf. The howling celestial dog chose to abandon the thought of recalling the dog. Apologize? You? Tianpeng was skeptical. He believed the dog would offer an apology, but the notion of it giving a gift seemed implausible. Given its stinginess, how could it possibly offer anything? Bah! I am a responsible celestial dog. The howling celestial dog spat. Lu Yinchang felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that the howling celestial dog was indeed going to make amends? This creature was the pet of Erlang Shun. Anything it possessed could not possibly be mundane. As a mere ordinary disciple of the Buddhist sect, Lu Yinchang's cultivation was far inferior to that of the howling celestial dog. Therefore, even the slightest gesture of compensation would be immensely beneficial to him. Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of my little Bai. Lu Yinchang controlled his expression, striving not to appear overly thrilled. The howling celestial dog nodded in satisfaction, raised its paw, and tossed a bone into Lu Yinchang's hands. Lu Yinchang examined the bone closely and was rendered speechless. It was the size of an arm, covered in bite marks, with a faint hint of mold. The howling celestial dog declared, This is a cherished bone of mine. Consider it a gift for little Bai. Since dining at the drunken celestial abode, it had lost all interest in such trifles. After making this statement, the howling celestial dog turned away, gazing skyward with a melancholic expression. I hope little Bai will not hold this against me. I cannot halt my quest for the stars and the sea for a mere flower. I trust she will understand. Suddenly, the howling celestial dog turned back to Lu Yinchang, looking incredulous. You better not steal a bite. This is a gift for little Bai. Lu Yinchang's lips twitched. Steal a bite? Not a chance. Internally, he was on the brink of despair. Wasn't the task of marrying Yang Chan supposed to be simple? Why was it turning out this way? He had waited here for 10 years, only to be mocked by a dog tossing him a bone. Just kidding. I know you would never steal a bite. The howling celestial dog approached, slinging an arm around Lu Yinchang's shoulders, earnestly stating, "You must keep this safe. When Little Bai has pups, it can be passed down." In truth, the howling celestial dog's words held merit. The bone was the remains of a celestial beast of the golden immortal level, and for Lu Yinchang, it could be considered a treasure. Yet, given its repulsive appearance, he would never dare to utilize it. Most importantly, it reeked of foul odor. "I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to." Lu Yinchang covered his nose, walking away with a grimace. The howling celestial dog watched Lu Yinchang's retreating figure, somewhat hurt. "Tianpeng, does it seem he does not appreciate my gift?" Tianpeng's lips twitched. It wasn't that he disliked it. Seeing that poor fellow nearly in tears, how could a bone be an acceptable gift? However, the howling celestial dog quickly dismissed the matter. Glaring at Tianpeng, "Tianpeng, what brings you here? You dared to tug at my ear just now?" Tianpeng hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. If that wretched dog discovered that last time the magical artifact had cost him 100 times more, it would undoubtedly pester him for a treat. Absolutely not. So, he forced a smile and said, "Isn't it time for our treasure hunting adventure? The sooner we set off, the greater our rewards. Then why are you still lingering? Let us depart," the howling celestial dog urged. It was running low on treasures and needed to find more to eat. "What about them?" Tianpeng pointed at the 6 saints of Meishan. After all, he had bested them, and while he hadn't been too harsh, should he not at least check on them? "Their treasures are of no importance," the howling celestial dog bellowed. Regardless, it was not he who inflicted the harm, and thus, any troubles could not be traced back to him. Furthermore, he could discern that the 6 saints of Meishan were not gravely affected. They would recover with time. Contemplating this, Tianpeng decided to follow suit, and the pair, 1 man and 1 dog, swiftly departed from Guojianku. Meanwhile, within a concealed chamber, Yang Jian opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. After a decade, he had ascended to the mid-stage of Deluo. He had long surpassed the man he had been 10 years prior. All of this was thanks to that bowl of fried rice. It was time to pay a visit to the shopkeeper. Resolute, Yang Jian stood up, and the dust upon him dissipated, revealing a rejuvenated figure. He prepared to find his younger sister, hoping she would guide him there. Uncertain of his sister's whereabouts, Yang Jian murmured to himself, and his formidable spiritual sense swiftly enveloped the entirety of Guojianku, ultimately locating Yang Chan's presence. What was she doing there? A frown creased Yang Jian's brow. Yang Chan was at the site of their mother's memorial. He immediately hastened toward her. Upon entering the ancestral hall, shrouded in mist, he beheld Yang Chan kneeling, engaged in the burning of an object. Upon recognizing the item, Yang Jian was taken aback. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, advancing angrily to seize the garment. It was their mother's clothing, and Yang Chan was intent on incinerating it. Yang Chan stumbled from the sudden force, finally lifting her gaze to Yang Jian. He was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Yang Chan appeared haggard, devoid of color, her aura alarmingly frail. Was this truly his sister? "Brother, give me the clothes. It will be too late if you don't. Our mother's revival hinges on this moment," Yang Chan implored, her face etched with urgency, oblivious to the joy of reuniting with Yang Jian. Reviving their mother? Yang Jian stood frozen at her words. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Chan snatched back the garment and returned to the formation, relieved that it had not been interrupted. There was still time. As she ignited the clothing, the Balian lantern began to rotate slowly under her feeble magical influence. As the fabric burned, a subtle essence flowed into the lantern. Yang Jian snapped back to reality as the clothing was nearly consumed. Reviving their mother? What an absurd notion. Yet, he found himself involuntarily channeling his own power into Yang Chan. Even if it was merely a figment of his sister's imagination, he would indulge her in this madness. As Yang Jian's energy surged into her, the Balian lantern's rotation accelerated dramatically. After a brief period, however, its speed began to wane, and specks of light appeared around it. These were fragments of souls, slowly converging and interlinking. Ultimately, a somewhat ethereal figure began to take shape. Chapter 66. All of this is a scheme by the Western Buddhist sect mother. Upon witnessing the visage of the stunning woman, Yang Chan's emotions shattered, and she could no longer contain her tears. "Mother." Even Yang Jian felt his vision blur. As steadfast as he was, there remained tender places in his heart. Upon hearing this voice, Yao Ji's initially perplexed expression gradually regained a semblance of vitality. It was a sound she could never forget. Yet, how could she have not been scattered to the winds? As Yao Ji's vision sharpened, she finally discerned the two figures before her, and her heart trembled. Erlang Channer. Is it truly you? Yao Ji extended a trembling hand, but as it reached Yang Chan's forehead, it passed through without resistance. Mother. Yang Chan reached out, but once again grasped at emptiness. What was happening? How did I end up here? Yao Ji pondered, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Yang Jian blinked and candidly replied, I do not know either. It is my sister who has revived your spirit. Yao Ji lowered her gaze to Yang Chan. Seeing her so frail brought another wave of heartache. Channer, how have you become like this? Yang Chan, tears still streaming down her face, forced to smile and reassured her mother, Do not worry, mother. I merely exhausted my magical energy. A little rest will suffice. She then recounted the events that had transpired. Yao Ji tenderly cradled Yang Chan, whispering, Channer, do not engage in reckless acts again. What if this method is false? However, Yang Chan shook her head with conviction. It cannot be false. The powers gleaned from shopkeeper Chu are undoubtedly genuine. Brother's ascension to Luo stems from Xīyóu. Xīyóu. Yang Jian felt a jolt of astonishment. That establishment possessed such extraordinary efficacy. I am glad to hear you are well. Yao Ji chuckled softly. She had no doubt regarding Yang Chan's words. Her very presence here was testament enough. Indeed, what divine means had allowed her to transcend the boundaries of life and death. Yao Ji refrained from further commentary, her gaze softening as it settled on Yang Jian. Erlang, you have grown considerably. I imagine many women are drawn to you now. During her absence, her son had already ascended to the realm of Luo. A mother naturally felt a swell of pride. Alas, she had not been able to remain by their side. Mother, I have also achieved great things. Yang Chan pouted in grievance. Why do you only praise brother? Yao Ji shook her head with a soft laugh, extending her ethereal hand to gently caress Yang Chan's head. Archana is undeniably the best. You have blossomed into such beauty. I wonder who among the three realms will be fortunate enough to wed you. Mother, Yang Chan gasped, her cheeks flushing slightly as the image of a figure clad in a green robe, Chu Feng, flashed through her mind. Yao Ji, noticing this, merely smiled knowingly. It seemed her daughter had found someone special. She did not press further. Mother, Yang Jian suddenly interjected, his expression conflicted. Yao Ji and Yang Chan turned their gazes toward him, curiosity etched upon their faces. Yang Jian took a deep breath before solemnly stating, Mother, I have wronged you. Had it not been for my stubbornness in attempting to rescue you, you would not have met with such a fate. I am an unfilial son. In his youth, brimming with ambition, he had believed he could defy fate. Yet, it was only after losing his mother that he realized the folly of his earlier arrogance. This matter had long weighed upon his heart, and he often pondered whether his choices had been misguided. Yao Ji was initially taken aback, but soon wore a gentle smile. Erlang, that was not your fault. You have always been the pride of your mother, and now we are reunited, are we not? Being trapped beneath Tao's Han, unable to see you for eternity, would be the greatest torment. Of course, Yao Ji did not disclose the entirety of the truth to Yang Jian. Years ago, the soul-devouring formation had been laid beneath Tao's Han. Even if Yang Jian had not attempted a rescue, she would not have survived long. Yao Ji's words alleviated much of the burden in Yang Jian's heart. He then vehemently declared, It is all Hao Yin's fault. Were it not for him, how would we have ended up in this predicament? The mere thought of the Jade Emperor's lofty demeanor filled him with murderous intent. Unfortunately, he was not a match for the Jade Emperor, which was why he had distanced himself from the heavenly court, choosing instead to embody the role of Erlang, the manifestation of the true monarch. Erlang, do not speak ill of your uncle. He never intended to harm me. Yao Ji reproached Yang Jian. She then sighed deeply. Both siblings were taken aback by her words. But he is the one who caused your demise. Yang Jian struggled to comprehend. Yao Ji shook her head, a flicker of resentment glimmering in her eyes. Your father, Yang Tianyu, was originally part of the Western sect. The Buddhist sect? Yang Chan and Yang Jian exclaimed in unison. The Western sect was indeed the precursor to the Buddhist sect. Their father had indeed been taken by the Buddhist sect. Yao Ji sighed, recounting at that time. The heavenly laws were newly established. I had committed a transgression by consorting with a mortal, compelling your uncle to take action. Otherwise, the heavenly court would have lost all credibility. Yet, he still chose to seal me beneath Tao's Han. Yang Jian retorted. Yao Ji shook her head. If he had wished to kill me, why would he resort to such indirect methods of sealing me? The siblings fell into silence at her words. Yao Ji continued. At that time, I claimed to be oppressed, but in truth, I was merely unable to leave Peach Mountain. Under the covert protection of your uncle, I suffered no hardship. However, a soul-devouring array was secretly laid upon Peach Mountain, gradually consuming my spiritual power. Even your uncle failed to notice any signs of this. I did not wish to burden him, so I kept this from him. By the time you rescued me, I was already at the end of my strength. Yet your uncle remained oblivious to my plight. You are aware of the subsequent outcome. Yao Ji spoke calmly, as if the protagonist of the tale were not herself. Yang Jian's pupils indeed contracted. A soul-devouring array that even Hao Yin could not detect, given Hao Yin's cultivation at the late stage of quasi-saint. The only beings capable of eluding his perception must be those few. The Buddhist sect. Yang Jian pieced together the truth from his mother's words. This was all a scheme orchestrated by the Buddhist sect. He clenched his fists, realizing that he should not have contented himself with merely slaying one Ling Ji. Yao Ji gently added, so, Erlang, do not harbor resentment towards your uncle. He too was left with no choice. I understand, mother, Yang Jian replied, his voice heavy. Even with the knowledge of Hao Yin's difficulties, he could not instantly accept his uncle's actions. He merely resolved to no longer harbor any intent to kill Hao Yin. At that moment, Yao Ji's figure suddenly grew ethereal. Mother, both siblings' expressions changed dramatically. Yao Ji smiled gently, saying, do not worry. I merely need to return to the Lotus Lantern to recuperate after expending too much energy. That is good, Yang Chan repeated. Although she longed to converse further with her mother, she understood that Yao Ji's spirit had just coalesced and needed time to recover. Yao Ji smiled and withdrew into the Lotus Lantern, which Yang Chan carefully cradled in her arms. You have worked hard. Yang Jian tenderly stroked his sister's head. As long as mother can return, it is all worth it, Yang Chan beamed. Yang Jian nodded in agreement, then remembered the 4-turn golden elixir gifted by Taishang Laojun. He took it out and handed it to Yang Chan. Quickly consume this to restore your spiritual power. Chapter 67, Black Wind Mountain. Excavating the golden sacred bone, the 4-turn golden elixir swiftly restored Yang Chan's spiritual energy. Observing his sister's revitalized spirit, Yang Jian eagerly exclaimed, Sister, take me to personally express our gratitude to that esteemed being. Not only did he facilitate my breakthrough to the Deluo realm, but he also bestowed upon us the means to revive our mother. His kindness is immeasurable. Yang Chan readily agreed. As the two exited the ancestral hall, they encountered the 6 saints of Meishan limping towards them. What happened? Yang Jian's expression darkened instantly. It is Tianping. Kong Anyu ground his teeth in anger. The others began to voice their grievances against Tianping, and with each accusation, Yang Jian's anger swelled, realizing that Tianping had completely disregarded him. After meeting our benefactor, I shall seek an explanation. Yang Jian resolved with composure, making a decision in his heart. At this moment, the treasure-seeking duo had reached Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Cave? Tianping murmured before a cave. This is a lair with an owner. Even if it has an owner, it is merely a demon. You are Tianping, the marshal. Are you afraid of him? The howling celestial dog retorted nonchalantly. This insufferable mutt. Tianping steeled himself, preparing to fight. He could not show weakness. Even if the lair's owner was stronger than him, he was confident in his ability to escape. Thus, he brandished his 9-toothed rake and struck the cave's entrance. Within the cave, a black bear demon was sprawled on a stone slab, deep in slumber, abruptly awakened by the tremendous noise. Who dares disturb my afternoon nap? The black bear demon bellowed, seizing a weapon and charging out of the cave. As he reached the entrance, a rake came crashing down towards him. How dare you ambush me? The black bear demon was taken aback, flipping backward to evade the strike. Tianping, puzzled, wondered how the cave door had opened. The black bear demon, somewhat disheveled, glared angrily. You, with your thick brows and big eyes, seem honest, yet you resort to such underhanded tactics. Tianping, incensed, retorted, impudence. I am Tianping, the war god of the heavenly court. I have come here because the aura of this place is thick with malice. I must ascertain if you are the source of it. You are utterly heinous. The black bear demon's mind buzzed. He had merely taken a nap. How could he be deemed heinous? However, he quickly grasped the key in Tianping's words and rushed forward, his face filled with fervent admiration. You are truly the war god of the heavenly court, Marshal Tianping. Though he had little experience, he had heard of the heavenly court, a war god, and a marshal at that. This was no ordinary individual. Tian Peng felt a shiver at the intensity of the black bear's gaze and secretly reveled in his newfound fame. So I am quite renowned, he thought, basking in the moment. Of course, Tian Peng replied, his expression buoyant. The black bear demon pondered for a moment before asking. But I heard someone say the war god of the heavenly court is called Erlang Xinyang Jian. Marshal, who is truly more formidable? Without a doubt, it is I. How could he possibly compare to me? Tian Peng thumped his chest, boasting, that three-eyed brat cannot even match one of my hands. However, at my level, I do not concern myself with such superficial titles. Hence, he can be called a war god. It is only you who would care about such trivialities. The howling celestial dog, hearing this, was rendered speechless. Who would believe such nonsense? Just as he was contemplating this, the black bear demon exclaimed, "Ha ha! No wonder you are the marshal. I too find your valor exceptional, and your silver rake and treasure armor are understated yet luxurious." Tian Peng, grinning with pride, responded, "This is no ordinary rake, but one personally crafted by Taishang Laojun, possessing boundless power." The black bear demon, hearing this, immediately echoed the sentiment. No wonder. I thought the marshal's weapon was captivating. Before long, the two were engaging in lively banter. Tian Peng, further puffing up his chest, pointed at the howling celestial dog, boasting, "Do you recognize this dog? The howling celestial dog of the three-eyed brat." I snatched it right in front of him. He did not dare utter a word. "Marshal, you are incredible. I am in awe." The howling celestial dog, utterly speechless, interjected, "Tian Peng, are you not going to get back to business?" Only then did Tian Peng snap back to reality, almost forgetting their purpose. They were there to seek treasure. Ahem. He cleared his throat and turned to the black bear demon. "Well, little black, what do you have to say? Marshal, what orders do you have?" The black bear demon immediately assumed a listening posture. Tian Peng's demeanor grew serious as he declared, "I have come because there is something peculiar concealed within your lair." "May I enter to investigate?" "Peculiar?" The black bear demon was startled. What could possibly be peculiar within his cave? However, seeing Tian Peng's solemn expression, he inexplicably felt a measure of belief and quickly clasped his hands. "Please, Marshal, save me. Do not worry. You shall guard the entrance while I investigate the peculiarity within." Tian Peng nodded lightly. Subsequently, he led the howling celestial dog into the cave. Upon entering, Tian Peng eagerly inquired, "Where are the treasures you smell?" "Over there." The howling celestial dog pointed with a paw toward the black bear demon's stone bed. "This stone slab?" Tian Peng looked astonished. "You do not believe this is merely an ordinary stone slab, do you? Never admit you are associated with me. It would be embarrassing." The howling celestial dog regarded him with disdain. Yet, Tian Peng was not angered. How could this wretched dog dare to call others unknowledgeable? He chuckled at the thought of the 100 dining opportunities promised by the treasure. At that moment, the howling celestial dog approached, sniffing again, and remarked, "The treasure is beneath the stone slab, but it does not seem to be a magical artifact." As he spoke, he felt a surge of curiosity. The object beneath the stone slab seemed to possess a certain allure, provoking a deep yearning within him merely from the scent. Not a magical artifact? What use is that? Tian Peng sighed in disappointment, throwing up his hands. "Since we are here, we might as well take a look." The howling celestial dog appeared somewhat excited. His canine eyes fixated on the stone slab. This wretched dog is quite enthusiastic. Beneath the stone slab, there surely couldn't be a female dog, could there? Tian Peng glanced at the massive stone, filled with a desire to smash the head of the barking hound with his rake. It was easy to say. But wasn't he the one doing all the labor? Taking a deep breath, Tian Peng plunged the rake into the stone and pulled with all his might, causing the slab to split in two. From the crack emerged a golden, damaged skeleton. What on earth was this? Had he unearthed the remains of a Buddhist relic? Tian Peng muttered, his face clouded with misfortune. The hound's eyes widened in disbelief. Nonsense. This isn't even a human skeleton. Yet Tian Peng remained unconvinced. The Buddhist realm accepted all manner of creatures. Judging by whether it was human or not was fundamentally flawed. Be careful not to damage it, he cautioned. He sensed that this object held great significance for him and must not be harmed. Tian Peng acknowledged this and began to clear the area. Soon, the skeleton was entirely unearthed. And as the hound attempted to seize it, an invisible force thwarted its efforts. Left with no choice, it touched it with its paw, yet still hesitated. Internally, two conflicting urges battled within the hound. One, an intense yearning to touch and merge with the skeleton, and the other, an overwhelming fear that compelled it to kneel in reverence. What on earth was this object? Chapter 68. The black bear's spirit seeks a patron. The culinary delights of the great sage are simply exquisite. Seeing the hound frozen in place, Tianping grew impatient. Why aren't you taking it? This thing is of no use to me. After struggling for a while, the hound admitted the truth to Tianping. Tianping's expression turned to one of astonishment as he pondered. Before exclaiming, could it be a bloodline suppression? What does that mean? The hound asked, bewildered. Tianping explained. Simply put, this skeleton shares the same bloodline as you. But its original owner possessed a stronger lineage and higher cultivation. In every aspect, it surpasses you. What do you mean? Am I that pathetic? The hound bristled at this remark. What else could it be? Tianping shrugged. If we disregard this skeleton in the past, any member of the Tengu clan would outclass you by 1,000,000 times. The hound fell silent, aware of its own limitations and recognizing Tianping's words as truth. So, this skeleton is just a dog? The hound appraised the skeleton. Not necessarily, but it doesn't matter. Tianping shook his head, adding, the most crucial aspect is the bloodline. If you can absorb the power of this skeleton's bloodline, your potential will elevate at least a notch. Saying this, he couldn't help but envy the hound's fortune. Generally, one's potential is determined at birth. Instances of enhancement through bloodline power are rare, making this an incredible opportunity for the hound. The hound, upon hearing this, was overwhelmed with excitement, eager to consume the skeleton whole. Unfortunately, it couldn't even touch the skeleton, let alone absorb its bloodline power. It was akin to guarding a treasure mountain without the means to spend. Both Tianping and the hound fell into silence. I have an idea, Tianping suddenly exclaimed. His eyes alight as he slapped his thigh. Let's seek help from Manager Chu. He must have a solution. As regular patrons of the Drunken Immortal Inn, surely he wouldn't refuse this small favor. The hound leaped up in realization. How had he not thought of that? Manager Chu, a being of extraordinary capability, would effortlessly help him subdue a mere skeleton. If he could absorb the skeletal bloodline, his potential would soar, leading to limitless achievements. You hold on to it. We shall head to the Drunken Immortal Inn at once. The hound could hardly contain its eagerness. Tianping carefully stored the skeleton, and upon stepping outside, they found the black bear spirit faithfully guarding the entrance. The demon has been dealt with. You may rest easy now. Though your stone bed was damaged during my battle with it, Tianping said, clearing his throat. Thank you, Marshal. The black bear spirit expressed gratitude immediately. No wonder he often felt chills while sleeping on the stone bed. It had been the demon's mischief. Thanks to Marshal Tianping. Well, with that settled, we shall take our leave. Tianping patted the black bear spirit on the shoulder. The black bear spirit, upon hearing this, quickly inquired, Marshal, where are you headed? Noticing Tianping's surprise, the black bear spirit insisted, Marshal, please allow me to accompany you. I am willing to follow you into fire and water without hesitation. Though inexperienced, the black bear spirit understood the harshness of the world. As a background-less creature, he would inevitably be bullied in the future. This opportunity lay before him, and he had no reason to let it slip away. You wish to follow me? Tianping hesitated. Normally, he would decline such requests, especially from a simple-minded creature. However, this one had a knack for flattery. Keeping him around might not be so bad. At least he could brighten his days. So he nodded. Then you may accompany me. Tianping, as long as I have a meal, there will always be a bowl of soup for you. Thank you, Marshal. The black bear spirit rejoiced. From now on, just call me Xīyóu. Tianping waved his hand. Yes, Xīyóu. The black bear spirit instantly complied. The hound, growing impatient, interjected, Are you two done? I am eager to return and have Manager Chu resolve the issue. In the heavenly court, within the imperial kitchen, the god of food and the god of cooking stared in astonishment at the feast laid before them, rendered speechless. Great sage, how on earth did you create this? The god of food couldn't help but inquire. Son Wukong chuckled. Didn't the Jade Emperor mention the need for new dishes for the peach banquet? I consulted Brother Zhou Qing and prepared these dishes. I hope they meet the standards. Upon hearing this, the god of food and the god of cooking instinctively picked up their chopsticks. They sampled the sweet and sour pork and braised pork, their reactions surprisingly synchronized. Their eyes lighting up with delight. Simply exquisite. Both the sweet and sour pork and the braised pork captivated them. Observing their enthusiasm, Zhou Qing, curious after losing to the mapo tofu, decided to taste the braised pig trotters. What is this? Zhou Qing's eyes widened in shock. His lingering doubts were obliterated. Indeed, the great sage was deserving of his title. Typically, pig trotters are tough and hard to flavor, yet in the hands of the great sage, they were tender and delectably rich. How was this achieved? The three of them became engrossed, and when they finally regained their senses, the entire feast had vanished. How was it? Sun Wukong eagerly asked. As a chef, he anticipated the recognition of his culinary skills. Delicious. This is the best meal I have ever tasted. The god of cooking exclaimed excitedly. The god of food and Shou Qing nodded in agreement. Each dish was a culinary masterpiece. The god of food, trembling with excitement, declared, if these dishes do not satisfy the standards for the peach banquet, it seems no one in the three realms could ever achieve such culinary excellence. Great sage. I apologize for my previous doubts. I am utterly in awe. Shou Qing's eyes sparkled with fervor. Sun Wukong, taken aback by the praise, felt a touch of embarrassment. However, he disagreed with the god of food's remark, knowing his skills still fell short of his Master S. He increasingly understood his Master S words. Even if he devoted his entire life, he might never reach that pinnacle. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and asked, how many dishes are required for the peach banquet? 365. The god of food replied with a number. So many? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. That seems excessively extravagant. The god of cooking shook his head. After all, it is a banquet for deities from all realms. It cannot be too humble. This is also a matter of the heavenly court's prestige. We need to expedite our research on new dishes. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. He prepared merely 18 dishes, yet the culinary skills he learned from his master were insufficient. At the drunken immortal retreat, Yang Jian followed Yang Chan, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Truly, a remarkable being chooses a place to establish a shop that deviates from the ordinary. Such an establishment indeed possesses a certain elegance, confirming that the elder is a person of refined taste. Without having met him yet, Yang Jian had already conjured an image of a mysterious and profound figure in his mind. Chapter 69. Yang Jian expresses his gratitude. Can one grow stronger while reclining? It is not his fault. Whether it was the egg-fried rice or the miraculous ability to resurrect his mother, this elder had left him with profound shock. Yang Chan smiled and cautioned, brother, let me remind you, the rule here is to pay before dining, and do not attempt to pry into the proprietor's cultivation level. Do you think I am so inconsiderate? Yang Jian chuckled, shaking his head. Peering into another's cultivation is inherently disrespectful, especially in the presence of one's benefactor. The charging standard is 1/10 of one's magical power. Yang Jian recalled his sister mentioning this before. That belongs to me, not you. Yang Chan shot him a glance and reiterated the charging rules. Yang Jian nodded discreetly. Indeed, this was not an ordinary restaurant, and its pricing was quite peculiar. Upon hearing that the celestial hound had visited and the fee was a treasure of the golden immortal level, Yang Jian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. But then his smile faded. What if the charges were more than those of the celestial hound? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and stepped inside first. At that moment, the bull demon king had just finished his work and was resting at a table, idly remarking, Old Ping, when will we awaken for the second time? Sigh, it's been so long since I returned home. My wife wouldn't think I'm out gallivanting, would she? Peng Demon King chuckled teasingly. Brother Xīyóu, are you already worried about your wife? Didn't you say she must listen to you at home? The bull demon king shot him a glare. You know nothing. I love my wife. Once I awaken for the second time, I shall bring her here to savor the finest delicacies of the world. Peng Demon King remained silent, laughing heartily. However, he too had not been home for a long time and wondered if their father was concerned about him. Just then, Peng Demon King suddenly spotted a figure entering. Yang Jian. He jolted upright. The bull demon king also stood up, his eyes filled with vigilance as he hissed, Yang Jian. What brings you here? Yang Jian, upright and just, loathed evil and was regarded as one of the most formidable deities by the demon clan. After his ascension to the great Luo, his fearsome reputation only grew. With a calm demeanor, he replied, I have come to express my gratitude to my benefactor. I am not here to fight. Though they were demons, their presence here indicated the approval of their benefactor. Despite his disdain for evil, he was no fool. Upon hearing this, the bull demon king lowered his guard. Considering Yang Jian wouldn't dare to act out here, and that even saints had visited the establishment, his presence was not so strange after all. What would you like to eat? The proprietor often said, guests are to be treated as such. The bull demon king, reassured that Yang Jian wouldn't make a move, handed over the menu. Yang Jian then realized that the bull demon king was working here as a waiter. His benefactor truly was an extraordinary being. I would like a bowl of egg-fried rice. Yang Jian's gaze fell upon the dish that had enabled his breakthrough to Great Luo, the unparalleled delicacy. At that moment, Yang Chan also entered and, upon hearing this, quickly interjected. Brother, You have already awakened your ability with that egg fried rice. Eating it again one tea lead to further awakening. You should choose something else. You've had it before? The Bull Demon King asked in surprise. Yang Jian shook his head. No, but 10 years ago. My sister brought me a bowl of egg fried rice, which allowed me to break through to Great Luo and awaken my ability. Is it truly so? The Bull Demon King's eyes widened in astonishment. He knew the dishes here could awaken abilities, but was unaware they could also assist in breaking through realms. Naturally. Yang Jian nodded nonchalantly. The Bull Demon King was left in utter shock. Yang Jian could not possibly lie. So, it was that 10 years ago. Yang Jian's breakthrough and the slaying of Ling Ji were, in fact, due to the proprietor's influence. The proprietor was indeed formidable. Listening to his sister, Yang Jian once again examined the menu, stating, "Then I shall have this exquisite beef noodle soup. I want crispy fried chicken." Yang Chan exclaimed eagerly, not even glancing at the menu. She had wanted it the last time, but the celestial hound had not allowed her a taste. Had she known, she would not have brought him along. With that, she expertly paid 1/10 of her magical power. Having heard his sister's explanation, Yang Jin approached and placed his hand on the crystal ball, becoming momentarily frozen. What does he want? Yang Chan asked with concern. Is the fee exorbitantly high? Yang Jian opened his mouth, his expression peculiar. He requires a drop of heavenly eye tears. What? Yang Chan was equally perplexed. What was this? Yang Jian sighed. How am I to pay for this? First, crying requires emotional buildup. One cannot simply cry on command. Moreover, can the heavenly eye even shed tears? I do not know. Hearing this, the Bull Demon King chimed in. I often hear people speak of tears of joy. If you lack sorrowful memories, perhaps think of something happy. Old Neo asserted his intellectual prowess. Yang Jian pondered this. The happiest moment for him was undoubtedly the resurrection of his mother. As he contemplated, this iron-blooded man found himself genuinely shedding tears. Yet, his heavenly eye did not produce any. Yang Jian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How humiliating. The Bull Demon King suggested, why not give the heavenly eye a punch? This was not a random suggestion. He had once been struck in the eye by Zhao's aunt, which had caused him to cry uncontrollably. What a brilliant idea. Yang Jian's eyes lit up. He had not considered this angle. Thus, he steeled himself and punched his forehead. The pain contorted his expression, but fortunately, tears flowed forth, allowing him to successfully pay for his meal. The heavenly eye, however, appeared somewhat comical at that moment. Just as he was about to tend to the heavenly eye, he looked up to see Chu Feng standing at the top of the stairs, a smile adorning his face. At a glance, Yang Jian felt inadequate. The image of the elder he had envisioned in his mind was utterly eclipsed by the flawless beauty before him. Contemplating this, he turned to kneel. Yang Jian pays respects to my benefactor. Chu Feng, somewhat speechless, struggled to accept the habit of these individuals kneeling at every turn. He raised his hand, and Yang Jian found himself unable to kneel any longer. Yang Jian, now even more astonished, clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. The egg-fried rice you bestowed upon me 10 years ago allowed me to attain the Great Luo, awaken my abilities, and even granted my sister her powers. Bringing our mother back to life from her shattered soul, such profound kindness is unforgettable. Both the Bull Demon King and Pink Demon King were left astounded. The revival of a soul in tatters? Such a feat was beyond even saints. Their gazes towards Yang Chan shifted. This ability was truly miraculous, and perhaps one day, they would seek this benefactor's help. Chu Feng was entirely unfazed by the resurrection of Yao Ji. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, the abilities you awakened are aligned with your own destinies. There is no notion of bestowed loss. Who knows? Perhaps one day you might awaken an ability that allows you to grow stronger merely by lying down. He was not speaking whimsically. The examples of Neza and female disguise growing stronger and by Xiao gaining strength from meals had already set a precedent. It was not beyond possibility. This statement left the others utterly astonished. Could it truly be so? Chapter 70. Yang Jian awakens the forbidden heavenly net. I want a dozen of such fortunate occurrences. Chu Feng headed to the kitchen, leaving the others reeling in shock. Yang Jian could not help but exclaim, truly, Master Chu is an unparalleled genius. Such skills are simply earth-shattering. The Bull Demon King and his companion wholeheartedly agreed. Yang Chan, lost in thought, recalled the first time she savored fried rice, which reminded her of her mother. Was this the reason she could resurrect her? The Bull Demon King pondered for a moment before expressing his apprehension. Previously, Neza awakened a divine ability, capable of taking a life from miles away with merely a drop of blood. It is profoundly terrifying. After speaking, he could not help but feel anxious about the future of their demon race. Neza has been here? Yang Jian was momentarily taken aback. The Peng Demon King nodded. He visited not long ago. Be cautious when you encounter him in the future to avoid injury. Seeing that the bold Demon King and his companion seemed truthful, Yang Jian refrained from arguing. He was well aware of Neza's character. Such feats were not beyond him. However, he shared a deep bond with Neza and was more pleased that Neza had awakened his divine powers. Meanwhile, the very Neza they were discussing had locked himself in a room. There were no others present, but soft rustling sounds emanated from the bedroom. Moments later, a delicate figure emerged from the room, dressed in a flowing light blue gown, with a cinched waist and hair elegantly pinned back. She possessed bright eyes and pearly teeth. Her face adorned with a rosy hue, lips gently biting, and a hint of shyness in her gaze. It was Neza, donned in women's attire. Feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, Neza fidgeted, grateful that he was alone. After purchasing the dress previously, he had not found the opportunity to try it on. Today, he finally gathered the courage to do so. Blue veil skirt, grade, intermediate women's attire, effect, doubles cultivation speed, amplifies magical power, and enhances cultivation aptitude. Upon witnessing the effects of the garment, Neza's embarrassment diminished significantly. He quickly seated himself on the floor and began to channel his techniques. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and joy. It truly worked. His cultivation speed had indeed doubled. Elated, Neza thought, as long as he could grow stronger, what did it matter that he wore women's clothing? It was remarkable that even an intermediate garment could yield such results. He wondered, what if he donned even higher grade attire? Suddenly, he realized that his newfound divine ability seemed truly extraordinary. However, mortal clothing could only reach this quality at best. In the heavenly realm, the overseer of heavenly garments appeared to be the weaving maiden. Neza could not help but contemplate. Golden fried rice, indeed a name well-deserved. Yang Jian stared intently at the plate of fried rice, where glistening grains of rice and golden eggs melded seamlessly. The mere fact that such a combination was possible was beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. Truly, he was in awe of his predecessor's culinary prowess. While Yang Jian marveled at Chu Feng's extraordinary skills, Yang Chan was already lost in indulgence, her small mouth smeared with grease. The tender meat and rich flavors captivated her completely. Her eyes were filled with nothing but the vision of that fragrant fried chicken, her heart enveloped in immense happiness. Yang Jian shook his head secretly, then joined his hands in prayer, bowing sincerely. He then picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. In an instant, the world around him shimmered. Even his still recovering heavenly eye sparkled with golden light. Delicious. The rice was perfectly chewy, and the egg left a lingering taste. Together, they formed the most harmonious combination, resulting in the purest of flavors, elevating two ordinary ingredients to an extraordinary level. This was undoubtedly the finest meal he had ever tasted. Yang Jian instinctively quickened his pace in eating. Old Ping, do you think they can awaken their divine abilities? The Bull Demon King, his appetite piqued, shifted the conversation. The Peng Demon King pondered for a moment before replying. It should be Yang Chan, but it might be difficult for Yang Jian. The Bull Demon King nodded in agreement. Expressing concern, it's better if Yang Jian does not awaken. If he does, our demon race will face dire times ahead. Hearing their exchange, Chu Feng rolled his eyes inwardly. To him, the chances of either awakening were slim. Yang Chan had limited aptitude, while Yang Jian had already awakened a divine ability from his first meal. The likelihood of a second awakening was considerably low. Ding! Yang Jian consumed supreme beef noodles, awakening the divine ability Forbidden Heaven Net. Would you like to synchronize? While contemplating, the system notification chimed. Chu Feng could not help but chuckle inwardly. Truly, Yang Jian lived up to his reputation. He was indeed the second son of heaven. Such an extraordinary individual could not be judged by ordinary standards. If only he could have a dozen more like him. With more such geniuses, how could he not grow stronger? This divine ability was an ocular technique that could create a binding space through sight, accompanied by a personal space large enough to contain oneself. Yang Jian's ability lay in his heavenly eye, while Chu Feng, lacking one, found the ability awakening in his left eye. Naturally, he would not forsake such a power. It was far too formidable. As Chu Feng marveled, Yang Jian was nearly leaping with joy. Incredible. Truly incredible. Such a powerful ability alongside my heavenly eye is nothing short of a lethal weapon. Thank you, benefactor. Yang Jian quickly expressed his gratitude. Chu Feng replied calmly, just call me Master Chu. Yang Jian nodded earnestly as the Bull Demon King eagerly inquired, Yang Jian, what have you awakened? Yang Jian did not conceal the truth and candidly shared. Wow, that's too powerful. The Bull Demon King could not suppress his astonishment. The Pink Demon King, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked, this binding space technique seems to counter my own abilities. My brother, please do not use it against us. The Bull Demon King joked, Yang Jian, you mustn't take this out on us. Yang Jian frowned, displeased. Since you're under Master Chu's wing, we are friends. As long as you do not commit heinous acts, I will not target you. Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon King and his companion immediately affirmed their stance. The Peng Demon King patted his chest, declaring, I would never engage in such deeds. The Bull Demon King, with a grand gesture, added, indeed, I, old bull, am also from the Jie sect. I would not be so uncouth. Then we are all brothers. Yang Jian, invigorated from his awakening, felt elated. The Bull Demon King laughed heartily. Yes, brothers, let us drink to our heart's content today. As he spoke, he turned to meet Chu Feng's gaze. In that moment, his bravado faltered. How careless of me. In my excitement, I almost forgot this is not my banana cave, and I am no longer the Mountain King. He chuckled awkwardly. Retracting his neck, Master Chu, may my brother and I share a drink? Payment would suffice. Chu Feng's expression remained indifferent. As long as they paid. They could drink as much as they pleased. He seldom had customers and did not require their assistance. Wise master. The Bull Demon King grinned widely. Rushing to pay a drop of essence blood. He was eager to taste the freshly brewed peach blossom wine, seeing this as a golden opportunity. Chapter 71. The arrival of Tianping, ready to make Yang Jian call him father. The Pink Demon King, not wanting to be outdone, exchanged magical energy for wine. Yang Jian hesitated momentarily, as his heavenly eye's injury had yet to heal, still throbbing faintly. The Bull Demon King, feeling a bit tipsy, noticed Yang Jian's hesitation and glared. What? Do you look down on us, brother Yang? All right, let us drink. Yang Jian, feeling compelled, decided to indulge. After all, he could not show weakness before his benefactor. Gritting his teeth, he struck his heavenly eye again. His face contorted in pain, yet this time, for tears streamed down his cheeks. The Bull Demon King suddenly remembered he had overlooked Yang Jian's fee and felt a pang of guilt. I'll go fetch the wine right away. The Pink Demon King, unwilling to face Yang Jian alone, quickly followed suit. At that moment, Yang Chan finished her fried chicken, feeling a tinge of disappointment for not awakening a divine ability. She turned her head to glance at her brother, who was quietly healing, and instantly felt her spirits lift. It seemed her brother had not awakened yet. Yang Chan couldn't help but speak earnestly, Brother, do not be disheartened. Even if you haven't awakened this time, we can always try again next time. It was uncertain whether she was comforting herself or her brother, Yang Jian. Chu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl had been so absorbed moments ago that she hadn't paid any heed to the words of the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King. Before he could remind her, the Bull Demon King and the Peng Demon King emerged, carrying a jug of wine. Come, let us celebrate Brother Yang's awakening of new divine powers with a drink, exclaimed the Bull Demon King heartily. Upon hearing this, Yang Chan's small face froze. Then her eyes widened in disbelief. What? My brother has awakened again? Are we truly siblings? Why is there such a vast difference between us? Yang Chan felt utterly crushed. She puffed up her cheeks, strode forward, and directly seized a jug of peach blossom wine, huffing, I want to drink too. Nonsense. How can a girl drink alcohol? Yang Jian admonished softly. The Bull Demon King chimed in. Indeed, we brothers can drink freely, but what business does a young lady have in causing a ruckus? Of course, he only dared to say this in front of Yang Chan. If by Xiao were present, he would surely have been beaten to a pulp. Humph. I want a drink. I am no mere girl. I have been an immortal for quite some time. Yang Chan's small face was filled with indignation. After saying this, she looked at Chu Feng with a pitiful expression. Manager Chu, can I drink this wine? Seeing Yang Chan's adorable yet mischievous demeanor, Chu Feng shook his head with a smile. Of course you can, and besides, a drink will enhance your beauty. He spoke the truth. The peach blossom wine was indeed more suitable for women in both taste and potency. Can it really enhance my beauty? Yang Chan's eyes sparkled, and in an instant, she dashed towards the crystal ball, leaving behind a blur, and soon 2 jugs from the Peng Demon King's hands were missing. My wine. The Peng Demon King's face changed dramatically. It is now mine. Yang Chan had already arrived before the crystal ball, grinning as she used her magical power to pay for the wine, cheerfully saying, You all go fetch more. I'll keep these. Upon seeing Chu Feng's amused expression, Yang Chan felt her cheeks flush. She had just acted so wildly in front of Manager Chu. She quickly lowered her head and hid behind Yang Jian's table, her ears burning with embarrassment. Chu Feng looked on in surprise. Feeling shy? He wasn't oblivious. He understood that Yang Chan had feelings for him. However, they had only met a few times. How could it be so? Lu Yinchang should not have appeared yet. He personally held no good feelings towards Lu Yinchang, who would take refuge in a temple from the rain and write bold love poems upon seeing a beautiful statue. Such behavior was unbecoming of a serious person. Only a naive girl like Yang Chan could fall for such tricks. He resolved to guide her in the future. After all, she was his customer, and he could not allow her to be bullied. Yang Jian, seeing Chu Feng's demeanor, naturally did not hinder him further and could only apologize to the Peng Demon King. My sister is inexperienced. I hope you will not take offense. Ha ha ha, no worries. If it isn't enough, we can just go get more. The Peng Demon King laughed heartily, clearly not perturbed by such trivialities. Come, let us raise a toast. The Bull Demon King urged eagerly. The three raised their cups, ready to indulge, when suddenly a commotion was heard from outside. Little bear, you have no idea. That three-eyed fellow Yang Jian? I disdain to stoop to his level, which is why I bestowed the title of war god upon him. Otherwise, even if 10 three-eyed fellows came, they would not stand a chance against me, Tianping. To be frank, if that three-eyed fellow were to appear before me, I could make him call me father. The voice could only belong to Tianping. Chu Feng glanced at Yang Jian, whose face had turned dark, and braced himself for the unfolding drama. Manager Chu, as Tianping entered, he greeted Chu Feng with a smile. He had thoroughly enjoyed himself on the way, as Little Bear had flattered him to no end. This little brother was worth keeping. He then scanned the room and cheerfully remarked, Bull brother, you are drinking? Little sister Yang Chan is here today too. Chu Feng silently prepared to watch the spectacle unfold. Sometimes, misfortune befalls a person unexpectedly, and today was not Tianping's lucky day. After greeting everyone, he approached the man with his back turned and curiously asked, Bull brother, who is this? Can you introduce me? The Bull Demon King's lips twitched as he winked at Tianping. What is there to introduce? You are about to be made to call him father. Yang Jian had left to meet his benefactor, thus changed into casual attire, and Tianping simply did not recognize him. Assuming the Bull Demon King was merely having eye troubles, he curiously walked around to take a look, only to recoil as though struck by lightning. Cold sweat poured down his back. What are you doing here? Tianping stammered, his voice trembling. Yang Jian let out a cold laugh. I heard you were planning to beat me, so how could I not come to take a look? Master, how did you end up here? The celestial dog entered right behind, immediately catching the scent of Yang Jian. The black bear spirit reacted swiftly as well. The owner of the celestial dog was none other than Yang Jian, that imposter Yang Jian who had robbed him of the title of war god. The black bear spirit was instantly incensed. How dare this mere imposter challenge him in front of his brother Xīyóu? He immediately shouted, You are that Yang Jian? Trying to seize my brother Xīyóu's title of war god? If you have the guts, challenge my brother Xīyóu one-on-one. What nonsense! Chu Feng was utterly dumbfounded. This was the black bear spirit. Hadn't he come with Tianping? Why did it seem like he bore a grudge against him? This was clearly leading Tianping to disaster. The Bull Demon King and Yang Chen were equally baffled. Where in the world had this fool come from? How could he utter such explosive words? Tianping's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Damn it, what a disaster. He had never anticipated encountering Yang Jian here, especially after having spoken so carelessly to the black bear spirit. Celestial dog, have you lost your mind? How dare you say such things? The celestial dog had been preoccupied with matters of bloodline and had barely paid Tianping's boasting any mind. Who would have thought the black bear spirit would pull this stunt at such a moment? Tianping was on the verge of tears. Yang Jian set down the jug of wine, casually stating, Would you like to test that theory? Oh, no need for that. Let us not hurt each other's feelings. Shall we? Tianping chuckled awkwardly, attempting to defuse the situation. Yet, in the next moment, the black bear spirit angrily retorted, Yang Jian, do not take my brother Xīyóu's restraint for fear. He is merely indifferent to fame and fortune, disdaining such conflicts. He is afraid of publicly humiliating you and letting you lose face. Do not think he is truly afraid. The black bear spirit seethed with frustration. Clearly, brother Xīyóu's combat prowess was unparalleled, yet he had to endure humiliation from this ungrateful Erlangshan. He could no longer tolerate it. Brother Xīyóu was not someone who could be insulted in such a manner. Tianping was equally furious, believing this fellow was clever only to be thick-headed. How could he take everything so literally? If he kept this up, he would genuinely be buried alive. Come out. Before Tianpeng could explain further, Yang Jian had already uttered that line and strode out. He certainly would not engage in a brawl in his benefactor's establishment. Since he had intended to seek an explanation from Tianpeng regarding the 6 saints of Meishan, he would simply let his strength speak for itself. Go, Brother Xīyóu. Beat him up. The black bear spirit cheered enthusiastically. Tianpeng nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it. This fool just won't quit. Will he? Tianpeng, alas. I find myself unable to assist. Perhaps this is the price of boasting. As the situation unfolded beyond control, the celestial dog began to revel in the misfortune. Both the bull demon king and Yang Chan shrugged their shoulders, expressing their powerlessness. Tianpeng, wearing a grim expression, cast a glance toward Chu Feng, who merely smiled in silence. What a jest. He was savoring the spectacle. You think Tianpeng would back down? Such an opportunity is rare. With a heavy heart, Tianpeng resolved to step outside, his figure exuding an air of melancholy. I shan't bully you, for I shall only employ the strength of the Tai realm, Yang Jian remarked coldly as Tianpeng emerged. Very well. A glimmer of hope flickered in Tianpeng's dim eyes. The black bear spirit, witnessing this scene, seethed with indignation, thinking, this fellow is insufferably arrogant. How dare he utter such words? What power does my brother Xīyóu possess? What level are you on? The black bear spirit was filled with a desire to defend his invincible brother Xīyóu's honor. Let the battle commence. A cold glint flashed in Yang Jian's eyes. As his words fell, his war spear materialized, pointing menacingly at Tianpeng. Startled, Tianpeng could only wield his 9-toothed rake in defense. Yet, even with Yang Jian merely using his Tai power, he was no match for the half-hearted Tianpeng, swiftly falling into a disadvantage. Ultimately, he relied solely on his divine arts to evade, entirely powerless to retaliate. The celestial dog glanced at the black bear spirit, offering a well-meaning warning. Now you understand? Tianpeng is merely a counterfeit, so refrain from glorifying him in the future. This was truly for Tianpeng's sake. Otherwise, given the black bear's current state, Tianpeng might meet his end one day. Yet the black bear spirit refused to heed such words. To him, Tianpeng was an idol, a guiding light on the path of bearhood, and he was beyond reproach. He shot a glare at the celestial dog, retorting, What are you, a mere dog? No. Brother Xīyóu simply does not deign to fight. Otherwise, how could this second son of Erlang be his opponent? Bah, you're doomed. Await your demise. The celestial dog, equally irked, thought it absurd that his good intentions were met with such disregard. Meanwhile, the battlefield had escalated into a fierce confrontation. Yang Jian seized the moment when Tianpeng's defenses faltered, delivering a decisive blow. To avoid damaging the surrounding trees of the drunken immortal residence, he restrained much of his strength. Yet, seeing Tianpeng falter, he further tempered his power. After all, his intention was merely to teach Tianpeng a lesson, not to inflict severe harm. Clang! In an instant, Yang Jian froze. The sound of metal clashing resonated as his weapon struck Tianpeng, who was enveloped in golden light, radiating an aura of sanctity. Save for Chu Feng and the celestial dog, the others were left dumbfounded. The bull demon king and Yang Chan were equally astonished. Yang Jian had not anticipated that Tianpeng's divine arts could withstand his strike. With narrowed eyes, Yang Jian thought, interesting. Tianpeng, taken aback, soon swelled with pride. Come, come, unleash your might. Yang Jian shook his head inwardly. Having exerted less than 10% of his strength, how could this fellow possess such confidence? Nevertheless, he was willing to indulge Tianpeng. Thus, he began to increase his strength. At 20%, then 30%, Tianpeng stood resolute, relying on his 2 divine arts. The force Yang Jian unleashed was indeed minimal. At 80%, Yang Jian unleashed a sudden burst of power. Tianpeng, startled by this abrupt, fierce assault, broke into a cold sweat, yet remained unmoved. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, deafeningly resonating as an invisible shockwave rippled through the entire grove. Yang Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. Was Tianpeng's physique truly so formidable? Tianpeng's heart surged with joy, realizing that his 2 divine arts had entirely countered 90% of Yang Jian's force. With newfound confidence, he lifted his chin and shouted, Come on, strike me. Even a mere touch would count as my defeat. He beckoned with a finger, exuding provocation. The black bear spirit, exhilarated, exclaimed, Did you see that? My brother Xīyóu's strength is beyond what a mere dog can question. The celestial dog dismissed him with indifference. Yang Jian remained unfazed, concluding simply that since Tianpeng was so resilient, He need not hold back any longer. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from Yang Jian. The long spear again slashed toward Tianping. Tianping's expression shifted dramatically. A sense of foreboding surged within him. He understood this meant he could not withstand the impending attack. With no time for further reaction, Tianping narrowly evaded the strike by sidling close to the spear's shaft. The blow cleaved the ground, leaving a deep trench in its wake. Tianping felt a chill of fear. Yang Jian's mocking voice broke through. Did you not claim you would not evade? Embarrassed, Tianping stammered. What is all this noise? I was merely tired of standing and needed to stretch my limbs. Yang Jian chuckled coldly, choosing not to elaborate. If he wished to stretch, then he would allow him to stretch to his heart's content. With a steely gaze, he launched another assault. Aware he was outmatched, Tianping abandoned offense, concentrating solely on defense. He would endure what he could and evade what he could not with divine arts. Thus, after several exchanges, Yang Jian failed to land a single injury on Tianping. Incredible. Brother Xīyóu, you are truly my idol. The black bear spirit's fervor intensified, yet seeing Tianping persist in defense, he anxiously urged, Brother Xīyóu, stop merely dodging. Fight back. Fight back. Silence. Tianping cursed inwardly. If I could handle him, would I be in this predicament? Yang Jian was equally astonished. Tianping had grown exceedingly stronger. Although they had little interaction, Tianping was known in the heavenly court as a mere counterfeit. Now, in combat, Yang Jian realized this fellow's battle prowess within the Tai realm was likely unparalleled. All of this must have stemmed from the divine arts awakened from the benefactor. Yang Jian paused his assault, coming to a realization. Naturally, Tianping, brimming with arrogance, activated his taunting mode. Yang Jian, I am aware that you broke through to the dojo with the help of Senior Chu Feng, awakening your divine arts. However, I suspect you have merely awakened a single divine art, while I have awakened 3. Even if your cultivation surpasses mine, you cannot defeat me. Chapter 73. The bloodline power is difficult to absorb. Drinking broth suffices. Aside from that monstrous monkey king, none have been capable of breaching my defenses. Even a dojo would find it challenging to contend with me, unless they had a preliminary grasp of spatial laws. Yang Jian, being newly entered into dojo, was clearly incapable. Reflecting upon this, Tianping felt invincible. Yang Jian, upon hearing this, did not refute. He had promised not to utilize his dojo strength. And thus he would not. While the divine art one thought slaughter could directly obliterate Tianping's soul, they bore no such animosity. Yet, he could not allow this fellow to continue boasting unchecked. Otherwise, with this braggart's propensity for exaggeration, who knew how he would recount today's events? Yang Jian suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling the divine art he had just awakened. Thus, Tianping witnessed Yang Jian suddenly opening his heavenly eye. However, Tianping remained unfazed. Who in the 3 realms did not know of the heavenly eye? Other than serving as a demon-revealing mirror, it could merely emit a few beams of laser light. Did he truly believe it could breach my defenses? Feeling buoyant, Tianping even found it amusing. Yang Jian smiled slightly and activated the divine art celestial binding. As Tianping perceived the heavenly eye glaring at him, he instinctively attempted to evade, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze. He could not move. His body was completely immobilized. Tianping's complexion shifted dramatically. This was spatial confinement. When did Yang Jian's heavenly eye gain such power? No. Tianping's heart raced in alarm as he connected the dots. You awakened a new divine art. Indeed, Yang Jian replied with a faint nod, a cold smile gracing his lips. If I do not awaken a divine art soon, might I not become your son? Just kidding, haha. Tianping chuckled awkwardly, feeling helpless as his illustrious reputation crumbled before his eyes. How could he ever face Little Bear after this? As he pondered this, he saw Yang Jian stride past him, entering the drunken immortal residence. Today is a draw. Next time, mind your words, Yang Jian's indifferent voice carried through. On account of the benefactor's grace, today he shall grant this simpleton a reprieve. Feeling the constraints of space dissipate, Tianping exhaled in relief. Shortly thereafter, he heard the black bear spirit snarl, Yang Jian, do not be too pleased with yourself. My brother Xīyóu did not attack you at all. He merely showed you leniency. Stumbling slightly, Tianping nearly fell to the ground. Oh dear, must you truly create such trouble? Yang Jian, recognizing the black bear's foolishness, chuckled and replied, let your brother Xīyóu explain why he refrained from attacking. Tianping had fortified himself entirely with defensive powers. To attack? The more he contemplated, the more absurd it seemed. Upon hearing this, several pairs of eyes suddenly turned toward Tianpeng. Being one who valued his pride, he quickly devised a serious expression and proclaimed, "Naturally, I fear that should I truly engage, I might destroy Master Chu's drunken immortal lodge, and I would become a great sinner." Everyone present was rendered speechless. "With your meager strength, you think you could destroy the drunken immortal lodge?" Chu Feng, too, felt incredulous. Despite its worn exterior, even a sage would hesitate to claim they could obliterate this place. Only the black bear spirit remained convinced. "See, this is the demeanor of my brother Xīyóu. You all should take notes." The black bear spirit was utterly elated. His speculation had proven correct. One day, he too would become a formidable warrior like Xīyóu. Yang Jian's fists clenched and relaxed. Ultimately, he decided against arguing with a simpleton. Deep down, Tianpeng wished to slap the black bear spirit repeatedly until he silenced his incessant chatter, but in the end, he could only pat the black bear spirit on the shoulder. He applied considerable force, yet the black bear spirit misinterpreted it as encouragement from Xīyóu, and his determination swelled. Chu Feng, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle, turned and re-entered the establishment. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King played the role of mediator between Tianpeng and Yang Jian. The howling celestial dog seized the opportunity, eagerly exclaiming, "Master Chu, please assist me in examining something." With that, he glanced at Tianpeng. Understanding the cue, Tianpeng retrieved the incomplete golden skeleton. Yang Jian frowned. He immediately sensed a shared essence between the skeleton and the howling celestial dog. The howling celestial dog hastily explained, "This is a treasure we found. And it shares my lineage, though its bloodline power exceeds my own, rendering me unable to interact with it. How might I absorb its bloodline power?" Yang Jian and the others nodded in agreement. They understood the existence of bloodline suppression and recognized the immense benefit such an artifact could provide to a lower-tier bloodline. However, it was no simple task for a lower-tier bloodline to absorb the power of a higher-tier one. Yang Jian fell into contemplation, recalling a potential solution. To him, the howling celestial dog resembled a friend rather than a mere pet, having saved his life. Given the restrictions of bloodlines, the howling celestial dog's strength had always been limited. Now, with such an opportunity before them, he felt compelled to assist. While he pondered, Chu Feng casually remarked, "Isn't this straightforward? Just boil it into a soup." The group was momentarily taken aback. Boil it into a soup? This idea could only have originated from Master Chu. Likewise, it seemed only Master Chu would be capable of executing such a task. After all, who could infuse bloodline power into a soup? "Please, Master Chu, assist me. I vow to repay you, even if it means traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire." The howling celestial dog transformed into a fervent admirer. "A meal is all it takes." Chu Feng smiled lightly, getting straight to the point. What bloodline power? In essence, it was merely the essence of the bones. And with his culinary skills, crafting a rich broth would be a trivial matter, although the recipes for awakening divine abilities were solely provided by the system. It did not imply he was incapable of preparing other dishes. In fact, over the past decade, his culinary skills had reached a remarkable level. "Thank you, Master." The howling celestial dog exclaimed joyfully, tossing 3 golden celestial-grade artifacts onto the crystal ball. Yang Jian was instantly astonished. He had learned about the treasure-seeking team from his sister, but had not anticipated such bountiful spoils from these two. It should be noted that the howling celestial dog had previously been unable to procure even a single celestial-grade artifact. The Bull Demon King and the other demon were equally stunned. The black bear spirit, having never seen such wealth, stared in wide-eyed amazement. "These are all treasures. This is the result of our treasure-seeking team's efforts," Tianpeng declared with pride. This revelation stirred the Bull Demon King and the Rock Demon King. Were it not for their need to dine without the aid of artifacts, they might have considered joining the treasure-seeking team on the spot. Chu Feng interjected, "Tianpeng, would you like to place an order? You can't just come here and leave without spending." Tianpeng hastily replied, "Eat, eat, eat. Where else could he dine if not here?" This was his final sanctuary, his ultimate redemption. Eating was the only imperative. He then glanced at the black bear spirit and added, "Let us see what he can do too. How can he be my subordinate without any divine abilities?" With that, he dragged the bewildered black bear spirit to assess his consumption standards. After the assessment, the black bear spirit nearly wept. "I need to provide a celestial-grade artifact. The only weapon I possess is a black tassel spear. I can't possibly use that for a meal." The black bear spirit scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "Never mind, Brother Xīyóu, you go ahead and eat. I shall not partake." Tianpeng was about to nod in agreement. But then he realized that in front of so many people, if his subordinate could not even afford a meal, how would that reflect on his own pride? With over 100 in his balance, he waved his hand grandly and declared, "Master Chu, I will cover his expenses." Chapter 74, Black Bear Spirit. I, Xīyóu, shall embody righteousness henceforth. Everyone was taken aback by Tianping's generosity. The Black Bear Spirit was particularly thrilled, gazing at him with admiration. Brother Xīyóu is the best. The howling celestial dog immediately grew agitated. How can you be so inconsiderate? Shouldn't you treat me to a meal as well? Tianping shot him a glare. You might as well forget it. Who treated you to your first meal? And you expect me to buy you a drink? Chu Feng, annoyed by the commotion, interrupted. What are you all going to eat? With Chu Feng speaking, the group fell silent. I want sweet and sour pork. Tianping was already well acquainted with the menu, and, after awakening, no longer craved fried chicken. Me too. The Black Bear Spirit resolutely echoed Tianping's choice. After all, following Brother Xīyóu was all that mattered. Chu Feng paid them no further mind and headed straight to the kitchen. Other dishes were second nature to him. But the foremost task was to handle the skeleton brought by the howling celestial dog. System, what is this? Chu Feng inquired in his mind. Incomplete skeleton of the moon-eating celestial wolf. A celestial wolf? To think the howling celestial dog was of celestial wolf bloodline. How could one extract the essence of the bloodline? Boil it into soup using secret methods. Indeed, a method appeared in Chu Feng's mind simultaneously. By utilizing secret techniques, he would boil the bone broth in the pot, followed by an extended simmering period. Crafting a fine broth was no easy task. After preparing the bone broth, Chu Feng also made 2 servings of sweet and sour pork. Upon exiting the kitchen, the howling celestial dog rushed over, circling around Chu Feng, eagerly wagging its tail. Don't be impatient. Making soup requires time, Chu Feng said calmly. The howling celestial dog immediately drooped. How could time pass so slowly? It was filled with anticipation. Chu Feng placed the sweet and sour pork on the table, and the Black Bear Spirit found it impossible to tear his gaze away. Just inhaling the aroma wafting through the air had him salivating. What are you doing? Don't look so clueless. You're embarrassing me, Tianping exclaimed, slamming the table and shooting him a glare. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng couldn't help but smirk. Tianping was forever attempting to play the part of a show-off. He recalled how, during his first visit, Tianping had nearly buried his face in the plate. Now he dared to lecture others? Yes. The Black Bear Spirit immediately straightened up. Very well. Learn from me. Tianping nodded, picking up his chopsticks. We must dine with elegance. I, as General Tianping, represent the image of the heavenly court with every move I make. As my subordinate, you must take note. The others exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Only the Black Bear Spirit wholeheartedly agreed, earnestly stating, Brother Xīyóu is right. I must not bring shame to Brother Xīyóu. With a massive paw, he clumsily grasped the chopsticks. Tianping nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, just like that. As he spoke, he picked up a piece of meat and consumed it, his words abruptly ceasing. To hell with his image. In an instant, Tianping transformed into a famished being, devouring his meal without any semblance of decorum. The image of the heavenly court was tarnished. Mo Wang stifled a laugh, suppressing his amusement. Quite crude, isn't it? He remarked. Erlangshan's face darkened. Tianping's behavior had thoroughly disgraced the heavenly court. How embarrassing. The Black Bear's Spirit silently nodded, realizing this was how one ate. He picked up a piece of meat, eventually succumbing to the same gluttonous posture as Tianping, even tossing aside the chopsticks. Burp. After finishing his meal, Tianping let out a hearty belch. He glanced at the Black Bear Spirit across from him. Noticing his plate remained untouched, with sauce still adorning his face, as he seemed lost in deep thought. Awakening divine powers? Tianping felt a stir of curiosity, but was not overly alarmed. It was surprising that one wouldn't awaken their powers on their first meal. How many dishes could that possibly entail? In a corner, the often overlooked Yang Chan suddenly sneezed, filled with envy. Another vile luck dog. The group was all eager to see what divine power the Black Bear Spirit would awaken, and so was Chu Feng, captivated by the thrill of the unknown. Ding! The Black Bear Spirit consumes sweet and sour pork, awakening the divine power of Qīmen Duanjia. Would you like to synchronize this acquisition? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the classic Journey to the West, this Black Bear Spirit was a devout Buddhist. He had assumed that the awakened powers would relate to Buddhism. Instead, it was something associated with Taoist formations. This power allowed one to both establish and dismantle formations, as well as evolve various grand arrays. Impressive. Chu Feng was thoroughly pleased. The art of formations was undoubtedly an exceptional legacy, capable of both offense and defense, with the sole drawback being its inability to serve as immediate combat strength. He promptly chose to synchronize. Upon seeing the black bear spirit conclude his meditation, Tianping immediately inquired, "How was it? What divine power did you awaken?" The others also focused intently. The black bear spirit began to describe his powers. Formations. The crowd was filled with envy. Yang Jian had deep experience with formations, vividly recalling the formations from the Great Tribulation of the Gods. If this divine power were utilized well, the black bear spirit would undoubtedly have a place in the three realms in the future. Tianping and the howling celestial dog, however, had entirely different thoughts. Their sole focus was on breaking formations. Previously, they had encountered many treasures guarded by formations. Yet they had been unable to dismantle them and were forced to give up. Now, the black bear spirit's ability directly compensated for this shortcoming. "Little bear." Tianping earnestly patted the black bear's shoulder and said, "I hereby formally invite you to join our treasure hunting team. Will you accept?" "Of course." The black bear's spirit beamed with joy. He had officially become one of Zhu Ji's subordinates. From now on, he would be a person of standing. "Ha! Excellent. Little bear. You are remarkable." Tianping laughed heartily. What places could their trio not explore now? The black bear spirit was even more elated and turned to Chu Feng to bow in gratitude. "Thank you, shopkeeper." Though he had little experience, he understood Chu Feng's immense strength. Such a peerless being must not be taken lightly. Chu Feng nodded slightly. He was accustomed to such gestures and felt no need to elaborate further. After these formalities, the black bear spirit suddenly remembered something. He did not yet have a name. Now that he was under Xīyóu, how could he lack a name? It was imperative to come up with one. Furrowing his brow, the black bear's spirit pondered, recalling the common phrases about benevolence and righteousness. "From now on, I shall be called Xīyóu, a demon who values benevolence and righteousness," he announced to everyone. "Not bad. Little bear, you even possess a talent for naming." Tianping nodded and added seriously, "Moreover, in terms of benevolence and righteousness, you have chosen the right person to follow. Learn well from me." "All right." The black bear spirit nodded earnestly. He had unwavering faith in Zhu Ji's righteousness. The others, however, turned their heads away, thinking that this simpleton following Tianping might end up as a crooked tree. After a considerable amount of time, Chu Feng estimated that the bone broth was nearly ready. Once it was served, a rich aroma wafted through the air, reaching its zenith as he carried the soup out. The others could not resist but to inhale deeply. The howling celestial dog was particularly agitated, pacing anxiously. Chu Feng observed the dog spinning at his feet, asking, "What's wrong? Do you intend to drink it off the ground?" Chapter 75. The howling celestial dog's bloodline evolution. The Buddha sends forth the future Buddha upon hearing this. The howling celestial dog immediately leaped up, bounding onto the nearby chair, its front paws resting on the table, tail wagging furiously. Here to eat, it chuckled. Erlang Shen silently gazed out the window, taking a sip of his drink. How could such a ridiculous creature be his pet? The howling celestial dog was completely immersed in the broth. Though it contained only a few pieces of green vegetables, it appeared utterly enticing. Taking a deep breath, the dog attempted to lick it. The sensation of bloodline suppression had indeed vanished. Surprise flashed in the howling celestial dog's eyes as it fully surrendered to its instincts. Burying its face in the bowl. "Is this all right?" Yang Jian turned to see this scene, expressing concern. Tianping immediately glared. "Are you questioning shopkeeper Chu?" He was now the #1 sycophant of Chu Feng. Yang Jian shot Tianping a cold glance. This fool had truly forgotten the pain after the wound had healed. He was merely worried about the howling celestial dog and had never doubted shopkeeper Chu. Chu Feng, unconcerned, replied, "Just wait and see. The essence of the bones is all in the broth. It cannot go wrong." Yang Jian felt reassured. His benefactor would not deceive him. Meanwhile, the howling celestial dog had already consumed an entire bowl of soup. At that moment, it felt as though its body was ablaze, a warm energy coursing through it, seemingly unlocking all its meridians. "Ah, refreshing," the howling celestial dog shouted. "Look, my fur." Peng Yimo Wang's sharp gaze caught the change. The others soon noticed too. The howling celestial dog's entirely black coat now bore a silver-gray crescent on its forehead. Niuemo Wang recognized it more and more. Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. After a long pause, he finally recalled what it was. Having once followed a sage, he had a broader understanding and knew that the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf was an ancient race. It was said that they were born at the Golden Immortal level and would inevitably reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal level as they matured. However, this race had long since perished, and their distinguishing feature was that silver-gray crescent spot on their forehead. Of course, the howling celestial dog, aside from that small silver mark, was still far from resembling a howling moon celestial wolf. Nonetheless, the howling celestial dog's form continued to shift. It had doubled in size, its fur glistening more vibrantly. Its eyes now held a sharper gleam, its demeanor entirely transformed from its previous foolishness. Except for Chu Feng, everyone wore solemn expressions. The transformation was overwhelmingly significant. This appearance was undeniably formidable. What do you think? Am I handsome? The howling celestial dog's question immediately dispelled its majestic aura. The group collectively sighed in relief. Still the same old fool. Do you feel any special changes? Yang Jian asked, eyeing the dog. The howling celestial dog tilted its head in thought. Not much. Oh wait. I just broke through to the true immortal level. Its eyes widened in astonishment. True immortal. It had achieved the coveted true immortal status. Shopkeeper Chu's broth was indeed invincible. Not only had it fully extracted the power of its bloodline, but there were no side effects whatsoever. So now I am the Howling Moon Celestial Dog? The Howling Celestial Dog grew increasingly enamored with this name. True immortal? Not bad, not bad. Noema Wang replied nonchalantly. He had expected a more substantial transformation. Yet, it was merely a promotion to true immortal. Peng Imo Wang had even less to say. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. The celestial hound seemed to hear someone exclaim, "Look, how can there be such a weak immortal here?" At that moment, embarrassment washed over him, and he shook his head, barking, "What is the matter with you all? I am indeed an immortal now. Don't you have anything to say?" Tianpeng scrutinized the celestial hound for a long while before finally nodding and saying, "I want to say, Master Chu is impressive." The others nodded in agreement. Truly, Master Chu was remarkable. They had managed to resolve their predicament with just a bowl of soup. The celestial hound, not grasping the thrill of boasting, anxiously retorted, "Aren't you even a little surprised? I've broken through to immortality. Immortal? I could take on a whole group." Tianpeng contemplated seriously. Isn't an immortal just a weakling? The celestial hound felt disheartened, yet remained defiant. Was there truly no one weaker than him here? He refused to believe it. Thus, he instinctively glanced at Chu Feng, but quickly averted his gaze, realizing the audacity of even considering comparing himself to such a powerhouse. Yang Jian? Absolutely not. His thoughts had already floated to calling out Yang Jian's name in his mind. As for the Bull Demon King and his brother, they had been Tai Golden Immortals for countless years. Tianping was incomparable to them, and this bear-like figure was unfathomable, indicating that his strength must surpass his own. Could it be that he was truly the weakest here? Disheartened, the celestial hound's gaze suddenly fell upon Yang Chan, who seemed to have no presence among the greats. "Why aren't you surprised by my ascension to immortality? Aren't you just a celestial being as well?" he asked excitedly. Yang Chan shot him a glare, retorting fiercely, "Is being an immortal so impressive? Be careful, or I might use the lotus lantern to smash your dog head." The celestial hound was left in despair. Although Yang Chan was only a celestial being, with the lotus lantern in her grasp, even a Tai Golden Immortal would be unable to contend with her. Indeed, he was the weakest. Seeing this, Yang Jian changed the subject. "Celestial hound, Haven T, you gained any new abilities from your bloodline advancement?" "Of course I have." The celestial hound's confidence returned at this remark, and he proudly proclaimed, "My bloodline has now been designated as the Howling Moon Celestial Dog. My physique has been enhanced, and it can potentially reach the Golden Immortal realm in the future." "That sounds rather weak," Yang Jian remarked, left speechless, having expected some miraculous talent. No wonder the Howling Moon Celestial Wolf had gone extinct. If he didn't annihilate his own clan, who would? The celestial hound, immersed in dreams of a glorious future, failed to notice the exasperated expression on his master's face. At Ling Mountain, the three heavens had gone too far. They must not be easily forgiven. Indeed, the actions of the three heavens are unforgivable. In the solemn and majestic hall, chaos ensued. The Buddhas, bathed in divine light, could not conceal the burn marks on their bodies as they denounced the heinous crimes of the three heavens. Siddhartha frowned deeply, feeling troubled. Aside from a few, including himself and Guanyin, these Buddhas rarely took action. As soon as their interests were threatened, they would immediately rise to protest. The matter concerning the three heavens would be resolved in due course, and there was no need to dwell on it further. Siddhartha spoke with a calm demeanor. The hall fell silent, for none dared to oppose Siddhartha, who was nearing the level of a sage. The current priority for our Buddhist sect must be the journey to the west. That stone monkey has already taken a position in the heavenly court, and the peach banquet is sure to cause quite a stir. Even so, we must send representatives to assert our stance. Who is willing to go? Siddhartha's voice echoed through Ling Mountain. Since the monkey entered the heavenly court, he had lost track of the specific situation, as it was impossible for him to spy on the internal affairs of the heavenly court. However, he believed the Jade Emperor would not dare defy the orders of a sage and would surely assist the Buddhist sect in the journey to the west as planned. Yet, at that moment, not a single person spoke up. The peach banquet was a grand event of the three realms. Who wouldn't he want to attend? However, knowing full well that the monkey would disrupt the banquet, attending would be sheer folly. Seeing this, Siddhartha shook his head in disappointment. At such a critical moment, I can't rely on anyone. Guanyin and the others were already exhausted from their efforts for the journey to the west. If such trivial matters were entrusted to them, it would surely incite dissatisfaction. Siddhartha felt a headache coming on. Had the vast Buddhist sect truly reached a point where there was no one to rely upon? Just then, his gaze fell upon a robust figure with a smiling countenance. Patriarch Buddha, you shall represent the Buddhist sect at the peach banquet. What say you? Siddhartha stated with certainty. Very well. Patriarch Buddha could only respond with a wry smile. He had no authority to refuse. Though called the future Buddha, it was ultimately just a title. I suppose it is merely an outing. It was simply regrettable that the peach banquet would serve as a backdrop for a monkey. Such a waste. Siddhartha nodded slowly and announced, then Patriarch Buddha shall go to the heavenly court to attend the peach banquet. With the choice made, the hall buzzed with excitement once more. In the heavenly court, Neza gazed at the celestial maidens lined up to deliver fine fabrics to the palace, momentarily lost in thought. So this is what the Weaving Maiden Palace is like? He had always thought it was a place solely for women, having never visited before, and was now astonished by the exquisite architecture. Greetings, Celestial Lord. The maidens greeted Neza respectfully. They dared not offend this great deity of the heavenly court. But what could this deity possibly want in the Weaving Maiden Palace? Neza felt somewhat guilty, nodding in acknowledgement as he made his way to the inner hall. Inside the hall, a colossal weaving machine was slowly operating, with fabrics cascading down like the Milky Way, a sight to behold. A pair of delicate jade hands moved gracefully across the machine. Neza's gaze followed the hands, revealing a girl with hair like a waterfall, her back turned to him. Though he could only see her slender silhouette, his nervousness began to dissipate. She seemed to possess a magical allure. As if sensing the noise, the girl turned around. Her features were exquisite, her demeanor elegant, and she wore a gentle smile, her voice flowing like a mountain stream. Third Prince, is there something you need? Her soft voice brushed against Neza's heart like a gentle breeze. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, realizing he had unconsciously approached the Weaving Maiden. Initially, he had only intended to stealthily take a piece of women's clothing. Now, looking into her clear eyes, which seemed to hold a hint of a smile, he felt immensely sheepish. I was just wandering around and accidentally ended up here, Neza explained earnestly. And how does the third prince find his wandering? The Weaving Maiden did not hide her amusement, gazing at Neza with a smile. Neza, under her gaze, felt increasingly embarrassed and scratched his head, stammering. Actually, I was hoping to change into a new set of armor. As he spoke, his eyes darted to the colorful, splendid dresses surrounding him. Armor? I cannot craft armor. I only make silk garments. The Weaving Maiden chuckled lightly. That will do. Neza quickly seized the opportunity, nodding vigorously. The Weaving Maiden observed Neza for a while before smiling and saying, I believe the third prince is better suited for a dress than armor. What? Neza was taken aback. Was his surprise that obvious? As he pondered, the Weaving Maiden continued. I have been making clothes here in the Weaving Maiden Palace, and I can easily discern what suits each person. With your delicate figure, a dress would look the most splendid on you. You should give it a try. With that, she waved her hand, and a delicate dress flew toward Neza. She held the dress up to him for a moment. Indeed, this dress suits the third prince well. It just needs to be adjusted a bit smaller, she mused, holding the dress thoughtfully. Neza was captivated by the exquisite garment. It was of high quality. If he wore it, the effect would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The third prince seems to like it. If you do, I can help you make it smaller right away. The Weaving Maiden smiled warmly, shaking the dress in her hands. Of course I like it, Neza hastily replied, almost letting his true feelings slip. In feigned indifference, I would never wear a dress. Just make me something suitable for me, or I want to leave. What a pity. If only he were a girl. The Weaver Maiden sighed softly, not feeling anger, but rather finding the third prince quite endearing, her smile tinged with a hint of helplessness. I can assist you with the garments, but I must inform you that I am currently preoccupied with several pieces that require completion. You will need to wait a few days. With that, she resumed her work at the loom. Neza felt a pang of regret. He should have seized the moment to request a skirt earlier. Unfortunately, he could not bring himself to voice it now. As he prepared to leave, his gaze fell upon a skirt hanging at the entrance, sparking a bold idea within him. Casting a glance at the weaver maiden, who had returned to her tasks, he swiftly grabbed a skirt and dashed away. Before long, a palace maid entered. Your Highness, what has become of the skirts we discussed earlier? They are completed, located at the entrance. Please take account, the weaver maiden replied without turning her head. The princess's work is always impeccable, the maid chuckled lightly. Still, it's wise to double-check to avoid any mistakes, she added cautiously. Upon hearing this, the maid did not hesitate and began counting the skirts. After a moment of frantic counting, she exclaimed, Your Highness, one skirt is missing. A wave of dread washed over her. If not for the princess's meticulous nature, a significant blunder might have occurred, leading to dire consequences for the maid. The maid's words caused the weaver maiden to pause. How could one be missing? She pondered, recalling Neza's earlier longing gaze at the skirt she had suggested. Anger and embarrassment ignited within her. A faint smile curved her lips as she arrived at a resolution. No matter, I shall craft another. The maid sighed in relief. The weaver maiden contemplated further and added with a light laugh. Please fetch me some exquisite fabrics with beautiful patterns. Yes, at once, the maid replied, departing promptly. Left alone, the weaver maiden stifled a soft chuckle. She had not anticipated Neza's peculiar affinity. Given this, how could she not fulfill his desires? She found herself eagerly anticipating the third prince's reaction upon receiving her gift. Meanwhile, Neza had sprinted back to his chamber, experiencing for the first time the sensation of guilt. Although he had committed many misdeeds before, none had ever made him feel this anxious. Change attire, he urged himself internally. In a flash of light, his battle skirt transformed into the elegant long dress he had taken from the weaver maiden. His hair cascaded down, enhancing his ethereal appearance. With bright eyes and a charming smile, though youthful in visage, he felt a sense of grace. Light blue wide-sleeve dress, grade, high mid-level, effects, triples cultivation speed, doubles mana recovery, and doubles attack power. Neza gazed in awe at the attributes of the dress. This is astonishing. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang. Chapter 77. The green light of the dual lamps. One thought transforms into 3,000. With the door ajar, Li Jing's voice resonated. Neza, quickly descend to the mortal realm. Before he could finish, he was struck dumb. The woman before him was breathtaking, petite, and her wide, startled eyes were captivating. Who is this? Why is she in Neza's chamber? Li Jing snapped back to reality, bewilderment etched across his face. Neza, equally stunned, felt as though his mind had exploded. Caught in women's attire by his father. I can explain. Neza stammered, panic flooding his features as he scrambled for an explanation. Li Jing, known for his stern demeanor, would undoubtedly erupt in fury upon discovering his son in women's clothes. Who are you? Li Jing's expression darkened. He did not recognize her as Neza, but the unfamiliar garments were evidently not from his household. The oppressive atmosphere allowed Neza to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had not been recognized. As thoughts raced through his mind, recalling the palace maid's reactions upon seeing him, he leaned forward slightly and curtsied. This humble maid greets lordly. He adopted a higher pitch, mimicking a woman's voice convincingly, even managing a distressed expression. This maid is from the weaver maiden's palace, sent to deliver fabrics, but was detained by the third prince, who insisted on playing a game of hide and seek. With this explanation, he hoped to downplay the seriousness of his cross-dressing. You insolent fool! Li Jing's anger flared. You've caused trouble again. How dare you obstruct a maid on official business? Such audacity! As he berated Neza, his disdain for the troublesome son grew. Unlike his two other sons who had embraced the monastic life, Neza seemed destined for chaos. Li Jing's demeanor softened slightly as he addressed her. I sincerely apologize, young lady. My son is headstrong. Please return to your duties. I will ensure he is punished. He rarely treated a maid with such courtesy, but given the nature of her business and the potential repercussions if it were mishandled, it was imperative to smooth over the situation. Neza smiled gently, stepping out of the courtyard with grace. Fortunately, his disguise had altered his appearance significantly, and as Li Jing was not particularly attentive to his son, he managed to escape unscathed. After hastily departing the Li residence, Neza changed back into his usual attire. Upon returning to his courtyard, he found Li Jing standing there, a storm of anger brewing in his expression. "You've caused me trouble again." Li Jing barked upon seeing Neza. "And what of it?" Neza retorted nonchalantly. Li Jing's ire swelled, nearly causing him physical pain as he scolded. "You are driving me to madness. We shall settle this later. Come, we must descend to vanquish demons." To him, as long as Neza assisted in subduing evil, he could indulge in whatever mischief he pleased. After all, he had more than one son. "I understand." Neza feigned dissatisfaction, as he often did. As long as his cross-dressing remained undiscovered, what did demon-slaying matter? Li Jing instructed, "The demon we face this time is of the Tai realm. You must ensure its defeat to uphold the prestige of heaven." After a previous failure against the demon monkey, he could not afford another embarrassment, or he would become a laughingstock in the celestial realm. "Understood," Neza mused with a secret smirk. "Heaven's prestige? It's merely a facade to protect your fragile pride." The two arrived at the demon's lair, and Neza summoned his Rui Jingu Bang, smashing the entrance into splinters. Several surviving minor demons hurried into the cave to alert their king. Upon learning of the intrusion, the demon king roared, "You fools! Bring me my weapons." "What weapons?" "Prepare to meet your demise." Neza's voice rang out with arrogance. The demon king's pupils constricted momentarily, then he sneered, "Isn't this the famed third prince of the three realms? What brings you to my humble abode?" Neza remained silent, his icy demeanor piercing through the tension. "Did you slay the surrounding humans? And what of it?" The demon king dismissed the inquiry. Neza's gaze hardened. "The slaughter of humans is a grave sin. Today, I shall eradicate you." As he traversed the lair, he had encountered countless human corpses, the scene painted in blood and cruelty. Seeking justice for humanity? Do not mistake my fear of you. You are merely a trifling Tai golden immortal. The demon king sneered coldly. Today, I, the monkey king, shall see how delectable the brain of the third prince truly is. Feel free to try. Neza's eyes blazed with a murderous intent. This demon was destined for death. The two formidable presences clashed, sending the lesser demons fleeing in panic. Outside the cave, the giant spirit god expressed concern. "My lord, should we not enter to assist?" Li Jing waved his hand dismissively. "No need for rash actions. The situation within remains unclear. To act recklessly is a grave error in military strategy." The giant spirit god fell silent, recognizing Li Jing's resolve. He understood that Li Jing had his own plans, and that concern for their lives was likely insincere. However, this was not his place to question. Moreover, the third prince was formidable. A mere demon should not pose a threat to him. At this moment within the cave, a fierce battle raged between a human and a demon, neither party willing to concede defeat. "You possess quite a talent," Neza exclaimed with a cold voice, though he was inwardly astonished. Why have all the monkeys he encountered recently been so formidable? My abilities are modest, but they are sufficient to slay you." The monkey king cackled, renewing his assault with fervor. Impudent wretch. Neza, incensed, was infuriated by the audacity of this creature, who spoke of killing him as if he were merely a slab of meat awaiting slaughter. In an instant, he transformed into a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, each hand wielding a magical artifact, all striking towards the monkey king. The supreme one, Tai, was fiercely protective and bestowed upon Neza all his treasures of the Tai realm. As the artifacts emerged, the monkey king found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Artifacts? This king possesses those as well. The monkey king roared, brandishing a bronze lamp from his possession. The lamp's wick burned with 2 entwined flames, each incompatible with the other. "Suck," he commanded, unleashing a tremendous suction force that caught Neza unawares, pulling him directly into the bronze lamp. The monkey king chuckled with delight, proclaiming, "Once you are trapped within my Tui lamp, there is but one path left for you, death." This treasure, known as the green light Tui lamp, was a primordial spiritual artifact governed by the Eastern Sovereign Tai. Following the fall of the Eastern Sovereign, it had come into the Monkey King's possession. Anyone who fell into this lamp would see their thoughts multiply infinitely, their minds fracturing, ultimately being refined into lamp oil. As the possessor, the Monkey King could accelerate his cultivation within. This item was more than sufficient to deal with Neza. "Today, I shall destroy your corporeal form and send your spirit to the void." The Monkey King reveled in his triumph. Inside the lamp, Neza was filled with astonishment. The space resembled an endless green lake, at the center of which 2 twisted wicks entangled endlessly, flames dancing in a ceaseless embrace. The internal space of this artifact was astonishing, indicating it was no ordinary treasure. How was he to escape? As Neza pondered, a sudden buzzing filled his mind, as if countless thoughts were exploding within. His spirit seemed to shatter into innumerable fragments, each possessing its own independent consciousness. Chapter 78. A woman's attire unleashes divine power as Neza slays the Demon King barehanded. Chaotic thoughts flooded Neza's mind, and he felt a tearing agony within his soul. The massive wicks transformed into two giant serpents, lunging towards him. Instinctual fear jolted Neza back to awareness, enabling him to evade the strike with a swift roll. Change attire. Neza shouted in desperation. A radiant glow enveloped him, transforming his garments into a flowing white dress. White veil dress. Grade. Low intermediate. Effect. Triple soul defense. Donning the white dress, Neza felt a surge of clarity in his mind. He exhaled with relief. Grateful that he had stealthily tried on the women's garments he had purchased earlier, thoroughly understanding their effects. Though this dress was of modest grade, it proved highly applicable in this situation. The tripling of his soul defense was a tremendous boon. For him, a weak spirit had always been a vulnerability, and this attire perfectly compensated for it. Yet, who exactly was this Monkey King? There were many formidable beings across the realms. His ignorance was hardly surprising. For now, he needed to escape the predicament first. At that moment, the two wicks, now resembling giant serpents, surged forth once more. Neza, unfazed, dismissed them. Without the pressure on his spirit, they posed no threat. He summoned a wind and fire wheel, torrents of crimson true fire erupting forth, instantly suppressing the green flames of the wicks. He understood that the demon had not fully mastered this spiritual treasure. In an instant, the true fire filled the entire space, painting it red. The Monkey King felt the 2E lamp growing increasingly hot. What is happening? The Monkey King exclaimed in astonishment. He had never encountered such a situation before. In mere moments, the temperature became so scorching that he could no longer hold it, hastily placing it on a stone table. Boom! The lamp suddenly radiated brilliant light, engulfing it in crimson flames, a streak of brilliance bursting forth from the lamp. The Monkey King, taken aback, retreated in alarm. How is this possible? How could Neza escape my lamp? As the light dissipated, revealing an ethereal and exquisite figure, the Monkey King was left in shock. Who was this? Hadn't he contained Neza? How had a woman emerged instead? Upon closer inspection, he saw the figure wielding a fire spear and standing atop the wind and fire wheel. It was Neza. The Monkey King was overwhelmed, his mouth agape, but before he could utter a word, Neza thrust the spear towards him. In a panic, the Monkey King summoned his weapon to defend himself, but during their exchange, he was sent flying backward. Such immense power. The Monkey King was struck with terror, but there was no time to ponder, as Neza's relentless assault came crashing down once more. Without employing any other artifacts, merely wielding a spear, Neza's combat prowess seemed to have doubled, completely overpowering the Monkey King. After several exchanges, the Monkey King spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands trembling. "Why have you suddenly grown stronger?" he gasped, clutching his chest in horror. The two had been evenly matched, yet after entering the 2E lamp, Neza appeared transformed. The only difference was a woman's dress. What could this possibly mean? The Monkey King could not fathom. "You are not worthy to know," Neza retorted coldly. With a swift strike, he severed the Monkey King's head from his body. Following that, he dispatched the minor demons within the cave, ensuring none survived to witness his appearance in women's attire. Moreover, these beasts were hardly virtuous. They all deserved to die. Neza then retrieved the precious lamp, which seemed to be a remarkable treasure. Upon probing with his magical power, he was taken aback to discover that it was protected by 36 layers of prohibitions. An innate, top-tier artifact. No wonder the Monkey King had been so confident. He had such a formidable ally. However, the restrictions on this lamp were not set by the Monkey King, indicating it was not truly his treasure. As his consciousness brushed against those prohibitions, an overwhelmingly domineering aura surged forth, prompting Neza to hastily withdraw his awareness, his heart racing. Whose relic from ancient times was this? Yet, he had no time to dwell on it. He quickly changed out of his women's attire and departed the cave, dragging the Monkey King's lifeless body behind him. He then set the demon's lair ablaze, having already vanquished the foe. Neza tossed the corpse before Li Jing. Having long grown accustomed to Li Jing not sending heavenly soldiers to assist him, he could hardly be bothered to complain. Li Jing was also indifferent to Neza's abrasive demeanor. His mind solely focused on the Demon King's corpse, cheerfully exclaiming, "Let us go. Time to report back." At the drunken immortal inn, the bull demon king stared wide-eyed, heartbroken as he watched Bai Xiao indulge in copious amounts of wine. Goodness, lady, you've already consumed 3 jars. You've been drinking since morning. And that s 3 large jars of peach blossom brew. Is it easy for them to brew this? If you keep this up, what will they have left to drink? What of it? Have I not paid? Bai Xiao retorted, her eyebrows raised, glaring at the bull demon king with an unfriendly expression. Are you being cheeky with me? And no, not at all. Your ladyship, drink at your leisure. If you need more, I shall fetch it. The bull demon king's face transformed, his expression quickly shifting to one of obsequiousness. You know how to behave. Bai Xiao huffed, her clenched fist relaxing. The bull demon king felt as though he had narrowly escaped a beating. Yet, he remained puzzled. This large jar equated to 10 smaller ones. And a small jar was worth 3,000 taels of silver. This meant Bai Xiao had consumed a staggering 90,000 taels. 90,000 taels. Surely, these 3 sisters had raided some mortal kingdom's treasury. Where was shopkeeper Chu? Yunxiao quietly observed Bishio indulging in her drink, her eyes filled with a sense of helplessness. Before she finally spoke up, the Ping Demon King shared the same concern about the lack of wine for tomorrow. Upon hearing this, he remarked, We dare not speculate on the matters concerning Manager Chu. Yunxiao nodded gently, not surprised by the response. Even Xiongxiao refrained from contradicting him. The power of that divine ability had indeed left her astounded. When will I be able to eat? Drinking alone is insufficient. Bixiao mumbled, taking another large gulp. Her excessive drinking was largely attributed to her divine ability to consume the world, which allowed her to convert anything ingested into energy, and alcohol counted as well. She had transformed all 3 barrels of peach blossom wine, feeling a significant enhancement in her strength. Although the increase was modest, it was astonishing enough for someone at the pinnacle of the great Luo realm, especially since this enhancement was entirely unaffected by the broken function list. As long as she continued this indulgence, advancing to the quasi-saint level would merely be a matter of time. Therefore, Manager Chu was undoubtedly her benefactor. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was busy making final preparations for the lottery. With the arrival of the 3 sisters, they would have to wait their turn for the draw. It had been a long time since he had introduced new dishes, resulting in an accumulation of 30 lottery chances. May fortune favor me. Chu Feng bathed in incense and offered a prayer before a colossal character for fortune. As he silently counted down to the hour, he whispered in his heart, System, let me draw. Chapter 79, Store Expansion Order and Hot Pot. The Bull Demon King takes leave to see his wife, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 50 pounds of premium flour, 50 pounds of exquisite beef brisket, and 10 fine lamb legs. The first 10 draws yielded nothing. Chu Feng's heart sank slightly, but he proceeded with a second set of 10 draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 50 pounds of premium flour, 50 pounds of quality flour, and 50 pounds of mantis shrimp. Chu Feng's expression darkened further. Flour. He had enough flour in his system space to bury Ling Tai Fong's Xīyóu mountain. For the last set of 10 draws, Chu Feng's heart raced, and his hand trembled slightly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn 50 pounds of premium flour, 50 jars of mysterious fermented tofu, and a hot pot inheritance expansion order. Was this a successful draw? Chu Feng's eyes brightened at the mention of hot pot and the expansion order. Upon closer inspection, a smile spread across his face. Were it not for the presence of numerous patrons downstairs, he would have erupted in laughter. The expansion order, as its name suggests, was a reward that would allow him to expand his establishment, Xīyóu. With this item, his shop could be upgraded, making it perfect for incorporating the hot pot. Chu Feng felt immensely pleased and tidied up before heading downstairs. Manager Chu. The 3 sisters' eyes immediately fixed on the staircase. They had finally managed to wait for Manager Chu. I want to place an order. Bixiao waved her hand grandly, practically emblazoned with the words new money on her face, her every gesture exuding wealth. What would you like? Chu Feng, already in good spirits, shook his head with a smile at her exuberance. How about the soy-braised duck? I wanted to try it last time, but my second sister was so cold-hearted that she wouldn't let me have a bite. This time, she would have it for herself. And you too? Chu Feng inquired, glancing at the other 2. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and smiled. Then I would like a bowl of beef noodles. This was something her younger sister had ordered previously. I want the flying dragon soup, Xiongxiao said, feeling a bit awkward in Chu Feng's presence, slightly turning her face away. Were the 3 sisters really going in circles again? Chu Feng chuckled inwardly but said nothing further. The Bull Demon King then chimed in, Manager Chu, let us place our order as well. I want braised pork. Crispy fried chicken. The Peng Demon King added hastily. Remember to settle the bill. Chu Feng nodded and entered the kitchen. In the heavenly realm, Zhou Qing appeared weary, sporting dark circles under his eyes. How many dishes have we prepared? He had scarcely slept over the past few days and was utterly exhausted. Over 200? The chef god seemed uncertain, his mind slightly muddled. 217 dishes, son Wukong interjected. Tomorrow was the day for the Queen Mother to assess their results. Yet despite their relentless efforts, they had only managed to create these dishes. They were still far from the target of 365 dishes. The god of food sighed. If we can't manage the rest, we might as well fill in with the previous ones. Despite their culinary prowess, creating new recipes was no simple task, especially for a banquet of peaches, which could not be taken lightly. The chef god hastily added, absolutely not. To deceive the Queen Mother would be a grave offense. Son Wukong remained silent, deep in thought. Chu Feng had no intention of introducing hot pot just yet, as he lacked the complete ingredients. After preparing the dishes, he began contemplating the upgrade of his store. I can't hold back any longer, Xīyóu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the soy-braised duck. And she immediately grabbed a piece to eat. So spicy. Upon tasting the soy-braised duck, her delicate face scrunched up, and she gasped for air. However, it was undeniably fragrant. Manager Chu, please give me a glass of water. Despite the heat, Xīyóu continued to munch. What would you like? Chu Feng asked with a light chuckle. That peach juice. Please. Xīyóu glanced casually, hardly taking the time to choose. Little bull, go fetch some water. Chu Feng turned to the bull demon king, who looked utterly bewildered. Yet, neither Chu Feng nor the esteemed Xīyóu was someone he could refuse. He begrudgingly went to fetch the water, filled with resentment. After taking a sip, Xīyóu's eyes narrowed into slits. It really is peach. Surely the Queen Mother wouldn't be this extravagant, would she? The others began eating as well, and soon the only sounds in the shop were those of feasting. Chu Feng wore a smile, realizing that these were figures from mythology in his past life. Now completely engrossed in their culinary delights, it filled him with a subtle sense of accomplishment. Before long, the bull demon king and the two demons fell into a meditative state. Were they about to awaken? Xīyóu noticed their sudden stillness and asked, are they about to awaken? Chu Feng nodded. Upon hearing this, Xīyóu's eyes twinkled mischievously, and she promptly took the bull demon king's braised pork, seriously mumbling, little Kuei has awakened. So eating more won't be effective. I'll just help him out. She alternated between bites of braised pork and soy-braised duck, reveling in her bliss. There is no greater happiness for an immortal than this. Chu Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that it was indeed her. Ding. The bull demon king consumes braised pork, awakening the divine ability tread the heavens. Would you like to synchronize this ability? Ding. The pink demon king consumes crispy fried chicken, awakening the divine ability wings of wind. Would you like to synchronize this ability? Synchronize. Chu Feng accepted without hesitation. Both divine abilities were quite commendable. Tread the heavens allows one to manifest their law form and suppress all enemies under the shadow, while wings of wind involves condensing a pair of magical wings that significantly enhance speed without conflicting with one's own wings, and can also be used for defense. It must be said that the awakened divine abilities were particularly suited to the two demons. After a lengthy pause, the bull demon king and the two demons finally opened their eyes, filled with excitement. They had finally awakened for the second time. The Peng demon king was brimming with confidence. With this divine ability, his speed would nearly double. Who would dare say he was not fast enough? The bull demon king was equally thrilled. He had been eating to the point of anemia these past few days, and soon he would return to show his wife his prowess. Thinking of this, the bull demon king felt a surge of joy and glanced down to finish the remaining braised pork. Where's my braised pork? The bull demon king was taken aback. Looking closer, he realized that his plate had somehow ended up in front of Xīyóu, who was wiping her mouth and looking innocent as he glanced over. You. The bull demon king felt a sharp pang in his heart and was about to question her. What of it? Xīyóu shot him a cold glare. As the bull demon king spoke, his anger dissipated in an instant, leaving only a facade of flattery on his face. My esteemed lady, is the meal to your liking? His heart sank in despair. Xīyóu huffed softly, and considering his polite demeanor, she decided to spare him this time. The braised pork is truly delectable. Xīyóu couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. The bull demon king, suppressing his heartache, turned to Chu Feng. Master Chu, may I request a few days off? Chu Feng regarded him with a puzzled expression. The Bull Demon King scratched his head, feeling bashful, and admitted, I haven't returned home in a long while. I wish to visit my wife. Chu Feng felt a pang of envy. Was this truly a moment to flaunt his affections? The Bull Demon King was alarmed by the sudden change in Chu Feng's expression and quickly added, if you do not agree, I will remain here. Chapter 80, Princess Iron Fan? Fan. The Rakshasa woman was captured and taken back to her clan. Go on. Chu Feng waved his hand casually. He was not one to make things difficult for the Bull Demon King. However, upon their return, the discount must be revoked. The Peng Demon King, unable to contain himself, chimed in, Master Chu, I too wish to return home for a few days. You have a wife as well? Chu Feng queried in surprise. The Peng Demon King hesitated. Feeling awkward, I left in a hurry. I need to assure my father of my safety. He kept to himself the part about showing off in his clan. All right. Chu Feng nodded, glancing at the Bull Demon King again. Look at you, visiting elders, showing filial piety, while you just flaunt your affections. When the Peng Demon King returned, he would surely grant him a discount, and then some. In due course, Chu Feng had already decided the future of the two demons. Xīyóu, having overheard the Bull Demon King's words, smiled. I didn't expect you, little Kuei, to have taken a wife. When did this happen? Oh, just a few decades ago. The Bull Demon King chuckled, feeling a deep respect for his gentle yet powerful senior sister. Xīyóu said little but offered her congratulations. Bai Xiao, however, was quick to stir trouble, grabbing the Bull Demon King's ear. How dare you not tell me about your marriage? Do you think I won't be able to afford a wedding gift? Please, be gentle. The Bull Demon King winced, not daring to struggle. Sister, please stop. Xīyóu scolded with a frown. Only then did Bai Xiao relent. Xīyóu inquired, Little Kuei, what manner of woman is your wife? She is a Rakshasa woman. A little princess of the Xīyóu clan, the Bull Demon King replied, rubbing his ear. The Xīyóu clan? The three sisters' expressions shifted, their displeasure evident. The Xīyóu clan was born from the desire of the ancestor of the Nether River to emulate Niuwa in creating beings. The men of that clan were born hideous and violent, while the women, though stunningly beautiful, were notoriously promiscuous. In essence, they were not the best company. The Bull Demon King sensed their thoughts and quickly clarified, Sisters, please do not misunderstand. Fan is different from the others. Chu Feng's lips twitched. Fan. Thankfully. She is Princess Iron Fan. Otherwise, would you call her Hammer? Bai Xiao feigned heartbreak. What have we misunderstood? It seems that once you have a wife, you forget about us, your sisters. No, I was just, the Bull Demon King rushed to explain. Yet, Bai Xiao was merely jesting and did not take it to heart. As long as little Kuei was happy, they wouldn't press further. She shifted the conversation, suddenly asking, So? Little Kuei, are you living with her? Ah, we are mutually affectionate. The Bull Demon King's face stiffened, his gaze evasive. Xīyóu, who had been silent, interjected. But she is a princess. The Bull Demon King cleared his throat. Well, we are living outside together. That still counts as living with her, he added. My wife said that our children will carry my surname. Living with her? The Bull Demon King finally conceded, surrendering to the argument. In the banana leaf cave, Princess Iron Fan sat upon her throne, gazing coldly at the woman below. The woman was stunningly beautiful, her figure curvaceous, her eyes filled with seduction, and her lips curled into a wanton smile, every gesture exuding allure. Sister, that foolish bull of yours has not returned for so long. He must have perished outside. The enchanting woman licked her lips, exuding an irresistible charm. He will not die, Princess Iron Fan replied flatly. The beautiful woman laughed. Then he must be enchanted by some vixen and has long forgotten about his sister. You speak nonsense. Princess Iron Fan's expression darkened, her breath quickening. Sister, you are agitated. The alluring woman swiftly moved behind Princess Iron Fan, her delicate fingers brushing against her cheek, whispering softly, Isn't that what you think too? Impossible. Princess Iron Fan swatted the woman's hand away, though her breathing was far from steady. How could she not have considered it? She was steadfast in her love for that foolish bull, yet doubted his resolve, especially since he had been silent for so long. Ha, sister. You are still so easily teased. The beautiful woman laughed, though her expression gradually turned serious. Father sent me to bring you back. What does he want? Princess Iron Fan exclaimed in alarm. Wasn't our marriage sanctioned by the ancestor? But now that the Bull Demon King has disappeared, isn't that the ancestor's will? The beautiful woman replied coolly. No, I will not return. Princess Iron Fan's heart sank, but she remained resolute. In this lifetime, I have chosen him alone. I will wait for his return. The enchanting woman scoffed. Just a foolish bull. What is there to cherish? I have countless male servants. That is true enjoyment. You, having married so recently, will be left alone. Do you not feel lonely? As she spoke, she climbed onto Princess Iron Fan's shoulders again. That is your choice. Do not touch me. Princess Iron Fan pushed the woman away in anger, as if repulsed by filth. The beautiful woman felt the disdain in her gaze, her expression turning icy. Whether you return or not is not for you to decide. With a wave of her hand, Xīyóu clan members surrounded the cave. Madam, the little demons within the cave had been subdued, their faces filled with anxiety as they looked at the Rakshasa woman. Do you think they stand a chance? Princess Iron Fan rose, her expression dismissive. With the banana fan in hand, she was more than capable of handling any number of foes. However, in the next moment, she suddenly felt dizzy, her internal power rendered useless. The beautiful woman let out a cold laugh. My foolish sister, do you think I spoke so much just for fun? I was merely waiting for the medicine to take effect. Father has already arranged a new marriage for you. Come back and obediently marry. That Pitaya is the son of Lord Indra. Seeing the displeasure on Princess Iron Fan's face, the beautiful woman relished in her joy. What if the ancestor dotes on her? What if father favors her? In the face of great prophet, she was merely a sacrifice. Take her away. The beautiful woman commanded as Princess Iron Fan lost consciousness. What about them? A clan member pointed to the little demons. The beautiful woman nonchalantly replied, let them go. If the bull demon king is dead, their lives are of no consequence. If he lives, they will serve to inform him that the Rakshasa woman can never return. What could a mere tiny golden immortal do? He probably wouldn't even dare to enter the gates of the underworld, doomed to live in perpetual agony. To destroy 2 lives in one fell swoop was a feeling too delightful. In the drunken immortal pavilion, the morning's bustle had vanished, leaving Chu Feng alone in the establishment. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to the silence. It's for the best. I can enjoy a hot pot by myself, he chuckled lightly. Subsequently, he exchanged for a soup pot from the system's marketplace, preparing to concoct the broth. While doing so, he recalled the words of the 3 sisters before their departure. The heavenly peach banquet was set to commence in a couple of days. Chapter 81. Son Wukong joins the hot pot feast, finding a solution for the peach banquet in accordance with the trajectory of his previous life. The peach banquet would mark the beginning of Son Wukong's tumultuous upheaval in heaven. However, this time, influenced by Chu Feng. Son Wukong has taken on the role of the head chef in the imperial kitchen rather than that of the stable master. Thus, a commotion at the banquet is unlikely. The dishes for this peach banquet are, in essence, crafted by Wukong himself. It remains uncertain how they will turn out. Regrettably, he cannot venture outside. And even if he could not go where Son Wukong resides. Were he to call out master in public, the Buddhist sect would surely take swift action against him. He must remain patient and set a modest goal to become a sage. At this moment, Son Wukong has arrived at Mount Fengsuan. His master possesses exceptional culinary skills and profound powers. He should be able to resolve the issue of new dishes. The question remains whether his master has recently created anything novel. As he pondered, Wukong soared toward the drunken immortal pavilion. His last sip of peach blossom brew failed to elicit any extraordinary abilities. Chu Feng, having prepared the broth, was just about to commence the hot pot when he heard Son Wukong's voice. Master, I have returned to see you. Chu Feng paused. Surprised. Aren't you the head chef in the heavenly court anymore? How do you know, master? Son Wukong exclaimed, initially astonished. Before continuing on his own, but considering your vast knowledge, it is not surprising that you would know such trivial matters. It was Tianping who informed me. Chu Feng swallowed his retort, choosing not to explain further. Master, what is this new dish? Son Wukong swiftly shifted his focus to the pot in Chu Feng's hands. This is called hot pot, Chu Feng replied nonchalantly. Coincidentally, it seemed that the monkey always encountered him when he unveiled new dishes. It was a testament to his extraordinary luck. Son Wukong's eyes widened in excitement. Is it a new dish? Master, what is hot pot? With an eager expression, he fixated on the pot, which was divided into 2 halves, one with a clear broth and the other with a fiery red oil floating atop, presenting a most intriguing sight. You will understand shortly. Chu Feng smiled gently, setting the pot on the stove. Go fetch the fire bell and 2 cups of cold drinks. Upon his return, Son Wukong felt justified in assisting his master, pleased to have someone to share the hot pot with. As the fierce flames from the fire bell roared, the hot pot soon began to bubble. Chu Feng leisurely placed a slice of beef roll into the crimson broth, Moments later, he retrieved it. The meat shrunk to a petite morsel, glistening with enticing red oil. He dipped the meat into the prepared sauce and savored it. Delicious, Chu Feng exclaimed, relishing the long-awaited hot pot in the world of Journey to the West. Observing his master's delight, Sun Wukong could no longer contain himself and imitated Chu Feng. Dipping a piece of beef. Chu Feng was momentarily stunned, then turned to Sun Wukong. Indeed, the moment the monkey placed the meat into his mouth, he nearly leaped with surprise. So spicy. The fiery sensation reddened Sun Wukong's face, prompting him to gasp for air. Chu Feng chuckled softly, advising, if you cannot handle spicy food, then opt for the clear broth. He was aware that the monkey was intolerant of spice. Even a spicy duck could send him reeling. Hence his astonishment at seeing him cooking beef in the spicy pot. I didn't know it would be this spicy, Sun Wukong exclaimed, nearly moved to tears by the heat. He quickly grabbed the peach soda before him and took a large gulp. The fizz only intensified the spiciness, creating an explosive sensation in his mouth. Yet soon, as the heat subsided, an indescribable feeling of refreshment emerged. Ah, Sun Wukong burped, his expression now one of contentment. He hastily picked up another beef roll and dipped it into the clear broth, eager to savor the flavor he had missed due to the spice. This time, he finally experienced the delightful taste. The tender texture left him wanting more. Sun Wukong became insatiable, and soon the plate of beef rolls appeared almost empty. Chu Feng shook his head helplessly, adding a variety of other dishes to both pots. The others are delicious too, he remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong glanced at the vegetables in the pot, his face contorted in disdain. After all, he was now a devoted carnivore. Nevertheless, with his master's encouragement, he hesitantly picked up a piece of green vegetable. Upon tasting it, his pupils widened in surprise, and he instinctively continued eating. To his astonishment, the vegetables dipped in the rich sauce were utterly delectable. Every ingredient, fresh mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, tripe, sausage, transformed in the hot pot. And the flavor after being dipped in the sauce was irresistibly enticing. There was nothing that did not taste delicious. Indeed, hot pot is best enjoyed in company. Eating alone, no matter how delectable, would feel somewhat lacking. After indulging for a while, Chu Feng casually inquired, you must have come back for a reason, right? Sun Wukong paused, his chopsticks hovering midair, and smiled up at him. I missed you, master, so I came to visit. Come now. Chu Feng took a sip of soda, leisurely replying. The peach banquet is about to commence. Do you think I would have time to assist you? Sun Wukong suddenly looked embarrassed, scratching his head. Disciple indeed has a request. Speak, Chu Feng said, feeling in good spirits. If he could assist, he was willing to lend a hand. Sun Wukong, scratching his head in frustration, confessed. The peach banquet requires 365 dishes, and I am still short by 148. I implore you, master, to teach me. What nonsense is this? You expect me to teach you 148 dishes in a single day? You ungrateful disciple. Chu Feng felt exasperated. How could making a single dish be associated with such myriad troubles? Absolutely not. Even if I could teach you, would you be able to learn that many in a day? You surely jest. Chu Feng shook his head resolutely. How long did it take you to master a simple fried rice? Do you think you can learn 148 dishes in a day? That is preposterous. Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly, as if realizing the absurdity of his request. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to ask for help, as he was indeed his disciple, representing his own dignity. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Feng's mind sparked with an idea. I have a method that may assist you in overcoming this challenge. Sun Wukong, upon receiving guidance, hurried towards the dragon palace of the East Sea. Celestial being, what brings you to my humble abode today? The dragon king of the East Sea greeted warmly. Sun Wukong got straight to the point. I seek to procure some seafood, crabs, large prawns, and the like, as long as they lack intelligence. These were the ingredients he required. Seafood, whatever quantity you desire, esteemed celestial being, I can provide. The dragon king chuckled, thinking Sun Wukong was merely being modest. The East Sea would never lack for seafood. Soon, the dragon king made arrangements, and only then did Sun Wukong take a closer look at the old dragon king, astonished. Have you been promoted to the status of Tai in just a few days? Thanks to your peach, esteemed celestial being. The dragon king expressed his gratitude with a smile. Otherwise, with their qualifications, it would take them at least a millennium to break through to Tai. Just a small matter. Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Peaches were merely commonplace fruit to him, and he still had plenty. The dragon king, not wishing to dwell on that topic, inquired curiously, may I ask, esteemed celestial being, Why you require such a large quantity of seafood? Chapter 82. Introducing the little princess of the East Sea, the queen mother, delighted by the tasting son Wukong, replied honestly, I am now the head chef of the Heavenly Court's imperial kitchen. The peach banquet is approaching, and I am preparing ingredients in advance. Head chef? The old Dragon King looked dumbfounded. With your cultivation, you were serving as a chef in the Heavenly Court? How extravagant! Yet, can you truly cook? Perhaps it is merely a role assisting in the preparation of ingredients, considering your high cultivation level. It does not seem like you have the time to delve into culinary arts, the old Dragon King pondered, nodding internally. Rest assured, esteemed celestial being. I will ensure everything is arranged for you. I have become a golden immortal. Father. At that moment, a slightly surprised female voice chimed in. A graceful and ethereal young maiden approached with light steps. Upon seeing son Wukong, she paused momentarily. Linger, you have broken through? Old Dragon King exclaimed in astonishment. Overwhelmed with joy. Previously, Linger was merely in the true immortal realm, yet she had ascended directly to the golden immortal level with a single peaches of immortality. Truly, she is the pride of the East Sea. The revival of the Dragon Clan is just around the corner. With a beaming smile, Old Dragon King led Xīyóu Ling before son Wukong. Quickly thank your benefactor, he urged. Benefactor? Xīyóu Ling regarded son Wukong with curiosity and confusion. Observing her expression, Old Dragon King reminded her, this is the immortal who gifted us the peaches. Understanding dawned upon Xīyóu Ling. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she bowed. I, Xīyóu Ling, express my deepest thanks to the immortal. This kindness shall never be forgotten. No need for thanks, son Wukong waved dismissively, showing no concern. Truly, a remarkable immortal. Old Dragon King and his daughter silently praised. After a moment, Old Dragon King took a deep breath and said, Immortal, I have a request. Oh, son Wukong replied. Slightly puzzled, Old Dragon King continued earnestly. This is my youngest daughter, Xīyóu Ling. She is a once-in-a-millennium talent within our dragon clan. But our clan has languished for too long, and remaining here would squander her gifts. I humbly request that you take her as your disciple. I do not accept disciples. Son Wukong instinctively refused. He had yet to establish himself as a master, so how could he teach another? However, Old Dragon King's sincerity made it difficult for him to be completely heartless. After some thought, he said, I cannot take a disciple, but I can introduce her to my master. If my master is willing to teach her, that would certainly be better than being my disciple. Thank you, immortal. Old Dragon King exclaimed with delight. An immortal of such vast powers, how could his master be an ordinary being? Son Wukong then informed Old Dragon King of the location of the drunken immortal abode. Before long, the aquatic delicacies son Wukong requested were prepared, and he hurriedly departed. The grand hall was left with only Old Dragon King and his daughter. Linger, have you made your decision? Old Dragon King glanced at the contemplative Xīyóu Ling and spoke softly, It's all right if you choose not to go. I will do my utmost to help you grow. Since the Great Cataclysm, the Dragon Clan's status in the three realms has been somewhat precarious, and few powerful beings would take them as disciples. Thus, even with the immortal's recommendation, success was not guaranteed. Xīyóu Ling looked up, her resolve firm. Father, no matter what, I must go. At the Demon Master's palace, the atmosphere was particularly oppressive due to the disappearance of the young master. Is there still no news? Old Kunpeng, clad in a black robe, had a dark expression. The subordinates have utilized all resources from the Demon Master's palace, scouring the northern and southern continents. Yet we have found no trace of the young master. A demon reported nervously. The other two continents are under the dominion of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, and our powers are limited. We likewise have no news of the young master. Humph. Old Kunpeng snorted in anger, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. My lord, forgive me. The demon who spoke turned pale. Just as Old Kunpeng was about to strike down this useless creature, someone rushed in urgently. The young master has returned. The young master has returned. A demon burst into the hall, breathless. A glimmer of joy flashed in Old Kunpeng's eyes, and the murderous intent dissipated. He instinctively began to rise, but restrained his movements. The previously pleading demon felt as if a great pardon had been granted. Everyone out. Old Kunpeng waved his hand. All demons hurriedly fled, fearing to linger even a moment longer. Only then did Old Kunpeng take out an ancient tome and casually begin to peruse it. Father, your son has returned. The voice of Peng Demon King echoed from outside the hall. His tone was bright and carefree, quite the opposite of his previous demeanor at the drunken immortal abode. Peng Demon King entered the hall, followed by Bull Demon King. Junior pays respects to the esteemed elder. Bull Demon King bowed. Although he was also a renowned demon in the three realms, compared to the ancient old Kuanping, he felt insignificant. He had stopped by to pay a visit on his way home. Father, you must have been worried sick these days. Peng Demon King approached old Kuanping with a cheerful smile. Who is worried about you, you ungrateful wretch? Old Kuanping snorted coldly, indicating his indifference. However, father, you are holding the book upside down. Peng Demon King laughed. Old Kuanping's expression stiffened, but being an ancient demon who had lived countless years, he retorted. What do you know? This is a unique cultivation method of the quasi-saint realm. You, at the late stage of Tai, cannot comprehend. As he spoke, his spirit sense casually swept over, and his eyes widened in shock. You have already reached the peak of Tai? Of course. Who do you think your son is? Peng Demon King strutted proudly. Old Kuanping was taken aback. He truly had broken through. It was not an illusion. But how long had it been since this lad advanced beyond the late stage of Tai? Seeing his father in shock only fueled Peng Demon King's pride. And he cheekily declared, Father, I am now incredibly strong. In the heavenly court, the day had come for the assessment of the dishes. Queen Mother Yaoqi arrived at the imperial kitchen. Are all the dishes ready? Her gaze swept over the kitchen staff. Please evaluate, Your Majesty. Sun Wukong replied with calmness. Yaoqi said nonchalantly, the significance of the Peaches of Immortality banquet does not need further elaboration. If you cannot meet my standards, you know the consequences. The god of food and the god of cooking shuddered, cold sweat pouring down their backs. The remaining dishes were still lacking clarity. Their hearts raced in anxiety. Just yesterday, Master Wukong had reassured them not to worry, but how could they not be concerned? Failing to meet expectations could cost them their lives. The celestial attendants presented the dishes in sequence for Yaoqi's evaluation. The first dish was braised pork. Upon tasting it, Yaoqi's eyes immediately sparkled. Delicious. The flavor is sweet and rich, fatty yet not greasy. It is simply exquisite. Unable to resist, she took another bite, unable to stop. Ahem, Your Majesty. A celestial attendant holding the braised pork interrupted. There are still over 300 dishes to go. This reminder quickly brought Yaoqi back to her senses. Her earlier eagerness had indeed been excessive, not befitting her status. She waved her hand and glanced at the braised pork before proceeding to the next dish. Yet, the next moment, she was captivated by sweet and sour pork. 1 dish, 2 dishes, 3 dishes. Yaoqi sampled nearly every dish 2 or 3 times. The god of food and the god of cooking felt increasingly reassured. It seemed that the Queen Mother was satisfied. After finishing the last dish, Yaoqi squinted her eyes. Wearing a contented expression, what a delightful feast. It has been many years since I have savored such delicious food. It was not that the god of cooking and the god of food were lacking in skill, but rather that their ancient recipes had become monotonous for anyone who had tasted them. Moreover, it was no exaggeration to say that the experience of today's dishes was indeed a notch above the past. After waiting for a moment without receiving the next dish, Yaoqi's face showed surprise. Is this the end? It shouldn't have concluded so quickly with over 300 dishes. How many dishes have I just tasted? Yaoqi inquired, puzzled. The god of food and others felt a sinking sensation. It seemed they had indeed been discovered for not having enough dishes. Sun Wukong replied, Your Majesty. There were a total of 217 dishes. What of the rest? Yaoqi's brows furrowed slightly. I have mentioned that the Peaches of Immortality banquet requires 365 dishes, have I not? I am still waiting to eat. Replying to Your Majesty. This is all there is, Sun Wukong smiled. Presumptuous. You are deceiving the sovereign. Do you understand the consequences? Yaoqi's expression turned icy, her brows furrowing in anger. As the supreme female deity of the heavenly court, she stood on equal footing with the Jade Emperor. The god of food and others trembled in fear, their bodies quaking. Yaoqi's quasi-saint level pressure made it nearly impossible for them to breathe. They were certain they were doomed. None of them dared to raise their heads. They lacked even the courage to defend themselves. Only Sun Wukong remained immobile, calm and unhurried, saying, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I, the old monkey, possess a flawless plan. What plan? Yaoqi gazed at Sun Wukong with a cold smile. Are you suggesting we use last year's dishes as substitutes? If a banquet features dishes of such disparity, what is the point of hosting it? Wouldn't that be a source of embarrassment? Sun Wukong shook his head with a smile. Not at all. Your Majesty, I have a single dish that can rival hundreds. I assure you the banquet will proceed as planned. Arrogance. This was Yaoqi's immediate reaction. But soon curiosity took over. Could one dish truly rival hundreds? She suppressed her imposing aura and spoke in a low voice. Pray tell, what is this dish? There is no need for you to know, only to place your trust in me. Sun Wukong chuckled with unwavering confidence. Yaoqi's demeanor turned icy. On what grounds should I trust you? Because these dishes all originate from my hands. Sun Wukong declared proudly. You claim these dishes were crafted by you? Yaoqi was momentarily taken aback. She had always believed these dishes were the results of the culinary god's research. Yet, they were all prepared by this monkey? She then recalled the plate of mapo tofu. It was not surprising for this monkey to possess such culinary skills. In response to your inquiry, the culinary prowess of the great Sun Wukong has already reached an extraordinary level, far beyond what we, mere deities, can achieve. The food god quickly praised. This was no empty flattery. The more they collaborated with Sun Wukong, the more they recognized the vast gulf between their abilities and his. If your majesty is willing to trust me, I can ensure the peach banquet is executed flawlessly. Should you doubt, feel free to punish me and seek someone more capable for the feast. Sun Wukong's expression was resolute, exuding an air of defiance as if to say, if you do not believe me, I shall take my leave. With his capabilities, there was no way the heavenly palace could retain him. Worst case, he could retreat to his master for refuge. Are you threatening me? Yaoqi, upon hearing this, was both infuriated and amused. Yet, given the circumstances, she had no other choice. If you cause me embarrassment tomorrow, you know the consequences. Very well. Sun Wukong replied with a confident smile. Yaoqi flicked her sleeves and departed. The food god and the others finally stood up, drenched in sweat, with Zhou Qing, being merely a mortal, struggling to maintain his footing. Great sage, do you truly have complete confidence? The food god asked anxiously. For if problems arose tomorrow, they all faced dire consequences. Embarrassing Yaoqi in front of the deities of the three realms would leave no room for reconciliation. Hot pot. Sun Wukong chuckled, uttering just those two words. What is that? The food god and the others looked utterly perplexed, having never heard of such a thing. You will understand soon enough. I shall be back shortly. Sun Wukong declared, and in an instant, he vanished. After a while, Sun Wukong reappeared. Holding a pot identical to the one made by Chu Feng, he had ordered thousands of such pots. Now he awaited tomorrow to astonish the deities with a little hot pot at the peach banquet. On Xīyóu Mountain, the Bull Demon King and the Rock Demon King appeared together. After reporting peace, the Rock Demon King did not wish to stay at home to endure his father's nagging, so he followed the Bull Demon King back. The Bull Demon King was somewhat displeased by this. I returned to accompany my wife. What business do you have here? However, being good brothers, he could not truly refuse. Yet, as they arrived at the cave entrance, the Bull Demon King's anticipation dampened immediately. Brother, what's wrong? The Rock Demon King inquired in surprise. The Xīyóu clan has been here, the Bull Demon King admitted, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He was highly sensitive to the aura of this clan. Could it be that his father-in-law had arrived? Could it be that my wife is being taken back home? The Bull Demon King grew anxious and rushed into the cave. My lord, trouble. The lady has been captured by the Xīyóu clan. A small demon cried out, trembling with excitement upon seeing the Bull Demon King return. What happened? Speak clearly. The Bull Demon King demanded anxiously. The small demon, with a quivering voice, recounted the events. Upon hearing that a woman intended to marry his wife to some Indra's son, the Bull Demon King's eyes turned crimson, his hands instinctively clenched. My lord, spare me. Please spare me. The small demon whimpered as the Bull Demon King nearly crushed his shoulder. Hearing this plea, the Bull Demon King finally regained his composure, releasing the small demon and using his powers to heal the demon's injuries. When did this happen? Yesterday afternoon. The Bull Demon King, eyes ablaze, clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Brother, forgive me for not being able to entertain you properly. I must go retrieve her. Are you truly going? The Rock Demon King expressed concern. The underworld is not so easily traversed. That accursed place has its 10 Yama kings in the open and various factions lurking in the shadows, making it extremely intricate, generally. Even a great Luo golden immortal cannot navigate freely. I must go, even if it means facing the heavenly court. The Bull Demon King remained silent for a moment before speaking with unwavering resolve. What if they refuse to release her? The Rock Demon King asked. Then we shall fight. I, the Bull Demon King, fear not death. The Bull Demon King declared solemnly. He had always thought of himself as merely a cowardly demon. But upon learning of his wife's abduction, he realized that death was not so terrifying after all. Some matters transcend life itself. If he lacked the courage to confront this, how could he honor his wife's love and his master's teachings? This journey was one he must undertake. Brother, you return first. When I come back, we shall go together to the drunken, immortal abode for a drink. The Bull Demon King turned to the Rock Demon King, suddenly breaking into a grin. The outcome of this venture was uncertain, and he could not take the Rock Demon King along to face danger. The Rock Demon King studied the Bull Demon King for a long moment before finally smiling. Very well. I shall await Bull Brother's return to the drunken, immortal abode. Chapter 84. The Bull Demon King enters the underworld. The Rakshasi woman swears not to marry. On Lingshan, Maitreya Buddha, portly and smiling, bore an air of solemnity. Buddha. It is time for dinner, a monk respectfully announced. No need. I shall be attending the banquet at Yauchi tomorrow, so I shall forego today's meal. Maitreya Buddha replied with a cheerful demeanor. Congratulations, Buddha. The monk's eyes sparkled with envy, for they could only hear tales of the peach banquet. Congratulations? Maitreya Buddha remained silent, his face still wearing a jovial expression. Although the peach banquet might not take place tomorrow, surely the heavenly court could prepare something in advance. He resolved to visit the imperial kitchen directly for a meal. After all, the peaches held little significance for him. Directly dining in the imperial kitchen wouldn't be a wasted trip. Could that monkey truly cause a disturbance in the kitchen? What were the odds of that? In the underworld, in the Azura ancestral land, the Rakshasi woman donned a fiery bridal gown, her beauty unparalleled, yet her eyes were devoid of emotion, like stagnant water. Sister, at this point, who are you putting on this facade for? With your powers sealed, do not expect to resist. Accepting your marriage is your only course of action. A beautiful woman sneered. I will not marry, the Rakshasi woman replied with an icy, indifferent tone. That is not for you to decide. The beautiful woman chuckled. Sister, if you continue to be so ungrateful, father may very well take it upon himself to eliminate that foolish bull. No. The Rakshasi woman's breath caught, her expression faltering. The beautiful woman continued to smile. If you wish to see that foolish bull live, then you must obediently comply. We both know what father is capable of when angered. Yet, the Rakshasi woman chose to ignore her. The auspicious time has arrived. Bring the bride to the palanquin. The beautiful woman dismissively waved her hand, and several maidservants immediately moved to forcibly stuff the Rakshasi woman into the flower palanquin. Clad in bright red wedding attire, the fearsome Xīyóu revealed a triumphant expression. He was about to claim the most beautiful woman of the Azura clan. The envious gazes from those around him brought him great joy. Brother, you've married the princess. We Xīyóu as friends and brothers exchanged knowing glances. Such events were commonplace in their clan. Get lost. Xīyóu, however, darkened his expression and barked angrily. He possesses an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. Daring to covet his woman is akin to courting death. Thus, he intends to spare neither the Bull Demon King, who has laid claim to the body and soul of the Rakshasa maiden. One day, he shall behead that bull in front of her. How dare a fallen demon clan tarnish his beloved? Such a crime deserves the utmost punishment. He snorted coldly, riding at the forefront, dismissing the company of his frivolous friends. The human wedding ceremony left him thoroughly unsettled, yet out of respect for the most beautiful princess, the Rakshasa maiden, he endured it. The wedding procession set forth with drums and joyous cheers. The Rakshasa maiden tore off the veil covering her face from within the palanquin. Your Highness, it's not the time to remove it, exclaimed a nearby maid, startled, as she instinctively reached to cover it back. Silence. The Rakshasa maiden cast a cold glance at the maid. She would not don that veil again. The first time, she had worn the red veil. Carried on the back of that foolish bull, listening to its incessant chatter about the wonders of Xīyóu Mountain. Although she could not see, she could vividly imagine the beauty of the scenery. Not once did she sneak a glance until that foolish bull lifted the veil. Yet, her heart had been profoundly tranquil at that moment. The maid had no choice but to comply in silence. The Rakshasa maiden's status was not something she could challenge. The wedding was held at the ancestral grounds of the Azura clan. I shall entrust my daughter to you. Treat her well. The Azura king said with a smile to Indra. Of course, if my son dares mistreat the princess, I shall not let him off lightly. Indra replied, his tone respectful. He was merely a demon general, and marrying the Rakshasa maiden was a significant elevation for his family. Excellent. Excellent. The Azura king laughed heartily, reveling in the kinship. That bull demon king is truly despicable. A mere tiny golden immortal, and not long after their marriage, he cast aside my daughter, treating her with utter disregard. He had always opposed this union, but could not withstand the consent of the ancestors. Otherwise, the Bull Demon King would have never left this underworld alive. Just then, the wedding procession arrived in full splendor. Bai Tiantuo dismounted and stepped forward, bowing to the Xīyóu king. "Greetings, esteemed father-in-law." Indeed, a match of talent and beauty. The Xīyóu king nodded in satisfaction. Due to the Xīyóu men's inherent unattractiveness, their standards of male beauty were based on physique. Bai Tiantuo stood tall, towering over his fellow clansmen, and was regarded as the most handsome among them. "Ha ha ha, my son is not lacking." Indra feigned humility, yet his eyes sparkled with pride. Not only was Bai Tiantuo handsome, but his cultivation had also reached the mid-stage of Tai, setting him apart among his peers. It was precisely for this reason that he garnered the Xīyóu king's favor. "Hee, we shall strengthen our ties." The Xīyóu king laughed heartily. A marriage between families of equal standing is a great joy in life. Soon, the Rakshasa maiden descended from the flower palanquin. Her bare face was indifferent, exuding a chilling elegance. The maid beside her clutched the red veil, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Instantly, all eyes turned towards her, even without makeup. Her stunning visage captivated everyone. Bai Tiantuo momentarily froze, then swiftly plastered a smile on his face. "My lady." The Rakshasa maiden ignored him entirely, striding directly towards the Xīyóu king. "Aren't you going to pay your respects to your father-in-law? What sort of behavior is this?" The Xīyóu king's face darkened considerably. The Rakshasa maiden's blatant disregard for him ignited his fury. "No worries, no worries. If the princess is uncomfortable with such customs, let it be." Indra chuckled awkwardly. "Then let us commence." The Xīyóu king snorted. Upon hearing this, the officiant bellowed. The newlyweds bowed to heaven and earth. Bai Tiantuo gazed at the Rakshasa maiden, wearing what he believed to be a deeply affectionate smile. Yet, the Rakshasa maiden did not even glance at him. Her cold gaze remained fixed on the Xīyóu king. The atmosphere became tense with silence. The officiant, having memorized the wedding procedures, was utterly at a loss for how to handle this unexpected situation. "Rakshasa, do not be willful. Your father only wishes what is best for you." The Xīyóu king's voice was low, suppressing his anger. The demon clan was feeble and could only survive in the crevices between the Taoist and Buddhist realms. How could they possibly grant his daughter happiness in such a precarious state? Meanwhile, the Xīyóu clan was flourishing. Indra and he shared a bond of life and death. And this marriage was a form of kinship, a fortuitous affair. "My daughter already has a husband and will not marry another." The Rakshasa maiden's voice was calm, yet unwavering. "What can he offer you?" "Just a Tai golden immortal." The Xīyóu king erupted, standing in anger. How could he not know the Bull Demon King's background? Having once been a mount of a sage, what significance did that hold? The sage was currently absent, and one who could not even protect his own disciples could hardly safeguard anyone else. Only this underworld was the safest haven. Chapter 85, The Bowing Couple. The enraged Bai Tiantuo. "In this life, I shall have but one husband." The Rakshasa maiden calmly declared her stance. "Impudent." The Xīyóu king erupted in fury, glaring fiercely as he shouted, "The decision of marriage does not lie with you. Rakshasa, remain calm. We have grown up together. You once said you would marry me when we grew up." Bai Tiantuo, feeling indignant yet unwilling to confront the Rakshasa maiden, could only awkwardly remark, "Besides, that Bull Demon King is nothing but a coward. He is unworthy of you. We are truly meant for each other." The Rakshasa maiden cast a cold glance at Bai Tiantuo, slowly replying, "I know who my husband is. I do not need you to tell me." Bai Tiantuo's face twisted with jealousy in an instant. "Husband, husband. I am your husband now. How could a Bull Demon King snatch away what was rightfully his?" In that moment, he wished to tear that bull apart, to devour its flesh. "The wedding shall continue." The Xīyóu king coldly huffed. A surge of magical power enveloping the Rakshasa maiden, forcibly controlling her body, rendering her unable to speak. The officiant, regaining his senses, hurriedly shouted, "Bow to heaven and earth." Bai Tiantuo had already turned to face the outside. The Rakshasa maiden also turned, yet her back remained straight. Seeing this, the Xīyóu king intensified his magical pressure. The Rakshasa maiden's expression turned bitter, feeling the weight upon her, her body gradually bending. "No, I shall not bow to anyone but my husband." As she struggled with all her might, her vision began to blur. At that moment, she caught sight of a familiar figure in the distance, her pained face breaking into a radiant smile. "Have you come for me?" This time, she ceased her resistance and bowed. The couple bows to each other. The bull demon king gazed at his wife, his heart finally finding peace. Bai Tiantuo, witnessing the sudden appearance of the bull demon king, clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, seething with rage. Why did he have to appear now? Just a moment longer, and he would have married the Rakshasa maiden. Bull demon king, Bai Tiantuo roared, his eyes blazing red. Yet, the bull demon king paid him no mind. His gaze was solely upon the Rakshasa maiden. I apologize for my tardiness. He strode forward, embracing his wife. The Rakshasa maiden looked up, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she reached out to touch the bull demon king's earnest features. I knew you would come. Bai Tiantuo watched this scene unfold, his entire being crumbling. Damn it, they all deserve to die. The bull demon king then slowly raised his gaze towards the Xīyóu king. Once, he had trembled before the Xīyóu king. Now, in this situation, he felt a remarkable calm. Father-in-law, I have come to take the Rakshasa maiden home. Home? By what right do you speak to me? The Xīyóu king glared at the bull demon king, laughing in anger. The Rakshasa is no longer your wife. On this joyous day, I prefer not to act against you. Leave now, and I shall treat it as though you never came. I implore you, father-in-law, to rescind your command. The bull demon king stood firm, neither obsequious nor arrogant. You are courting death. The king of Xīyóu sneered coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The bull demon king met his gaze without flinching, saying, my father-in-law asks me to abandon the Rakshasa and leave. Is that not akin to asking my son-in-law to embrace death? Bold bull demon king. To dare offend the king so brazenly is a crime deserving of death. Indra rose, glaring at the bull demon king while simultaneously transmitting a message to Pitayanda. At that moment, Pitayanda wished fervently to rip the bull demon king apart. Hearing his father's words only fueled his confidence. What right do you, bull demon king, have to claim the love of the Rakshasa? If you possess any courage, fight me. Only the strong are worthy of her affection. He shouted defiantly. The bull demon king looked at Pitayanda as if he were a fool. Duel with you? Do you see the Rakshasa as a mere wager? Pitayanda's expression froze, realizing the truth in those words, that he had never considered the Rakshas's own feelings. However, with the situation at hand, he could only muster a brave front. Even without a wager, do you dare to engage me in battle? The bull demon king paused, puzzled by Pitayanda's eagerness for conflict. Yet, since this man dared to forcibly claim his woman, he would not let him off easily. If he sought death, who was he to deny him? Very well. Having followed the sages, I have witnessed many scenes. This very area is the training ground of the Xīyóu clan. We need not change venues to commence battle. You may strike first. After 3 moves, I shall surely take your life. Pitayanda twisted his neck, a cold smile gracing his lips. Though the bull demon king was slightly more powerful, Pitayanda had been heralded as the strongest genius in the history of the Xīyóu clan. So he would not be daunted by such a minor gap. Defeating a foe stronger than himself would only serve to highlight his prowess. Perhaps the Rakshasa would awaken to the truth, realizing that the bull demon king was naught but a waste, thereby falling hopelessly in love with him. With such thoughts, Pitayanda was filled with excitement, envisioning the moment the Rakshasa would be unable to resist her affection for him. The bull demon king, however, regarded him with disdain, incredulous that he would allow him 3 moves. I have never encountered such an absurd request. If you wish to put on a show, I shall not hold back. Let me test my new divine powers. The bull demon king stepped forward, unleashing a powerful punch. Yet, nothing happened. Pitayanda was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Bull demon king, are you here to amuse me? Let me tell you, if you do not cherish these 3 moves, you will not even have the chance to strike. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, something shattered. Pitayanda instinctively sensed something was amiss, but before he could react, he was sent flying by a violent force. After being thrown a considerable distance, he staggered to his feet, utterly bewildered by what had just transpired. However, he realized that the bull demon king was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Ignoring his earlier declaration of allowing 3 moves, Pitayanda drew a massive blood scythe and charged at the bull demon king. Be careful, the Rakshasa cried out in alarm as the bull demon king did not evade. Her warning only ignited Pitayanda's fury, and he unleashed all his power, channeling it into the attack. The blood scythe arched through the air like a crescent moon, howling as if gods and demons were lamenting. This ultimate strike threatened to tear the very fabric of space. Should the bull demon king be struck, he would surely either die or be gravely injured. Even if he survived, the malevolent aura would seep into him, leading to his demise. Die? The colossal blood scythe descended upon the bull demon king's brow. In that instant, the bull demon king raised his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space seemed to shatter, fissures spreading like a spider's web. The blood scythe, now mere inches away, could not advance another millimeter. The terrifying force of the attack was completely nullified, as if a world separated the two combatants. What is happening? Pityanda was utterly confused, unable to comprehend the bull demon king's bizarre technique. What kind of skill is this? How can the bull demon king possess such abilities? Pityanda's attack had been effortlessly blocked? This was inconceivable. The young Asuras were in an uproar. Pityanda was their idol, a figure whose strength was beyond their imagination. Yet the bull demon king had easily withstood Pityanda's full-force assault. Chapter 86. 3 moves to annihilate Pityanda. The 4 great demon generals assemble spatial power. The Asura king's pupils constricted, astonished at the scene before him. Indra was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Spatial power? Was such mastery reserved for those who had reached at least the great Luo realm? Moreover, only those with a modicum of potential could comprehend it. Although he was in the mid-stage of the Great Luo, he had yet to touch upon the threshold of spatial loss. The bull demon king was merely in the late stage of Tai. No, he was at the pinnacle of Tai. Indra's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Yet, the bull demon king was not idle. He clenched his fist tightly, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Pityanda's blood scythe quivered and shattered into countless fragments. Pityanda's heart raced with terror, a rare flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. How could this be? His spiritual treasure was so fragile? One final strike. The bull demon king bellowed. In the next moment, he appeared before Pityanda, raising a hand to strike his brow. No, please don't kill me. I surrender the Rakshasa, Pityanda exclaimed in horror, desperately pleading. But the bull demon king had no intention of sparing him. Boom. A tremendous force struck Pityanda's brow, shattering his soul in an instant. His cries for mercy were abruptly silenced. Die. 3 moves, and he was annihilated. All unfolded too rapidly for anyone to react. How could this be? Pityanda had been killed? Impossible. How could Lord Pityanda possibly lose? All the onlookers stared at the bull demon king in terror, unable to accept this reality. In their minds, it was always Pityanda who would dominate the bull demon king. Yet now, Pityanda had been slain in an instant. My son. Indra finally snapped back to reality. Rushing to Pityanda's side, his heart plummeting to the depths of despair. His soul was utterly shattered. There was no possibility of resurrection. I will make you pay for my son's death. Indra's expression twisted in rage, a palpable killing intent enveloping the arena. The malevolent aura radiating from him drove the surrounding Asuras into a frenzy, with the weaker among them losing all reason. The bull demon king quickly shielded the Rakshasa behind him. The Rakshasa's powers had been sealed, a restriction imposed by the Asura king, and the bull demon king could not break it in the short term. Observing the bull demon king's actions, the Asura king's gaze darkened as he sat back down, contemplating. You have killed my son, and today, no one can save you. Indra was blinded by rage. Most only knew the bull demon king as a newly risen demon lord, unaware that he had once been the steed of a sage and was backed by the Jia sect. Even Indra and his son were oblivious to this. Hearing this, the Asura king furrowed his brow. Though he had always disdained the bull demon king, he never intended to kill him. At most, he would deliver a severe beating and then cast him out. Your son sought to kill me. Am I not permitted to retaliate? The bull demon king, unafraid of the great Luo before him, retorted. This only drove Indra further into madness. He raised his hand, summoning the surrounding blood energy, which coalesced into a glaring crimson skull. The massive skull opened its maw, ready to swallow them whole, showing no regard for the Rakshasa, intending to consume both. Darling, hold on to me. The bull demon king grasped the Rakshasa's slender waist and leapt into the air. Tremble before the heavens, he roared, his voice echoing like thunder across the underworld. In an instant, the blood sea above the netherworld surged violently, and a colossal black figure coalesced in the air, coldly gazing down. What is that? The Asura clan members were awestruck. I cannot move. Why do I feel compelled to kneel? How is this possible? I felt as though an immense force was pressing down upon me with overwhelming weight. Everyone experienced the suffocating pressure. Looking up, a colossal shadow in the sky raised a foot. How absurd. Seeking death. Indra showed no fear, commanding the gigantic skeleton to charge forward. Thud. The voice of the bull demon king resonated deep and low. The shadow's foot came crashing down, and the blood-red skeleton vanished in an instant, offering no resistance whatsoever. Boom! The enormous shadow descended indiscriminately, crushing everything in its path. Even I, the king, am to be struck? The Xīyóu king's countenance darkened, and he immediately intervened, using his formidable powers to shield all his kin except Indra. In the next moment, the original high platform was flattened. A tremendous shockwave rippled outward, obliterating everything in its wake. Although the Xīyóu king's protected kin were unscathed, they were knocked to the ground, unable to maintain their footing. Indra found himself directly oppressed by this overwhelming force, humiliatingly kneeling on the ground. The corpse of Pityanda was reduced to a pulp beneath the foot. The Xīyóu clan's formidable physique proved utterly inadequate against this onslaught. Indra was driven to madness, letting out a piercing howl. Today, he vowed to turn the bull demon king to dust. The aura of the great Luo realm surged to its zenith in an instant, and Indra retrieved a copper bell from his waist, shaking it vigorously. Buzz! The bell emitted a clear sound, resonating like a thunderous chime. Run! The Rakshasi woman's expression changed dramatically as she urgently warned the bull demon king. She recognized the object, but Indra offered them no chance to escape, intercepting them in an instant. This is the soul summoning bell. Someone recognized the bell and exclaimed, "This bell has the power to summon other demon generals." Indeed. In the next moment, 3 streaks of light flew in from different directions, the other 3 of the 4 great demon generals, Xīyóu, the Ghost Mother, and Xīyóu. The bull demon king has invaded the underworld and abducted the princess. His crimes are punishable by death. Indra roared, yet he mentioned nothing of his son. The 3 demon generals exchanged glances and then looked down at the Xīyóu king, their expressions filled with hesitation. For the king's countenance remained calm, revealing no trace of anger. "Are you all planning to defy the king's orders?" Indra bellowed as he noticed their uncertainty. To kill the bull demon king. He was willing to invoke the authority of the Xīyóu king to command his peers, even neglecting that the Xīyóu king was present below. The Xīyóu king's expression turned slightly cold upon hearing this. He was astonished to find that those he had trusted and relied upon were such individuals. Yet, his change of expression led the others to believe Indra's words were true, and they surrounded the bull demon king and his wife. However, none dared to strike. "Do you not see the princess in the bull demon king's grasp? Bull demon king, you shall find no escape today." Indra spoke coldly. Yet, he did not dare offend the Rakshasi woman, instead saying, "Princess, do you truly wish to be with this heinous monster? His nature is capricious. It is uncertain when he may turn against you." The Rakshasi woman replied coldly, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs, Lord Indra." Seeing her attitude, Indra could only glare at the bull demon king and shout, "Bull demon king, if you have the ability, do not use the princess as a shield. What kind of ability is it for a dignified demon king to hide behind a woman?" Chapter 87. The Pung Demon King teases the demon generals. The ancestor of the underworld takes action. The bull demon king was momentarily speechless. He understood that it was impossible for him to escape alone. The Rakshasi woman was currently restrained in her cultivation, and bringing her along might lead to her being injured. Facing these adversaries alone was the best choice. However, sensing his wavering resolve, the Rakshasi woman tightened her grip on his hand. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from above. "Huh? No escape? Then let us add a few more wings." This laughter immediately drew everyone's attention. Looking up, they saw a young man with wings sprouting from his back, strikingly handsome. "Who are you?" Indra bellowed. Regardless of who he was, it was evident that he was an ally of the bull demon king, thus marking him as an enemy. "I am the Pung Demon King." The young man smiled slightly. "Brother, you shouldn't have come." The bull demon king felt a surge of emotion, but more so, anxiety. Even with the addition of the Pung Demon King, the 2 of them, both at the Tai level, could hardly contend with 4 great Luo golden immortals. Yet, the Pung Demon King seemed unconcerned, tossing a jar of peach blossom wine to the bull demon king. "I thought about it, and couldn't wait to share a drink with you." "Haha, you rascals still have hidden treasures." The bull demon king was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Come on, let us drink to our brotherhood." The bull demon king had one unwavering love in his life, a brother willing to share life and death. Even in death, he felt no regret. The 2 great demons drank heartily under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The fragrant peach wine even stirred the Rakshasi woman's interest. How delightful! Once the wine was finished, the 2 demons tossed their cups with abandon, shattering the jar upon the ground. "First, kill that birdman for me." Indra, incensed at being so disregarded, raged. "Kill me? You'll have to catch me first. The Ping Demon King laughed, relishing the opportunity for his first real battle since awakening his divine abilities. Observing the three demon generals arriving, the Ping Demon King flapped his wings, releasing countless illusory feathers that shot forth like a rain of light. Presumptuous. The three demon generals scoffed, dismissing the attack as worthy of mockery. They merely sidestepped and evaded the feathers effortlessly. Yet, at that moment, the Ping Demon King vanished before their eyes. Right beneath the noses of the three great Luo golden immortals, the Ping Demon King simply disappeared into thin air. Bang! The three demon generals suddenly felt a sharp pain in their necks, nearly losing their balance, as though struck by a heavy club. TSK. The heads of Great Luo are indeed tough. The Ping Demon King's voice came from behind them. You're seeking death. The three demon generals were infuriated, having been toyed with by a mere Tai golden immortal. Good heavens! Did you see that? That fellow was far too fast. In an instant, he was at the back of the three lords. Such speed. The spectators below murmured in astonishment. The Xīyóu king was utterly shocked. Spatial movement. Such a power surpasses spatial suppression and confinement, typically only wielded by those of quasi-saint level. Yet these two demon kings are merely at the Tai level. How could they have grasped such profound spatial laws before even reaching Great Luo? What an astounding anomaly. Did I truly misjudge them? The Xīyóu king pondered. The three demon generals, enraged, disregarded everything and unleashed a barrage of spells. Yet, the Ping Demon King moved effortlessly across the battlefield, appearing and disappearing at will, rendering it impossible to predict where he would materialize next. Moreover, his speed was astonishing. Even as Great Luo golden immortals, they could not keep pace with him. Who truly is the Great Luo here? The three demon generals found themselves in a state of utter frustration. They could neither strike nor pursue. Baffled by this Tai golden immortal? This is the demon race? Even if they are no longer at their former pinnacle, they remain exceedingly formidable. The ghost mother gradually discerned some clues. The birdman relied on those illusory feathers for his instantaneous movement, but each feather had a limited duration. Destroy the feathers he releases. The ghost mother spoke solemnly. The other two understood the crucial point as well. Their expressions turned fierce after being toyed with for so long. They could finally exact their revenge. This time, where will you escape to? You've discovered it already? I wanted to play a little longer. The Ping Demon King sported a playful expression, and as he spoke, he had already flashed to the side of the Bull Demon King and his wife. Brother Bull, sister-in-law. Hold on tight. The Ping Demon King urged. The couple complied without hesitation. As the Ping Demon King turned to face the three great demon generals and Indra, he chuckled. I shall no longer indulge in your company. Our paths shall not cross again. With that, his figure flickered and the three vanished into thin air. Chase after them. They cannot have gone far. Indra seethed with fury. The audacity of having killed his son before escaping unscathed was a humiliation he could hardly bear. The other demon generals looked bewildered. Chase. How can we pursue them when we do not know their direction? They hesitated to outright refuse Indra, for he was the leader of the demon generals, wielding authority and power superior to theirs. Enough. At that moment, the Xīyóu king finally spoke. Return to your respective posts and guard your territories. The underworld does not belong to our Xīyóu clan alone. The king of hell also holds dominion here and frequently invades our ancestral lands, resulting in many Xīyóus being converted to Buddhism. Thus, we harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Buddhist sect and must remain vigilant. Typically, the demon generals would oversee their own domains, only gathering for matters of great importance. Indra's actions today had crossed a line. Your Majesty, Indra began to argue, but was met with the Xīyóu king's icy glare, which instantly brought him to his senses. Disperse. The Xīyóu king averted his gaze, having witnessed his daughter's stubbornness and recognized the affection and potential of the Bull Demon King, leading to a newfound respect. Let them be. As long as the Bull Demon treats my daughter well, that is sufficient. Brother Xīyóu, are my powers not particularly impressive? The Ping Demon King boasted with pride as he departed the Xīyóu ancestral land with the Bull Demon King and his wife. Truly magnificent. The Bull Demon King raised his thumb in genuine admiration. While the old Peng may not have been formidable in combat, his life-preserving abilities were exceptional. Thank you for your assistance. The Rakshasi woman bowed respectfully. Sister-in-law, please do not. The Peng Demon King quickly stepped back, feeling awkward. It is merely my duty. We must leave the underworld. I have scattered feathers along the way, and they will vanish if we linger too long. Very well, the Bull Demon King replied. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, as did the others. They found themselves unable to move. At this moment, a voice, powerful yet chilling, echoed. "What do you think this place is? You come and go as you please?" Upon hearing the voice, the Rakshasi woman's face changed. Ancestor. The bull demon king and the others were momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with trepidation. The ancestor referred to by the Rakshasi could only be the grand ancestor of the underworld river, the creator of the Xīyóu clan, a figure renowned among the quasi-saints. The Peng demon king's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed his feathers, which could defy spatial laws for his own use, but under the grand ancestor's gaze. He could not take anyone else with him. "You little bird have gained some competence." The grand ancestor's voice resonated from great heights, echoing in their ears. "You know of me?" The Peng demon king exclaimed, surprised. Could it be that his name had garnered the attention of such a being? This thought stirred a thrill within him. "I am an old friend of Peng. We met when you were but a child." The Peng demon king suddenly understood. The grand ancestor then addressed the Rakshasi woman. "Little Rakshasi, is this the choice you wish to make?" "Indeed, ancestor. He is my unwavering choice in this life," the Rakshasi woman declared resolutely. "Very well." After a long silence, the grand ancestor sighed. "You, little bull, should I discover that you have harmed little Rakshasi, I will show no mercy. Not even a saint could save you." The bull demon king felt an intense pressure. Clearly, the grand ancestor was aware of his origins. And this was both a warning and a threat. "I understand, senior," the bull demon king replied, standing firm under the weight of the pressure. Upon hearing this, the grand ancestor withdrew his oppressive aura. "This is the only time. You may leave." With that, the group felt a momentary disorientation. In the next instant, they had exited the underworld and returned to the earth immortal realm. It is good to be back on solid ground. The Peng demon king inhaled the fresh air deeply. The skies of the earth immortal realm were bright, and the atmosphere was refreshing. A stark contrast to the eternal gloom of the underworld, permeated with blood and decay. "Thank goodness for the wisdom of the ancestor of the underworld river," the bull demon king remarked. "But it was also thanks to the drunken immortal pavilion. Without those abilities, we would never have had the chance to meet the ancestor." "Drunken immortal pavilion? What abilities?" the Rakshasi woman asked, perplexed. The bull demon king chuckled, recounting the events at the drunken immortal pavilion, which also explained his prolonged absence from home. After hearing his tale, the Rakshasi woman's eyes widened in astonishment. Such extraordinary existences in the three realms. Merely dining can awaken powers? The bull demon king laughed softly. "In a few days, I shall take you there." He had been away for too long and had matters to attend to. "Brother Xīyóu, I shall return home first." The Peng demon king, feeling like a third wheel, took to the skies. "Very well. Let us return together to the drunken immortal pavilion for a drink." The bull demon king waved goodbye. The Peng demon king paused, reflecting on how pleasant it sounded when spoken in front of his sister-in-law. Was he simply returning to work? Yet he felt it was worth it. Without Manager Chu, they would not be where they were today. Once the Peng demon king departed, the bull demon king said, "My dear, let us return home." After the Peng demon king left, the Rakshasi woman seized the bull demon king by the ear, huffing, "If you run off like that again, you shall go alone." All right, dear, just let go." Ouch. In the heavenly court, at the Xīyóu, the peach banquet was about to commence, and the prominent deities from the three realms were being invited. At this moment, celestial beings were arriving from all corners. Among them was Patriarch Bodhi. "Amitba, forgive me. Forgive me." Patriarch Bodhi wore a jovial expression, yet his destination was not the Xīyóu, but rather the royal kitchen. This caused him a twinge of guilt. He then recited a Buddhist chant, absolving himself of his guilt in his heart. After all, he knew that the peach banquet would likely not take place. So it was better to arrive early at the royal kitchen to enjoy good food and drink, making the trip worthwhile. At that moment, he noticed a group of celestial maidens flying towards him. "Ladies, could you direct me to the royal kitchen?" Patriarch Bodhi asked cheerfully. The 7 fairies were momentarily stunned upon seeing the Buddha, but quickly pointed him in the right direction. "Thank you." Patriarch Bodhi nodded and proceeded to the royal kitchen. "How peculiar," the fairy in red murmured. "Why does Patriarch Bodhi not attend the banquet at Xīyóu but seek out the royal kitchen instead? What is the matter, sister?" The fairy in blue inquired curiously. "Nothing." The fairy in red shook her head lightly. "Let us hurry to pluck the peaches. The empress seems particularly eager for the banquet this time." The group of fairies continued to the peach orchard, while Patriarch Bodhi arrived at the royal kitchen. The usually quiet royal kitchen was bustling with activity today. Celestial attendants hurried in and out, each wearing a serious expression, fully aware of the importance of the day and unwilling to slack off in the slightest. Buddha, it is an honor to meet you. Upon seeing Maitreya Buddha, everyone bowed respectfully. They were unaware of Maitreya Buddha's true identity, but calling him Buddha was always a safe bet for those sent by the Buddhist sect. Maitreya Buddha waved his hand, signaling for them to not stand on ceremony. He then approached the door. Even before entering, he was greeted by an enticing aroma that stirred anticipation within him. Upon pushing the door open, he was met with a surge of warmth and a plethora of delightful scents. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous long tables filled with an array of exquisite dishes. Maitreya Buddha's gaze was instantly captivated. The delectable dishes before him exuded a rich aroma, seemingly awaiting his indulgence, compelling him to approach. Many celestial attendants noticed this scene, their expressions revealing astonishment. What was this Buddha intending to do? Maitreya, gazing at the array of dishes, found his appetite piqued beyond restraint. He was, after all, the most gluttonous among the Buddhas, a fact easily discerned from his physique. However, he frowned slightly, for the offerings largely comprised meat. He had always adhered to Buddhist precepts, refraining from consuming flesh, and thus his eyes scanned for vegetarian options. At last, he spotted a table laden with vegetarian fare. Maitreya's eyes sparkled, and he dashed forward, reaching out to grasp the dishes. What are you doing? You cannot eat yet. At that moment, a furry hand seized his wrist. It was none other than son Wukong, who had just emerged from the kitchen, overseeing the arrangement of dishes, and had caught sight of this gluttonous intruder. How could he tolerate such audacity? Hearing the voice, Maitreya came to his senses and turned to see a monkey. He paused, not paying much heed at first, but suddenly froze. A monkey? He quickly re-evaluated son Wukong. This monkey was not tall, donned in a red outfit. His face bristled with fur and his mouth wide, exuding confidence that unnerved Maitreya. The more he looked, the more familiar it felt. He suddenly realized, wasn't this the stone monkey? Maitreya was left dumbfounded. What was this monkey doing here? Shouldn't he be causing a ruckus in the peach garden at this hour? Could this be the so-called connection of Buddhism? Maitreya secretly nodded. Indeed, this monkey was fated to be associated with the Dharma. Chapter 89. Persuading Maitreya to eat meat. How about a taste? Maitreya chuckled warmly. What a coincidence. You're here too. After all, he was destined to be a figure within the Buddhist realm. Forging a benevolent bond was not unwelcome. Son Wukong, bewildered, retorted, what coincidence? Why are you here, pilfering from the imperial kitchen? How can this be considered theft? It is fate. These dishes are meant for me, Maitreya replied with a smile. Son Wukong scoffed. You come here, sneaking around and taking things. How is that not theft? Maitreya shook his head, asserting, you are mistaken, my good man. I am merely following the Buddha's guidance. With so many witnesses present, how could I be sneaky? He was the Buddha. Following his own intuition was also following the Buddha's will. This seemed reasonable. Son Wukong paused, finding some merit in Maitreya's words. Maitreya continued, moreover, I am here. And so are you. Why should we disrupt each other? Son Wukong, baffled, replied, shouldn't I be here? As the head chef, where else would I be? Am I to dine in the peach garden instead? I have come to seek alms, while you are here to cause trouble. Let us not interfere with one another. Shall we? Maitreya thought to himself, amused by the monkey's pretense. It seemed the monkey was intimidated by his cultivation, wary of causing a scene, thus testing the waters. He proposed a mutual non-interference to avoid any disruptions in the heavenly palace, lest he incur great sin. Son Wukong, losing patience, exclaimed, where did you come from? I am the head chef here. What business do you have causing a stir? You should be apprehended and closely monitored. I cannot let you jeopardize the peach banquet. What? The head chef? Maitreya was taken aback, nearly jumping from the ground. What do you mean? Do you doubt my culinary skills? Son Wukong's expression turned cold as he brandished his golden staff. Others might say what they would, but his culinary prowess was not to be questioned, except by his master. Of course, Maitreya fell silent, his mind buzzing. This was not how he envisioned things unfolding. Wasn't he the monkey supposed to be guarding the peach garden? How had he become the chef? How could the peach banquet proceed with this monkey potentially poisoning the dishes? As Maitreya was engulfed in shock, Son Wukong made a realization. The fact that this plump Buddha was here, sneaking a taste of his cooking, was a form of acknowledgement. Thus, he led Maitreya into the kitchen. Let me tell you, the dishes outside are for later. You absolutely cannot eat them, but I can take you to the kitchen for a taste. Maitreya, caught off guard, found himself whisked away to the kitchen. The culinary gods, including the god of food, paused upon seeing Maitreya, momentarily stunned. "We have seen the Buddha." They quickly regained composure and bowed respectfully. Having spent countless years in the heavenly court, they recognized Maitreya, the future Buddha among the three great Buddhas. Who were they? Mere minor deities, to show anything but reverence? "Greetings, Buddha." Zhou Qing also hastily bowed in respect. "Buddha?" Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. But he had little understanding of the Buddhist realm and was unaware of what being a Buddha entailed. Thus, he felt no sense of awe. "Please. No need for excessive formality. I am indifferent to such gestures," Maitreya chuckled. He had not truly comprehended what Sun Wukong had said earlier and was oblivious to the monkey's intentions in bringing him to the kitchen. Sun Wukong, busy with his tasks, did not attend to Maitreya any further. Driven by curiosity, Maitreya observed quietly, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Who would have imagined that the designated pilgrim of the Buddhist realm was in here cooking? Moreover, this monkey was indeed a chef. Did that mean the dishes outside were all made by him? Good heavens! Was he hallucinating? What had this monkey been up to during his decade-long absence? Not only had he cultivated formidable powers, but his culinary skills were also divine. He watched in awe as Sun Wukong completed an entire dish. His mind overwhelmed by the spectacle. "Here, try this." After plating the Kung Pao chicken, Sun Wukong presented it to Maitreya. The enticing dish made Maitreya swallow hard. Yet he ultimately resisted, shaking his head. "I do not consume meat." "Nonsense." Sun Wukong retorted angrily. "What is the point of living if you do not eat meat?" As a carnivore, he could hardly bear the thought of those who only consumed vegetables. No, the rules of Buddhism cannot be broken. Maitreya felt tempted. But his exterior remained resolute. Sun Wukong shook his head. "You, my plump friend, do not understand enjoyment. Once you taste meat, you will realize that all these rules and precepts are nonsense. Do you know? I once believed peaches were the best delicacy in the world, but after eating meat, my life as a monkey finally felt complete." Sun Wukong earnestly imparted his wisdom. Over the decade, his flattery had gained him respect, and as he spoke, Maitreya began to waver. "But rules are rules," Maitreya hesitated. "Rules can be changed easily. You, my plump companion, are too wishy-washy and lack conviction." Sun Wukong expressed his impatience. He had many dishes to prepare and little time to waste. "You talk about Buddhism daily, yet who established these rules? Are you not a Buddha as well? And besides, meat passes through the body, but the Buddha remains in the heart, does he not? So rigid." Sun Wukong felt exasperated. These words were lessons he had learned from his master. Maitreya's eyes brightened. Indeed, the monkey made a compelling argument. The god of food and the culinary god felt as though they were dreaming. How could they hear Sun Wukong urging Maitreya to eat meat? That was a Buddha. Yet, why did the Buddha appear to be having a profound realization? Zhou Qing silently refrained from speaking. Maitreya's heart suddenly cleared, as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. Yes, he had been too rigid. The essence of Buddhism resided in the heart. Why cling to false forms? Very well. Listening to your words, I, a humble monk, have experienced an enlightening revelation. Maitreya Buddha has come to a profound understanding, with no reservations in his heart. He grasped the chopsticks and prepared to sample the Kung Pao chicken. He was curious to discover what made the meat so delectable. With that thought in mind, he picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Ah, how fragrant! As the meat touched his palate, Maitreya Buddha's eyes widened in astonishment. The taste was on an entirely different level than that of vegetarian dishes. He had always adhered to the strict rules of his faith, believing that consuming meat was a torment, yet upon tasting, he discovered it to be so utterly delightful. It felt as if eating meat was an instinctual act. What had he missed all these years? As he savored the exquisite flavors dancing on his tongue, Maitreya Buddha found himself introspecting deeply. Soon, he became completely entranced by the deliciousness. The Kung Pao chicken, with its impeccable combination of ingredients, transported him to a tranquil boat upon a vast sea, aimlessly drifting without confusion, for he understood in his heart that, regardless of the path taken, all would ultimately arrive at the shore of enlightenment. In no time, Maitreya Buddha finished the plate of Kung Pao chicken. Chapter 90. Digging the Wall. Little monkey, would you like to come to Ling Mountain to cook? The god of food and the god of chefs were left speechless. He truly ate? That is a Buddha. They could hardly believe their eyes. Witnessing a Buddha indulging in meat. Great sage Wukong was indeed formidable. Maitreya Buddha, feeling unfulfilled, quietly forgave his own transgressions. Is there anything else? Maitreya Buddha cheerfully inquired. Surely, this small portion was insufficient to satiate his appetite. Sun Wukong grinned broadly. That's all. The rest is reserved for the peach banquet. Patriarch Buddha felt a twinge of regret. But upon reflection, he was suddenly filled with excitement. With the monkey cooking here, the peach banquet could proceed as planned. He could enjoy a meal here, and then indulge again at the feast. Amitabha, how fulfilling the life of a Buddha is. Indeed, the laughing Buddha seems to be quite fortunate. All right, if you wish to eat, just wait. I must prepare other dishes, Sun Wukong casually remarked. The mere addition of more ingredients was inconsequential. He considered it a benefit for his patrons. Patriarch Buddha nodded with a smile. Of course, he would partake. Who could resist such a delightful opportunity? So many beings had sacrificed their lives and bodies for the peach banquet. As a Buddha, it was his duty to guide them to a higher realm. Sun Wukong paid him no further mind and began to prepare other dishes. One exquisite dish after another emerged from his hands, each one a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and flavor, indistinguishable in quality. When had Patriarch Buddha ever witnessed such a bounty of meat? For a moment, he could not tear his gaze away, appearing much like a rustic bumpkin. At that moment, he finally comprehended the monkey's earlier words. A Buddha's life is incomplete without meat. How could he have previously boasted of being the most gastronomically knowledgeable Buddha in the realm? Compared to the monkey's culinary creations, his past meals in Ling Mountain were akin to swine's fodder. In due time, the Buddhist community would hold a grand feast. If only the monkey could be the head chef, how splendid it would be. He held no disdain for the strategies of the Buddhist sect. There were many ways to win over the monkey. Why must they resort to imprisoning him for centuries? Moreover, once the pilgrimage concluded, why continue as a protector? Cooking was the true path. If the monkey served as a chef in Ling Mountain, he could feast 10 times a day. After finishing the last dish Sun Wukong prepared for him, Patriarch Buddha cheerfully asked, "Little monkey, would you be willing to come to my Ling Mountain as a chef?" The god of food and the god of chefs paused momentarily. Such a blatant attempt to poach. Not going. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation. Since I hold a position in the heavenly court, I naturally cannot go elsewhere. A monkey must uphold its principles. We in the Buddhist community can offer you greater rewards. Patriarch Buddha replied with a smile, for their sect had become quite affluent. Previously, their statues were mere clay. But now they were crafted from pure gold. Although recently, for reasons unknown, the three heavens had destroyed one of their temples, their financial strength remained intact. Not going. Sun Wukong shook his head. He was indifferent to any rewards. Only the meals prepared by his master could sway him. Seeing the monkey's unwavering resolve, Patriarch Buddha abandoned the idea of directly enticing him and instead asked, "In a while, our Buddhist community will hold a ceremonial feast. Little monkey, can you attend?" "A feast?" Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is it grand?" "Grand. Of course, grand. Even more so than the peach banquet," Patriarch Buddha boasted casually. In truth, he had no confidence in that claim. Their feast compared to the peach banquet? The former could not even be mentioned in the same breath. Just a single peach could outshine the Buddhist feast tenfold. Though the Buddhist community was wealthy now, it did not imply they could provide offerings of such caliber. Upon hearing it would be grander than the peach banquet, Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy. Yet he did not agree outright. Instead, he stated, "I must consult the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother first. Only with their approval can I attend." After all, he was now the royal chef of the heavenly court. Leaving abruptly would tarnish his reputation throughout the three realms. Patriarch Buddha nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity. After all, with the peach banquet disrupted, he needed to return and report back, re-strategizing for the journey westward. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Patriarch Buddha smiled. He needed to make an appearance before the Jade Emperor, as the sole representative of the Buddhist community. If he did not show up, the Jade Emperor might think they were disregarding the heavenly court. However, upon reaching the entrance, Patriarch Buddha halted. His already ample physique, having consumed quite a bit, became wedged in the doorframe. "Ha! Patriarch Buddha chuckled awkwardly. Could someone lend this humble monk a hand? Zhou Qing, being the closest, approached to give him a push. Alas, how could a mere mortal budge the form of a Buddha? The god of food and the god of chefs, seeing the predicament, prepared to assist. "Everyone stand back. Here I come." Sun Wukong, busy delivering dishes, noticed Patriarch Buddha blocking the door. The others quickly stepped aside. Sun Wukong took 2 strides forward and delivered a mighty kick to Patriarch Buddha's rear. Whoosh! Patriarch Buddha was propelled forward by the force. "Thank you." Patriarch Buddha's voice echoed as he flew away. Great Sage Wukong, how goes your hot pot? The god of food and the god of chefs asked anxiously. Now that the Buddha had departed, that is something that could determine their fates. All good. Worry not. Sun Wukong replied confidently, waving his hand. And a multitude of boiling pots appeared in the kitchen. In the Lingxiao treasure palace, the deities within the grand hall displayed a mix of joy and concern. Eldest sister, what is so great about the peach banquet? It's not as enjoyable as being at the drunken immortal tavern. Bai Xiao expressed her dissatisfaction. Puffing her cheeks with a look of deep resentment, Yun Xiao shook her head, helplessly stating, we are all named on the list. How can we not attend? Such a waste of time. Xiong Zhao's expression remained indifferent, cutting to the heart of the matter. Bo Yikao, seeing the enchanting trio from a distance, felt a spark of mischief ignite within him. Glancing at his dignified imperial robe, he prepared to approach them, but suddenly noticed another figure moving toward the three heavens. He promptly turned away, pretending nothing had occurred. Sister Yun Xiao, it has been a long time. Why haven't you come to visit me? A leisurely female voice interrupted the hushed conversation of the three heavens. The trio paused, and upon recognizing the speaker, their faces lit up with surprise. Sister Jinling. Jinling, the saintess of the Golden Spirit, is the foremost female immortal of the, known for her kindness and respect, earning the admiration of all. The three heavens held her in the highest regard. Jinling smiled gently, her icy demeanor dissipating like melting snow. She glanced at Yun Xiao and teased, look at my memory. It is time to call you the headmaster of Yun Xiao. Sister, you jest. I have always believed that this generation's headmaster should rightfully be you. Jinling Yun Xiao shook her head with a wry smile, pulling out the token. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit smiled faintly and did not respond. Junior sister, there is a reason for Master's arrangement. There is no need for modesty on your part, and since you have yet to ascend the divine ranking, you are not bound by its constraints. This position of the sect leader is most fitting for you. What about senior sister Wudong? Yun Xiao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Her? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit shook her head with a chuckle. She could not even be bothered to attend the peach banquet. How could she possibly have the inclination to be a sect leader? Upon hearing this, the three sisters glanced around and indeed could not find that esteemed senior sister. Chapter 91. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit is astonished. Neza undoubtedly harbors a secret. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit boldly declared, you need not worry, junior sister. If anyone dares to disrespect you, though my cultivation cannot be enhanced, dealing with a few petty rascals is still a simple matter for me. The three sisters exchanged knowing smiles. After all these years, their senior sister had not changed a bit. Bai Xiao could not help but laugh. There is no need for you to intervene, Golden Spirit sister. My sisters and I can handle them ourselves. That long-eared one has already been slain by us. Really? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit's expression turned to one of astonishment, her voice rising in surprise. Indeed, in the course of conversation, they typically suppress the details, leaving others oblivious to the Holy Mother's astonishment. He is dead. I personally gouged out his eyes. Bai Xiao declared with a face full of hatred. Xiong Xiao coldly added, I severed his root with a single strike. I shattered his very soul with my own hands. Yin Xiao's expression remained calm, devoid of any pity. Excellent. Truly excellent. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. That treacherous wretch has finally met his end. After calming herself, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit expressed a hint of regret. It is a pity you did not take me along. I would have relished the opportunity to exact my own vengeance, though she was elated at the demise of the long-eared one. She ultimately felt deprived of the satisfaction of personal retribution. That rascal seldom dared to show himself. Our encounter with him was purely coincidental. Yun Xiao's expression was somewhat awkward, for she felt hesitant to reveal the truth. Their act of desecrating the golden statues in the temple was hardly a glorious tale, and who knew how their senior sister would react upon learning of it. However, Bai Xiao had not considered such implications and giggled. We sisters merely defiled a few golden statues in a temple, hoping to exchange them for some money. But those bald monks became enraged and descended upon us. We happened to catch that wretched rabbit. Well done. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit clapped her hands in approval. The hypocrisy of those monks made their scheme to exchange their statues for money all the more ingenious. If only there were a temple near her own. She too could acquire some funds to renovate her shrine. Yet, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was puzzled. What do you need money for? You three are already at the peak of the Great Luo. What use have you for silver? Yin Xiao had to explain the matter of the drunken immortal pavilion. Such a wondrous place exists within the three realms. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was utterly astonished, incredulously remarking, "Is it true that one can awaken divine abilities there? Did Master truly visit?" She believed her junior sister would not lie, but the news was simply too shocking. To awaken divine abilities over a single meal, what kind of existence could achieve such a feat? Logically, such a being could not possibly remain obscure within the three realms. It is indeed true, Xīyóu nodded earnestly. Moreover, Master has great respect for that manager Chu. Their interactions resemble that of friends. Friends? And he holds them in high regard? The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit was profoundly shaken. She understood her Master's nature. The pride within that person was intrinsic. And those who could capture Master's attention were few and far between. Even they, as disciples, were merely seen as potential in her Master's eyes. As for friends, she could not recall Master ever having any. The only person deserving of Master's respect must be that individual. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit dared not dwell further on the matter and resolved to visit in person when the opportunity arose. Just as she contemplated this, Bai Xiao chimed in, "Sister, let us go together next time. We should invite senior sister Wukong as well." Agreed. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit nodded in assent. "What a pity that Sister Turtle Spirit is no longer with us," Bai Xiao said, her expression growing somewhat melancholic. The others sighed in unison at her words. While they had at least managed to survive in some form after their physical demise, Sister Turtle Spirit had been completely lost. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit spoke coldly. "If I ever encounter that mosquito Taoist, I shall ensure he is ground to dust." At that moment, Yang Jian strode into the Lingxiao Palace. Yang Jian is here too? This was the first time many had seen him at the Peach Banquet. The celestial beings were somewhat surprised. Everyone was aware of the tense relationship between Yang Jian and the Jade Emperor. Moreover, it had only been a short while since Yang Jian had attained the Great Luo and slain Ling Ji. Yet, Yang Jian paid no heed to the celestial beings. He casually scanned the room and spotted Neza standing alone, calling out, "Neza, Brother Yang." Neza's eyes lit up with joy as he rushed over. It had been nearly a decade since they last saw each other due to Yang Jian's seclusion. Neza, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother Yang, how did you manage to ascend to the Great Luo while flourishing in the 28 petals of flower?" This was what he envied the most. However, now that donning women's attire could accelerate his cultivation, his envy had lessened, as he knew he would eventually break through. Yang Jian naturally did not conceal the matter of the drunken immortal pavilion. Upon hearing the details, Neza's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Yang's breakthrough was due to a bowl of beef noodles, and he awakened such formidable divine abilities? This is utterly astounding. But why was everyone else so impressive while he was the one in women's attire? Yet he was also aware that despite the embarrassment, the actual effectiveness was on par with anyone else's. It was just that he found it somewhat difficult to present. What's wrong? Noticing Neza's dazed expression, Yang Jian curiously waved his hand in front of him. "And no, I'm fine." Neza instinctively took half a step back. Yang Jian scrutinized Neza, feeling a twinge of confusion. Sensing some difference in him, was he behaving in a more feminine manner? "Brother Yang, is there something on my face?" Neza asked, feeling inexplicably guilty under Yang Jian's gaze. "Nothing at all." Yang Jian shook his head, averting his gaze. "It must have been an illusion." Neza let out a sigh of relief, then curiously asked, "Brother Yang, what brings you to this peach banquet this year?" Due to the Jade Emperor, Yang Jian had never attended in previous years. Yang Jian cleared his throat. As a celestial official, one must make an appearance at least once. In truth, it was all because of Yao Ji's insistence. Otherwise, he would have been far too idle to attend. Even knowing the Jade Emperor had no ill intentions, he had merely quelled his murderous intent. It was impossible for him to completely let go of his grievances. This reasoning was rather flimsy, but Neza did not press further. Since they were reunited, there was no need to dwell on unhappy topics. He could only wonder if this year's peach banquet would be as dismal as the previous ones. Of course, nothing could compare to the drunken immortal pavilion. If the dishes at this peach banquet could reach even a tenth of the pavilion's standard, it would be considered a passable affair. As for the peaches, there was no need to elaborate. He, Neza, could at most acquire a 3,000-year-old peach. "Ah, is that not our Erlangshin and Prince Neza?" While they conversed, a somewhat obnoxious voice drifted over from behind. Tian Peng swaggered over with his slightly portly figure. Yang Jian glanced at him, his expression devoid of emotion. "What wind has blown our heavenly war god here?" The mocking tone paired with Yang Jian's serious demeanor caused Tian Peng's smug grin to falter, while Neza's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 92. The monkey brother is a disciple of Manager Chu. Yang Jian and Neza's anticipation. What kind of new joke is this? Tianpeng, the heavenly war god? Only those who have carved a name for themselves through bloodshed could earn such a title. And now it seemed that only Yang Jian bore this honor. The ancient powers would hardly care for such trifles. Though Tianpeng's strength has surged remarkably, he is still far from being worthy of the title of war god. Without delving too deeply, Neza believes he could easily rank above Tianpeng even in the absence of Yang Jian. Tianpeng chuckles awkwardly, stating, "I merely jest. Why do you take it to heart?" Yet, Yang Jian replies coolly, "You, Tianpeng, could easily contend with a group of us. Thus the title of war god is undoubtedly fitting." Upon hearing this, even Tianpeng, known for his thick skin, feels a flush of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that Yang Jian, who usually presents a stern demeanor, would possess such a mischievous side. Quickly scanning the surroundings and finding no one paying heed to their conversation, he breathes a sigh of relief, realizing there is indeed a soundproof barrier in place. Where is that foolish bear? Yang Jian glances around, but cannot spot the black bear, who is far more troublesome than Tianpeng. He's still in the mansion. Tianpeng shakes his head. He had hoped to introduce Xiang Renyi to the world, but alas, the bear does not possess formal status and is thus difficult to bring along, particularly to an event like the Peach Banquet. Yang Jian, feeling somewhat relieved, thinks to himself that if that foolish bear were present, he would likely cause a scene, bringing shame upon him. Neza, perplexed, wonders when Tianpeng and his elder brother Yang Jian became so familiar with each other, as they seemingly had little prior interaction. Might there be changes at this year's banquet? Changes? It's merely a 6,000-year-old peach. That's splendid. In previous years, I received only a 3,000-year-old peach. You are all fortunate. I received none. The assembled deities discuss the forthcoming banquet, yet their conversation predominantly revolves around the peaches, with little regard for the banquet itself. As they have come solely for the peaches, they have long grown weary of the dishes served at the banquet. What could possibly be delectable? Only those who had recently witnessed Sun Wukong's culinary skills express a modicum of curiosity and anticipation. Some deities engage in conversation without a soundproof barrier, and naturally, Tianpeng overhears their discussions. He leans in conspiratorially, grinning. "Do you know who the head chef for this banquet is?" "ISNT at that monkey?" Neza replies, exasperated, having expected Tianpeng to reveal something more significant. Are the heavenly deities unaware of this? What monkey? Yang Jian, confused, realizes he has been secluded at Jiangkou and has not kept up with affairs in heaven. Had it not been for the invitation to the Peach Banquet, he would have had no knowledge of its timing. Neza recounts the tale of Sun Wukong, to which Yang Jian responds with astonishment. Such an extraordinary monkey demon exists in this world? Not only is he powerful, but he also has a penchant for cooking. How intriguing. Tianpeng, unfazed, shakes his head and chuckles. You only know part of the story. You are unaware of the full truth. Then do tell, Neza exclaims, his patience wearing thin with those who speak in half-truths. Humph, it seems you do not know the true identity of Monkey Brother. Tianpeng boasts gleefully. Neza, having waited too long for the next piece of information, is tempted to strike Tianpeng in frustration, and Yang Jian shows signs of impatience as well. Finally, Tianpeng slowly reveals. Monkey Brother is a disciple of Master Chu from the Drunken Immortal Inn. Really? Yang Jian's expression shifts to one of shock, followed by joy. A figure of such unparalleled prowess as Master Chu could not possibly have an inferior disciple. This revelation ignites his anticipation for the Peach Banquet. Neza is equally astonished. The monkey is a disciple of Master Chu? No wonder he is so formidable. It all makes sense now. Reflecting on his earlier defeat, he feels it was not unjust. By the way, Neza, you are likely unaware of what the Drunken Immortal Inn is, right? Tianpeng, sensing Neza's lack of surprise, assumes he has discerned the reason. Oh yes. Yes. Neza nods vigorously. Thus, Tianpeng recounts the tales of the Drunken Immortal Inn, a well-known establishment, and since Neza and Yang Jian are familiar with one another, it is reasonable for them to know. Such a marvelous place exists? Neza feigns astonishment, encouraging Tianpeng to elaborate further. Tianpeng's pride swells, prompting him to speak with even more enthusiasm, while Neza nods along. Yang Jian furrows his brow. Hadn't he just discussed the Drunken Immortal Inn with Neza? Neza's reaction had not indicated surprise. Why does it seem as though he is hearing it for the first time from Tianpeng? There is a discrepancy here. Yang Jian narrows his eyes, clearly suspecting that Neza must have been aware of the Drunken Immortal Inn all along. However, He cannot fathom why Neza would choose to conceal this knowledge. It is one thing to withhold information from those who are uninformed, but to obscure it from those who have visited holds little purpose. There must be some underlying reason for his reticence. At that moment, Tianpeng turns to Yang Jian. With Monkey Brother as the head chef, this banquet is bound to be more spectacular than ever. You are quite fortunate. Indeed. Yang Jian nods, acknowledging the truth in this statement. With the conversation diverted, Yang Jian temporarily puts aside his thoughts of Neza. Undoubtedly, this year's banquet will surpass previous ones. Tianpeng shakes his head, expressing his reservations about the culinary skills of the god of food and the god of cooking, which pale in comparison to Master Chu's. Just then, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother arrive, causing the hall to fall silent as the deities bow in respect. Once seated, the Jade Emperor inquires, Qianlian, have all the celestial beings arrived? Your Majesty, Qianlian promptly replies, most have arrived, though a few are still absent. The Jade Emperor is unsurprised, as this is customary for the peach banquet. For instance, his nephew Yang Jian has never attended. He must always send someone to deliver items to him. The Jade Emperor casually asks, which ones are still missing? Your Majesty, there is the Mother of No Dao, Qianlian responds. The Jade Emperor nods, noting that the Mother of No Dao has also been absent, much like Yang Jian. The remaining absent deities include Guangqingzi and others. The Jade Emperor slightly nods. It is preferable for Guangqingzi not to attend. As Qianlian finishes listing the absentees, he hesitates before adding, the Buddhist figures have also not arrived. With a resounding clap, the Jade Emperor slams his palm on the jade table, his expression darkening with anger. The Buddhists are indeed audacious. Did they assume the banquet would be cancelled? Hence their complete absence? In the past, they would have rushed to attend, and this time, 7 invitations were sent, yet none showed up? The Jade Emperor sneers inwardly. But today's peach banquet is bound to proceed smoothly. That monkey will not only refrain from causing chaos at the banquet, but he will also serve as the head chef. The Buddhist schemes are destined to fail. The Jade Emperor's fury casts a shadow over the hall's atmosphere. At that moment, a jovial voice interrupts, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. Patriarch Bodhi, with his plump and round figure, enters the Lingxiao hall, bowing with a smile, greetings. Jade Emperor, greetings, Empress. Upon seeing the newcomer, the Jade Emperor nods slightly, tempering his imposing aura. Patriarch Bodhi is somewhat of a marginalized figure within the Buddhist community. His presence here is likely just to fill a seat, rendering any hostility towards him pointless. The Jade Emperor pauses, suddenly recalling something. This year, Yang Jian has remarkably not been absent. He scans the hall and indeed spots Yang Jian among the attendees. What could have prompted this change? Yang Jian, too, meets the Jade Emperor's gaze without hesitation. The Jade Emperor feels a momentary pause. It seems that Yang Jian harbors less animosity towards him this time, which lifts his spirits unexpectedly. Following the customary formalities, the Jade Emperor gestures grandly, declaring, let us proceed to the Yaoqi for the banquet. The celestial beings respond with haste, transforming into streaks of light as they fly towards the realm of Yaoqi. Patriarch Bodhi, having just enjoyed a meal, leisurely follows behind, assured that the dishes will not be served immediately, allowing him to stroll and digest along the way. We should go as well. Yunxiao smiles, glancing at the Golden Spirit Mother and her 2 sisters. Every year, the same few dishes are served, and I find myself yearning to dine at Xīyóu. Bai Xiao, however, appears rather disinterested. Even she cannot muster any enthusiasm for the Yaoqi banquet. It seems merely a formality to her. After a brief chuckle, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit remarked, I have yet to taste the dishes you speak of from Xīyóu. I can hardly imagine the sentiments you all harbor. Yang Jian and the others also set off for Yaoqi. Today's peach banquet is sure to astonish everyone. The Queen Mother exchanged a mysterious smile with the Jade Emperor, who replied with a subtle grin, I find myself looking forward to it. Yet, despite her confidence, the Queen Mother felt an unsettling uncertainty. She still did not know what the final dish the monkey had mentioned was. Should it fail to satisfy the assembly of immortals, she would become the laughingstock of the 3 realms. At their level, where further cultivation is nearly impossible, reputation becomes paramount, and she certainly does not wish to lose face in front of the celestial beings. In the enchanting realm of Yaoqi, the immortals arrived in succession, each taking their designated seats, which had been prepared in advance. As the celestial attendants served beverages, few chose to indulge in the wine. Their thoughts were solely on the peaches, contemplating the quality they might receive. This wine is rather mediocre, Tianpeng declared after a sip, refusing to sample further. Yang Jian nodded in agreement. It paled in comparison to the peach blossom brew from Xīyóu. Let us await the banquet's commencement, Neza remarked, savoring a sip and finding no fault with it. Once you visit Xīyóu, you'll truly understand what exceptional wine is. Tian Peng chuckled dismissively, as if to say, who hasn't been there? Neza rolled his eyes internally, recalling his hasty visit last time, where he had barely noticed anything else. It seems the beverages there are indeed of high quality. He resolved to return, but only when no acquaintances were present, as discussing his powers would be quite awkward. Wearing women's clothing had become second nature to him, and he had long since replenished the cultivation he had expended. However, the difference between wearing it himself and being seen by others was significant. He wondered if Xīyóu had discovered his pilfered skirt. It seemed unlikely, otherwise she would have confronted him by now. He must not waver. In a few days, he would retrieve the garments he had reserved from Xīyóu. As long as he exuded confidence, who would suspect him of stealing a woman's skirt? The more he pondered, the more reasonable it seemed. As more immortals took their seats, the last to arrive were the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. This time, it was the Queen Mother who delivered a lengthy monologue. Finally, the moment everyone had eagerly anticipated, the peach segment, arrived. 7 celestial maidens adorned in resplendent attire entered the Yaoqi, each carrying a bamboo basket brimming with peaches. The peaches gleamed with a luscious sheen, glistening with droplets of water, freshly washed. Instantly, the gaze of the immortals was captivated, and they could hardly tear their eyes away. The distribution of the peaches varied greatly among the celestial beings. Some were evaluated by cultivation level, others by reputation, some by background, and others still by their contributions. The 7 maidens were well versed in this process and would not err. Some immortals received peaches of the same quality as before, wearing smiles and appearing relaxed. Others received superior peaches and could not conceal their joy. However, those who received inferior peaches or none at all bore looks of disappointment. Patriarch Bodhi glanced at the 3 peaches before him, each boasting a 9,000-year age. Sensing the envious gazes of the surrounding immortals, he remained unperturbed. 3, quite impressive. He had thought 1 would be sufficient. It seemed the heavenly court still honored him. However, what he truly looked forward to was the feast. Just a 3,000-year peach? How stingy. Tian Ping grumbled, dissatisfied with his small peach. At least you have 1, Neza countered, having almost taken a bite before retracting. Tian Ping, unfazed, chomped down on his peach, boasting, come now, with my recent victories, do I not deserve a 6,000-year peach? He took another bite, lamenting that the Queen Mother's peaches truly lacked quality, not even coming close to the offerings from Xīyóu. He still vividly remembered the 9,000-year peaches from that establishment. Neza scoffed, are you referring to your exploits against the monkey? It's only natural that I cannot defeat him. Tian Peng dismissed the remark. That monkey has awakened 10 abilities. What chance do I have? Neza did not contest this. He fully understood the monkey's strength, and losing to him was not a source of shame. Is that monkey a Deluo golden immortal? Yang Jian inquired, puzzled by their conversation while setting aside the 6,000-year peach he had received, indifferent to it but knowing his sister Yang Chan adored them. No. He is at the same Tai level as us, Tian Peng clarified. Tai? Yang Jian was taken aback. He had sparred with Tian Peng and recognized his superior strength within the Tai realm. Had it not been for his recently awakened abilities countering Tian Peng, even a Deluo golden immortal would hesitate to declare victory. He was astonished that a mere Tai could command such respect from the usually brash Tian Peng. The disciple of Master Chu was indeed remarkable. At this moment, many immortals had finished their peaches and began to circulate their techniques. Such exquisite delicacies, left unattended, could stir unease. Only Patriarch Bodhi remained unruffled, his 3 9,000-year peaches untouched. With the Buddha's backing and his own semi-saint status, who would dare provoke him? He was saving his appetite for the dishes. Compared to the food prepared by the monkey, what were peaches? The 3 maidens, too, abstained from the peaches. But unlike the others, they lacked anticipation for the feast, for neither the peaches nor the dishes could compare to Xīyóu. This left the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, who had already consumed her 9,000-year peach, utterly astonished. Amidst this atmosphere of varied thoughts, the banquet finally commenced with the serving of dishes. Celestial attendants entered, bearing the food, yet most immortals were too preoccupied with digesting their peaches to pay attention. Only Patriarch Bodhi awaited eagerly. As the attendants presented the dishes, a flicker of disappointment crossed Patriarch's face. They were vegetarian dishes, ones he had previously tasted in the royal kitchen. It dawned on him that the heavenly court, mindful of his Buddhist identity, would not serve him meat. His expression became quite peculiar. While Sun Wukong's vegetarian dishes were indeed exceptional, what soul could a meatless banquet possess? Having been a long-time vegetarian, he was now acutely aware of the joys of meat. Denying him this was nothing short of torment. Glancing around at the other immortals, each of them had meat dishes. How unfair. Must the Buddhist path always mean vegetarian fare? With a sigh, Xīyóu picked up his chopsticks and sampled the vegetable dish. Ah, truly fragrant. Instantly, Xīyóu's discontent faded. The monkey's culinary skills, whether in vegetarian or meat dishes, were undeniably irresistible. Come, let us see how the monkey's cooking fares. Tianping exclaimed as he took a piece of braised pork, grinning at Neza and the others. Neza quietly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. Delicious. His eyes lit up with satisfaction. How could it be so delectable? Tianpeng, equally eager, devoured a piece as well. The monkey is incredible, Tianpeng exclaimed, praising the braised pork for its perfect color, aroma, and taste, rich yet not greasy. It was simply exquisite. He must have learned at least 60% of his culinary prowess. Tianpeng assessed. As a seasoned patron, he was thoroughly familiar with the dishes at the Drunken Immortal Inn, and his tasting experience was undoubtedly seasoned. Suddenly, a thought struck Tianpeng. The prices at Master Chu's establishment were exorbitant, and when one could not afford them, the dishes prepared by Monkey Brother could serve as a delightful substitute. He resolved to consult Monkey Brother next time. Yang Jian, observing the two, wore a look of bewilderment. Could they truly be that delectable? He took a bite, and indeed, it was splendid. Yang Jian's furrowed brow relaxed, and his previous reluctance dissipated. Are you truly not going to eat? Mother Jinling inquired, looking at Yunxiao and the others with curiosity. Sister, you need not concern yourself with us, Yunxiao replied, shaking her head with a smile. Not even glancing at the dishes before her. She had never been one to indulge in culinary delights, and after experiencing the cuisine at the Drunken Immortal Inn, she found no interest in other offerings. Xiongxiao shared a similar sentiment. Even the food lover Bixiao was devoid of appetite. She, too, was not one to eat indiscriminately. Very well, Mother Jinling chuckled, shaking her head in amusement, not pressing the matter further. She found the dishes quite commendable this time, at the very least. They appeared far superior to those served at the last peach banquet, lifting a piece of fried chicken and dipping it in chili powder. Mother Jinling opened her cherry-red lips and took a delicate bite. Crispy, spicy. This was her immediate impression. As she chewed, the tender meat released its juices. An experience she had never encountered before. Delicious. Mother Jinling squinted her eyes, shedding her previously aloof demeanor, revealing a youthful charm. Is it truly that delectable? The three sisters were filled with surprise and curiosity. They knew their sister's temperament all too well. For her to exhibit such a demeanor, could these dishes genuinely be exquisite? They exchanged glances and observed the dishes on the table, which indeed looked quite appealing. Shall we give it a try? Bixiao, being a glutton, could no longer resist and took a bite. Subsequently, she transformed into an insatiable eater, unable to stop. Yunxiao and Xiongxiao were astounded. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, they each tasted a bite. Soon, both sisters found themselves as captivated as Bixiao. Their eagerness stemmed from two reasons. First, Sun Wukong's culinary skills were truly remarkable, and secondly, they had eaten far too little. Had they sampled the dishes at the Drunken Immortal Inn like Tianping, they would not have reacted so fervently. Patriarch Bodhi devoured his food without concern for decorum. Initially, he used chopsticks, but eventually, he simply picked up the plate to eat. His own servings disappeared rapidly. Casting a casual glance around, he noticed that others had yet to touch their food, still digesting their peaches. Looking at the peaches before him, Patriarch Bodhi formulated a plan. He reached out and gently nudged the deity beside him. The deity, interrupted from meditation, frowned and opened his eyes, ready to scold, only to find it was Patriarch Bodhi, the quasi-saint. Instantly, he swallowed his irritation. What is it, Buddha? Patriarch Bodhi smiled. I wish to exchange a peach for the dishes on your table. Would that be agreeable? The deity's eyes widened in astonishment. Patriarch Bodhi's peaches were 9,000 years old. He himself had only received a 6,000-year peach. He fixed his gaze on Patriarch Bodhi's face, attempting to ascertain the truth of his words. However, from that cheerful visage, he gleaned nothing. Very well, the deity replied tentatively, pushing his dishes forward. I am grateful, Patriarch Bodhi said with a smile, handing over a 9,000-year peach. You truly mean it. The deity stared at the peach in his hand, swallowing hard. disbelief etched across his face. He had not expected to receive such a treasure. "Thank you, Buddha," the deity exclaimed, excitement radiating from his face, unable to conceal his joy. He had never envisioned a day he would have the chance to savor a 9,000-year peach. What a tremendous fortune. Yet, he realized he only had this one table of food. But aren't all these dishes meat? The deity gradually came to a realization. Patriarch Buddha was not supposed to consume meat. Before he could ponder further, Patriarch Buddha had already begun to feast. The deity was left in shock. Had the Buddhist sect begun to indulge in meat? However, he did not say much, for he was there solely for the peach, and having gained such a benefit, he would not pry into other matters. Several other deities had also taken notice of the scene. Seeing Patriarch Buddha trading a 9,000-year peach for food, they erupted in excitement. As their own dishes remained untouched. "Buddha, I have yet to sample my dishes. They are quite fresh." "Buddha, my dishes are the finest delicacies." "Silence. Your dishes are clearly not as diverse as mine. Buddha would never be interested in your offerings. My dishes possess color, aroma, and flavor." The two deities, once amicable, had suddenly become rivals. "Buddha, look at mine. And mine, and mine." At this moment, more deities joined in, eager to promote their own dishes. "I am left with only 2 peaches," Patriarch Buddha feigned a troubled expression. "I see that your dishes are quite commendable. It would be unwise to favor one over the others. Perhaps you could decide amongst yourselves?" In just a few words, he placed the decision in the hands of the deities, inciting murmurs among them. This was a 9,000-year peach. Who wouldn't want it all to themselves? Yet, who would dare speak up, lest they face the collective wrath of the others? Ultimately, one deity devised a plan. "There are 8 of us here. Why don't we allow all our dishes to be offered to the Buddha in exchange for the 2 peaches, and we can each take a small portion?" "Agreed. That sounds reasonable." The other deities expressed their approval. Dividing the 2 peaches into 8 portions meant each would receive a quarter of a 9,000-year peach, a significant fortune indeed. Once the plan was established, one deity approached Patriarch Buddha with a beaming smile, saying, "Buddha, we are willing to exchange all our dishes for your 2 peaches." 2 peaches. Do you think you can handle that?" Patriarch Buddha feigned concern. "Not at all." The deity chuckled, shaking his head. "A few dishes are nothing compared to a peach." They had grown weary of the dishes from the peach banquet. If they didn't eat, so be it. Patriarch Buddha was overjoyed, though he maintained a semblance of reluctance, saying, "Then I shall rest easy." With the peaches exchanged, the deities immediately gathered to divide them. To ensure equitable distribution, they pointed and discussed, creating a lively atmosphere. The first deity to secure a peach observed the fervor of the others and felt a twinge of gratitude, but also unease. He sensed that he was being watched. Indeed, the peach could not be retained. Initially, he had planned to savor it slowly upon returning, but now it seemed impossible. He lacked the strength to protect the peach. Only in this banquet, with numerous powerful figures present and the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother in attendance, would no one dare to act against him. Thus, he took a decisive bite. Even if his magical energy could not digest it, he would still eat. Patriarch Buddha showed no interest in how they divided the peaches. He was too busy relishing the dishes. For him, the peaches were merely that. The opportunity to acquire such delightful cuisine was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Fortunately, that monkey had not been indoctrinated into the Buddhist sect. Otherwise, the 3 realms would have lost a great chef. In any case, the journey to the west held little significance for him. The entire endeavor was merely a favor to his master, and the merits bestowed by the Tathagata were but a drop in the bucket for him. Compared to the journey to the west, he was solely focused on inviting the monkey to become their great chef in the Buddhist realm. His sole aspiration was the pursuit of culinary delights. He could not comprehend the actions of Tathagata and the others. The positions of saints in the universe were already complete, and what could further scheming accomplish? The pinnacle of existence is merely the threshold of a saintly being. Rather than grappling with such matters, one should indulge in the pleasures of the present. It is imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with the irrepressible sun Wukong. Observing this, Yao Qi felt a tinge of melancholy. The fact that Patriarch Buddha had abandoned his vows to feast on meat was a testament to the overwhelming success of this peach banquet. Such news would undoubtedly render the Buddhist sect a subject of ridicule. Yet therein lies the dilemma. Was this culinary delight truly too successful? Patriarch Buddha had traded 9,000-year-old peaches for mere dishes. While delectable, they paled in comparison to the peaches. Had it not been for the solitary attendance of the Buddha and his status as a near saint, She would never have offered him 3 peaches of such vintage. And yet, Mithriya seemed wholly unimpressed. She glanced at the deities who were nearly at odds over a single peach, realizing that such reactions were more appropriate. Although their behavior was quite unbecoming at the banquet, it did lift Yao Qi's spirits considerably. At that moment, their dishes were served. To create a sense of grandeur, their plates were presented last. The mere platters were an extravagance compared to those of the other deities. The Jade Emperor's appetite was whetted by Mithriya Buddha's audacious choice. However, his countenance darkened upon noticing an oddity on his plate: pork trotters. His expression soured immediately. How dare they serve the esteemed ruler of heaven such a lowly dish? For such an affront, there must be consequences. As Yao Qi saw the dishes arrive, she quickly refocused her mind, preparing to feast. Her gaze fell upon the enticing, aromatic pork trotters, red braised to perfection. Her eyes sparkled with delight. This was a dish she adored, having devoured an entire plate during the tasting. Finally, she could relish it once more. All for me. Yao Qi picked up her chopsticks, reaching for a piece. The Jade Emperor's face darkened, contemplating how to penalize the royal kitchen, only to be stunned as a hand reached out and seized a pork trotter right before his eyes. His astonishment was palpable. How could she, the Queen Mother, so debase herself by indulging in such a dish? He felt an urgent need to intervene, but before he could utter a word, Yao Qi had already savored the morsel. You actually consumed it. The Jade Emperor whispered in disbelief. What is wrong with that? Yao Qi replied, her expression one of confusion and bliss. It's pork trotters. Delicious. The Jade Emperor was frantic, wishing she could regurgitate it. Fortunately, none of the other deities seemed to notice, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. It's pork trotters. Quite delectable, Yao Qi insisted, still oblivious to the Jade Emperor's distress. Such a base ingredient. It is unworthy of our noble status. The Jade Emperor exclaimed, his voice low yet frantic. What? Yao Qi was at a loss for words. Was he mad? What difference did it make? Only flavor mattered. Dismissing his concerns, she continued to eat, reveling in the exquisite taste. Yao Qi closed her eyes, a smile of contentment gracing her face. The Jade Emperor pondered, had he misjudged? Were pork trotters truly not beneath contempt? Why was Yao Qi reacting this way? Could it be